Chapter 407. Go Fly a Kite. The crowd of Megre's Peak disciples respectfully sent Duan Ling Tian off with their gazes. They only recovered to their senses after Duan Ling Tian's figure disappeared before them, and the exclamations of surprise rose and fell. I really never imagined that senior brother Duan Ling Tian would actually defeat the demonic Lotusblade sect's saber young master and seize first place in the martial competition of the 5 great sects. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian is too terrifying. In the past, I felt that his natural talent wasn't inferior to those first-rate figures like the 5 great young masters. I never imagined that he'd directly beat down Saber Young Master. During the last 2 martial competitions of the 5 great sects, our 7-star sword sect didn't even get in the top 3. This time, we directly seized first place. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian has truly brought glory to our 7-star sword sect. As expected of my idol, he's only 22 and already possesses such accomplishments. Once a few years have passed, sweeping through the other 4 of the 5 great young masters that are the most outstanding in the younger generation of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom would be nothing difficult. With senior brother Duan Ling Tian's current situation, defeating the Zither young master in the agreed battle 1 year from now might not be hopeless. As the crowd of Megre's Peak disciples discussed, they moved the topic to the agreement between Duan Ling Tian and Zither young master. 1 year ago, Duan Ling Tian and the Zither young master had settled upon the 2-year agreement. This matter had spread throughout the 7-star sword sect since long ago. At that time, they didn't look favorably upon Duan Ling Tian. After all, although Duan Ling Tian's natural talent was not bad and was not inferior to Zither young master, as far as they were concerned, at that time, it was extremely difficult for Duan Ling Tian to surpass Zither young master if he was only given 2 years of time. Now that they knew Duan Ling Tian's cultivation had broken through to the 4th level of the nascent soul stage and had defeated one of the 5 great young masters, Saber young master, to seize first place in the martial competition, they had seen hope. I believe that senior brother Duan Ling Tian will surely defeat the Zither young master 1 year from now and create a miracle again. All the Megre's Peak disciples were filled with confidence towards Duan Ling Tian. Only Zhao Ling, who was at a corner of the trade hall, had a gloomy expression and seemed out of place from everything in the surroundings. 4th level nascent soul stage and elementary wind force. This won't do. I can't allow Duan Ling Tian to continue growing. I must find an opportunity to kill him and seize the muscle meridian rebirth scroll. Zhao Ling's expression was savage and terrifying, and his eyes emitted frightful fierce lights. If he's given another few years of time, wouldn't he possibly break through to the void prying stage and catch up to me or even surpass me? When he thought up to here, Zhao Lin's heart burned with anxiety. He wished for nothing more than to directly chase and kill Duan Ling Tian. In the end, his reason defeated his impulse. Presently, Duan Ling Tian has seized first place in the martial competition and has seized the glory for the 7-star sword sect that the sect hasn't obtained in a long time. The sect leader surely has an extremely high regard for him. It must be done secretly if I want to kill him. Otherwise, even grandfather would be unable to protect me. Zhao Lin knew clearly in his heart that although his grandfather was the guardian elder of the 7-star sword sect, his grandfather wasn't able to control everything by himself. If he were to kill the person who rendered a meritorious service to the 7-star sword sect, then the sect leader and the other guardian elder would surely not let him off. Duan Ling Tian, I'll surely find a chance. Zhao Lin's eyes emitted a sheen of greed and ruthlessness. As for Duan Ling Tian, he naturally didn't know of Zhao Lin's current thoughts. Or perhaps, even if he did know of it, he wouldn't care. Duan Ling Tian had arrived at Alcade Hall once again and noticed that Kair had already awoken from her cultivation. When Duan Ling Tian saw Kair once again, he couldn't help but be stunned, as he kept having the feeling that there seemed to be a change in Kair. When his spiritual force extended, he noticed the root of the problem at the first possible moment. Kair, you broke through to the 2nd level of the nascent soul stage. Duan Ling Tian had a surprised expression. Yes. Kair lightly smiled and nodded, then asked, "Young master, when did you return?" "Right, little gold is missing, did she go look for you?" As she finished speaking, Kair's beautiful brows frowned and slight worry was mixed within her expression. "I returned today at noon and you just happened to be cultivating. As for little gold, she's here." Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and grabbed out the little gold mouse that was hiding in his sleeve. "Little gold, you weren't mischievous, right?" Kair stretched out her delicate hand to lightly stroke the little gold mouse's head as she lightly smiled and asked. The little gold mouse hurriedly shook her head. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian saw that the smile on Ker's face froze and her expression was filled with astonishment. Duan Ling Tian could guess that it was surely that the little gold mouse had sent a voice transmission to communicate with Ker, and it had frightened Ker. Ker's beautiful face was stunned for a short moment before speaking with slight disbelief. Little gold, you're able to communicate with me via voice transmission. Yes, big sister Ker. After I broke through to the void prying stage and overcame the 6-9 heavenly tribulation, I'm now able to condense my origin energy into sound and communicate with human martial artists. Hehe, it's all thanks to big brother Ling Tian who took me to go overcome the heavenly tribulation. Otherwise, I would still be unable to find my way. This time, the little gold mouse's voice transmission entered into both Duan Ling Tian and Ker's ears. You still have the nerve to say that? You're truly timid like a mouse. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. I am a mouse, a jade-eyed heavenly mouse. The little gold mouse said as a matter of course, then stopped before continuing. There are too many existences above the void prying stage within the 7-star sword sect. If it wasn't for my strength being inferior to them and I was worried of being discovered by them, I'd surely dare to look for a place to overcome the tribulation myself. As she finished speaking, the little gold mouse provided justification for herself. When they heard the little gold mouse, Duan Ling Tian and Ker glanced at each other and couldn't hold back their laughter. This little fellow still knows how to defend herself. Young master, what was the outcome from your trip to the demonic Lotusblade sect to participate in the martial competition of the 5 great sects? I heard master say that the 7-star sword sect has missed the top 3 in the martial competition for 2 successive martial competitions already. Ker asked curiously. When Duan Ling Tian heard Ker ask this, he knew that Ker still didn't know of the news that was spread and gave rise to much discussion outside, and he smiled mysteriously as he said, this time. Our 7-star sword sect's disciples seized first place in the martial competition. First in the martial competition? Ker was stunned then asked curiously. Young master, could it be that the sect leader's personal disciple, Huangji, seized first place in the martial competition of the 5 great sects for the 7-star sword sect? Ker wasn't too clear of Duan Ling Tian's current strength. She only knew that her young master's strength was stronger than her, but she'd never asked for Duan Ling Tian's specific strength. As far as she was concerned, although the young master's natural talent was outstanding, his age was still young, after all. Even if he participated in the martial competition of the 5 great sects, he'd presumably be unable to get any ranking. Huangji, Duan Ling Tian shook his head, and when he thought of the scene of Huangji betraying the sect leader and the 7-star sword sect, his expression couldn't help but slightly sink. That Huangji was ungrateful to kindness and was virtually an ungrateful bastard. Huangji's actions incurred great indignation by all. Young master, what's wrong? Ker noticed that Duan Ling Tian's expression was off and her beautiful face went pale as she asked nervously. Did Ker say something wrong? As she finished speaking, Ker's eyes contained tears that were about to drop. Ker was incomparably strong when facing outsiders, but she was instead extremely tender and soft before Duan Ling Tian. To her, Duan Ling Tian was her heaven, her everything. Duan Ling Tian's every action would affect her emotions at all times. It's nothing. Duan Ling Tian's heart ached slightly when he saw Ker's delicate and touching appearance. Duan Ling Tian stretched out his hand to take Ker's hand, then pinched the center of her palm as he said with a light smile, Silly girl, I just thought of that ungrateful bastard, it has nothing to do with you. Ungrateful bastard. A wisp of bewilderment appeared on Ker's beautiful face when she heard this. Huangji. Duan Ling Tian retold all the actions of Huangji. After Ker finished listening to it, her beautiful face seemed to be covered in a layer of thin ice. Huangji has really gone too far. The sect leader fostered him to his current accomplishments, but he actually repaid the sect leader like this. The sect leader is surely extremely grieved now, right? Of course. Duan Ling Tian nodded, then sighed. If I placed myself in his position and thought about it, it isn't difficult to feel the sect leader's current feelings. Alright, let's not talk about this. Ker nodded then blinked her pretty eyes as the thin ice on her face melted and she stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian. Young master, it was you who seized first place in the martial competition for the 7-star sword sect, right? Why would you think that? Duan Ling Tian was stunned, as he never expected Ker would suddenly say this. Could it be that the little gold mouse secretly told her? For a time, Duan Ling Tian's gaze descended onto the little gold mouse. He still remembered that when he brought the little gold mouse over from Megrez Peak earlier, there was a group of Megrez Peak disciples that surrounded him and congratulated him for seizing first place in the martial competition of the 5 great sects. Presumably, this little fellow heard it as well. The little gold mouse noticed Duan Ling Tian looking over and hurriedly shook her head as she sent a voice transmission. I didn't tell her. Young master, I guessed it. Kair couldn't refrain from bursting into laughter when she saw Duan Ling Tian questioning the little gold mouse and the little gold mouse's innocent expression. Her smile was like a flower, causing Duan Ling Tian to be stunned for a moment. Young master, you're really formidable. Kair noticed Duan Ling Tian's burning gaze and her face flushed red, and it seemed as if blood would drip out. Kair, young master's formidableness is yet to come. Duan Ling Tian blinked his eyes at Kair with an evil smile on his face, then stretched his hand to embrace Kair up by the waist before walking towards the room. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and tossed the little gold mouse in his hand flying. Little gold, go fly kites. I'll throw you to the sect leader tomorrow if you dare disturb us, and ask him to stew you and make a pot of nourishing soup. Duan Ling Tian embraced Kair and entered the room before closing the room door. The little gold mouse stood in midair, and her pair of jade eyes flickered with threads of anger. Big brother Ling Tian is bad, you bully. Although she was angry, the little gold mouse really didn't dare go disturb Duan Ling Tian, and her body flashed to descend onto the pavilion in Alcade Hall before staring blankly. Right at this moment, a dignified and graceful figure appeared within the pavilion, and it was a beautiful woman. Little gold, why are you here? The beautiful woman's gaze descended onto the little gold mouse as she asked curiously. Chapter 408, Ancient River Trading Company. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse heard the beautiful woman's words and she stretched out her claw to point towards the distant room, her jade eyes filled with anger. Flowing lights revolved in the beautiful woman's pretty eyes when she saw this and she smiled slightly, seeming to have guessed something. Duan Ling Tian and Kair finally had some time together after a very long time, and they lingered together until deep into the night before leaving the room. After they left the room, they arrived atop the pavilion and at the first possible moment, they saw the beautiful woman that was teasing the little gold mouse. Master. Kair bowed respectfully, her beautiful face flushing cutely. Peak Master. Duan Ling Tian greeted as well. He remained unfazed and didn't forget to blink at Kair, causing Kair to be embarrassed to the point she wished for nothing more than to dig a hole and hide within. The beautiful woman was the Peak Master of Alcade Peak, Xianxia. Xian lightly smiled and nodded to Kair, then her gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian and she sighed lightly. Duan Ling Tian, I really never imagined that you'd actually seize first place in the martial competition for the 7-star sword sect. Our 7-star sword sect hasn't seized first in the martial competition of the 5 great sects for a very long time. As she spoke up to hear, Xianxia slightly recalled past memories. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised, he'd heard the sect leader, Lingu Jinhong, speak of this before. The last time the 7-star sword sect seized first in the martial competition was almost 20 years ago. At that time, the person that seized the first for the 7-star sword sect was precisely the Alcade Peak's master before him, Xianxia. Before long, Xianxia changed the topic. The 2-year agreement between you and the zither young master will arrive in a year. I've discussed it with the sect leader. We'll let you go out and gain experience since your current strength is already not inferior to a 6th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. Gain experience? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Xianxia nodded and said slowly, I presume you've heard since long ago that our 7-star sword sect possesses many businesses in various places in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Whereas besides some external affairs elders, it's mostly inner court disciples above the age of 30 that are in charge of managing these businesses. Duan Ling Tian nodded as he'd heard of this. Xianxia continued, after the discussion between me and the sect leader, we've decided to send you to the ancient city of Everlast. The ancient city of Everlast? Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Xianxia. He wasn't unfamiliar to the ancient city of Everlast. 2 years ago, when he and Li Fei had left the 7-star sword sect to head to Solitary Summit, they had gone to the ancient city of Everlast. After that, they even got acquainted with Zhang Shouyang and Wang Chong in the ancient city of Everlast. Our 7-star sword sect has businesses in the ancient city of Everlast. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised. Xianxia nodded. Our 7-star sword sect doesn't have any businesses in the ancient city of Everlast. However, 2 external affairs elders and some inner court disciples of our 7-star sword sect are protecting the ancient river trading company in the ancient city of Everlast. Protecting a trading company. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised as he never imagined that the 7-star sword sect would be related to the trading companies of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Presumably, the 7-star sword sect inner court disciples that were protecting the ancient river trading company ought to be able to obtain a certain amount of fees. This was something that Duan Ling Tian could be sure about. When am I leaving? Duan Ling Tian asked. Tomorrow. Qin Shang said, you just have to go look for the sect leader at noon tomorrow. Duan Ling Tian then bid his farewells to both Kair and Qin Shang before leaving Alcade Hall. He cultivated for the entire night after he returned to the stalactite cave. At dawn the next day, Duan Ling Tian went to Alcade Peak to look for Li Fei and told her how he would be temporarily leaving for some time. Duan Ling Tian didn't bring along Kair and Li Fei when he left this time. According to what the Alcade Peak's master, Qin Shang, and Elder Bai said, the ancient city of Everlast was too chaotic. Coupled with the fact that Duan Ling Tian was going to gain experience and not for a tour, if the 2 girls were to follow by Duan Ling Tian's side then they might affect Duan Ling Tian. A black figure flashed into the sky from outside the 7-star sword sect's Dubi Hall, then shot straight up into the air before concealing itself and vanishing within the cloud and mist. At the same time, high above in the air, a young man that wore a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple's attire stood atop an enormous eagle that tore through the sky with extremely swift speed. The handsome and extraordinary young man with sword-shaped brows saw through the cloud and mist to descend towards the distance as he muttered. With this first-level nascent soul stage Sun Eagle to carry me, it would at most take a month to reach the ancient city of Everlast. It was Duan Ling Tian who'd left the 7-star sword sect. Presently, Duan Ling Tian stood on the Sun Eagle and flew through the sky. Although the speed of the Sun Eagle couldn't compare to Elder Peng, it still far surpassed that of a Fergana horse. The 7-star sword sect's leader had entrusted Elder Peng to capture this Sun Eagle for Duan Ling Tian. It wasn't that Elder Peng was stingy, but the stronger a flying beast was, the more difficult it was to be tamed. Just this first-level nascent soul stage Sun Eagle had caused Duan Ling Tian to spend 3 hours of relying on his entire strength to be able to completely tame it. Squeak squeak. A wave of cries echoed out from beneath Duan Ling Tian's sleeve. In next to no time, a gold and fluffy small head had stuck out, and she blinked her jade eyes as she looked at Duan Ling Tian. It was the little gold mouse that always followed by Kair's side, the infant jade-eyed heavenly mouse. Big brother Ling Tian, this mixed-hair bird's speed is too slow. Duan Ling Tian's eardrums slightly trembled, and the little gold mouse's immature voice that was like a young girl's entered into his ears. Duan Ling Tian rolled his eyes at the little golf mouse. You really compared yourself with it? Didn't you think what cultivation it has and what your cultivation is? Or, do you want to become big and take me to the ancient city of Everlast? In this way, it would take a few days at most for us to arrive there. HMPH. I don't want to become big, it's so ugly, so fat, so embarrassing. The little gold mouse's voice transmission sounded out without stop. This caused Duan Ling Tian to be speechless, then his gaze descended onto the chubby body of the little gold mouse and shook his head as he sighed. This little fellow really has a good perception of herself. Could it be that she thinks she isn't fat now? They didn't encounter any trouble on the way because they traveled high in the air all the way. 1 month later, the Sun Eagle beneath Duan Ling Tian slowed down, then plunged down before flying at a low altitude. Meanwhile, the clouds and mist before him completely dispersed, and a simple and ancient city appeared before Duan Ling Tian's eyes. In the distance, the ancient city seemed like a colossus that was hibernating in the desert, and it opened up its bloody mouth and ceaselessly swallowed the merchants and pedestrians within the desert. Ancient city of Everlast. Duan Ling Tian had a feeling as if they were worlds apart when he saw the ancient city of Everlast again. He'd only passed by the ancient city of Everlast the last time he came here, as his main destination was still the solitary summit. But the destination this time was instead the ancient city of Everlast itself. Outside the ancient city of Everlast, many people rode flying beasts to the city. If it was just this, then Duan Ling Tian would be insufficient to draw the attention of others. However, most of the people that were near Duan Ling Tian couldn't refrain from repeatedly looking at Duan Ling Tian. These gazes all descended onto Duan Ling Tian's clothes. The inner court attire of the 7-star sword sect was undoubtedly a signboard. This young man looks to be a little over 20, and is absolutely not older than 23. He's actually a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple. According to my knowledge, the minimum requirement for becoming a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple is to be at the 7th level of the origin core stage. Besides that, because of the strictness of the 7-star sword sect's inner court disciple test, normally it's only people that have stepped into the 8th level of the origin core stage that would be able to pass the inner court disciple test for sure. The younger generation of the 7-star sword sect lacks strong successors. The disciple with the strongest natural talent seems to be the 7-star sword sect's leader's personal disciple, Huangji. But even Huangji was only an outer court disciple at that age, right? Looks like this young man ought to have replicated a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple's attire and is pretending to be a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple because he wants to pass himself off as a genuine inner court disciple. It ought to be so. Many people that saw Duan Ling Tian passing started discussing animatedly, and within their discussions, they didn't think Duan Ling Tian was a real inner court disciple of the 7-star sword sect. Duan Ling Tian was truly too young. These discussions naturally entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears, but he didn't mind and stood on the Sun Eagle to descend outside the ancient city of Everlast. Duan Ling Tian's figure leapt down, then looked at the Sun Eagle, and blew a whistle with his mouth. Instantly, the Sun Eagle seemed to have obtained some sort of instruction and it flapped its wings to conceal itself and vanish within the clouds and mist. Duan Ling Tian moved his gaze to descend onto the ancient city of Everlast after the figure of the Sun Eagle vanished, then he walked out in large strides, intending to enter the ancient city of Everlast. Don't move. Right at this moment, a cold shout stopped Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian frowned and turned around. He saw a young man around the age of 35 in the distance, and the young man was riding a Fergana horse over and was staring at him from the distance. Duan Ling Tian's gaze lit up when he clearly saw the young man's attire. The attire of a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple. Obviously, this young man was a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple as well. But in the next moment, Duan Ling Tian's brows frowned. That 7-star sword sect inner court disciple spurred his horse to stop before Duan Ling Tian, then looked down as Duan Ling Tian condescendingly and shouted out fiercely. Kid, who are you? Why are you pretending to be an inner court disciple of my 7-star sword sect? Pretending. Duan Ling Tian was stunned and slightly muddled. Still playing dumb. Before Duan Ling Tian could even react, the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple sneered. Kid, let me tell you, I've seen so many people like you who have pretended to be my 7-star sword sect disciples. A young man a little over 20 wearing my 7-star sword sect's inner court disciple's attire. Do you really think you're a peerless genius like the 5 great young masters? Duan Ling Tian finally recovered from his shock after being sharply denounced right to his face by this 7-star sword sect inner court disciple, and he lightly smiled and said, Senior brother, I'm afraid you're mistaken. I'm really a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple. I'm called Duan Ling Tian. This is the letter written personally by the sect leader that he asked me to pass to Elder Zhao Yu and Elder Feng Ping, and my introduction is within it. As Duan Ling Tian spoke, he withdrew a letter from his spatial ring and passed it to the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple. He didn't take the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple's previous actions to heart. As far as he was concerned, this was only a misunderstanding. But in the next moment, the smile on Duan Ling Tian's face froze. Chapter 409, 2 Choices. The 7-star sword sect inner court disciple that sat atop the Fergana horse extended his hand out to receive the letter Duan Ling Tian passed to him. Swish. Swish, swish. He didn't even open it and directly tore the letter into pieces with a few movements. With a casual swing of his hand, the pieces fluttered in the wind to scatter within the desert, and not a single complete piece could be found any longer. Kid, the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple looked down at Duan Ling Tian who had a gloomy expression and ridiculed. You're quite smart, you even knew to prepare a forged letter to deceive everyone. The sect leader's letter. I, Zhao Lei, a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple doesn't even have the qualifications to make the sect leader write a letter for me. Could a little kid that's a little over 20 like you possibly have a letter written personally by the sect leader? Who would believe it? As he finished speaking, Zhao Lei's glared angrily at Duan Ling Tian and a wisp of a complacent ridiculing smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. He had an expression as if he was saying that he'd seen through Duan Ling Tian's cheap tricks since long ago. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and suppressed the restless flames of rage in his heart. Then said in a low voice, Zhao Lei, right. I don't mind that you don't believe I'm an inner court disciple because of my age, and I only took it as a misunderstanding. But now, I took out a letter that can prove my identity, the letter that the sect leader asked me to pass to Elder Zhao Yu and Elder Feng Ping, and you actually tore it without even sparing it a glance. Are you so sure that wasn't personally written by the sect leader?" As Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, traces of an icy cold luster jumped about in his eyes. He didn't mind that this Zhao Lei didn't believe him in the beginning. Although his reputation had spread far and wide in the Seven-Star Sword sect now, and not long ago, he'd even seized the supreme glory of first in the martial competition of the 5 great sects. However, the ancient city of Everlast was a remote place after all, and it wasn't surprising that a 7-star sword sect disciple that was stationed at the ancient city of Everlast's ancient river trading company hadn't heard of him. But now, he'd passed the letter personally written by the sect leader to Zhao Lei to distinguish its authenticity, yet this Zhao Lei didn't even spare it a glance before directly tearing it up. Laughable. When Zhao Lei heard Duan Ling Tian, the ridicule on his face grew deeper. "Kid, you're truly thick-headed. If I were you, I'd have fled as far as I can when my disguise was seen through. Letter. What can a forged letter prove? If I take out a letter that says His Majesty the Emperor of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom wanted to take me as his foster son and make me the next inheritor the position of Emperor, you would believe it as well." As he finished speaking, the ridicule on Zhao Lei's face practically reached the limits of ridicule, and caused the surrounding crowd of spectators to burst out in laughter. Duan Ling Tian's face sank, then glanced at Zhao Lei with a cold and indifferent gaze before turning to walk towards the ancient city of Everlast. Since this Zhao Lei didn't believe his identity, then he would go to the ancient river trading company's branch in the ancient city of Everlast and go look for that Elder Zhao Yu and Elder Feng Ping. At that time, everything will be brought to light. "Don't move." Right at this moment, Zhao Lei's voice sounded out from behind him, causing Duan Ling Tian's expression that had eased up to sink once again, and he turned around to look at Zhao Lei. "You still need something." Now, Duan Ling Tian lacked interest when facing Zhao Lei and he couldn't care less to pay any attention to him. Zhao Lei sat on the Fergana horse, and his icy cold gaze looked down upon Duan Ling Tian as he said in a cold voice, "You pretended to be my 7-star sword sect inner court disciple, and you just want to walk it off. What do you want?" Duan Ling Tian sneered. He wasn't willing to fuss about it with Zhao Lei earlier, but now, this Zhao Lei really thought he was a soft persimmon that Zhao Lei could squeeze however he wished. "Take off this forged 7-star sword sect inner court disciple attire of yours, then take off your inner clothing. Then walk into the city in your birthday suit." An evil smile appeared on the corners of Zhao Lei's mouth. Zhao Lei's words caused the amount of people spectating to increase. This young man is really unfortunate. Forget pretending to be a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple, he was actually caught red-handed by a real 7-star sword sect inner court disciple. Yeah, he's really unfortunate. If I was him, I'd forge a 7-star sword sect outer court disciple attire. In this way, I wouldn't be doubted at all. Perhaps this young man felt that the identity of a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple would be able to satisfy his vanity. He's still a little kid, but he wants to pretend to be a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple. Truly courting death. The gazes of the surrounding crowd descended onto Duan Ling Tian, seeming to have already seen the scene of Duan Ling Tian entering the city in his birthday suit. The eyes of some married women even glowed, as if they were impatiently wanted to see this handsome young man, Duan Ling Tian's, appearance when entering the city in his birthday suit. Some young girls instead were embarrassed to the point their faces flushed red. "Enter the city in my birthday suit." At the beginning Duan Ling Tian thought he'd heard wrongly when he heard what Zhao Lei said. After a short time, Duan Ling Tian recovered from his shock and noticed the strange gazes from the surrounding crowd. Only now did he realize that this Zhao Lei did indeed want him to take off his clothes and enter the city in his birthday suit. Instantly, Duan Ling Tian's gaze became cold as he looked at Zhao Lei and said in a low voice, "Zhao Lei, you're unable to confirm the truth behind my identity now, but you want to use such an extreme penalty on me, isn't it going a bit too far?" "Going too far?" Zhao Lei sneered. "Kid, don't try to mystify yourself in front of me. I can see through a bastard like you with a single glance. Today, if you don't take off your clothes and enter the city in your birthday suit, then I'll break your legs and let you learn not to do this again. If I don't walk in the city in my birthday suit, then he'll break my legs." Duan Ling Tian's face immediately seemed as if enveloped in a layer of thin ice, and was extremely icy cold. "Zhao Lei, you don't have the qualifications to decide if my identity is true or not. I want to see Elder Zhao Yu and Elder Feng Ping and let the two elders personally distinguish if I'm a real 7-star sword sect disciple or not." If you don't believe me, then you're welcome to follow me. Duan Ling Tian's voice was as if it sounded out from an icy pity and contained frightful coldness mixed within, but he still patiently finished saying all this. Now, he endured it because Zhao Lei was a 7-star sword sect disciple, and he was giving the sect leader, Lingu Jinhong, some face. Otherwise, with his temper, he'd have killed Zhao Lei long ago for continuously humiliating him like this. Duan Ling Tian's words created a stir in the surrounding crowd of spectators. This young man spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly, and he seems to not be a fake. Could it be that he's really a 7-star sword sect disciple? But even if he's a 7-star sword sect disciple, it would be impossible for him to be an inner court disciple, right? I've never heard of the 7-star sword sect possessing such a young inner court disciple. He looks to me like he's misleading us. Misleading? I don't think so. He himself said that he wanted to enter the city and look for the 7-star sword sect's elders to distinguish his identity. Could it be that he's confident in fleeing right under the nose of this 7-star sword sect inner court disciple? Who knows? The smile of ridicule on Zhao Lei's face grew wider when he heard Duan Ling Tian. Look for the 2 elders. There's no need. There's no need. The cold light in Duan Ling Tian's eyes were piercingly cold and he couldn't bear it any longer. He said in a low voice, Zhao Lei, must you make it difficult for me today? Make it difficult for you. Zhao Lei was stunned then couldn't refrain from laughing and he only looked down at Duan Ling Tian once again after laughing for some time, then he said with an expression of disdain. Kid, it's not that I look down on you, but what qualifications does a little kid like you have for me to make things difficult for you? If you're sensible then quickly take off your clothes and enter the city in your birthday suit. Otherwise, you won't be able to protect your legs. At the same time that Zhao Lei shouted coldly at Duan Ling Tian, he continued to look down at Duan Ling Tian, as if Duan Ling Tian was only an ant in his eyes, an ant that he could casually stomp to death. Are you sure you want to do this? The icy coldness on Duan Ling Tian's face had gradually dispersed now, and replacing it was calmness. Perhaps, in his eyes, a person like Zhao Lei was not worth for him to get angry at. Zhao Lei wasn't worthy. A little kid like you doesn't have the qualifications to tell me how to do things. Zhao Lei thought Duan Ling Tian was afraid when he saw the enraged expression on Duan Ling Tian's face vanish, and he sneered. Kid, I'll give you the time of 10 breaths. After 10 breaths of time, if there's even a single loincloth on your body, I'll break both your legs and let you crawl into the city. 2 choices, you better think properly before deciding. As he finished speaking, Zhao Lei had a ruthless expression. Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhao Lei with a calm expression, and he stood on the spot unmoving like a mountain, as if he wouldn't be fazed even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. It was as if the incident that happened before him wasn't related to him in the slightest. There's another 7 breaths of time remaining. Zhao Lei's cold and indifferent voice sounded out. When he saw Duan Ling Tian still remaining unmoved, he only thought that Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Amongst the surrounding spectators, besides a portion of people taking pleasure in Duan Ling Tian's misfortune, there was also a portion of people who looked at Duan Ling Tian with pity. Some kind-hearted people even tried to persuade Duan Ling Tian. This little brother, a wise man does not fight when the odds are against him. A loss of face is much better than losing 2 legs. Yeah, little brother, just endure for a while and it would have passed. Little brother, you shouldn't have worn a fake 7-star sword sect inner court disciple's attire and swagger through the streets, it's a taboo of the 7-star sword sect. Duan Ling Tian didn't take any action when he heard these persuading words, and he still calmly looked at Zhao Lei. Within his calm gaze was no emotion at all. Big brother Ling Tian, he'd going too far. Actually asking you to remove all your clothes and enter the city in your birthday suit. Just say the word and I'll kill him right now. The little gold mouse's voice transmission sounded out in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian was speechless as he replied via voice transmission. Little gold, don't start killing people on every occasion. Sometimes, you don't necessarily have to kill people so solve a problem. He patiently guided the little gold mouse. If what Duan Ling Tian said were to be heard by the other mercenaries in the mercenary organization he was in during his previous life, they would probably be shocked to the point they wouldn't be able to speak for half a day. After all, the king of mercenaries, Duan Ling Tian, of his previous life, only solved problems with a single method: a bloodbath. There's still another 3 breaths of time. Zhao Lei spoke once again, and there seemed to be strands of origin energy waiting to shoot out from his body. Duan Ling Tian remained indifferent to this, and still stood there unmoved. This caused the surrounding crowd of spectators to feel their scalps go numb. Chapter 410, The Unfortunate Zhao Lei. This young man that's pretending to be a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple would rather have his legs broken than receive a humiliation. Time's up. Zhao Lei sat on the Fergana horse and looked down on Duan Lingtian with a ruthless expression, and his eyes flickered with a vicious sheen. Kid, this was your own choice. Since you're unwilling to take off your clothes and enter the city in your birthday suit. Now, I'll cripple your legs and make you crawl in the city. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Lei made his move. His figure shook and he seemed to have transformed into an eagle that flashed towards Duan Lingtian, like an eagle grabbing a chick. The surrounding spectators had all kept a good distance away as they were extremely afraid of being involved. They didn't dare lightly offend someone from the 7-star sword sect. Since the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian watched Zhao Lei attack with a calm expression, and he didn't move like a mountain. When he saw Zhao Lei attack in the 400 ancient mammoth silhouettes that appeared in the sky, Duan Lingtian finally had a slight expression on his face. The corners of his mouth had lightly curved up to form a cold smile of disdain. A third-level nascent soul stage martial artist dared be presumptuous before him. Zhao Lei seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that arrived before Duan Lingtian in the blink of an eye, and a grade 7 spirit sword appeared out of thin air in his hand and it flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian. In the sky, another 110 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the existing 400 ancient mammoth silhouettes. This sword strike contained the strength of 510 ancient mammoths, and it seemed to transform into a venomous serpent that fiercely bit towards Duan Lingtian's legs. Idiot! An incomparably sudden voice abruptly sounded out from Duan Lingtian's mouth, and it caused the people present to be stunned. In the next moment, the people present heard an ear-piercing howl of the sword. Subsequently, they saw to their shock that the grade 7 spirit sword within the hands of the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple that attacked ruthlessly was actually flicked flying by a swing of the young man's sword. Not only that, after the young man flicked away the grade 7 spirit sword in the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple's hand, he kicked out with his leg, fiercely descending onto the inner court disciple's chest and kicking him flying. Zhao Lei plunged to the ground and had a ghastly pale expression as he spat out a mouthful of blood in a sorry state. He stared wide-eyed in disbelief at Duan Lingtian. Everything that had happened before him caused him to be completely dumbstruck. No one present saw clearly the exact amount of the ancient mammoth silhouettes that flashed above Duan Lingtian, because they were all looking at Zhao Lei earlier. I thought that this little brother would have his legs crippled by the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple, but I never imagined that his strength was so formidable. Yeah, this 7-star sword sect inner court disciple is a third-level nascent soul stage martial artist at any rate, but he was actually defeated by the young man in a single move. If he's really a disciple of the 7-star sword sect, then that would be more than enough for him to become an inner court disciple with his strength. He's able to possess this cultivation at such a young age. His natural talent even surpasses the most outstanding amongst the 5 great young masters of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. If I didn't see it with my own 2 eyes, it would be difficult for me to believe that all this is true. Could it be that he's a genius disciple that has just risen in the 7-star sword sect in the last 2 years? It's possible. Otherwise, why would he need to pretend to be a 7-star sword sect disciple with his natural talent and strength? The surrounding crowd discussed animatedly, and the gazes they shot at Duan Lingtian contained an extra sense of reverence. Amongst them, there were many who broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian earlier, but no one imagined that the outcome would take such a turn. It was truly unexpected to them. Duan Lingtian walked slowly towards Zhao Lin, who fell on the ground in a sorry state. His gaze was still calm and the corners of his mouth held slight coldness. You, don't come any closer, don't come any closer. Zhao Lei's face went pale when he saw Duan Lingtian walking towards him, and he shouted. I'm an inner court disciple of the 7-star sword sect. The 7-star sword sect will absolutely not let you off if you dare touch me. 7-star sword sect. Duan Lingtian coldly swept Zhao Lei with his gaze and the corners of his mouth curled into a disdainful expression. It was fine when this Zhao Lei didn't mention the 7-star sword sect, but the moment he did, it angered Duan Lingtian. He'd said many times that he was a disciple of the 7-star sword sect, and in the beginning, he was even respectful of this Zhao Lei's age and addressed him as senior brother. But unexpectedly, Zhao Lei continued incessantly even after he'd continuously made concessions, and actually suspected that he was pretending to be a 7-star sword sect disciple. Putting all that aside, What made him furious the most was this Zhao Lei chattered without stop and even forced him to either be crippled or walk in the city in his birthday suit. I'll return the two choice you gave me back to you. I'll either cripple your legs, or you remove all your clothes and enter the city in your birthday suit. Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhao Lei and said indifferently. If Zhao Lei wasn't a 7-star sword sect disciple, he would have killed Zhao Lei long ago. This Zhao Lei ought to be an inner court disciple that was sent to the ancient city of Everlast by the 7-star sword sect, and when he thought about the purpose of his trip, Duan Ling Tian suppressed the killing intent in his heart. Duan Ling Tian only made him have a taste of his own medicine. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, the surrounding crowd of spectators had strange expressions, and their gazes shot at Zhao Lei in unison as they wanted to know how Zhao Lei would choose. If you choose to make my cripple your legs, then I won't hold back. Don't think of joining them back after all this. Duan Ling Tian noticed Zhao Lei's unsightly expression and he added, Kid, I'm an inner court disciple of the 7-star sword sect. Humiliating me like this is similar to humiliating the 7-star sword sect. If you're sensible then fuck off. I can disregard the matter of you pretending to be my 7-star sword sect disciple and let you off. Zhao Lei looked at Duan Ling Tian and said coldly, there isn't something wrong with this Zhao Lei's head, right? Duan Ling Tian said indifferently, Zhao Lei, you seem to have not gotten a clear understanding of the situation. Now, it's not about you letting me off or not, but it's that I want you to make a choice. As Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he withdrew the smile on his face, and his eyes emitted a wisp of killing intent that enveloped Zhao Lei. Kid, do you know who I am? Zhao Lei's face was gloomy when he saw that what he said didn't work on Duan Ling Tian, then he took out an even greater trump card. Let me tell you, I'm not only an inner court disciple of the 7-star sword sect, my father is even. I don't care who your father is. Duan Ling Tian impatiently interrupted Zhao Lei and the killing intent on his body shot into the sky and swept out to envelop Zhao Lei as he said coldly, due to your lack of cooperation, I've changed my mind now. You can either take off all your clothes and enter the city in your birthday suit. Or leave your life here. I'll give you the time of 10 breaths to consider. Now, there are 9 more breaths of time remaining. Duan Ling Tian's voice contained extreme icy coldness mixed within, and it seemed as if it could freeze the air. You. Zhao Lei's face became gloomy. But when he felt the killing intent that swept out from Duan Ling Tian and enveloped him, he didn't dare voice out in retort. He had a premonition that if he didn't do according to what this young man said, then this young man would absolutely not hesitate to kill him. The bloodthirsty killing intent on this young man's body undoubtedly proclaimed that the amount of people that had died in his hands was no small number. Presently, the surrounding crowd of spectators were deathly silent. After the deathly silence was a completely uproar. This young man looks to be a little over 20, but he's actually developed such a terrifying killing intent. How many people would he have to kill to be able to develop this killing intent? It's too terrifying. Looks like this 7-star sword sect inner court disciple has really bitten off more than he could chew, moreover, it's to an extreme extent. I wonder will he rather die than submit, or willingly be humiliated. As an inner court disciple of the 7-star sword sect, he ought to not be such a bastard, right? I think he probably wouldn't choose to remove his clothes and enter the city in his birthday suit. The discussions of the surrounding crowd of spectators entered into Zhao Lei's ears, and it caused his expression to become livid. What are all of you looking at? Hurry up and fuck off. Zhao Lei gazed at these people and roared. But the surrounding crowd of spectators paid no attention to Zhao Lei. Even though Zhao Lei was an inner court disciple of the 7-star sword sect, they were many and utterly didn't need to be afraid. Instantly, someone couldn't refrain from mocking. Do you think this is the territory of the 7-star sword sect? This caused Zhao Lei's expression to become even more unsightly. There's still another 5 breaths of time remaining. Duan Ling Tian spoke indifferently, and he took everything before him to only be a farce. Duan Ling Tian's voice entered into Zhao Lei's ears, and it seemed to transform into a life-seizing musical note that caused his expression to suddenly become incomparably unsightly. Kid, you'll regret this, you'll surely regret this. As Zhao Lei coldly threatened Duan Ling Tian, he quickly removed the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple's attire from his body, then removed the clothes within. His entire movement was smooth like flowing water, causing the surrounding crowd of spectators to be lost in astonishment. In the end, Zhao Lei covered a certain thing in his nether regions before heading towards the ancient city of Everlast, and he attracted the attention of countless gazes all along the way. For a time, Zhao Lei became the absolute center of attention. You'll regret this. When Zhao Lei dashed towards the ancient city of Everlast, he didn't forget to turn around and look at Duan Lingtian with a venomous gaze. Duan Lingtian paid no attention to it and slowly walked to follow him. When they saw that the excitement was over, the surrounding crowd of spectators dispersed. They either entered the city or left. Duan Lingtian followed behind Zhao Lei to enter the city, and he could see that all the gazes from everywhere Zhao Lei passed would descend onto Zhao Lei. Until Zhao Lei hid within a small alley within the ancient city of Everlast, the discussion still went on endlessly. Hey, did you see it earlier? Someone walked into the city without wearing any clothes. I just came out of the store and didn't see it. That's truly a pity. This incident is hard to come by. I've been staying in the ancient city of Everlast for some time, but it's still the first time I saw such a scene. A person not wearing any clothes. Could it be that something is wrong with that person's head? Duan Lingtian heard similar discussions all along the way. Big brother, can I ask you for directions to the ancient river trading company's branch? Duan Lingtian looked at a young man that passed by and asked with a light smile. The young man pointed ahead when he heard Duan Lingtian, and it was the small alley that Zhao Lin vanished into. Go through that small alley, then continue forward to enter into a large street. Turn right and you'll be able to see the ancient river trading company's branch. There are 2 stone tiger statues at the main door of the ancient river trading company. Thank you, big brother. Duan Lingtian walked over in large strides after he expressed his gratitude. Chapter 411, Elder Feng Ping. Big brother Lingtian, you were too evil earlier. Hee hee. The little gold mouse's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and her words obviously pointed towards the incident that happened earlier. See, some things can be easily solved. You don't necessarily have to kill people. Duan Lingtian guided patiently with an appearance of being a model for others. I saw. In the future, I won't kill them as well, I'll make them remove all their clothes and run around in their birthday suit. So fun, so fun. As for those fierce beasts or demon beasts, I'll make them skin themselves, then. Duan Lingtian felt a chill run down his spine as he listening to the muttering of the little gold mouse via voice transmission. This little devil. She seems to not be talking about only humans, right? She still wants to make those fierce beasts and demon beasts remove their clothes, as well. For a time, Duan Lingtian felt a chill in his back. This little fellow is too terrifying. After he passed through the small alley and continued forward, Duan Lingtian saw a large street. According to the reminder of the nice person form before, Duan Lingtian walked forward with large strides and though in his heart. Looks like Zhao Lei directly returned to the ancient river trading company's branch. According to Duan Lingtian's knowledge, besides the 2 elders, there were still another 3 inner court disciples that were sent to the ancient city of Everlast, and Zhao Lei ought to be one of the 3 inner court disciples. 3rd level nascent soul stage. He probably loafs around here. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. He believed that even if the ancient river trading company was in any poorer state, it would still be impossible for it to not possess a 3rd level nascent soul stage martial artist. Presumable, the ancient river trading company depended more on the 2 7-star sword sect elders. When Duan Lingtian thought up to here, he'd already arrived at the turn in the road. Meanwhile, a great deal of discussions entered into Duan Lingtian's ears again. These discussions were mostly ones of taking pleasure in another's misfortune. Haha, did all of you see earlier? It was Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei actually returned with his bare butt. I'm dying of laughter. He normally seemed to be pretending to be what he was not, and relied on his status as a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple to treat others with contempt. Now, retribution has finally come. I wonder who made him come back like that. If I know who it is, I'll surely treat him to a few cups of wine. Duan Lingtian had a strange expression when he heard these discussions. Looks like that Zhao Lei's reputation isn't very good around here. Finally, Duan Lingtian turned past the turning and arrived before a spacious courtyard. 2 stone tiger statues stood before the courtyard. This ought to be the ancient river trading company's branch in the ancient city of Everlast. Duan Lingtian said to himself. Who are you? Duan Lingtian noticed that when he intended to walk into the courtyard, the 2 young men that were originally standing by the door and laughing with their hands over their mouth had stopped him in a timely manner. These 2 young men wore uniform attire, and a single word, ancient, was embroidered on their chest. Presumable, they were probably members of the ancient river trading company. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and patted the clothed on his body, revealing the symbol on the 7-star sword sect inner court disciples' attire. 7-star sword sect inner court disciple. Instantly, the pupils of the two young men constricted. Their gazes quickly descended onto Duan Lingtian's face, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. I've come to look for Elder Zhao Yu and Elder Feng Ping. Duan Lingtian nodded to the two and lightly smiled. Although the two young men were shocked by Duan Lingtian's age, one of them still walked out and greeted Duan Lingtian into the Ancient River Trading Company's branch. Please follow me. Thank you. Duan Lingtian lightly nodded and followed. Little brother, are you really a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple? The young man that brought Duan Lingtian in asked slightly hesitantly. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. You wouldn't think I'm pretending like that, Zhao Lei, right? Would I deliver myself here and meet the two 7-star sword sect elders if I was pretending? Right. The young man came to a sudden understanding, as he didn't think Duan Lingtian had such large courage, and at the same time, he asked with a strange gaze. You encountered your 7-star sword sect's inner court disciple, Zhao Lei, earlier. When you encountered him, was he wearing clothes? The young man asked. The young man was instantly interested, and he came close to Duan Lingtian before asking in a low voice. I saw Zhao Lei coming home with a bare butt. Did you see who removed all his clothes? I did. Duan Lingtian nodded once again. Besides the crowd of people that spectated outside the ancient city of Everlast, there would probably be no one that was clearer of this incident. Who? The young man's gaze lit up, and he was intrigued. Himself, Duan Lingtian said slowly. Himself. The young man was stunned and had an expression of disbelief. Right when the young man recovered from his shock and wanted to get to the bottom of it. It's you, kid, you actually dared come to the Ancient River Trading Company's branch. Do you really think you can deceive my father and Elder Feng Ping? A voice that contained extreme rage suddenly sounded out. It was Zhao Lei who'd changed into a new 7-star sword sect inner court disciple's attire and stood in the distance as he glared at Duan Lingtian. Zhao Lei's gaze was extremely gloomy and it descended onto Duan Lingtian as he said in a low voice. Not to mention you're pretending to be a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple, but you actually dared to deliver yourself here. You can't flee even if you have wings this time. Pretending to be a 7-star sword sect disciple. The expression of the young man from the Ancient River Trading Company that brought Duan Lingtian in went grim, and his figure flashed to get away from Duan Lingtian as if he was avoiding the plague. You're not a 7-star sword sect disciple. The young man looked vigilantly at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently and shrugged. Didn't I tell you before that this Zhao Lei thinks I'm pretending? Truly laughable. If I'm pretending, then why would I come here and walk into a net? The young man felt Duan Lingtian's words were logical and he hurriedly looked at Zhao Lei. HMPH. Zhao Lei coldly snorted. Who knows if you have any schemes and plots? Let me tell you, your plans will come to nothing before me, Zhao Lei. Really? Duan Lingtian sized up Zhao Lei and the corners of his mouth curled into a ridiculing smile. Zhao Lei, I'm truly curious. Could it be that there's no other clothes in your spatial ring? Besides that, I only asked you to take off your clothes and enter the city in your birthday suit, and I wouldn't have any objections if you wore your clothes once you entered the city. But I never expected that you actually threw your clothes outside the city and didn't want them anymore. As he spoke up to hear, Duan Lingtian intentionally sighed. When Duan Lingtian's words entered Zhao Lei's ears, it caused him to be as if struck by lightning, and his face went extremely gloomed and even savage. Kid, don't be complacent. Now, since you dared deliver yourself, then don't think of leaving. Duan Lingtian had a calm expression as he looked at Zhao Lei and said in disdain, I really never thought of leaving. Duan Lingtian's reaction slightly exceeded Zhao Lei's expectations. For a time, his heart couldn't help but sink. Could it be that he's really a 7-star sword sect disciple? This thought suddenly appeared within Zhao Lei's heart, and after it arose, it was difficult to restrain any longer. When he calmed his heart down, Zhao Lei recalled that this young man was in existence that could defeat him. Although he couldn't be considered to be strong amongst the 7-star sword sect inner court disciples, he was a 3rd-level nascent soul stage martial artist at any rate. Whereas this young man looked to be around 22 at most. The young man's being capable of defeating him at such a young age showed how monstrous the young man's natural talent was. Could it be that I haven't returned to the sect for a few years and a monster like this has actually appeared within the sect? Zhao Lin's heart trembled. No, it can't be. He's surely not a 7-star sword sect disciple. He's surely not. As he thought up to here, Zhao Ling was in a complete panic. He wasn't in panic because of him tearing apart the letter in Duan Ling Tian's possession that was written personally by the sect leader earlier. That matter was only a small matter to him. He was in panic because if this young man really was a 7-star sword sect disciple, then once his father found out about the sequence of event of the matter, his father might not help him teach the young man a lesson. He couldn't just let today's incident go like that. Zhao Lei, what's going on? An indifferent voice sounded out from afar and attracted Duan Ling Tian's gaze. Under Duan Ling Tian's gaze, a middle-aged man in azure-colored casual clothes walked over slowly, and the middle-aged man's pace was stable, showing that his cultivation was outstanding. Duan Ling Tian's acute spiritual force stretched out and found out about the middle-aged man's cultivation at the first possible moment. Elder Feng Ping. Right when Duan Ling Tian was curious of the person's identity, that Zhao Lei had already bowed respectfully to the person. Elder Feng Ping. Duan Ling Tian's gaze lit up. Feng Ping was one of the 7-star sword sect elders that Lingu Jin Hong asked him to look for, and he was one of the 7-star sword sect elders that were stationed in the Ancient River Trading Company's branch in the ancient city of Everlast. You are. After replying to Zhao Lei, Feng Ping's gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian, then he frowned and his gaze suddenly became fierce. Who are you? Why are you wearing my 7-star sword sect inner court disciple's attire? With Duan Ling Tian's current age, no one would believe that Duan Ling Tian was an inner court disciple of the 7-star sword sect. After all, even the figures amongst the 5 great young masters that were the most outstanding in the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, might not have the strength to become a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple at such an age. Elder Feng Ping. Duan Ling Tian looked at Feng Ping, and he hadn't even finished speaking when he was interrupted by Zhao Lei. Elder Feng Ping. This person is pretending to be an inner court disciple of our 7-star sword sect, he should be killed for his crimes. Elder Feng Ping, please kill this person to avoid any future troubles. Zhao Lei looked at Duan Ling Tian and his eyes emitted ghastly coldness as he said in a clear voice. Feng Ping's face sank when he heard Zhao Lei, then he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Exactly who are you? Why are you pretending to be an inner court disciple of my 7-star sword sect? Elder Feng Ping. Zhao Lei was anxious when he saw Feng Ping wanting to give Duan Ling Tian an opportunity to explain. This person is full of tricks. There's no need to talk with him, just directly kill him. Haha. Duan Ling Tian naturally was able to discern Zhao Lei's aim, and he couldn't refrain from bursting into loud laughter. His laughter was unrestrained, confident and fearless. Chapter 412, I'm stronger than him. What are you laughing at? Feng Ping frowned and had a displeased expression. Elder Feng Ping, I'm just laughing that some people like to twist the facts, and wish for nothing more than for you to make a move and kill me before I can explain myself. Duan Ling Tian's face revealed a brilliant smile and his words seemed to point towards something. Kid, you're courting death. How could Zhao Lei not know that Duan Ling Tian was talking about him when he heard this, and he instantly exploded with anger. But even though he was angry, he didn't dare attack. He'd experienced Duan Ling Tian's strength before, and although he didn't know the exact level of Duan Ling Tian's strength, since Duan Ling Tian was able to defeat him so easily, then Duan Ling Tian was surely in existence at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage or above. Who exactly are you? Feng Ping realized that the matter had slightly exceeded his expectations. He was extremely clear of Zhao Lei's disposition. Logically speaking, what the young man had said earlier was sufficient to make Zhao Lei be unable to restrain himself and directly attack. But now, although Zhao Lei was extremely angry, he didn't make a move in the slightest. Not only that, he'd also unintentionally noticed that when Zhao Lei looked at the young man, his eyes actually emitted a sense of fear. Elder Feng Ping, this attire I have on is sufficient to show my identity. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled, and his smile was like a light spring breeze that washed over one. Do you have any proof besides this? Feng Ping asked in a low voice. I originally had a letter that the sect leader asked me to pass to Elder Feng Ping. But unfortunately, it was torn into pieces by him when we were outside the city. As Duan Ling Tian spoke up to hear, he glanced deeply at the nearby Zhao Lei. Feng Ping's face went slightly grim when he heard this, then looked at Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei, is what he said true? Elder Feng Ping, this person harbors evil intentions and that letter was surely forged. Zhao Lei looked at Duan Ling Tian with eyes that emitted a vicious sheen, and it seemed to transform into a bloodthirsty fierce beast that would pounce over and tear Duan Ling Tian to pieces at any moment. Forged. Feng Ping's face sank and shouted in a low voice. How do you know it's forged? What if it's real? I'm able to recognize the handwriting of the sect leader. But now, you've destroyed the letter. If he's really someone the sect leader sent over, how am I supposed to explain this to the sect leader? Elder Feng Ping, this person is surely an imposter. Don't listen to his random drivel and directly kill him. Zhao Lei made his last effort, wanting to use the hands of Elder Feng Ping to kill Duan Ling Tian, but how could Feng Ping be so easily deceived? Do you have anything else that can prove your identity? Feng Ping looked at Duan Ling Tian, and his expression eased off slightly as he asked. Something else. Duan Ling Tian started pondering. In the end, Duan Ling Tian said, Elder Feng Ping, I wonder if my understanding towards the terrain of the various sword peaks of the Seven-Star Sword Sect and my familiarity towards some people of the Seven-Star Sword Sect is able to prove my identity. HMPH. Feng Ping hadn't even spoken when Zhao Lei had already said in disdain, Kid, all these things you said are utterly insufficient to prove that you're a Seven-Star Sword Sect disciple. You can get a perfectly clear answer for these things from any Seven-Star Sword Sect disciple. This Zhao Lei was really like a ghost that just wouldn't go away. Do you have other proof? Feng Ping looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked. Obviously, he agreed with what Zhao Lei said earlier. Yes, Duan Ling Tian nodded in reply, his tone resolute and decisive. This scene caused Zhao Lei's face to sink, and his heart was in turmoil. Could it be that this fellow is really able to prove that he's an inner court disciple of our Seven-Star Sword Sect? Because of the conflict with Duan Ling Tian before, Zhao Lei didn't hope for Duan Ling Tian to be able to prove his identity as Seven-Star Sword Sect inner court disciple. Otherwise, wanting to take revenge in the future would be as difficult as ascending the heavens. What proof? Feng Ping's gaze lit up. As for Zhao Lei, he was now looking at Duan Ling Tian in fear. The proof is, Duan Ling Tian stopped for a moment when he spoke up to hear, and after he'd successfully put everyone in suspense, his gaze descended onto Zhao Lei and he said frankly, I'm stronger than him. I'm stronger than him. A short line like this was said by Duan Ling Tian in an extremely straightforward manner, and without a shred of beating around the bush. Instantly, Zhao Lei's expression was unsightly and rage arose within his heart. As far as he was concerned, Duan Ling Tian intentionally touched this tender spot because Duan Ling Tian intended to disparage him. As for Feng Ping, after being stunned for a moment, he glanced at Zhao Lei, and when he saw Zhao Lei's expression was unsightly yet was unable to refute it, he realized that what this young man said might very likely be true. You're stronger than Zhao Lei. Then your cultivation. Feng Ping looked at Duan Ling Tian and his face had slight astonishment mixed within. Duan Ling Tian's origin energy pulsated and raged as it suffused the surface of his body, seeming to transform into a milky white light barrier that enveloped him completely. Duan Ling Tian knew very well that at this moment, even if he gave an extravagantly colorful description, it would still be inferior to the persuasiveness of facts. Instantly, 600 lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above Duan Ling Tian, and they accumulated force while waiting to be deployed. Fourth level of the nascent soul stage. That pupils of the young man that brought Duan Ling Tian into the ancient river trading company constricted and he had an astounded expression. It was difficult for him to imagine that a young man that looked to be around 22 was actually a fourth-level nascent soul stage martial artist. Such natural talent was shocking. It wasn't just him who was shocked. He's really at the fourth level of the nascent soul stage. Although Zhao Lei had guessed it earlier, at the instant he really saw it with his own eyes, his expression became even more unsightly. Feng Ping was dumbstruck by Duan Ling Tian's cultivation, and after a long time, he stared at Duan Ling Tian with a burning gaze as he asked. How old are you? 22. Duan Ling Tian spoke indifferently with a carefree expression, as if everything from before was nothing to him. 22-year-old fourth-level nascent soul stage martial artist. Hiss. Feng Ping gasped. Such natural talent was sufficient to surpass anyone from the 5 great young masters who were the most outstanding in the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. You're really an inner court disciple of our 7-star sword sect. Feng Ping stared at Duan Ling Tian with a burning gaze and an expression of anticipation. When did you join the sect? Feng Ping asked. I've joined for less than 3 years, Duan Ling Tian said slowly. Less than 3 years. Feng Ping nodded. Then it ought to be correct. We haven't gotten in contact with the sect for these past 3 years. Elder Feng Ping. Zhao Lei frowned. This person's origins are unknown, and he's even unable to prove that he's an inner court disciple of the 7-star sword sect. You can't believe his lies just like this. Zhao Lei. Feng Ping glanced indifferently at Zhao Lei, then slowly said, I don't care what deep grudge you have with him. Do you think I'm brainless and don't know how to distinguish between true and false? Would a figure with a natural talent that surpasses the 5 great young masters be bored to the point of pretending to be a disciple of our 7-star sword sect? Zhao Lei's face sank. What's going on that it's so noisy? Right at this moment, a voice that was like muffled thunder sounded out. A robust middle-aged man with broad shoulders and a round waist walked out from within, and he walked over slowly. When he saw the middle-aged man, Zhao Lei seemed as if he'd see his savior, and his gaze abruptly shone as he said in pleasant surprise, "Father." Duan Ling Tian's gaze has now descended on the approaching person, and the way Zhao Lei's addressed the person caused Duan Ling Tian's brows to be unable to refrain from frowning. The instant this person appeared, his spiritual force had discovered the person's cultivation at the first possible moment, and it was similar to Feng Ping, the 3rd level of the void prying stage. Zhao Lei, Zhao, could it be that he's Elder Zhao Yu? A trace of fear was unnoticeably emitted from the depths of Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Zhao Yu was similar to Feng Ping and were both 7-star sword sect external affairs elders. Normally, they would be within the ancient city of Everlast to guard the ancient river trading company's branch. This is Elder Zhao Yu. Meanwhile, Feng Ping introduced the person that had arrived to Duan Ling Tian, and at the same time, he seemed to have thought of something and was stunned for a moment. I still don't know you name. Duan Ling Tian. At the same time that Duan Ling Tian introduced himself, he looked at Zhao Yu and nodded lightly. Elder Zhao Yu. Originally, Zhao Yu's expression was calm like an ancient well without ripples. After a short moment, his expression slightly sank in a way that was difficult to notice, yet it was noticed by Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian knew clearly in his heart that it was probably Zhao Lei who'd sent a voice transmission to Zhao Yu about the conflict with him earlier. As the father of Zhao Lei, it would naturally be impossible for Zhao Yu to be resigned to allow his own son to suffer such humiliation. Duan Ling Tian. Zhao Yu looked at Duan Ling Tian with a calm gaze. But deep within his eyes, there instead seemed to be slight rage mixed within. My son has told me about the matter with you via voice transmission. You have no way to prove you're an inner court disciple of the 7-star sword sect. Duan Ling Tian frowned. Elder Zhao Yu, Elder Feng Ping has already confirmed my identity. I wonder what you mean by this. Feng Ping. Zhao Yu looked at Feng Ping. You affirmed it's impossible that he's pretending to be my 7-star sword sect's inner court disciple by merely relying on his outstanding natural talent. Isn't this slightly reckless? Perhaps he's really scheming something. Feng Ping's face froze when he heard Zhao Yu. According to his understanding of Zhao Yu was absolutely not a person who would make trouble out of nothing like this. But when he thought about the conflict between Duan Ling Tian and Zhao Lei, he vaguely guessed something. Elder Zhao Yu, you're right. Feng Ping nodded. How about we let him temporarily stay here? The two of us will find someone to ride a nascent soul stage flying beast back to the 7-star sword sect to ask the sect leader and make this matter clear. How about it? Zhao Yu nodded indifferently to this and he had no objection. Duan Ling Tian, follow me. Feng Ping called Duan Ling Tian, then led him into an inner courtyard within the large courtyard of the ancient river trading company's branch. There were many unused small courtyards within the inner courtyards. You'll stay in this courtyard in the future. Feng Ping brought Duan Ling Tian into an unused small courtyard. Within the small courtyard was verdant plants and an extremely superb environment. Feng Ping glanced at the neighboring small courtyard as he said slowly, my small courtyard is beside yours. If you need anything in the future, you can just tell me. Chapter 413. Escorting merchants. He knew that Feng Ping asked him to stay in this small courtyard as Feng Ping surely had the intention of watching him. After all, his identity hadn't been confirmed yet. Right. Suddenly, as if he'd thought of something, Feng Ping looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked curiously. What conflict exactly is there between you and Zhao Lei? Feng Ping's words caused Duan Ling Tian to be unable to refrain from recalling the scene of Zhao Lei entering the city in his birthday suit, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Subsequently, he slowly narrated the sequence of events of the matter. Zhao Lei has gone too far. Feng Ping frowned then sighed. Duan Ling Tian, you slightly overdid it. Although based on Zhao Lei's actions, it wouldn't be going too far even if you punished him like this. He's still the only son of Elder Zhao Yu and your actions have undoubtedly caused Elder Zhao Yu to lose face as well. No wonder I felt Elder Zhao Yu was slightly off earlier. Looks like he already knows about this matter. As he finished speaking, Feng Ping shook his head. Duan Ling Tian shrugged with an indifferent expressions. I won't do anything to another without reason nor rhyme. But if someone were to try and bully me, then I'm not a ripe persimmon that he can squeeze at will. As he finished speaking, a strand of cold light that was icy cold and bone-piercing flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes. Feng Ping sighed. He wasn't surprised that Duan Lingtian made such a stand. If Duan Lingtian was servile, then he would perhaps think that Duan Lingtian was unworthy of his monstrous natural talent in the martial Tao. A martial artist, especially a martial artist with monstrous natural talent like Duan Lingtian, ought to have a proud and lofty nature. Why did the sect leader send you to the ancient city of Everlast? Feng Ping asked. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and said, the sect leader asked me to come. Gain some experience in tempering. Feng Ping nodded. Since it's like this, then you stay here first and I'll send someone to head to the 7-star sword sect to confirm your identity. Going back and forth would require almost 2 months of time. You can follow by my side to gain experience in tempering during these 2 months of time. So long as it's something you can solve, then I will absolutely not lend a hand. Before long, Feng Ping bid his farewell and directly left, only leaving Duan Lingtian behind. He returned to his room. Duan Lingtian had only just closed the room door when his sleeve went light and a golden flowing light flashed out. It was precisely the little gold mouse. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse looked at Duan Lingtian and cried out. At the same time, the little gold mouse's voice transmission with her immature and young voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Big brother Lingtian, that Zhao Lei is truly hateful. Also that Zhao Yu, I can discern he isn't a good person with a single glance. I'll go kill him for you, okay. As the little gold mouse spoke, her jade eyes staring at Duan Lingtian. Thus it could be seen from this that the education he'd given the little gold mouse earlier had completely ended in failure. Little gold, Zhao Yu isn't simple, he's a 3rd-level void-prying stage martial artist. You aren't a match for him right now, Duan Lingtian said with a serious expression. Relying on the half-step advanced lightning force, the little gold mouse had a strength that was sufficient to kill demon beasts and martial artists at the 2nd level of the void-prying stage that hadn't comprehended force. Even if an existence at the 3rd level of the void-prying stage hadn't comprehended force, it still wasn't someone the little gold mouse was able to kill. Moreover, Zhao Yu was an elder of the 7-star sword sect, so it was impossible that he hadn't comprehended force at a cultivation of the 3rd level of the void-prying stage. 3rd level void-prying stage. The little gold mouse felt a slight sense of loss, then sat her butt down on the bed and drooped her little head. All right, if you want to kill him, you'll be able to sooner or later. It's been at most 7 years since you were born, whereas Zhao Yu has cultivated for tens of years and to possess that cultivation. Duan Lingtian noticed the little gold mouse's dispirited appearance and couldn't help but feel amused, so he consoled her. You possess the bloodline of the jade-eyed heavenly mouse, so surpassing him is only a matter of time. The little gold mouse nodded when she heard Duan Lingtian's encouragement and her jade eyes were in high spirits. Just like this, Duan Lingtian temporarily stayed within the large courtyard of the Ancient River Trading Company's branch. Whereas outside the ancient city of Everlast, 2 black figures flashed out into the sky one after another in a short intervals between them. It was precisely 2 nascent soul stage flying beasts. The direction they were headed was the location of the 7-star sword sect. A person sat on each of these flying beasts. The clothes of these 2 people had the symbol of the Ancient River Trading Company, and they were obviously members of the Ancient River Trading Company. In the subsequent days, Duan Lingtian obtained a certain level of understanding towards the Ancient River Trading Company and its branch in the ancient city of Everlast. The resources and reserves of the Ancient River Trading Company could only be ranked in the mid-range amongst the various trading companies in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. To a certain extent, the Ancient River Trading Company was attached to the 7-star sword sect and would hand over a great amount of wealth to the 7-star sword sect every year, whereas the 7-star sword sect would instead provide the necessary protection for the Ancient River Trading Company. The 7-star sword sect members led by Feng Ping and Zhao Yu were the ones in charge of guarding the Ancient River Trading Company's branch in the ancient city of Everlast. Of course, besides guarding the branch, they would occasionally participate in escorting the merchant groups of the Ancient River Trading Company. A merchant group couldn't avoid encountering the attacks of bandits while traveling outside, and possessing the escort of the 7-star sword sect elders and disciples was undoubtedly an extra safeguard. At dawn, the first ray of sunlight enveloped the land and the myriad of beings in the world awoke from their slumber. Duan Lingtian, who sat cross-legged atop his bed, opened his eyes and a bright light flashed within. I'm still a distance away from the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. Duan Ling Tian let out a breath of air and walked out of the room, then he stretched his body in the courtyard. Duan Ling Tian. Suddenly, a voice sounded out from outside the courtyard. Elder Feng Ping. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised when he saw Feng Ping who entered the courtyard. Is there something you need? After all, it had already been 7 or 8 days since he'd arrived at the Ancient River Trading Company's branch that day. Today was still the first time that Elder Feng Ping had come look for him. Duan Ling Tian's first thoughts was, could it be that we're going to escort a merchant group? The facts proved that his guess was accurate. Duan Ling Tian, the Ancient River Trading Company has a batch of goods that need to be sent out. I will bring along the other 3 7-star sword sect disciples to escort the merchant group 3 days from now. At that time, you'll come as well. Feng Ping went straight to the point. All right, Duan Ling Tian agreed, as he'd finally obtained the opportunity to get some fresh air. He knew that before his identity as a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple was confirmed, Feng Ping wouldn't let him vanish from his sight. He was indifferent to this, as he was an inner court disciple of the 7-star sword sect after all, and he had absolutely no reason to be afraid. Duan Ling Tian didn't continue cultivating after Feng Ping left. He lay down on the clean lawn in the small courtyard, then crossed one leg over the other as he looked up at the white clouds and blue sky and cozily bathed in the sun. Gentle sunshine showered down, causing Duan Ling Tian's body to feel warm. Squeak squeak. Meanwhile, the little gold mouse that was hidden beneath Duan Ling Tian's sleeve crawled out as well, and she lay by Duan Ling Tian's side and learned to cross one leg over the other like Duan Ling Tian. Her pair of jade green eyes revolved with intelligence and cunning. Big brother Duan Ling Tian, I miss big sister K'er. The little gold mouse's voice transmission entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears. K'er didn't dote on you for nothing. Duan Ling Tian held the little gold mouse in his hand, then lightly combed her fur. But, since we've come here, then we have to stay outside for some time. I'll take you around the surroundings once they've confirmed my identity. Okay. The little gold mouse jumped for joy when she heard Duan Ling Tian, and she was extremely excited. Flowing lights revolved within her jade green eyes, and they were like 2 beautiful gems that were flickering. At this moment, she'd completely tossed K'er to the back of her head. The precondition is you have to listen to me. If there's an outsider present, then you absolutely must not appear unless I allow you, understand? Duan Ling Tian changed the topic and started talking. Conditions with the little gold mouse. The little gold mouse was right at the height of her joy, so she naturally agreed to all of Duan Ling Tian's requests. Duan Ling Tian rode a tall horse as he followed by Elder Feng Ping's side. They followed the merchant group of the Ancient River Trading Company to leave the ancient city of Everlast. Besides him and Feng Ping, the members of the 7-star sword sect that came along included Zhao Lei and the other 2 7-star sword sect inner court disciples. These 2 inner court disciples had similar ages to Zhao Lei, and they were now riding their horses with Zhao Lei. At this moment, they looked at Duan Ling Tian with gazes that contained slight suspicion mixed within. Zhao Lei, this is the inner court disciple that came from the sect. One of the inner court disciples asked Zhao Lei in a light voice. HMPH. Zhao Lei glanced at Duan Ling Tian with a cold and indifferent gaze, then he said indifferently. He isn't a member of our 7-star sword sect, we still can't confirm it now. Everything can only be known after we get back from this trip. Zhao Lei, you took off your clothes and entered the city in your birthday suit under the threats of this little youth. The other inner court disciple looked at Zhao Lei and a spurious smile hung on his face. This caused Zhao Lei to get angry from embarrassment. The incident from that day once now known by all, and it seemed to have become a stain in his life. Zhao Lei's face sank when he thought of this, and his icy cold and ruthless gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian. As far as he was concerned, all of this was because of Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, I, Zhao Lei, will destroy you or die trying. Zhao Lei hated Duan Ling Tian to the limit in his heart. Duan Ling Tian naturally noticed Zhao Lei's gaze, but he didn't care in the slightest and completely disregarded it as he talked with Feng Ping. Elder Feng Ping, where's Elder Zhao Yu? Elder Zhao Yu is in charge of guarding the Ancient River Trading Company branch. The 5 of us are in charge of escorting the merchant group this time, Feng Ping said to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian nodded, then asked. Elder Feng Ping, how long will it take to escort this merchant group to and fro? Feng Ping thought for a moment then slowly said, around 2 months. Subsequently, as if he'd recalled something, Feng Ping continued to add. The people Elder Zhao Yu and I sent to the 7-star sword sect ought to be back in 2 months. At that time, we'll find out the outcome of whether you're a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple or not. Duan Ling Tian nodded and didn't mind at all. As far as he was concerned, it was an obvious fact that he was an inner court disciple of the 7-star sword sect, and no one could change it. Chapter 414, Bandits on a Rampage. The merchant group that was like a long dragon moved out of the ancient city of Everlast and headed towards the east. Besides Duan Ling Tian's group of 5, there was still another team of guards within the merchant group. The commander of the guards was a 6th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. Duan Ling Tian had a calm expression as he spurred his horse in the desert, and his mind was immersed in cultivation. This scene caused Feng Ping, who rode by Duan Ling Tian's side, to be unable to help from being moved. He then glanced at the nearby 7-star sword sect disciples that were chatting, and they formed a striking comparison, causing him to sigh in his heart. Not only is this Duan Ling Tian's natural talent high, but he's so hardworking. No wonder he possesses this cultivation of this at such an age. The merchant group moved and stopped and moved, and half a month's time quickly passed by. During this half-month of time, the merchant group didn't encounter an attack from bandits. Stomp, 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 stomp. Rapid sounds of horse hooves suddenly sounded out from the distance, and for a time, the entire ground shook like an earthquake. Stop! Along with the explosive shout of the Ancient River Trading Company's guard commander, the merchant group stopped. Elder Feng Ping. After the merchant group stopped, the guard commander looked at Feng Ping with a respectful expression. Although he was the guard commander of the merchant group, his cultivation was only at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage, and he was nothing compared to the elder of the 7-star sword sect. The safety of the merchant group still had to rely mainly on this 7-star sword sect elder. Feng Ping nodded, then he brought along Duan Ling Tian and the other 7-star sword sect disciples to slowly spur their horses forward towards the distance, the place where the sounds came from. Meanwhile, under the lead of the guard commander, the 100-plus guards of the merchant group followed behind Duan Ling Tian's group to strengthen their appearance. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian's eyes squinted. He was able to see that there were over 100 horses galloping from afar in a vast array. In the blink of an eye, they'd already approached Duan Ling Tian's group. The numerous tall horses stopped and stood still nearby Duan Ling Tian's group. There was a person on each of these tall horses. For a total of over 100 people, they all wore various different attire and looked brawny. Bandits. Duan Ling Tian guessed the identity of these people at the first possible moment. Leave all your goods and fuck off. The bandit in the lead was a robust middle-aged man with a scar on his face. He appeared to be extremely violent and wicked, and he shouted out explosively to Duan Ling Tian's group. This person was obviously the leader of the bandits. Right at this moment, the guard commander of the merchant group spurred his horse forward to stand by Feng Ping's side. Then he looked at the leader of the bandits and said in a deep voice, "Where are you bandits from? Could it be that you don't know this is the merchant group of the Ancient River Trading Company?" Ancient River Trading Company? Never heard of it. The bandit leader glared, his eyes that were large as gongs when he heard the guard commander, then shouted explosively. "Did you hear what I fucking said? I'll give all of you 15 minutes to prepare. After that time, if you still let me fucking see the sight of any of you, I'll fucking..." The bandit leader hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by a bandit in gray clothes behind him. "Leader, this is the merchant group of the Ancient River Trading Company, let's withdraw." This bandit had a terrified expression and his figure started shivering. "Withdraw." The bandit leader frowned and he was puzzled towards what this subordinate of his said. This subordinate of his was one of the strongest amongst all his subordinates, and logically speaking, this subordinate wasn't such a cowardly person. "Leader, this Ancient River Trading Company is protected by the 7-star sword sect. Look at those few people, they are all members of the 7-star sword sect." The middle-aged man is wearing the attire of a 7-star sword sect elder. If I'm not wrong, he ought to be one of the 2 external affairs elders of the 7-star sword sect that's guarding the Ancient River Trading Company's branch in the ancient city of Everlast. As the gray-clothed bandit finished speaking, he had an expression of terror. Supposedly, the 2 external affairs elders of the 7-star sword sect that are guarding the Ancient River Trading Company's branch in the ancient city of Everlast are both existences at the 3rd level of the void prying stage. Actually, the expression of the bandit leader went pale when the gray-clothed bandit mentioned the 7-star sword sect. Now, when he finished listening to the gray-clothed bandit, his pupils couldn't help but constrict. 3rd level of the void prying stage. I've caused a great calamity. The bandit leader's heart shook and his face went pale. Then his gaze descended onto Feng Ping, who wore the attire of a 7-star sword sect elder, then cupped his hands and said, "Lord, I, Wang Lao San, didn't know that you're a senior from the 7-star sword sect. Please forgive me for being impolite." Presently, the bandit leader had a terrified expression. HMPH. Now all of you bandits know that you've bitten off more than you can chew. All of you dare rob the merchant group of the trading company that's protected by our 7-star sword sect. You really have guts. Feng Ping hadn't even made a remark when Zhao Lei had already grunted coldly and sharply denounced the bandit leader. You. The bandit leader's face went grim. He was a 9th-level nascent soul stage martial artist at any rate. He was afraid of the 7-star sword sect's elder, but it didn't mean that he was afraid of an ordinary disciple of the 7-star sword sect. But when he thought of how there was a 7-star sword sect elder present, he lowered his arrogant head and hurriedly agreed without daring to hesitate. He knew clearly in his heart that with strength of a void-prying stage martial artist, it was sufficient to sweep through their entire bandit group. When he saw the bandit leader yield, Zhao Lei, who relied on Elder Feng Ping to scold the bandit leader, had a complacent expression. Finally, Feng Ping glanced indifferently at the bandit leader and said, "Since all of you are unable to deal with us, then we'll do it according to the rules of the boundless desert. Cripple your own cultivation." The rules of the boundless desert. If a bandit group were to be careless and offend an existence that they couldn't go against, the moment before annihilation, the bandit leader could make a choice to save the entire bandit group. So long as the bandit leader crippled his own cultivation, the bandit group would be able to escape the calamity. Feng Ping's words caused the bandit leader's face to go deathly pale. Respected Elder Feng Ping. Meanwhile, the gray-clothed bandit looked at Feng Ping with a terrified expression. Our leader and group of brothers have only entered the business not long ago. They were confused for a time, and that's why they stopped the merchant group of the Ancient River Trading Company. I hope that elder can give us a way out and spare us. Entered the business not long ago. Duan Ling Tian had a strange gaze. In this way, these bandits were mostly reckless fellows. However, at this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt admiration from the bottom of his heart towards Elder Feng Ping's deterrent force. Feng Ping's strength deterred the entire group of bandits and caused them to utterly not dare attack. This world where the strong are respected was vividly portrayed at this moment. "Since you don't dare, then let me help you," Feng Ping said indifferently. Right when Feng Ping had just finished speaking and the bandit leader's face went deathly pale. A wave of ear-piercing howls of the wind set off ceaselessly continuous sounds of air exploding, and the sounds entered into the ears of everyone present. Everyone present saw the energy of heaven and earth roil in the sky, then it condensed into 4,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes that dashed out. Ah! An enormous bang accompanied by a shrill cry practically sounded out at the same time. In the next moment, everyone saw Feng Ping had returned to his horse in the blink of an eye, whereas the bandit leader instead flew out with his horse. In the sky above the bandit leader, the ancient mammoth silhouettes that had just condensed had fully dispersed. No, no, no. The bandit leader successively spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, then his expression went gloomy, as if he'd realized something. His eyes filled with hatred stared at Feng Ping. You crippled my cultivation, you actually crippled my cultivation. Fight to the death, I'll fight you to the death. The bandit leader struggled to stand up, then staggered as he charged towards Feng Ping. Leader. The expressions of the group of bandits contained sadness within. You're courting death. An explosive shout suddenly sounded out, and a figure flashed out. The howl of a sword appeared. In the next moment, a bloody hole appeared in the throat of the bandit leader. Then his body trembled before crashing onto the ground. The person that struck the killing blow was precisely Zhao Lei. After Zhao Lei returned to his horse, he coldly swept the corpse of the bandit leader with his gaze as he said in disdain, "Trash." Duan Ling Tian frowned when he saw this scene. As far as he was concerned, Zhao Lei's actions had gone too far. The bandit leader had lost his cultivation and was already without threat. Zhao Lei. Feng Ping frowned and had a displeased expression, as he felt that Zhao Lei had broken the rules. Elder Feng Ping, he's trash without his cultivation anyway, there's no use in leaving him alive. Zhao Lei beamed and had an indifferent expression. You actually killed our leader. The gray-clothed bandit recovered from his shock and looked at Zhao Lei with an extremely furious expression. The disciples of the 7-star sword sect are so shameless and so unobservant of the rules. Not good. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was able to notice that streams of killing intent that shot into the sky seemed to be rising from the remaining group of bandits. Brothers, they didn't follow the rules, so even if we die trying, we must take revenge for the leader. along with the explosive shout of the gray-clothed bandit. Take revenge for the leader. The group of bandits had completely gone berserk, and they were all as if in a frenzy as they spurred their horses to gallop forward with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. Origin energy skyrocketed atop the sabers in the bandits' hands as they flashed towards Duan Ling Tian and the others. Saber lights that covered the sky swept towards them. When over 100 bandits that were unafraid of death charged towards them, even with Feng Ping fighting at full force, he was still unable to kill all of them for a time. Before long, Duan Ling Tian's group was submerged in bandits. The bloodbath and slaughter had completely unfolded. Duan Ling Tian sat on the tall horse with one hand pressing on his horse's head to pacify the steed that was becoming restless, and his other hand held onto the narrow sword. Duan Ling Tian never took the initiative to attack, but every bandit that attacked Duan Ling Tian would die beneath his sword without exception. Before long, the group of bandits realized that Duan Ling Tian was not to be easily offended, and they intentionally avoided Duan Ling Tian. For a time, the place where Duan Ling Tian was had become a strange no-man's land. The bandit leader's strength was the strongest in the group of bandits. Amongst the remaining bandits, only a little over 10 bandits were comparatively stronger, including that gray-clothed bandit. These 10 or so bandits were also the targets Feng Ping took special care of. However, there was still a fish that had escaped the net in the end. You actually dared to kill the leader, I'll kill you. Duan Ling Tian heard an explosive shout and couldn't refrain from turning towards the sound. It was the gray-clothed bandit who was charging towards Zhao Lei. Chapter 415. Duan Ling Tian makes a move. The gray-clothed bandit's figure flashed as he charged towards Zhao Lei, and the saber light on the saber in his hand rose explosively. In the air, 800 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared, followed by another 150+ ancient mammoth silhouettes, and they dashed out with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. Obviously, this gray-clothed bandit was a 6th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. The saber in his hand was a grade 8 spirit saber. The attack of the gray-clothed bandit caused the face of Zhao Lin, who was already in an extremely sorry state from the pincer attack of a few bandits, to go ghastly pale. Duan Ling Tian. In his panic, Zhao Lei noticed the nearby Duan Ling Tian. When Zhao Lei saw Duan Ling Tian had a leisurely expression as he looked at the scene over here, he was nearly angered to the point he spit blood. I'm fighting for my life with the bandits here, but Duan Ling Tian is watching the show from the side. Instantly, Zhao Lei's heart warped and he felt unfairness in his heart. Zhao Lei's gaze went cold as he looked at the gray-clothed bandit that flashed over, and the corners of his mouth curled into a scheming smile. Suddenly, Zhao Lei stomped his feet on the ground and his origin energy skyrocketed as he seemed to have transformed into a cannonball that flew straight towards Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was watching the scene since all along, and when he saw that Zhao Lei was targeted by the gray-clothed bandit, he'd already intended to lend a hand. Although the grudge between him and Zhao Lei wasn't shallow, Zhao Lin was still a 7-star sword sect disciple at any rate. As a fellow 7-star sword sect disciple, he shouldn't just watch idly by or add insult to injury when under such circumstances of suffering a disaster. But Duan Ling Tian's face went gloomy when he saw the scene that appeared before him. Zhao Lei. He saw Zhao Lei charge towards him then circumnavigate to his back, causing Duan Ling Tian to become the target of the gray-clothed bandit and the other bandits. How could he not know what Zhao Lei was thinking? Zhao Lei wanted to make these bandits kill him. After all, Zhao Lei didn't know of his true strength and only thought he was a 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. Duan Ling Tian, I'll leave them to you. I'll go help Elder Feng Ping. In next to no time, Zhao Lei's voice entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears, causing Duan Ling Tian's expression to become even gloomier and frightful cold lights shot out from his eyes. Help Elder Feng Ping. With Zhao Lei's measly ability, would Elder Feng Ping need Zhao Lei's help? Moreover, along with every joining in the battle with Elder Feng Ping in the lead, this group of bandits were almost completely wiped out now. There was utterly nothing for Zhao Lei to do. Looks like I've still been too merciful. Slight coldness that was icy cold and bone-piercing arose within Duan Ling Tian's heart, and he felt the thought of rescuing Zhao Lei that emerged in his heart was laughable. Earlier, he wanted to help Zhao Lei deal with this gray-clothed bandit. But unexpectedly, Zhao Lei instead had directly took him as a shield to expose before the gray-clothed bandit and the other bandits, causing him to become the target for all. Zhao Lei obviously had the intention of making him lose his life. After all, in the eyes of Zhao Lei, his strength was inferior to the gray-clothed bandit. Amongst the few bandits, the gray-clothed bandit who was at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage was the swiftest, and he'd arrived near Duan Ling Tian in the blink of an eye. When he saw Duan Ling Tian's age, the gray-clothed bandit made light of Duan Ling Tian. At the same time that he flashed past Duan Ling Tian, the saber in his hand casually flashed out straight towards Duan Ling Tian's throat, as if he wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian with a single slash. Underestimating me to that extent. When Duan Ling Tian saw the gray-clothed bandit flash past him yet still have his eyes on Zhao Lei, slight ridicule instantly appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face. Presently, the saber of the gray-clothed bandit that flashed over was extremely casually slashed out. Perhaps, this slash would be able to kill an ordinary 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist, but Duan Ling Tian was no ordinary 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian felt a gust of strong wind that was filled with killing intent, and it fiercely swept towards his throat, causing him to feel pain from the blowing of the wind. Instantly, Duan Ling Tian's eyes swiftly went cold. "You're courting death." In an instant, Duan Ling Tian moved. The origin energy on his legs rages and wind force emerged. In the blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian kicked off the horse. He leapt up as if he was mounting the clouds and riding the mist, and he barely dodged the gray-clothed bandit's swift slash in an extremely agile manner. His entire movement was smooth like moving clouds and flowing water. This scene felt as if it was pre-discussed before and the gray-clothed bandit was cooperating with Duan Ling Tian to put on a show. How could this be possible? In the distance, Zhao Lei, who dashed to Elder Feng Ping's side with great difficulty and obtained a feeling of safety, saw this scene with his own eyes and his pupils constricted as an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. Duan Ling Tian actually dodged the attack of a 6th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. In next to no time, Zhao Lei clearly saw the ancient mammoth silhouettes that appeared in the sky above Duan Ling Tian, and his face was incomparably deathly pale. 800 ancient mammoths. Duan Ling Tian is a 6th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. Zhao Lei was dumbstruck, completely dumbstruck. A 22-year-old 6th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. I'm not dreaming, right? When he thought up to this point, Zhao Lei couldn't help but stretch his hand out to pinch his thigh. At the beginning, he who was slightly numbered didn't feel any pain and was instantly pleasantly surprised. Looks like I'm really dreaming. I knew it. How could that Duan Ling Tian possibly possess such a strong cultiva? In the next moment, Zhao Lei's thoughts stopped dead in their tracks, only because the intense pain in his thigh had already entered into his pain receptors. I'm not dreaming. Zhao Lei's face went pale, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. Damn it, this Duan Ling Tian's age isn't old but he actually possesses this shocking cultivation. We're both people, but why is the difference so huge? The heavens are unfair. At this moment, almost all the remaining bandits were already dead, so many people saw this scene with their own 2 eyes. Amongst them included the 7-star sword sect's elder Feng Ping. That's wind force. Unlike Zhao Lei, Feng Ping was able to discern with a glance that the strange aura suffused within the origin energy on Duan Ling Tian's legs was wind force. As a void-prying stage martial artist that had similarly comprehended wind force, he was extremely familiar with it. That isn't a wind force seed, it's genuine wind force, elementary wind force. After he discerned all this, Feng Ping's pupils constricted and his face was covered with astonishment and disbelief. A nascent soul stage martial artist had comprehended elementary wind force. I'm not seeing things, right? 6th level of the nascent soul stage. Now, a wave of exclaims of surprise sounded out. It was the remaining people who were shocked by the 800 ancient mammoth silhouettes Duan Ling Tian has condensed from drawing upon the energy of heaven and earth. Besides Feng Ping, no one present was able to discern that amongst the 800 ancient mammoths that Duan Ling Tian has condensed, there were 200 that belonged to the elementary wind force. What? The expression of the gray-clothed bandit went grim when his slash missed. When he slightly turned around and saw the 800 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Duan Ling Tian, his face became ghastly pale. He realized that he'd made an enormous mistake. He's underestimated this young man that looked to be a little over 20 years old. He originally thought the young man was just a minor character, but he never expected that this young man was actually a 6th-level nascent soul stage martial artist like him. At this moment, he even had the heart to commit suicide. The origin energy on the gray-clothed bandit's body roiled as he wanted to turn around in midair, but he was affected by the obstruction of momentum. Instantly, his face revealed an expression of despair. He knew he was dead. And he was dead indeed. Along with Duan Ling Tian's gaze going slightly cold, the grade 6 spirit sword in his hand whistled out, descending onto the back of the gray-clothed bandit and piercing through the gray-clothed bandit's heart before coming out the other side. The body of the gray-clothed bandit trembled, then stopped in midair before crashing onto the ground. Not to mention that the gray-clothed bandit had given such a big flaw for Duan Lingtian to take advantage of. Even if this flaw didn't exist, it would still be extremely easy for Duan Lingtian to kill him. After all, even one of the 5 great young masters, Saber Young Master, who was a 6th-level nascent soul stage martial artist that had comprehended a saber force seed and possessed a grade 6 spirit saber, had still lost at Duan Lingtian's hands almost 2 months ago. To Duan Lingtian, an ordinary 6th-level nascent soul stage martial artist like this gray-clothed bandit was of no threat at all. The bandits that were charging at Duan Lingtian saw this scene and their face went ghastly pale. Instantly, they'd realized that this young man was an utter devil. The bandits glanced at each other then fled backwards. Duan Lingtian didn't chase after them. In next to no time, these bandits were killed by the joint attack of the guard commander of the merchant group and the group of guards. Up to this point, the 100-plus bandits were completely annihilated. At the side of the ancient river trading company, only 10-plus guards were injured, but none died. It could considered to be a complete victory. The group of bandits were completely annihilated, yet the scene was deathly silent. The gazes of every, including the wagon drivers of the merchant group, had all descended onto Duan Lingtian in unison. For a time, a wave of gulping down saliva with difficulty could be vaguely heard from the surroundings. He's actually so strong. The other 2 7-star sword sect inner court disciples looked at each other and had expressions of astonishment. It's difficult to imagine that a 22-year-old young man actually has such strength. Now, I really hope that he's really a disciple of our 7-star sword sect. Yeah, with him present, why would the 7-star sword sect be worried about being brilliant throughout the future? Although the 2 7-star sword sect inner court disciples were older than Duan Lingtian by over 10 years, at this moment, they looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes filled with reverence. Duan Lingtian's natural talent and strength caused them to feel heartfelt admiration. Duan Lingtian, looks like I've still underestimated you. Finally, Feng Ping spoke out and broke the silence of the scene. Feng Ping looked at Duan Lingtian with a gaze that was extremely complicated. He still couldn't wrap his head around how a 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist could possibly comprehend elementary wind force. As a 3rd-level void-prying stage martial artist that had comprehended half-step advanced wind force, he could be 100% sure that when Duan Lingtian dodged the slash of the gray-clothed bandit earlier, it was absolutely by utilizing wind force. Duan Lingtian, how could he possibly possess strength like this? Zhao Lei's expression was ashen. He'd originally thought that Duan Lingtian was only a 4th-level nascent soul stage martial artist, but he never imagined that Duan Lingtian would conceal his strength so deeply. Before long, the merchant group had rested and reorganized for a while before continuing on their journey. Duan Lingtian noticed that besides Elder Feng Ping, everyone else, including the guard commander of the merchant group, now looked at him with respect and reverence. Chapter 416, Cousins. HMPH. If it wasn't for someone acting on their own, that group of bandits wouldn't have gone on a rampage. They're both 7-star sword sect disciples, but why is the difference so huge? Some people have no ability, but like to seek the limelight. If it wasn't for the bandit leader's cultivation being crippled by Elder Feng Ping, would someone dare to attack? Fortunately, none of our brothers were killed, otherwise. HMPH. The group of guards discussed animatedly and their discussion seemed to point to something. Zhao Lei's face sank as he naturally knew that these guards were talking about him. Duan Lingtian, are you really only at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage? On the other side, a voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian was able to discern that this was the voice of Elder Feng Ping, and he instantly replied via voice transmission. Yes. Feng Ping's pupils constricted when he obtained Duan Lingtian's confirmation. How did you comprehend wind force? According to my knowledge, a martial artist below the void-prying stage is at most able to comprehend a force seed, and it's impossible to comprehend genuine force. Feng Ping's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears again, and it was filled with wonder and bewilderment. As far as he was concerned, everything he said was the iron law of the Cloud Continent and he'd never heard of anyone breaking it. Duan Lingtian being able to break this iron law had caused him to be inexplicably shocked. I don't know either. Duan Lingtian shook his head and replied via voice transmission. I just tried to comprehend it, and comprehend it I did. Feng Ping was dumbstruck. What does tried to comprehend and comprehend it I did mean. It's simply like not saying anything. But Feng Ping knew clearly that even if it was him, he wouldn't easily speak of a secret like this. Duan Ling Tian being unwilling to tell him was understandable. The following leg of the journey could be considered to be peaceful. After using almost a month of time, Duan Ling Tian had finally arrived near the destination along with the Ancient River Trading Company's merchant group. We'll reach there in another 5 or 6 days. Feng Ping looked at Duan Ling Tian and said with a slight smile. After he'd witnesses Duan Ling Tian executing his shocking ability, Feng Ping's attitude to Duan Ling Tian had changed. The strength Duan Ling Tian currently possessed might be inferior to him, but Duan Ling Tian's natural talent could be called monstrous and unparalleled. With Duan Ling Tian's natural talent, catching up and even surpassing him was no difficult matter, and was extremely easy. We'll be arriving soon, Duan Ling Tian's gaze shone. As for the change of attitude in Feng Ping, he'd naturally noticed it. It was like this in this world where the strong were respected. If you had the strength, you could obtain the high regard and respect of others. Conversely, if you didn't possess strength, then you would be lowly like grass and ants. 7-star sword sect, Megrez Peak. Today, an unexpected guest had arrived at the cultivation location of the outer court elder, Zhao Lin, which was a gorge with sufficient sunlight. Your elder Zhao Lin. The young man who was travel-worn slightly respectfully bowed to Zhao Lin. You are a member of the Ancient River Trading Company. Zhao Lin's gaze descended onto the symbol on the chest of the man and his brows raised. Did my cousin brother send you? Cousin brother? The young man from the Ancient River Trading Company couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Zhao Lin. My cousin brother is called Zhao Yu, said Zhao Lin. Exactly. It's Elder Zhao Yu who sent me. Elder Zhao Lin. This is the letter Elder Zhao Yu asked me to give you a month ago. The young man from the Ancient River Trading Company withdrew a letter from his spatial ring and passed it to Zhao Lin. Letter. Zhao Lin was slightly bewildered as he received the letter. He was curious in his heart, why would his cousin brother who hadn't contacted him for a few years suddenly send him a letter? His cousin brother was the grandson of his grandfather's brother, and amongst the Zhao clan disciples of similar generation as him, Zhao Yu was the only other cousin besides him. The Zhao clan had already declined after being inherited down until today. Besides his grandfather, only he and his cousin brother, and their respective only sons remained. Zhao Lin opened the letter. Cousin brother Zhao Lin, it's been a long time. Brother misses you and grandfather greatly. Today, an unexpected guest arrived in the Ancient River Trading Company's branch in the ancient city of Everlast that brother guards, and this person says he's an inner court disciple of the 7-star sword sect. But his age is shocking as he's actually only 22 years old. His strength surpasses Zhao Lei and is at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage. Zhao Lin's pupils constricted and his heartbeat quickened when he read up to here. Could it be? Zhao Lin took a deep breath and continued reading. This person called himself Duan Ling Tian. I wonder if such an outstanding disciple had appeared in the 7-star sword sect in the recent years. Brother, please let me know via return letter, so that brother can confirm it. Zhao Lin finished reading the balance in one go. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Suddenly, after a short moment of silence, Zhao Lin burst out into loud laughter, as if he'd encountered a huge joyous occasion. The heavens assist me. Zhao Lin was wildly happy in his heart. Duan Ling Tian, no wonder you vanished 1 month ago. So it turns out that you went to the ancient city of Everlast. I'm afraid you never imagined that the external affairs elder of the 7-star sword sect that's guarding the Ancient River Trading Company's branch there is my cousin brother. When he thought up to this point, Zhao Lin's mood surged and it wasn't able to calm down for a long time. Dense cold lights arose within Zhao Ling's eyes. Duan Ling Tian, you just had to ram at hell's gates. This time, I'm going to make you die. I'll write a letter right away, pass it to Elder Zhao Yu. Zhao Lin looked at the young man from the Ancient River Trading Company. Yes, the latter replied respectfully. Zhao Lin took out a brush and waved his hand, and a letter was completed smoothly without stopping. You must personally pass this letter to Elder Zhao Yu. This gold is my reward to you. Zhao Lin passed over the letter and took out a stack of gold bills at the same time, then passed them both over to the young man from the Ancient River Trading Company. Don't worry Elder Zhao Lin, I'm alive if the letter is with me, and dead if it is destroyed. The latter pledged sincerely, then beamed as he received the gold. Go. Zhao Lin waved his hand. Yes. The latter turned around and left. Cousin brother, the future of our Zhao clan is up to you. If you're able to obtain the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll from Duan Ling Tian, then our Zhao clan will rise mightily. A bright light flickered in Zhao Lin's eyes. When he found out that Duan Ling Tian had gone to the ancient city of Everlast, he wished for nothing more than to head there himself. But he knew clearly that if he were to leave, it would surely leave some tracks. Once Duan Ling Tian died outside of the sect, others would very likely follow these tracks and find him. This was something that he was unwilling to see happen. Cousin brother's strength surpasses mine, so it isn't difficult for him to kill Duan Ling Tian and seize the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. When he thought up to here, Zhao Lin's face revealed a smile. 6 days later, Duan Ling Tian's group finally walked out of the boundless desert, and they'd only just entered an oasis when they saw a city standing in the distance. Duan Ling Tian looked at Feng Ping, who was beside him, and asked curiously, "Elder Feng Ping, that's the destination of our trip this time?" "Exactly." Feng Ping nodded. "When we've arrived at the city ahead, the merchant group will put down the goods and change to another load of goods. At that time, we'll go back the same way we came to the ancient city of Everlast. During that time, we have some time to have a proper meal." Duan Ling Tian's eye lit up. During this arduous journey of an entire 1 month of time, they'd never eaten a proper meal, and now they could finally have one. The merchant group entered the city. The guard commander led the merchant group to unload their cargo. As for Duan Ling Tian, Feng Ping, and the other 3 7-star sword sect disciples, they found a restaurant to eat. Their meal was calm and tranquil, as even Zhao Lei didn't make trouble anymore. Actually, since Duan Ling Tian exerted the strength of 800 ancient mammoths that day, Zhao Lei was completely terrified and didn't dare be presumptuous before Duan Ling Tian. He was so well behaved that it caused the other 7-star sword sect inner court disciples to exclaim with admiration. All felt that Zhao Lei had changed. After they ate, Duan Ling Tian and the others gathered with the merchant group before leaving the city and headed back to the ancient city of Everlast. All along the way, Duan Ling Tian was still cultivating. Time flew by. Almost a month quickly passed by. That day, Duan Ling Tian awoke from his cultivation and a bright light flickered in his eyes. "Looks like you've improved." Duan Ling Tian had only just awoken from his cultivation when Feng Ping's voice transmission entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears in a timely manner. Duan Ling Tian smiled lightly. Presently, his cultivation was already at the breakthrough point between the 4th level of the nascent soul stage and the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. He only lacked an opportunity to push his cultivation to smoothly break through to the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. At that time, his strength would increase once again. Once I break through to the 5th level of the nascent soul stage, then even if I encounter that saber young master once again and fight him head on, I don't have to be afraid of the strength from his saber force seed any longer. Even if his strength reaches its peak with the fluctuation of the saber force seed, I can still crush him head on. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart, and he was filled with confidence. "Elder Feng Ping, how long before we arrive at the ancient city of Everlast?" Duan Ling Tian asked Feng Ping. Feng Ping lightly smiled. "We ought to arrive in another 4 or 5 days. Then people I and Elder Zhao Yu sent to the 7-star sword sect ought to have already returned by now. We'll be able to confirm your identity once we return." Duan Ling Tian nodded, then continued to close his eyes and meditate. At almost the exact same time, within the Ancient River Trading Company's branch in the ancient city of Everlast. "Elder Zhao Yu, this is the letter Elder Zhao Lin sent to you." The young man respectfully passed the sealed letter in his hands to Zhao Yu. "Okay, you can leave." Zhao Yu waved his hand, and the latter withdrew himself. In next to no time, Zhao Yu had opened the letter. His gaze descended onto the segment of words in the front and was slightly shocked. "Duan Ling Tian is really an inner court disciple of our 7-star sword sect." It would seem that Lei was indeed too rash. Zhao Yu sighed and continued reading. Duan Ling Tian had just entered the 7-star sword sect for not even a year when he killed the number 1 disciple in the outer court, Shi Hao, and became the new number 1 disciple in the outer court at the age of 21. 1 year later, he killed a 1st-level nascent soul stage inner court disciple, Lu Shizhe, with a cultivation at the 9th level of the origin core stage. Not long ago at the martial competition of the 5 great sects, he defeated the demonic Lotusblade sect saber young master, Long Yun, and seized the supreme glory of 1st place in the martial competition for the 7-star sword sect. Zhao Yu's breathing became progressively hurried as his gaze went downwards. He never imagined that Duan Ling Tian was not only an inner court disciple of the 7-star sword sect, but he also had such shocking accomplishments. Chapter 417, White-Clothed Young Girl. Duan Ling Tian is a monster. He's simply not human. Zhao Yu couldn't help but be inexplicably shocked. Duan Ling Tian's accomplishments were something he couldn't avoid being shocked about even if he'd lived through half his life. When he recalled the conflict between Duan Ling Tian and his son, Zhao Lei, when Duan Ling Tian had just arrived at the ancient city of Everlast, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Looks like Lei can only suffer his loss silently this time, not to mention him, even I can't afford to offend Duan Ling Tian. It wasn't difficult to imagine the importance of Duan Ling Tian to the current 7-star sword sect. There's still so much at the back. In next to no time, Zhao Yu noticed that in the letter his cousin brother, Zhao Lin, gave him, there was actually a large segment of words after the description of Duan Ling Tian's accomplishments. He continued reading. Before long, his pupils couldn't help but constrict. After he completely read it, his face was flushed and he was inexplicably excited. Duan Ling Tian actually has a supreme cultivation method, the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. It's able to allow one to achieve rebirth and increase natural talent. So the reason that Duan Ling Tian is so monstrous is all because of that Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. Zhao Yu's feelings surged, and at the same time that he was shocked, his eyes emitted the flames of burning desire that seemed as if it could burn anything into nothingness. Just like cousin brother Zhao Lin said, once our Zhao clan obtains the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll, it will surely rise up mightily. When he thought of this, the greed in Zhao Yu's eyes rose even more, to a point that it was difficult to restrain. Duan Ling Tian ought to be returning with the merchant group in another few days. I should go make some preparations to gift him an enormous gift. Zhao Yu's face revealed slight madness. 7-star sword sect, Dubi Peak, Alcade Hall. In the sky outside Alcade Hall, the airflow flashed as a beautiful figure appeared out of thin air. This was a beautiful girl in clothes that were as white as snow, and her every action revealed an extremely elegant bearing. The white-clothed young girl stood in the sky like a pure snow lotus, causing it to be difficult for one to arouse the intention to disrespect her. Suddenly, a figure flashed out of Alcade Hall to stand facing the white-clothed young girl. This was a beautiful woman with a dignified and graceful bearing. Martial Ant. The white-clothed young girl bowed slightly respectfully to the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman was none other than the master of Alcade Hall, the peak master of the 7-star sword sect's Alcade Peak, Qin Shang. You're Shui? Qin Shang asked in an unsure manner as she gazed at the white-clothed young girl before her. Martial Ant, it's me. The white-clothed young girl lightly smiled like a blooming azure lotus, and her peerless beauty caused one's mind to surge. I never imagined that the little girl from that year would become so big in the blink of an eye. I still remember that when I saw you a few years ago, you were still a little girl. Qin Shang recalled past memories and sighed. Did you come here this time because Big Sister has something she needs? Qin Shang returned to her senses, then looked at the white-clothed young girl and asked in a light voice. When she mentioned her Big Sister, Qin Zhang's face seemed to contain deep respect mixed within. This was respect that came from the heart, respect that came from the soul. When Qin Shang recalled the shocking strength displayed by that young girl who emitted an air of mysteriousness throughout her body, Qin Shang couldn't help but shudder. At that time, she was only 10 years old and had not entered the 7-star sword sect yet. That mysterious young girl was only a little over 20, yet 3 void initiation experts were turned into dust with a raise of her hand. To Qin Xian, being able to become sisters with that young girl of extraordinary background was truly good fortune that she'd accumulated for 3 lifetimes. She knew clearly in her heart that if it wasn't because of the young girl, it would be impossible for her to become the peak master of the 7-star sword sect that possessed a strength only inferior to the sect leader, Elder Peng, and the 2 guardian elders. She was a mere woman, yet was able to stand at such a height. Her Big Sister played a big part in it. Martial Ant. Master's 50th birthday is in 7 months. Master asked me to invite Martial Ant and the people close to Martial Ant to head over together and use this occasion to catch up. Master asked me to pass a message to Martial Ant. The affection between sisters will never change forever. The white-clothed young girl said slowly. The affection between sisters will never change forever. Qin Zhang's body slightly shook, then she sighed lightly. The biggest accomplishment of Qin Shang, in this entire lifetime, isn't becoming the Alcade Peak's master. But it's instead acknowledging such a good big sister. Shui, wait for a moment, I'll go get ready now. Qin Xian's figure flashed out to return to Alcade Hall once she finished speaking. Make a trip with master. Perhaps this is a good fortune for you. Qin Shang found and said straightforwardly. K.Er had a puzzled expression. K.Er, do you remember the martial ant that Master mentioned? Qin Shang asked K.Er. I remember. K.Er nodded. Master, this matter is related to martial ant. She'd heard of the mysterious martial ant of hers. She had learned that her martial ant was a supreme figure from her master and was also the person her master respected the most in her master's entire life. Qin Shang lightly smiled and as she said, your martial ant's 50th birthday is in 7 months, she ordered her personal disciple to come here and invite us to go together. But, if I follow Master over, then the 2-year agreement between young Master and zither young Master. K.Er was slightly hesitant. I'm confident that Duan Ling Tian will win that 2-year agreement. What, could it be that you're not confident? Qin Shang smiled as she asked, then her face went serious as she slowly said, with your martial ant's character, she will surely not treat you shabbily when you head over this time. Perhaps, when you return, your cultivation will already far surpass Duan Ling Tian. When she recalled the background of her big sister, Qin Zhang's heart couldn't help but tremble. To her, it was an existence that was difficult for her to reach in her entire lifetime. When she saw K.Er still hesitating, Qin Shang continued. K.Er, I know you're exerting yourself to cultivate all for the sake of being able to help Duan Ling Tian one day. But even if you continue cultivating like this, you might not be able to surpass Duan Ling Tian and help Duan Ling Tian. If you follow Master on this trip, you'll get the providence of your martial ant, and wanting to surpass Duan Ling Tian wouldn't be a difficult matter. To the extent that once your strength surpasses him, you can help him quite a bit. You're not willing to be a trophy wife by his side, right? Qin Shang obviously knew K.Er's vital weak point and took a step forward in smashing the line of defense in K.Er's heart. In the end, K.Er agreed. Master, I want to make big sister Fei go with us, is that alright? When she heard she'd be able to obtain a great deal of benefits from this trip, K.Er thought of Li Fei at the first possible moment. She and Li Fei were sisters that shared both fortune and suffering alike. Of course, Qin Shang lightly smiled as she nodded. Subsequently, Qin Shang brought K.Er to leave Dubi Peak and went to Alcade Peak to get Li Fei. They were 2 when they left, and they'd become 3 when they returned. After they left Alcade Peak, Qin Zhang's face went pale. Not good. Instantly, Qin Shang grabbed both K.Er and Li Fei's hands, then stepped on the air to rise before flying towards the sky above Alcade Hall with extremely speed. Presently, there were 3 people in confrontation high above in the sky. 2 aged old men and a white-clothed young girl. Little girl, do you think that we can't do anything to you just because you won't speak? Origin energy oscillated on the body of azure-clothed old man amongst 2. A profound aura transformed into a strong azure chi that ceaselessly rose within his origin energy, and to a certain extent, it was as if it had merged into one with the heaven and earth. Little girl, if you still don't speak of your background, then don't blame us Elder Zan and Elder Ming for bullying the young. The other gray-clothed old man said in a deep voice, and at the same time, a spirit sword appeared in his hand. Origin energy raged atop the spirit energy, seeming to have transformed into swimming dragons that ceaselessly flashed. At the same time, an oppressive aura of slaughter ceaselessly stretched out from the sword, carrying along an extremely terrifying sharp force. 6th level sword concept. 5th level wind concept. The white-clothed girl that hadn't spoken all along had finally spoken and her tone contained a casual air. Leave. The 2 of you aren't a match for me. Presumptuous. The white-clothed young girl's words caused the 2 old men's faces to go grim, and they couldn't endure any longer, directly attacking with imposing manners that shot into the sky like rainbows. In the blink of an eye, the azure-clothed old man seemed to instantly transform in a gust of azure wind that flashed straight towards the white-clothed young girl. The surrounding cloud and mist were directly swept away everywhere he passed. The gray-clothed old man's speed wasn't inferior to the former, and he seemed to have transformed into a sword of slaughter that stabbed towards the white-clothed young girl. Elder Zan, Elder Ming, show mercy. Right at this moment, an alarmed shout sounded out. Subsequently, a dignified and graceful beautiful woman with extraordinary bearing pulled along 2 young women to flash into the sky to arrive nearby. It was precisely the Peak Master of Alcade Peak, Qin Shang, who'd just rushed over from Alcade Peak. Unfortunately, Qin Shang was still too late. The 2 old men attacked with imposing manners that shot into the sky like rainbows, and they were both concentrated mind and soul onto their respective attacks, making it difficult for them to pay attention to their surroundings. They attacked in rage without holding back in the slightest. In the sky above the azure-clothed old man, 16 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and a few hundred ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. In the sky above the gray-clothed old man, 17 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and a few hundred of ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. This was strongest strength they could display from the entire strength of their body combined with their respective concept and amplification from the spirit weapons in their hands. Qin Zhang's face was deathly pale when she saw the attacks of the two old men were about to descend onto the white-clothed young girl. She could imagine that if the white-clothed young girl were to really die here, then the Seven-Star Sword sect would surely be in great turmoil or even pass out of existence. Ke and Li Fei's beautiful eyes revealed slight inability to endure it when they saw this scene. They were unable to endure watch the subsequent scene of the beauty perishing. Right at this critical moment, the white-clothed young girl's voice sounded out calmly. "I've said it before, the two of you aren't a match for me." In the next moment, the white-clothed young girl slowly lifted up her white wrist. She didn't use a spirit weapon nor concept. Pure origin energy leapt out to coil around her white wrist. Her wrist descended and the condensed origin energy transformed into a material palm print. The palm print suddenly shook, then instantly expanded explosively, transforming into a small mountain in the blink of an eye before crashing down. When the terrifying palm print descended, the air seemed to have instantly been sucked out, and a terrifying airflow swept out. For a time, the clouds and mist atop Alcade Hall were completely swept away. Chapter 418, Void Interpretation Stage Expert. The airflow that swept out caused an awe-inspiring strong wind to flash towards the surroundings, blowing onto Qin Shang, Ke and Li Fei. But they didn't notice it in the slightest at the moment as they stared blankly at the scene before them. The white-clothed young girl's palm descended, and that palm print that seemed to have transformed into a small mountain seemed as if it brought along unparalleled might as it collided with the attacks of the two old men. In the next moment, along with a muffled grunt from the two old men, their bodies directly flew out as if transformed into arrows that had left the bow, and fiercely collided on a precipice on the side of Dubi Peak. Instantly, shattered rocks flew out to scatter in the air and scattered down the precipice, and even an echo wasn't able to be heard in the slightest. Pooh! The two old men spat out a mouthful of blood at almost the exact same instant, then they glanced each other in the eyes and saw astonishment in the eyes of each other. And at almost the exact same instant, their gazes descended onto the sky above the white-clothed young girl in unison. There were 20 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes spiraling in descent there. She didn't utilize a spirit weapon nor concept, and developed 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes by merely using her own origin energy to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth. Void Interpretation Stage. She's a Void Interpretation Stage expert. The azure-clothed old man's face went pale and he slightly lost his composure as he exclaimed in surprise, "Void Interpretation Stage." The gray-clothed old man's face revealed bitterness. He knew that the white-clothed young girl held back earlier, otherwise, it would be impossible for him and the old fellow by his side to survive under the hands of the white-clothed young girl. Void Interpretation Stage. Qin Shang, Ke and Li Fei heard the azure-clothed old man's voice and were all dumbstruck. Right at this moment, an incomparably swift figure charged into the sky. Martial Uncle Zan, Martial Uncle Ming. Lingu Jin Hong had an astonished expression when he saw the two guardian elders being injured at the same time, then he looked at the white-clothed young girl. "Who exactly are you? Why did you come to the Seven-Star Sword sect?" Meanwhile, the azure-clothed old man, one of the two great guardian elders of the Seven-Star Sword sect, Elder Ming, said with a bitter smile, "Sect leader, she's a Void Interpretation Stage expert." Void Interpretation Stage expert. When Lingu Jin Hong arrived, the 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes above the white-clothed girl had already gradually dispersed, so he didn't know strong exactly the white-clothed young girl was. Now, his face completely went pale when he heard Elder Ming, Void Interpretation Stage expert. Not to mention the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, even the Darkstone Empire didn't possess such an existence. Moreover, this white-clothed young girl was so young. He'd never heard of such a young Void Interpretation Stage expert in the Darken Dynasty. Senior brother sect leader, it's all a misunderstanding. Meanwhile, Qin Shang held Ke and Li Fei's hand as she stepped up into the sky. She knew that it was time for her to stand out. Junior sister Qin Shang. Lingu Jin Hong looked at Qin Shang with a bewildered gaze. "You know her, senior brother." Qin Shang lightly smiled and introduced. "She is the personal disciple of the big sister I once mentioned to you. She came today to invite me to participate in the 50th birthday of her master, and she absolutely bears no ill intent to the Seven-Star Sword sect. So that's how it is." Lingu Jin Hong came to a sudden understanding and heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. As a senior brother that was on friendly terms with Qin Shang, Lingu Jinhong had heard of the good fortune of Qin Zhang's. Qin Zhang's big sister seemed to be from the foreign lands. Experts are really numerous like the clouds in the foreign lands. This white-clothed young girl is so young, yet she's already in existence at the void interpretation stage. Lingu Jinhun felt a wave of powerlessness when he was before the white-clothed young girl, but he knew that that level wasn't something he could reach. What? The azure-clothed old man in the distance, Elder Ming, was stunned. Misunderstanding. The corners of the nearby Elder Zan's mouth twitched. This misunderstanding nearly cost them their lives. Little girl, wouldn't it have been fine if you said that you know Qin Shang? Elder Ming looked at the white-clothed young girl with a bitter smile covering his old face. Martial Uncle Ming, I'm sorry. Qin Shang looked at Elder Ming with an apologetic expression. Shuiye was addicted to cultivating since a young age and doesn't know how people conduct themselves in the world. I hope Martial Uncle Zan and Martial Uncle Ming can forgive her. Never mind. Since she's one of our own, then it means that the 7-star sword sect is fine, and this old fellow should return now. I've cultivated so many years in vain, in the end I'm far inferior to even a little girl. Elder Zan sighed, then his figure flashed, transforming in a sword that soared into the skies and concealing himself within the clouds. I'm leaving as well. Elder Ming nodded to Lingu Jinhong and Qin Shang, then transformed into a gust of azure wind and vanished without a trace. Sect leader, we should leave now as well. In next to no time, Qin Shang noticed that many people had become aware of the event here and she stepped up into the sky to notify Lingu Jinhong. Then she brought Ke Li Fei and the white-clothed young girl to conceal themselves within the clouds. Senior brother, Duan Ling Tian is the man that this disciple of mine has set her mind on. I hope you can guarantee his safety. Qin Shang is extremely grateful. A voice transmission sounded out in Lingu Jinhong's ears. Don't worry. Duan Ling Tian is related to the future of our 7-star sword sect. I won't let anything happen to him. Lingu Jinhong promised. Sect leader, what happened earlier? Numerous figures stepped on the air and soared into the sky. It was the peak masters of the various peaks and their respective elders. It's nothing. Lingu Jinhong shook his head, then only left Zheng Fan behind after asking everyone to disperse. Peak Master Zheng Fan, pass down all the matters in your hands during the next few days. Then make a trip to the ancient city of Everlast. You must ensure that Duan Ling Tian is safe and sound. For safety's sake, Lingu Jinhong sent Zheng Fan over. Yes, sect leader. Zheng Fan nodded. He and his son owed Duan Ling Tian a debt of gratitude, so officially and privately, he was duty-bound in this matter. After a few days, Duan Ling Tian had finally returned with the merchant group and returned to the Ancient River Trading Company branch. After they returned, Elder Feng Ping found the member of the Ancient River Trading Company that he'd sent. Did you obtain the letter personally written by our 7-star sword sect leader? Elder Feng Ping, this is the personally written letter from your respected sect's leader. The member of the Ancient River Trading Company respectfully passed a letter to Feng Ping. Feng Ping opened it to take a look, and his pupils couldn't help but constrict. Duan Ling Tian is a matchless inner court disciple of the 7-star sword sect. He'd only entered the 7-star sword sect for not even a year when he killed the number 1 disciple in the outer court, Shi Hao, and became the new number 1 disciple in the outer court at the age of 22. 1 year later, he killed the first-level nascent soul stage inner court disciple, Lu Shizhe, with a cultivation at the 9th level of the origin core stage. Not long ago at the martial competition of the 5 great sects, he defeated the demonic Lotusblade sect saber young master, Long Yun, and seized the supreme glory of the first in the martial competition for the 7-star sword sect. Feng Ping's face flushed red after he finished reading it. Duan Ling Tian actually seized the first in the martial competition of the 5 great sects. What a kid, I actually never heard him mention it. Not arrogant or conceited, he'd indeed a good youngling. Feng Ping laughed, loudly. Practically at the exact same instant, Zhao Lei found out about the outcome of Duan Ling Tian's identity from his father, Zhao Yu. At the same time, he also knew of the deeds that Duan Ling Tian had performed in the 7-star sword sect. I never imagined that Duan Ling Tian's background would be so great. Zhao Lei gnashed his teeth with an unwilling expression, yet he was helpless inside. Father, don't worry, I won't make it difficult for you. Since Duan Ling Tian is really an inner court disciple of our 7-star sword sect, then I'll bury this humiliation at the bottom of my heart. There's no need. Zhao Yu shook his head and smiled. Zhao Lei was stunned as he didn't know what his father meant. Zhao Yu suddenly stood up and gazed outside the courtyard, then called Zhao Lei over to his room once he confirmed that there was no one outside. "Father, what are you being so mysterious for?" Zhao Lei had a bewildered and curious expression. "Lei, you can't tell anyone what father is about to tell you, do you understand me?" Zhao Yu had a serious expression as he warned. The more Zhao Yu was like this, the more curious Zhao Lei was. "Father, I understand. Quickly tell me, is it related to Duan Ling Tian?" Subsequently, Zhao Yu slowly narrated everything Zhao Lin had wrote about the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll in the letter. The Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll is able to allow one to achieve rebirth and increase the natural talent to the absolute limit. Zhao Lei's breathing became hurried and his eyes revealed traces of burning desire. "Father, doesn't that mean that so long as I cultivate the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll, I'll be able to soar into the heavens in accomplishments? And even possess a natural talent similar to Duan Ling Tian?" "Yes." Zhao Yu lightly smiled as he nodded, then said, "Lei, I and your uncle are already old, and it was difficult to cultivate to the void-prying stage. Dispersing our cultivation to change and cultivate the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll required proper thought. You and your cousin brother are different. So long as you obtain the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll in Duan Ling Tian's possession, you and your cousin brother can directly disperse your cultivations and cultivate it. At that time, our Zhao clan will surely rise mightily." As he finished speaking, Zhao Yu had an excited expression. Zhao Lei hurriedly nodded and was extremely excited. So it turns out that Duan Ling Tian possessed his shocking natural talent and cultivation because he cultivated the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. Zhao Lei's gaze flickered as they emitted viciousness. "Father, what do you plan to do with Duan Ling Tian?" "Kill him to prevent any future trouble, of course. At the same time, help you have your revenge." A cold light flashed in Zhao Yu's eyes as he said frankly. "Thank you, father." A brilliant smile bloomed on Zhao Lei's face, and his vicious gaze contained frightful cold lights mixed within. "Duan Ling Tian, I'll let you be complacent, I'll let you be arrogant. Soon, I'll seize everything of yours and cultivate that Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll, then stride towards the peak of the martial Tao." "All right, Lei, we ought to go offer an apology to that Duan Ling Tian," Zhao Yu said to Zhao Lei. "Offer an apology?" Zhao Lei frowned when he heard this and had a puzzled and unwilling expression. "Father, why do we still have to offer an apology to him?" "Lei, you can be at ease. Duan Ling Tian will surely be unable to flee from death. You're offering an apology to him now, firstly to show the bearing of our Zhao clan members, and secondly so that no one will suspect us when his death is exposed." Zhao Yu's face revealed a smile of a sly fox. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, the relationship between us has already been mended. Chapter 419. Sly Old Fox. Within the spacious hall in the ancient river trading company, everyone from the Seven-Star Sword sect including Duan Ling Tian were gathered together. "Duan Ling Tian, you truly concealed yourself deeply. If I didn't see the personally written letter from the sect leader, I still wouldn't know that you've only joined the Seven-Star Sword sect for less than 3 years, yet you've done so many outstanding things." Feng Ping's eyes lit up like an array of stars when he saw Duan Ling Tian again, and his face bloomed into a warm smile. He knew clearly in his heart that since Feng Ping obtained the letter personally written by the sect leader, then Feng Ping would surely know of his past. Most importantly, his identity was already confirmed without a doubt. Feng Ping's words caused the other 2 Seven-Star Sword sect inner court disciples to have bewildered expressions. "Elder Feng Ping, shouldn't you tell us the content of the letter personally written by the sect leader?" "Yeah, we're interested in Duan Ling Tian's deeds as well." The 2 Seven-Star Sword sect inner court disciples looked at Feng Ping as they asked curiously. "You two little fellows." Feng Ping shook his head and smiled, and he was just about to speak when he was interrupted. Duan Ling Tian, inner court disciple of the Seven-Star Sword sect. He only entered the Seven-Star Sword sect for less than a year when he killed the number 1 disciple in the outer court, Shi Hao, and became the new number 1 disciple in the outer court at the age of 22. 1 year later, he killed the first-level nascent soul stage inner court disciple, Lu Shizhe, with a cultivation at the 9th level of the origin core stage. Not long ago at the martial competition of the 5 great sects, he defeated the demonic Lotusblade sect Saber Young Master, Long Yun, and seized the supreme glory of first place in the martial competition for the Seven-Star Sword sect. It was Zhao Yu who'd taken a step forward and finished saying it in one go, causing both the Seven-Star Sword sect inner court disciples to be dumbstruck. Although they know Duan Ling Tian's strength was formidable, they never imagined that Duan Ling Tian would have such shocking achievements in the 7-star sword sect. He'd simply written history in the 7-star sword sect. For a time, the gazes they shot at Duan Ling Tian was even more reverent. Duan Ling Tian. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian noticed that after Zhao Yu finished speaking, Zhao Yu looked at him with a sincere expression. I was unable to confirm your identity as inner court disciple that day, so I said some things that aren't so good. I hope you don't take it to heart. Elder Zhao Yu, please don't mention it. Duan Ling Tian naturally replied with a smile when he saw Zhao Yu being so courteous. Looks like this Zhao Yu isn't as deplorable as his son. As an elder of the 7-star sword sect, he actually was willing to lower his head and apologize to an inner court disciple. This was hard to come by. You unfilial son, have you forgotten what I told you on the way here? Are you still not going to apologize? In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian noticed that Zhao Yu moved his gaze onto Zhao Lei, and it seemed to contain slight rage mixed within. Zhao Lei took a deep breath and looked at Duan Ling Tian, then lowered his head. Duan Ling Tian, the incident before is my fault. I shouldn't have done that. As for the incident that happened afterwards, it was all brought upon me by myself. In the future, I won't bear a grudge at you any longer. I hope you can let bygones be bygones. What Zhao Lei said caused Duan Ling Tian to be completely stunned. His first thought was that Zhao Yu had forced Zhao Lei to say this. But, no matter what the process was, since Zhao Lei had said these words, it was undoubtedly an extra slight intention of admitting his mistakes. He wasn't a savage and unreasonable person, so he smiled lightly. Senior brother Zhao Lei, although this incident started because of you, but the way I solved it in the end was slightly extreme. Sorry. Zhao Lei nodded and silently withdrew himself. Now everything is fine, the sky has cleared up after the storm. Duan Ling Tian is an inner court disciple of our 7-star sword sect without a doubt. Feng Ping laughed loudly and was extremely happy. Duan Ling Tian looked at Feng Ping and Zhao Yu as he slowly said, Elder Feng Ping, Elder Zhao Yu. I have something I want to tell both of you in advance. What is it? Speak. Feng Ping and Zhao Yu looked at Duan Ling Tian with an expression as if they would solve anything he needed help with. It's like this. I plan to leave the ancient city of Everlast and wander about myself for some time, Duan Ling Tian said without beating around the bush in the slightest. This plan was something he'd decided 2 months ago before he'd followed the merchant group on the journey. Now, since his identity was already confirmed, it was also the time for him to leave. He kept having the feeling that staying in the ancient city of Everlast wouldn't be able to provide him with the effect of gaining experience in tempering. Perhaps, wandering about by himself might be able to provide better experience in tempering. Duan Ling Tian's words caused Feng Ping to frown. Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader asked you to come here because he hoped that you'd be able to obtain experience in tempering here. Not only that, I think the reason the sect leader made this decision is because you have the care of me and Elder Zhao Yu in the ancient city of Everlast, so even if you encounter any dangers, it would be easily solved. Exactly, Duan Ling Tian, if you go out wandering alone, then if you encounter any danger or something happens to you, then how would we explain it to the sect leader? Zhao Yu nodded and agreed with Feng Ping's words. Elders, don't worry, I'll act according to my ability and will absolutely not be rash. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled, with an expression as if he'd made up his mind. Feng Ping and Zhao Yu didn't say anything further when they saw Duan Ling Tian was so persistent. Feng Ping warned with a serious expression. Duan Ling Tian, you must pay attention to your safety when you're outside. You must know that you're not only a single person right now, but you carry the future of the 7-star sword sect. Yes, you must be careful, Zhao Yu said as well. Don't worry elders, I will. Duan Ling Tian nodded then said, since it's like this, I'll leave right away. There's no rush. Zhao Yu lightly smiled and stopped him. Duan Ling Tian, you've just returned today and you're fatigued from travel. Let us father and son be the host tonight. All of you will go have a proper meal in a restaurant and you can leave tomorrow. How about it? That's fine as well. Duan Ling Tian didn't suspect anything and nodded. A day earlier or a day later was of no big difference to him. Then we'll slaughter Elder Zhao Yu properly tonight. Feng Ping joked. For a time, the spacious hall was filled with laughter. That night, Zhao Yu and Zhao Lei set a banquet and everyone from the 7-star sword sect that was guarding the ancient river trading company branch were gathered together. This table of food is for us father and son to make an apology, and to send off Duan Ling Tian. Zhao Yu raised the wine cup in his hand, then glared at Zhao Lei before toasting Duan Ling Tian together. Elder Zhao Yu, you're too courteous, friends are often made after a fight. Duan Ling Tian light smiled as he nodded, then raised his wine cup to toast Zhao Yu and Zhao Lei. In next to no time, Feng Ping and the other 2 7-star sword sect inner court disciples joined in. The 6 of them drank until deep into the night before returning. Duan Ling Tian, we'll drink again when you return. Zhao Yu smiled to Duan Ling Tian, then carried up Zhao Lei, who was knocked out from too much wine, and returned to his own small courtyard. All right, Duan Ling Tian replied, then left shoulder to shoulder with Feng Ping and headed towards a different direction from Elder Zhao Yu. Duan Ling Tian returned to his own small courtyard after bidding farewell to Feng Ping. Once he returned to his small courtyard, Duan Ling Tian's drunk appearance vanished, and his originally muddy eyes had returned to clarity. Big brother Ling Tian, that Zhao surnamed pair of father and son suddenly became so nice, they're surely planning something. The voice transmission of the little gold mouse entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears. Little gold, I never expected that you were even able to notice this. Duan Ling Tian pulled out the little golf mouse from within his sleeve and lightly combed her hair, his eyes flickering with a frightful sheen. The sly old fox, Zhao Yu, ability to act isn't bad at all, even I was nearly deceived. Unfortunately, that useless son of his gave it away long ago. Earlier, when they were still at the hall of the ancient river trading company, he'd noticed an inkling from Zhao Lei, and when Zhao Yu suggested that he leave the next day, he felt something was off even more strongly. Zhao Yu seemed more like he was delaying for time. Big brother Ling Tian, why don't we seize the opportunity to leave deep in the night? The little gold mouse suggested. It's all right, we'll leave tomorrow. Let me see what tricks Zhao Yu has up his sleeve. Duan Ling Tian's eyes went cold and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer of disdain. At practically the exact same moment, at a small courtyard on the other side of the ancient river trading company's large courtyard, a bright light flashed within Zhao Yu's muddy eyes, and he didn't seem drunk in the slightest anymore. At the same time, Zhao Lei, who Zhao Yu put down, woke up as well, and he had a sober expression. Was this even a person who was knocked out from getting drunk? Father, since Duan Ling Tian is leaving tomorrow, then you can follow him and kill him tomorrow. So long as we kill him and seize the muscle meridian rebirth scroll in his possession, then our good days will be arriving. As he finished speaking, Zhao Lei had an excited expression. No, Zhao Yu shook his head. When he leaves tomorrow, not only will I not follow him, I'll even go look for Elder Feng Ping to have tea. Zhao Lei was dumbstruck. Father, wouldn't he get away if you don't follow him? Lei, if I follow him, then once the matter of him being killed was exposed and I wasn't at the ancient river trading company's branch, then if the sect really investigates the matter, they would surely suspect me. So, I'll look for Elder Feng Ping to have tea tomorrow. Once the sect investigates the matter, Elder Feng Ping can be a witness for me that it was impossible for me to go follow Duan Ling Tian. Zhao Yu's face revealed a smile that was sly like a fox. In this way, there's indeed no risk at all. But, what about that muscle meridian rebirth scroll? If we let Duan Ling Tian get away this time, we don't know if we'll still be able to find such a good opportunity in the future. Zhao Lei frowned with an unwilling expression. Lei, Zhao Yu sighed, then stretched his hand out to point at his own brain. Sometimes, you have to use your brain to think more. I'm not going to follow Duan Ling Tian to pursue and kill him to seize the muscle meridian rebirth scroll, but it doesn't mean that I won't ask someone else to kill him and seize the muscle meridian rebirth scroll. It doesn't matter who killed him to us. What's most important is that muscle meridian rebirth scroll. Zhao Lei's gaze lit up when he heard Zhao Yu. Father, you've thought it out perfectly. Chapter 420. Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. Dawn, as the myriad of beings in the land awoke from their slumber. Who? Duan Ling Tian, who sat cross-legged on the bed and cultivated the entire night, let out a breath of air as he opened his eyes. Crack. Crackle. Crack. Duan Ling Tian lightly stretched his arms, and a wave of light sounds of bones rubbing together sounded out. Only a little bit more and I can break through to the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. Duan Ling Tian's face revealed a satisfied smile as he sensed his current cultivation. Duan Ling Tian got off the bed and brought along little gold as he left the room. After he ate the breakfast prepared by the member of the ancient river trading company, Duan Ling Tian went to see Feng Ping and the others to bid his farewells. With Zhao Yu and Feng Ping in the lead, everyone from the 7-star sword sect were present, and they sent Duan Ling Tian off from the ancient river trading company with their eyes. they only came back to their senses after Duan Ling Tian's figure vanished before their eyes. Elder Feng Ping, President Lan gave me some tea half a month ago, come have some at my place. Zhao Yu looked at Feng Ping and invited. Feng Ping's gaze lit up and he jumped at the offer. Tea given by President Lan is surely good tea. Then I'll do as you asked. Along with the Zhao Yu and Feng Ping leaving the large courtyard, Zhao Lei and the other two seven-star sword sect inner court disciples left as well. No one noticed that at this moment, a wisp of an evil smile that was difficult to notice faintly appeared on the corners of Zhao Lei's mouth. On the other side, Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force became vigilant once he turned into the small alley. At the first possible moment, Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force didn't notice any inklings, and he couldn't help but say to himself, could it be that I overthought things? But, when he passed through the small alley, he was able to notice a gaze that was locked tightly on him. Needless to say, this person was extremely cautious and even an ordinary void-prying stage martial artist might not be able to notice him. Unfortunately, Duan Ling Tian's previous life profession of a weapons specialist allowed him to grasp the highest level of counter-tracking abilities, and he noticed this person that was concealed in the shadows at the first possible moment. Not only that, Duan Ling Tian was even able to discover the person's cultivation through his acute spiritual force. First level void-prying stage. That Zhao Yu really looks highly upon me. Duan Ling Tian rubbed his nose and an evil smile appeared on his face as he shook his sleeve and sent a voice transmission. Little Gold, drag out that unfortunate fellow for me later. Also, don't kill him, I want to ask him a few questions. Okay. The little gold mouse's voice transmission contained jubilance and excitement. Duan Ling Tian wasn't surprised by this. Little Gold had never fought a battle throughout these 2 months, and perhaps she was already pent up. Now, her pent-up flame finally had a place to be vented. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian circumnavigated into a remote small alley within the ancient city of Everlast. Relying on his acute spiritual force, Duan Ling Tian was able to sense that the first-level void-prying stage martial artist that was following him was still concealed at the side, as if intending to wait for an opportunity to attack him. Little Gold, drag him out. Duan Ling Tian sent a voice transmission to tell the little gold mouse of the exact location of the first-level void-prying stage martial artist, then directly asked her to get him. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse cried out excitedly, then she transformed into a gold light that flashed out from Duan Ling Tian's sleeve. After a short moment, Duan Ling Tian heard a wave of thunderclaps sound out behind him. It was precisely the little gold mouse utilizing her half-step advanced lightning force. Ah! A heavy sound of something dropping onto the floor sounded out while accompanied by a miserable shrill cry. Duan Ling Tian turned around and saw a middle-aged man lying on the ground in an extremely sorry state. The little gold mouse stood in the air beside him while holding the pocket-sized spirit sword in her hand. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Although the little gold mouse was only a tiny little thing, in the eyes of the middle-aged man, she was like a savage beast that caused him to have a panicked expression and endlessly beg for mercy. Who are you? Why did Zhao Yu send you to follow me? Duan Ling Tian glanced indifferently at the middle-aged man as he asked. But the middle-aged man paid no attention to Duan Ling Tian and instead was still staring at the little gold mouse with an uneasy and terrified expression. Duan Ling Tian frowned when he was disregarded by the middle-aged man and he said to the little gold mouse, Little Gold, if he doesn't answer my question in the time of 3 breaths, then you can give him a slash however you like. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse hurriedly nodded when she heard Duan Ling Tian. Her pair of jade-green eyes flickered with cold light and the pocket-sized spirit sword in her hand flickered with a ghastly sheen of origin energy. You too. The middle-aged man's face went deathly pale, as he'd never imagined that the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple he was following was actually together with this strange mouse demon beast. Zhao Yu, you've really put me in deep shit. The middle-aged man gnashed his teeth as his heart suddenly went cold. If I knew earlier that this kid had a demon beast protecting him, then I wouldn't have accepted this errand even if that Zhao Yu gave me even more benefits. You still have the time of 1 breath. Duan Ling Tian's calm voice sounded as if he was speaking of something that was of no importance. The middle-aged man never expected that the revolving of his thoughts had actually wasted the time of 2 breaths. Now, when Duan Ling Tian's words entered his ears, it was like the sound of death entering his ears and it caused his face to go deathly pale. When he saw origin energy bloom on the spirit sword in the hand of the mouse demon beast that suppressed him, the middle-aged man hurriedly looked at Duan Ling Tian and said in panic, I'll tell you. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse was slightly dejected, then she bared her fangs and brandished her claws at the middle-aged man as if she was saying, "Can you not be such a pussy? I haven't even done anything." Duan Ling Tian looked at the middle-aged man as he said indifferently, "Go on." "Yes, yes." The middle-aged man nodded in panic. "It was Zhao Yu who promised me many benefits to kill you." "Kill me?" Duan Ling Tian's face sank as his gaze emitted cold lights. "Yes." The middle-aged man continued. "He asked me to deal with you cleanly, then seize your spatial ring. He said he doesn't want anything else but a cultivation method in your possession. At the beginning, he only thought that Zhao Yu was taking revenge for his Zhao Lei, and that's why Zhao Yu bribed a first-level void-prying stage martial artist to kill him, but now it would seem like the matter wasn't as simple as he'd imagined." "What cultivation method?" Duan Ling Tian asked. The middle-aged man didn't dare hesitate and said hastily, "It was some rebirth muscle meridian scroll." "No, it was the muscle meridian rebirth scroll." "Muscle meridian rebirth scroll." Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted and he was greatly shocked in his heart. How could Zhao Yu possibly know of the muscle meridian rebirth scroll? Logically speaking, besides myself, only the Megrez Peak Outer Court Elder, Zhao Lin, knows of this fictitious cultivation method that I fabricated. Right, Zhao Yu, Zhao Lin. They're both surnamed Zhao. Could it be that there's some relationship between them? Duan Ling Tian's thoughts revolved and his fierce gaze descended onto the middle-aged man as he asked in a low voice. "Since Zhao Yu looked for you to help him do this, I presume the both of you can be considered to be acquainted. Do you know of that Zhao Yu's background in the Seven-Star Sword sect? I seem to have heard him mention it before. His grandfather is the guardian elder of the Seven-Star Sword sect." The middle-aged man shivered when he noticed the frightful cold light that flickered on the spirit sword in the little gold mouse's hand, and he spoke of everything he knew. As expected, Duan Ling Tian understood. He completely understood. So it turned out that this Zhao Yu and Zhao Lin were cousins. Perhaps, when Zhao Yu sent people to ask about me in the Seven-Star Sword sect, it was precisely Zhao Lin who he'd asked the person to look for. After that, Zhao Lin knew that I was at the ancient city of Everlast, so he told Zhao Yu that I possessed the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. Zhao Yu was similarly greedy of the fictitious Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll that I fabricated. All this wasn't difficult for Duan Ling Tian to guess. "Zhao Lin, Zhao Yu. Since the two of you want the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll so much, then I'll give it to the two of you." Duan Ling Tian seemed as if he'd recalled something and the corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile. This evil smile entered into the eyes of the middle-aged man and caused his face to go deathly pale as he said in panic, "Young master, I'll told you of everything I know. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Don't worry, I won't kill you. So long as you help me do one thing, I'll write off the score between us." Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. "Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master." The middle-aged man heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly nodded. "Find a secluded place nearby. I need to do something." Duan Ling Tian calmly swept the middle-aged man with his gaze, then looked at the little gold mouse. "Little gold, follow by his side. If he dares make any rash actions, kill him." Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse hurriedly nodded, then transformed into a gold light that descended onto the middle-aged man's shoulder. The middle-aged man's body went stiff. "I don't dare, I don't dare." In next to no time, the middle-aged man found a secluded inn for Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian sat before the table in the room, then withdrew an ancient and simple booklet that was empty and a brush, then started wielding his brush energetically. The middle-aged man stood nearby, not moving an inch. The little gold mouse lay on his shoulder as she looked at Duan Ling Tian, who was wielding his brush energetically with interest. Presently, Duan Ling Tian was making a copy of a cultivation method. The starting part of it was from a cultivation method that could be considered to be not bad that Duan Ling Tian had casually found from the memories of the rebirth martial emperor. Then he'd copied the start. The back was instead something Duan Ling Tian fabricated casually. Then, he added piercing large words in the empty space in the middle. "One must first castrate oneself if there is desire to cultivate the second half. Without castration, it's difficult to succeed in the divine cultivation method. Once castrated, rebirth shall be achieved." In the end, Duan Ling Tian wrote 4 exquisite large words at the cover of the booklet. Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. The start of the cultivation method can be considered to be ingenious, and is sufficient to attract anyone. But, without the second half, the essence of the cultivation method can't be comprehended in the end. I really want to see their expression when they disperse their cultivations, then cultivate this cultivation method and become captivated by it, only to see those words when they have cultivated it to the middle. A wisp of an evil smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face. He believed that at that time, the expressions of the Zhao clan members were sure to be extremely brilliant. The ink Duan Ling Tian used to write this muscle meridian rebirth scroll was first-rate ancient ink, and coupled with the ancient and simple little booklet, it was difficult to distinguish its authenticity. So long as they see the start, they will surely be captivated by it. This was something that Duan Ling Tian was extremely confident of. Chapter 421, 42% Amplification. After all, any one of the cultivation methods within the memories of the rebirth martial emperor was a first-rate treasure in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Duan Ling Tian was sure that Zhao Lin, Zhao Yu, and the other Zhao clan members wouldn't have the slightest resistance when facing this cultivation method. Zhao Lin, didn't you always want the muscle meridian rebirth scroll in my possession? Since you want it so much, then I'll make one for you. A cold light flashed within Duan Ling Tian's eyes when he thought about Zhao Lin. Suddenly Duan Ling Tian stood up and looked at the trembling middle-aged man that stood at the side and said indifferently, "Take this cultivation method and pass it to Zhao Yu. Just say you got it from killing me. In this way, you don't have to offend that Zhao Yu." The middle-aged man was slightly hesitant and his eyes contained doubt. After all, he saw this young man wield a brush energetically and write this cultivation method with his own two eyes. Would a cultivation method written by a young man be able to deceive that sly old fox, Zhao Yu? What? Worried it would be see-through by Zhao Yu. Duan Ling Tian glanced indifferently at the middle-aged man, then passed the muscle meridian rebirth scroll over. "Read through it yourself." The middle-aged man took a deep breath and received the muscle meridian rebirth scroll before reading it. In next to no time, the middle-aged man's attention was completely captivated by the cultivation method and he'd become completely infatuated with the first half of the cultivation method. Time silently flowed by. After 15 minutes passed, the middle-aged man had only seen the beginning of the first half and he'd already taken Duan Ling Tian to be a godly figure. "This cultivation method, you really want me to give it to Zhao Yu?" The middle-aged man felt extremely surprised. He was able to discern that this cultivation method was extremely valuable, to the extent that even he was tempted by it. But now, this young man actually wanted to give this cultivation method to Zhao Yu, the person that wanted to kill the young man. He couldn't wrap his head around it. Duan Ling Tian glanced indifferently at the middle-aged man then said, "Just do as you're told, don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Little Gold, follow him over. Kill him if he dares play any tricks." Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse nodded excitedly, and flowing lights revolved around. The grade 6 spirit sword in her hand, as if it was ready to be sent into the middle-aged man's throat at any moment. The middle-aged man's face went ghastly pale, and he understood in his heart that if he didn't want to die, then he could only do as the young man said. Otherwise, he would die without a doubt. He'd already planned that after he gave this cultivation method to Zhao Yu, he'd leave the ancient city of Everlast and put some distance between himself and this place where trouble might come looking for him. He kept having the feeling that the cultivation method in his hand was completely different from what it seemed to be. Although he wasn't familiar with this young man, but he could perceive that it was impossible for the young man to be so kind. Zhao Yu was a person who wanted to kill the young man. He'd asked himself, if it was him in the young man's place, it would be impossible for him to act like the young man. When the middle-aged man left, he said to himself, he's surely done something to this cultivation method. Duan Ling Tian sent the middle-aged man off with his eyes, then withdrew a pile of weapons refinement materials while waiting within an inn, as he intended to refine a weapon. "I left in a hurry the last time and wasn't in time to refine a grade 6 spirit sword for myself and the two little girls. I'll first refine one for myself. I'll refine spirit swords for the two little girls when I have time in the future." Duan Ling Tian commanded in his heart, and with a flip of his palm, a strand of green flame jumped about atop his palm. Grade 6 weapon flame. The pile of materials transformed into pools of liquids as soon as they touched the weapon flame, and in the end, they fused together. Duan Ling Tian's hands flashed as if transforming into numerous after images. The speed of his technique was astounding. If a weapons craftsman was here, he would surely be extremely astonished because Duan Ling Tian's weapons refinement technique was really too astounding. Before long, when the materials were almost completely smelted, Duan Ling Tian withdrew the narrow sword he used before and fused it into the pile of materials. Subsequently, the violet myrtle flexible sword was tossed in by him as well. Gradually, all the materials transformed into a pool of liquid that formed the shape of a sword. In the end, the shape slowly took form to transform into a dark violet flexible sword. The flexible sword was thin like a cicada's wing. It seemed to be not too different from the violet myrtle flexible sword, yet their might couldn't be compared. Duan Ling Tian grasped the flexible sword tightly, then his hand shook and origin energy fused into the flexible sword. In an instant, origin energy raged and skyrocketed. First, 600 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above Duan Ling Tian, then, another 252 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared, a total of 852 ancient mammoth silhouettes. An amplification of 42%. Extraordinary performance. Duan Ling Tian's face revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. He'd originally thought the grade 6 spirit sword in his hand would at most amplify his strength by 41%, but who would have imagined that it actually was able to amplify his strength by 42%. After all, an ordinary grade 6 spirit sword like the narrow sword Duan Ling Tian used before was only able to provide an amplification of 38%. The grade 6 spirit saber, Tearless Knight, in the possession of the 7-star sword sect's Mizar Peak's master, Zheng Fan, was able to amplify strength by 40%, and it was already capable of being called as at the top grade amongst the top grade. Where the grade 6 spirit sword in Duan Ling Tian's hands now had already completely surpassed Tearless Knight. In the entire Cloud continent, it was probably only Duan Ling Tian who could refine a grade 6 spirit sword like this, the one and only person capable. After all, even the rebirth martial emperor all those years ago had only refined one grade 6 spirit weapon with an amplification of 42%. This grade 6 spirit sword is probably my peak creation. Duan Ling Tian sighed with emotion, and he clenched the flexible sword even more tightly. In the future, I'll continue calling you Violet Myrtle Flexible Sword. Duan Ling Tian lightly stroked the blade of the flexible sword in his hand, his gaze concentrated and gentle, as if he was stroking his lover. Suddenly, a gust of wind howls sounded out, interrupting Duan Ling Tian's thoughts. Duan Ling Tian felt his shoulders sink and he didn't have to look to know who had returned. Little Gold, how was it? Did it go smoothly? Hee. Big brother Ling Tian. That Zhao Yu was jubilant when he saw the cultivation method that fellow brought to him. He looked to me as if he wished for nothing more than to directly cultivate it. Big brother Ling Tian, what did you do to that cultivation method? The little gold mouse's voice transmission was filled with curiosity. What can I do? Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled, and he naturally wouldn't speak of the truth. After all, the truth was slightly unsuitable for children. Moreover, this little fellow was only 7 or 8 years old this year, and according to humans, she was only a little kid. HMPH. Big brother Ling Tian, could it be that you're really so kind to pass down a cultivation method to them? The little gold mouse obviously didn't believe him. Alright, you little kid. Let's go, we ought to leave as well. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled, then left the ancient city of Everlast with the little gold mouse. After they exited the ancient city of Everlast, Duan Ling Tian blew a whistle and a black figure descended from the horizon. It was precisely the first-level nascent soul stage fierce beast, the Sun Eagle. Let's go. Duan Ling Tian sat cross-legged on the back of the Sun Eagle, and the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple attire on his body fluttered with the wind as he was brought to travel in a flash by the Sun Eagle. The little gold mouse stood there on his shoulder as she curiously looked right and left, as she was filled with curiosity towards everything in the surroundings. Ancient city of Everlast, Ancient River Trading Company's branch. Lei. The beaming Zhao Yu walked into a small courtyard, and his tone contained excitement mixed within. Father. In next to no time, Zhao Lei opened the door from within the room and greeted Zhao Yu in. After they closed the room door, Zhao Lei had an excited expression. Father, you look so happy, could it be that it succeeded? Look. Zhao Yu passed the ancient and simple little booklet in his hand to Zhao Lei. Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. Zhao Lei's gaze lit up when he saw the cover of the small booklet, and he was slightly excited. Father, is this confirmed? Don't worry, Father has looked through a portion of the beginning. It's incomparably profound and is absolutely a genuine cultivation method. Throughout the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, no, even if it's throughout the Darkstone Empire and Darken Dynasty, there might not be a cultivation method that is so miraculous. Zhao Yu's face was covered in a brilliant smile. Now, I can finally understand why Duan Ling Tian was able to possess that strength and natural talent at such an age. It's completely because of this Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. Wonderful. In the future, the life of I, Zhao Lei, will change completely. Zhao Lei took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart, then looked at Zhao Yu and asked. Father, what about Duan Ling Tian? Don't worry, he's already been taken care of. Otherwise, where do you think this muscle meridian rebirth scroll came from? As Zhao Yu finished speaking, he laughed loudly. Lei, father has thought it through. Depart today and hurry to the 7-star sword sect, and take this muscle meridian rebirth scroll with you to go see your uncle. The cultivation location of your grandfather, one of the 9 great spirit points of the 7-star sword sect, is even more suitable for you to disperse your cultivation and cultivate this muscle meridian rebirth scroll instead. Grandfather. Zhao Lei's gaze shone. He naturally knew that the grandfather his father spoke of was the distinguished figure in the 7-star sword sect, one of the 2 guardian elders of the 7-star sword sect. People called him Elder Ming. Yes, father. Zhao Lei hurriedly nodded. In next to no time, under Zhao Yu's arrangement, Zhao Lei rode a nascent soul stage flying beast and headed all the way towards the 7-star sword sect. Zhao Lei's mood surged, as if he could already see his all-powerful future. In the other direction from the ancient city of Everlast, high above in the air, an enormous flying beast flashed past with extremely swift speed. If one were to look carefully, one would be able to discern that this flying beast was a first-level nascent soul stage sun eagle. On the back of the sun eagle, a young man in violet-colored casual clothes sat cross-legged with his eyes closed as he meditated, obviously cultivating. On the head of the sun eagle, a small golden ball of fur was curled up there. It was a fluffy and chubby little gold mouse. The little gold mouse stood on the head of the sun eagle and sent a voice transmission to urge the sun eagle on. Quickly, 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 Iya, you're too slow. If you're any slower then I'll ask Big Brother Ling Tian to make a stew out of you. The sun eagle was a nascent soul stage fierce beast after all, and it possessed basic human intelligence. Its sharp eyes contained slight helplessness and terror mixed within when it heard the voice transmission of the little gold mouse. Little Gold, you're bullying Sun Eagle again. Suddenly, the violet-clothed young man atop the Sun Eagle's back opened up his eyes that glowed brightly. In this instant, there seemed to be something else on the young man's body, something that was difficult to fathom. Chapter 422, Darkstone Empire. Hee. Big Brother Ling Tian, you're awake. The little gold mouse's figure flashed to descend onto the knee of the violet-clothed young man, then she raised her little head to look at Duan Ling Tian as she sent a voice transmission. Big Brother Ling Tian, you seem to be slightly different. Yes, I've broken through. The violet-clothed young man, Duan Ling Tian, nodded with a smile. Exactly, he'd broken through. Officially broken through to the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. Little Gold, where are we now? Duan Ling Tian asked the little gold mouse. The little gold mouse shook her small head, then sent a voice transmission. I don't know. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched, then he looked towards the sun eagle beneath him and blew a whistle, making the sun eagle descend. Instantly, the sun eagle's figure shook, then plunged in descent. The sun eagle carried Duan Ling Tian and the little gold mouse, seeming to transform into an arrow that had left the bow as it swiftly tore through the sky. Duan Ling Tian looked down upon the ground, and only then did he notice that he was in the sky above a desolate mountain and plains. What place is this? Duan Ling Tian had a bewildered expression, then he muttered to himself. At the beginning, Sun Eagle headed all the way north. Little Gold, how long have I cultivated for? Duan Ling Tian looked at the little gold mouse as he asked. 20 days. The little gold mouse replied via voice transmission. So long, no wonder I'm feeling slightly hungry. Duan Ling Tian rubbed his thin and dry stomach, then asked the Sun Eagle to descend into the desolate mountain and plains. Duan Ling Tian started a fire on the spot after hunting a few wild beasts. Subsequently, he started roasting the meat. The fragrance of meat quickly suffused into the air, causing Duan Ling Tian to be unable to wait for the moment he could savor it. Duan Ling Tian withdrew a spirit sword and slashed a few times on the thick and heavy meat before sprinkling some ordinary seasonings. Instantly, fragrance assaulted them. Sun Eagle, you worked the hardest amongst the 3 of us, so you eat this piece first. Duan Ling Tian passed the meat in his hand to the Sun Eagle. However, in next to no time, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the jade-green eyes of the little gold mouse was glaring at the Sun Eagle. Whereas although the Sun Eagle coveted the roasted meat in Duan Ling Tian's hand, yet it didn't dare make the slightest movement even after a long time, as if it was extremely afraid that the little gold mouse would pounce over and roast it as well. Little fellow, you're really overbearing. Here, Eat it. Duan Ling Tian was slightly helpless and passed the roasted meat in his hand to the little gold mouse. The little gold mouse glanced at the sun eagle once more, with an experience as if she was saying, "At least you're sensible." Then she received the roasted meat and started nibbling. Duan Ling Tian continued to roast meat. When he and Sun Eagle had filled their bellies, the night sky had already slowly descended. "We'll spend the night here tonight, and leave early in the morning," Duan Ling Tian said to the little gold mouse. Then he asked the Sun Eagle to conceal itself high above in the sky, and he himself casually found a large withered tree before laying down atop the enormous tree trunk. The little gold mouse leapt up onto a nearby tree trunk and fell asleep before long. The moon was bright and the stars were few. The gentle moonlight poured down to envelop Duan Ling Tian. "It's already been 3 months since I left the 7-Star Sword sect. According to my knowledge, the Darkstone Empire seems to be north of the ancient city of Everlast. If the Sun Eagle flew north all the way for 20 days, then wouldn't it mean that the ground beneath my feet already belongs to the domain of the Darkstone Empire?" Duan Ling Tian gazed at the bright moon that hung in the sky as he thought in his heart. The moon tonight was especially round. In his previous life, the Mid-Autumn Festival was completely meaningless to him who was an orphan. Because he didn't have any family members to reunite with. In this lifetime, it was different. He had a mother that doted on him, and 2 fiancées that he cherished like his life. Unknowingly, it has already been 3 years since leaving the Crimson Sky Kingdom. I wonder how mother is now. After Duan Ling Tian recalled the mother of his current lifetime, Li Ru, his thoughts were beyond control after they occurred. The 2-year agreement with the zither young master is in 9 months. I'll bring Kair and Little Fei on a trip back to the Crimson Sky Kingdom after fulfilling this 2-year agreement. Duan Ling Tian set a plan in his heart. His thoughts drifted, and unknowingly, Duan Ling Tian had fallen into a deep sleep. At dawn the next day, they departed once again. The Sun Eagle flew for 5 days consecutively, yet still hadn't flown out of the desolate area. Too slow, too slow. In the end, the little gold mouse was completely impatient and she sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian. "Big brother Ling Tian, this fellow's speed is too slow. I'll fly you." "Okay." Duan Ling Tian nodded, as the speed of little gold far surpassed the Sun Eagle by more than 10 times. Presumably, it wouldn't be long before they would be able to leave this desolate area. The little gold mouse stood mid-air and instantly enlarged, like a 3-meter-tall hill. Duan Ling Tian followed momentum and descended onto the back of the little gold mouse. Right when Duan Ling Tian intended to call over the Sun Eagle, the little gold mouse turned around and looked at the Sun Eagle, and flowing lights revolved within her jade-green eyes. Duan Ling Tian understood that little gold ought to be communicating with the Sun Eagle. In the end, he first saw a wisp of terror appear in the sharp eyes of the Sun Eagle, then the Sun Eagle glanced at him before spreading out its wings before turning around and flying towards the way it came. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. "Little gold, what did you say to the Sun Eagle?" "Hee. Big brother Ling Tian, I asked him to go home. Otherwise, I'll make a stew out of him." The little gold mouse squinted as her voice transmission entered Duan Ling Tian's ears, causing Duan Ling Tian's face to freeze. The voice that was pleasing to the ear like a young girl's voice revealed the tone of a little devil. "Little gold, you chased the Sun Eagle back to the primeval forest, so in the future, I'll be relying on you to give me a ride." Duan Ling Tian smiled. If the little gold mouse was willing to give him a ride, then the efficiency wasn't just slightly higher. HMPH. So be it. It's better than allowing that fellow to ascend my back. I'm a jade-eyed heavenly mouse, a descendant of a saint beast. How could I be reduced to the mount for a mixed-haired bird? The little gold mouse's voice transmission was filled with arrogance. Descendant of a saint beast. Duan Ling Tian was surprised when he heard the little gold mouse. He'd searched through the entire memories of the rebirth martial emperor, yet there wasn't any recording related to descendants of saint beasts. In other words, even the rebirth martial emperor had never heard of descendants of saint beasts. "Yeah, after I overcame the 6-9 heavenly tribulation that day, a lot of inherited information awoke within my mind. Our Jade-Eye's heavenly mouse family are descendants of saint beasts. Our bloodline is noble and transcends above the myriad of demon beasts." The little gold mouse replied via voice transmission. "Looks like there are many things within Cloud Continent that even existences at the level of the rebirth martial emperor didn't know." Duan Ling Tian sighed with emotion. The rebirth martial emperor had experienced 2 lifetimes after all, but even then, he actually had never heard of descendants of saint beasts. He could imagine how mysterious those saint beasts were. Saint beast. I can tell it isn't an ordinary beast just from how it's called. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart, then he asked the little gold mouse about the saint beasts. Unexpectedly, even the little gold mouse herself didn't know. She only knew that her jade-eyed heavenly mouse family was a descendant of saint beasts. As for what saint beasts were, she knew completely nothing. Big brother Ling Tian, I'm going to speed up. The little gold mouse's voice transmission entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears, causing him to shudder and hurriedly stabilize his figure. In the next moment, the little gold mouse sped up to the limit, seeming to transform into a gold light that flashed past the horizon. Everywhere the gold light passed, over 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out following it, and a narrow and long path in the sky was opened up between the clouds and mist that covered the sky. The path in the sky gradually closed and didn't leave any traces behind. Truly efficient. Duan Ling Tian lay on the fluffy back of the little gold mouse, feeling incredibly comfortable as if laying on the sofa from his previous life. Although the little gold mouse's speed didn't increase to the limit, it was still almost 10 times faster than the Sun Eagle's full speed, and it saved him quite a lot of time. Big brother Ling Tian, there's a city ahead, let's go look for a restaurant to eat. The little gold mouse had carried Duan Ling Tian and flown for half a day. She seemed as if she'd made a discovery, and her body that was like a small hill plunged downwards as she sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian lowered his head to look down towards the ground. Indeed, on the ground ahead, an extremely ordinary city stood there, like an oasis in the desert that was especially conspicuous. You little gluttonous mouse, go down. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. Hee hee, okay. The little gold mouse replied via voice transmission. Then her body that was like a small hill descended within a luxuriant forest outside the city. Duan Ling Tian left the back of the little gold mouse that was spacious like the ground, and his body flashed before steadily descending onto the ground. The little gold mouse's enormous body abruptly shrunk and once again transformed into a tiny little thing that flashed to stand on Duan Ling Tian's shoulder. Duan Ling Tian walked swiftly forward towards the distant city. This city occupied a vast area that wasn't inferior to the ancient city of Everlast. Duan Ling Tian entered the city, observing streams of people flow on the large streets in the city and wagons forming long lines like dragons that never stopped flowing. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse was unwilling to hide under Duan Ling Tian's sleeve, and she stood on Duan Ling Tian's shoulder as she curiously sized up everything before her. The pair of one man one mouse, although stranger, didn't attract the attention of others. Duan Ling Tian noticed as well that there was no lack of martial artists that brought along fierce beasts amongst the passing pedestrians. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian saw a restaurant appear ahead, and his gaze lit up. Little gold, let's go eat in this restaurant. Okay. Okay. The little gold mouse's voice transmission entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears, as she was extremely excited. Duan Ling Tian entered the restaurant and he could see that the restaurant was almost fully seated. Fortunately, a table of customers had just finished eating nearby Duan Ling Tian, and they stood up and left. My luck isn't bad. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. Whereas the little gold mouse that stood atop his shoulder directly flashed out instead and descended onto the table. Right when Duan Ling Tian wasn't even a step away from the table before him. Ha ha, my luck isn't bad, there just happens to be an empty table. A rather sharp voice sounded out, and something flashed before Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Then he saw a young man who possessed a skinny figure that was like a bag of bones had beat him to it and sat before the table. Duan Ling Tian stopped his footstep and frowned slightly. Chapter 423, Conflict. Meanwhile, another young man of medium stature sat opposite the skinny young man. From the beginning until the end, the two have regarded Duan Ling Tian as nothing. Squeak squeak. Meanwhile, the little gold mouse furiously looked at the two young men as she bared her claws and brandished her fangs. But, the fluffy and chubby little gold mouse acting fierce had no deterrent force whatsoever. What, little mouse, you want to play with us? The skinny young man looked at the little gold mouse as he asked while laughing. He only thought that this was an ordinary pet mouse. Squeak squeak. But, the words of the skinny young man was like lighting a fuse to a bomb, and it completely enraged the little gold mouse. The little gold mouse swung her tails out, precisely striking the teacup on the table. Instantly, the teacup flew out, flashing straight for the skinny young man. The skinny young man wasn't prepared in the slightest and was hit straight on the face, and the remaining tea within the teacup splashed all over his face. Ha 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 ha. The customers seated at the surrounding tables who saw this scene couldn't refrain from bursting into laughter. All right, little gold, let's go to a different restaurant. Seeing that the restaurant was packed, Duan Ling Tian looked at the little gold mouse and called out. He'd only just arrived here and didn't want to stir up trouble. Although he'd seen through the cultivations of these two young men and wasn't afraid of them, the little gold mouse's actions earlier had undoubtedly helped him vent his anger, causing the discontent in his heart to be completely gone. Squeak squeak. Unexpectedly, the little gold mouse was unwilling to leave. She stood on the table in a human-like manner with her front paws crossed before her and looked at the skinny young man provocatively. Little mouse, you're courting death. The skinny young man was enraged. His hand was enveloped with roaring origin energy, seeming to transform into a fan that slapped downwards towards the little gold mouse. Above the skinny young man, 400 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Squeak. The little gold mouse lightly cried out, then her tail flashed out like a bolt of lightning to intercept the palm strike the young man slapped down. The instant the little gold mouse's tail touched the skinny young man, he let out a shrill cry and then a wave of sounds of bones breaking sounded out at almost the exact same instant. You're courting death. The skinny young man's companion, the other young man of medium stature, clearly never imagined that the little gold mouse had this sort of strength, and his face went grim as he attacked as well. This young man's strength was stronger than the skinny young man, and he was a 5th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. Unfortunately, this little strength was nothing before the little gold mouse, and he was directly swept flying by the little gold mouse's tail before crashing onto the ground. What a terrifying fierce beast. I'm completely unable to see clearly exactly how many ancient mammoth silhouettes flashed in the sky atop this little gold mouse. A 3rd-level nascent soul stage martial artist and a 5th-level nascent soul stage martial artist weren't a match for it. Moreover, it seemed to have attacked so casually and smoothly. Its strength is at least at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage or above. The crowd of people in the restaurant sighed emotionally, and they all looked at the little gold mouse with gazes that contained slight burning desire, and many people looked at Duan Ling Tian with envious expressions. The two young men that were taught a lesson by the little gold mouse felt they'd lost face and left the restaurant in dejection. You little fellow. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and laughed, then sat down. At a nearby table, the eyes of a young woman that was around a little over 20 lit up. Such a cute and formidable little gold mouse. What, little Lu, you like that mouse? The sword-shaped brows of the young man in embroidered clothes that sat opposite the young woman raised up and his eyes emitted a trace of affection. The young girl spat out her tongue. I like it, but unfortunately, it has an owner already. Isn't that simple? The young man in embroidered clothes stood up and directly walked towards Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian had only just sat down and ordered some food from the attendant when he noticed the young man in embroidered clothes walking over. Before long, the young man in embroidered clothes glanced at Duan Ling Tian indifferently and asked, "Hey, how much for that mouse of yours?" His tone contained an unquestionable intent of command. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse glared at the young man in embroidered clothes, then bared her fangs and brandished her claws at him, and she was extremely infuriated. As for Duan Ling Tian, he completely couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the young man in embroidered clothing. He extended his hand to comb the hair of the little gold mouse and said with a light smile, "Little gold, you should change your irritable temper. You should be more ladylike, do you understand?" The little gold mouse couldn't help but turn to look at Duan Ling Tian when she heard this, and asked via voice transmission. Ladylike? What's ladylike? Ladylike is to possess a meek disposition and not lose your temper easily. For the sake of not allowing other people to discern that he was able to communicate with the little gold mouse, Duan Ling Tian intentionally replied via voice transmission. It's a female. Right at this moment, another young girl that was a little over 20 appeared by the side of the young man in embroidered clothes. The young woman had a delicate and pretty appearance, and although she couldn't be considered to be a first-rate beauty, she possessed good looks and aroused affection of others towards her. Presently, the young woman looked at the little gold mouse with a gaze filled with burning desire and yearning. "Kid, I'm Chong Wei from the Phoenix Nest City's Chong clan. Name a price and sell this mouse to me." The young man in embroidered clothes looked at Duan Ling Tian as he spoke once again, and his gaze was condescending as he looked down at Duan Ling Tian. "I'm not selling." Duan Ling Tian didn't even raise his head as he continued to comb the fur of the little gold mouse, and the little gold mouse's fur felt soft and it was comfortable when touching it. Furthermore, the little gold mouse lay on the table in enjoyment, but its jade green eyes stared fixedly at the young man in embroidered clothes, and it seemed to contain slight rage mixed within. She was a descendant of a saint beast, a jade-eyed heavenly mouse. This human actually called her a mouse. If it wasn't for her recalled Duan Ling Tian asking her to be ladylike earlier, she would have swept her tails over long ago and directly swept this detestable human flying. What? You're not giving Chong Wei, face, and not giving my Chong clan face. Chong Hui's voice suddenly went low and heavy yet loud, and it spread throughout the entire restaurant. Instantly, the crowd of customers within the restaurant were all alarmed. He's the Chong clan's second young master, Chong Wei. I heard long ago that the second young master of the Chong clan is infatuated with the martial arts, and possesses a cultivation at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage at a mere age of 29. I never expected to be able to see him in this restaurant. This young woman by his side, could it be that she's that fiancée of his, the Qian clan's third young miss, Qian Lu? She should be. When he saw the restaurant going into an uproar from a single sentence of Chong Hui's, Duan Ling Tian raised his head and glanced calmly at Chong Wei. Do you feel that making your identity conspicuous is able to satisfy your vanity and make me retreat after learning of your identity, and sell her to you? I'll say it one last time, I'm not selling her. Duan Ling Tian's tone was resolute and firm. You. As Chong Wei got angry from embarrassment, the origin energy on his body surged and the energy of heaven and earth roiled above him to converge into 1,100 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the end. 8th level nascent soul stage. The Chong clan's second young master has broken through again. The natural talent of the Chong clan's second young master is really monstrous. Besides the daughter of the city governor, I'm afraid no one in the younger generation of our Phoenix Nest City is able to compare with him. A 29-year-old 8th level nascent soul stage martial artist. Even in the entire Darkstone Empire, such natural talent can be considered to be one of the top in the mid-range of natural talents. The luck of the Chong clan is really good to possess such a genius in the martial Dao. The crowd of people within the restaurant were all shocked by the strength revealed by Chong Wei. What? Still want to use force? Duan Ling Tian remained unfazed as he glanced indifferently at Chong Wei. So what if I am? Chong Wei shouted out explosively. His origin energy roared as he raised his hand, then it transformed into a white-colored serpent that coiled on his arm. He struck out with his fist. The sounds of air exploding continuously rose and fell as the white serpent flashed out to bite at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian had a calm expression, as if he didn't take Chong Hui's punch seriously at all, but the hand he placed on the little gold mouse had already been withdrawn. Squeak! Suddenly, a sharp cry sounded out, causing the crowd of customers in the restaurant to go pale. Some customers with comparatively lower cultivations went ghastly pale, as if they'd suffered an extremely great blow. It was Little Gold's enraged cry. At the same time, Little Gold's tail swept out once again, and the air in the surroundings seemed to be completely sucked out as it moved to meet Chong Hui's descending fist. The white-colored serpent that flowed out from Chong Hui's fist was crushed by Little Gold's tail, and not only that, Little Gold's tail quickly descended onto Chong Hui's fist. An enormous slap sounded out, and accompanying it was a shrill cry and the clear sounds of bones cracking and exploding. Subsequently, dazzling fresh blood sprayed out from Chong Hui's fist, transforming into numerous beautiful red roses in the air that slowly descended. As for Chong Wei, he was directly swept flying by the little gold mouse's tail. His fist had completely vanished, and only half a mangled arm remained. Obviously, Chong Hui's fist including half his arm was directly crushed by the little gold mouse's tail swing. Demon beast. It's a demon beast. The gazes of people in the restaurant stared blankly at the 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes that were gradually dispersing atop the little gold mouse, and they were completely dumbstruck. Void-prying stage demon beast. Chong Wei, who stopped the bleeding from his mangled arm with great difficulty, had a ghastly pale face when he saw to his astonishment the 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes that were gradually vanishing, and his eyes revealed terror. He'd never imagined that this mouse was actually a formidable demon beast. Brother Wei. Qian Lu's beautiful face went pale as she hurriedly went over to support Chong Wei up, and the gaze she had when she looked at the little gold mouse again was completely different. This cute little gold mouse was actually a demon beast that crippled an arm of her fiancé with only a swing of its tail. Little Lu, let's go. Chong Wei took a deep breath before leaving with Qian Lu. When he left, a sense of icy coldness and terror arose within the gaze Chong Wei shot at Duan Ling Tian. This young man had a demon beast by his side and was obviously of extraordinary background. After Chong Wei and Qian Lu left, the gazes of the people in the restaurant all moved away from Duan Ling Tian and the little gold mouse, as they were extremely afraid that continuing to look would cause them to suffer a calamity. That was a demon beast. An existence comparable to a void-prying stage expert. It wasn't something they could offend. Peace at long last. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised, then looked at the little gold mouse and said with a light smile, "Little gold, you did well." Squeak squeak. The jade-green eyes of the little gold mouse emitted a sheen of delight when she was praised by Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 424. Taboo. Before long, his food had arrived. After Duan Ling Tian casually ate a little bit, he concentrated on watching the little gold mouse gulp down her food. The little fellow's body seemed small, yet she was a glutton, and it caused many people in the restaurant to click their tongues in surprise. Suddenly, a wave of discussion entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. "Quickly finish your food. We're still able to make it to watch the battles before the groom search competition for the city governor's daughter. The strength of the city governor's daughter is too strong, not to mention a young genius below the age of 25. I'm afraid there isn't even anyone amongst the young geniuses below the age of 30 of our Darkstone Empire that are able to be a match for the city governor's daughter. Today is the last day of the groom search competition, and practically all the young geniuses around our Phoenix Nest City have rushed over. However, in my opinion, I'm afraid no one will be able to defeat the city governor's daughter even on this last day to become the son-in-law of the city governor. The Lord City Governor's requirements are too high. Defeating his daughter at an age below 25 years old, even in the entire Darkstone Empire and the Darken Dynasty, I'm afraid such a person is in existence that's akin to Phoenix Feathers and Keelan Horns." The two people who in discussion finished their food hastily before leaving. Groom search competition. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled as he never imagined that the circumstances that would only appear in wuxia novels from his previous life would actually be encountered by him. In next to no time, a few more people had walked into the restaurant, and they sighed with emotion as they walked. "I wonder exactly what level of cultivation the city governor's daughter is at." Today, that young man around the age of 24 who possessed a cultivation at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage was actually defeated by her. That young man is the strongest person who's participated in the groom search competition until now. I never imagined that he was still defeated by the city governor's daughter in one move. The city governor's daughter adjusts her strength based on her opponent and seemed to have not used her full strength until now. Looks like no one is able to get the beauty. According to my knowledge, the city governor's daughter always wears a veil. Could it be that you've seen her appearance? We don't know if she's a beauty or a beast. So what if she's ugly? Being able to become the son-in-law of the city governor and even obtain the soul transformation fruit is undoubtedly a good fortune. Soul transformation fruit. Duan Ling Tian initially didn't care about it much, but when he heard one of the people mention the soul transformation fruit, he had an elated expression as he stood up abruptly. "Big brother." Duan Ling Tian looked at the middle-aged man that spoke earlier and asked courteously, "Did you say soul transformation fruit earlier?" The middle-aged man nodded when he saw Duan Ling Tian was so polite, and he said with a calm expression, "Exactly, it's precisely the soul transformation fruit." "What, little brother, you're interested in that soul transformation fruit?" "Yes." Duan Ling Tian nodded, then asked, "I heard Big Brother say earlier that there's a way to obtain the soul transformation fruit." The middle-aged man nodded. "Exactly. The city governor had held a groom search competition for that unmarried daughter of his for these past 10 days. Today is the last day. So long as you're able to defeat the city governor's daughter in the groom search competition, then not only would you be able to become the city governor's son-in-law, you'll even be able to obtain the soul transformation fruit. Supposedly, this soul transformation fruit is a great thing. If it's consumed by an inscription master, then it's even able to allow the inscription master's spiritual force to raise a level." As he finished speaking, the middle-aged man sized up Duan Ling Tian. "Little brother, based on your age, you're only slightly older than that city governor's daughter. However, I advise you to put away this thought. Although you fit the conditions for the city governor's daughter's groom search competition, the city governor's daughter has already revealed a cultivation at the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. Moreover, she seemed to be holding back. Thank you, big brother." Duan Ling Tian thanked the middle-aged man, then tossed down some silver before leaving the restaurant in a hurry with the little gold mouse. "Big brother Ling Tian, I haven't finished eating." The little gold mouse's voice transmission contained slight displeasure. "I'll let you eat until you're satisfied later, right now I have some important things to do," Duan Ling Tian said in a hurry. After leaving the restaurant, Duan Ling Tian found a passerby and asked the location for the groom search competition before hurrying over. What city governor's son-in-law? He wasn't interested in the slightest. He was interested in that soul transformation fruit. If it's said that ordinary spirit fruits can only be chanced upon by luck and not sought by martial artists, then the soul transformation fruit was even harder to come by. The soul transformation fruit was a type of spirit fruit capable of increasing the level of the soul, and within the distribution of spirit fruits within Cloud Continent, it wasn't even at 1%. Although my cultivation has increased quite a bit, my spiritual force seemed to have completely fallen into a bottleneck, and hasn't been able to break through to the void-prying stage for a long time. The groom search competition was carried out right outside the city governor's estate. When Duan Ling Tian arrived before the arena of the groom search competition, his mind was fluttering. His spiritual force has arrived at the breakthrough point between the nascent soul stage and the void-prying stage long ago, yet he was unable to break through for a long time. He'd been at a loss and helpless because of this. Now, he'd seen the light of hope. If there really is a soul transformation fruit, then my soul will transform once I consume it and advance a level, to the void-prying stage. At that time, my spiritual force will become stronger once again and I'll be able to inscribe even high-level inscriptions. As if he had a treasure mountain, but didn't have the tools to excavate it, this feeling had caused Duan Ling Tian to be displeased since the beginning. Groom search competition, fun, fun. Big brother Ling Tian, you want to marry that city governor's daughter? Aren't you afraid that big sister Kair and big sister Fei will get angry? The little gold mouse's voice transmission was filled with excitement, and as she finished speaking, it was as if she was anxious to see the world in disorder. Duan Ling Tian glared at the little gold mouse. I don't have any interest towards that city governor's daughter. I only want to obtain that soul transformation fruit. Ordinary spirit fruits were rare and priceless, but the soul transformation fruit was amongst the less than 1% of spirit fruits that were able to advance the soul, so it was even rarer. Presently, since Duan Ling Tian had encountered it, he wouldn't easily miss the opportunity. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian had arrived at his destination. A high platform stood before the city governor's estate now, and it was incomparably spacious. It was precisely the groom search competition's arena. Streams of people surged nearby the arena in an intense bustle, and the sounds of shouting rose and fell continuously without end. The groom search competition is held for 10 days, and today is the last day. There actually isn't a single young genius under the age of 25 from our Phoenix Nest City or the surrounding tens of cities that is a match for the city governor's daughter. It's said that the city governor's daughter is merely 20 years of age. Possessing an unfathomable cultivation at the age of 20 is truly shocking. Up until today, people have only forced her to use a strength at the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. Yeah, even then, she seems to still be holding back. The crowd of people discussed animatedly before the city governor's estate. At this moment, atop the arena of the groom search competition, the mysterious daughter of the city governor stood there gracefully. Her pair of beautiful hands that were white like jade were exposed in the air, and a fiery red dress beautifully emphasized her beautiful and charming figure that caused one to be unable to refrain from a myriad of daydreams. On the face of the city governor's daughter was a fiery red veil that only revealed a pair of beautiful eyes that were like autumn water, and her lovely hair that drooped down were like black strands of Babylon willow as they lightly swung with the wind. Even if one was within the sea of people, she still gave one a calm and peaceful feeling. Although I can't see her appearance clearly, just by this disposition, it's sufficient to cause ones to be interested. I presume the appearance beneath the veil of a woman with such a disposition wouldn't be bad. Duan Ling Tian was shocked in his heart. Based solely on disposition, no one amongst the women by Duan Ling Tian's side or the women he knew were able to compare to this city governor's daughter. Under his curiosity, Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force extended out, wanting to pry into the secrets of this city governor's daughters. According to the information he'd obtained, the city governor's daughter was only 20 and possessed an extraordinary cultivation, and up until this point, she'd already revealed a cultivation at the 5th level of the nascent soul stage, yet she seemed to still be holding back. At the same time that Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force flashed out, he sighed emotionally in his heart. My cultivation's advancement is already considered to be quick. Within the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, it could be considered to be a speed that towered above all. I never imagined that I'd actually encounter a genius in the martial Dao whose cultivation's advancement is even swifter than mine in this remote city of the Darkstone Empire. If the cultivation of the city governor's daughter wasn't piled up solely by relying on spirit fruits, then her natural talent would absolutely not be inferior to his. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force hadn't even touched the city governor's daughter when he couldn't help but be astounded in his heart. because at this moment, an even stronger spiritual force seemed to have noticed his spiritual force and directly pressed over. Inscription Master. Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted as he never expected that there would be such a formidable inscription master by the city governor's daughter's side. The strength of the spiritual force of this inscription master wasn't just a level above his. Instantly, Duan Ling Tian didn't dare hesitate as he hurriedly withdrew his spiritual force. That formidable spiritual force seemed as if it had no intention of making a fuss over it with Duan Ling Tian, and didn't pursue him after Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force withdrew. Fortunately, he showed mercy, otherwise, my soul would surely be heavily injured. Duan Ling Tian shuddered in fear, and at the same time, he realized his own rashness. According to the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, he knew deeply that even inscription masters didn't dare rashly use their spiritual force to spy on others. This was a taboo. Whereas all along his journey in cultivation, he's never encountered any formidable inscription masters, so he'd tossed the portion of the rebirth martial emperor's memories that was about this taboo to the back of his head. Now that he'd left the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and was at the Darkstone Empire, he'd encountered a truly formidable inscription master. Duan Ling Tian's gaze started to sweep the crowd of people, wanting to find the owner of the formidable spiritual force that extended out earlier. But no matter how he searched, he was unable to notice a trace of that person. It seemed as if that person had appeared out of thin air. Could it be that this inscription master has come for the soul transformation fruit as well? Duan Ling Tian's heart jerked as a bad premonition arose in his heart. Chapter 425, Can I Not Marry You? In the sky above the groom search competition arena outside the city governor's estate, there were two figures standing in the sky behind the clouds and mist. One of the two was a middle-aged man in a crimson-red robe with gold edges. The middle-aged man had a firm expression, emitting a dignified disposition as he stood, and it shapelessly brought a type of oppressive feeling to others. Beside the middle-aged man, an old man past 70 stood in the air. Interesting, interesting. The old man in gray clothes had a calm expression, and his muddy eyes abruptly lit up as if he'd noticed something new. Elder Kong, you've noticed something? The middle-aged man asked curiously. Eldest young master, perhaps. The destined person of the young miss has appeared. The gray-clothed old man spoke slowly with an unfathomable expression. Elder Kong, what you mean is... The middle-aged man's eyes squinted and had an astounded expression. In the groom search competition's arena, the city governor's daughter stood there silently. Whereas although there were many people in the surroundings, most of them came to watch the show, and no one ascended the arena after a long time. Let me experience the strength of the city governor's daughter. Along with an explosive shout, a swift figure flashed to ascend to the arena. This was a young man around the age of 25 to 26, with a handsome appearance and arrogance mixed between his brows. Your age is past the limit. Get down. The city governor's daughter hadn't even reacted when the azure-clothed old woman standing at the side of the arena raised her head indifferently and glanced at the young man. The young man opened his mouth, yet he hadn't finished speaking. An enormous bang sounded out, and an aged figure had appeared where the young man stood earlier. In the blink of an eye, everyone present saw that the azure-clothed old woman that stood at the side of the arena was suddenly standing at the spot the young man was standing earlier. As for the young man, he was directly blasted down the arena. The groom search competition of my young miss is restricted to young talents below the age of 25. Don't come make a fool of yourself. If you're above 25 years of age, I can discern if your age is over or not with a glance. Don't try your luck. The old woman spoke slowly with a tone that contained incomparable confidence mixed within. However, no one present dared doubt what the old woman said. So fast. The eyes of Duan Ling Tian, who stood at the side of the arena, squinted. The old woman's speed was shockingly swift. Although he was curious of the old woman's strength, Duan Ling Tian didn't dare use his spiritual force to detect it. Could it be that the formidable spiritual force from before came from this old woman? Duan Ling Tian couldn't refrain from thinking in his heart. He'd noticed the old woman that stood beside the arena long ago, but he only thought that she was an ordinary servant of the city governor's estate. He had never imagined that the old woman had hid her ability. Allow me. A light-footed figure descended into the arena. It was a young man around the age of 23 or 24. The young man looked at the city governor's daughter that stood in the distance, then he stomped on the ground, transforming into a gust of wind as he took the initiative to gain the advantage in the battle. In the air, 600 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, then dashed out in a formidable array. A 3-foot-long blade appeared in the young man's hand, then his origin energy rages as he swept it out horizontally. Instantly, another 168 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the 600 ancient mammoth silhouettes. This sword strike contained the strength of 768 ancient mammoths. The hearts of the people present couldn't help but float up to their throats when they saw the young man's sword about to touch the city governor's daughter. In practically an instant, as if a cool breeze blew past, the city governor's daughter had finally made a move. She casually swung her sleeve, and her sleeve instantly expanded, containing roaring origin energy as it swept towards the young man. Without any suspense, the young man and his sword were directly blasted down from the arena. At the same time, above the city governor's daughter, 800 ancient mammoth silhouettes could be vaguely seen. At this moment, the city governor's daughter didn't utilize a spirit weapon. 6th level of the nascent soul stage. My god, the city governor's daughter was really concealing her cultivation. She's actually a 6th level nascent soul stage martial artist. A 20-year-old 6th level nascent soul stage martial artist. There seems to have never been an appearance of a person with such natural talent in the history of our Darkstone Empire, right? Even if it's throughout the entire Darken Dynasty, there are very few monstrous geniuses in the martial Dao like her. The surrounding crowd of spectators were in an uproar, as all of them were shocked by the cultivation displayed by the city governor's daughter. 6th level of the nascent soul stage at the age of 20. A slightly surprised expression appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. Was this city governor's daughter really only 20? Hee. Big brother Lingtian, her natural talent seems to be better than yours. The little gold mouse's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and his eyes contained slight astonishment mixed within. A 6th level nascent soul stage martial artist at the age of 20. Solely in terms of cultivation, it was indeed stronger than his. As for natural talent, Duan Lingtian neither agreed nor disagreed. His natural talent could be considered as the limit of natural talent for martial artists on Cloud Continent. Even if the natural talent of the city governor's daughter was any higher, it would at most be on par with him, whereas his natural talent was only unearthed by the 10,000-year stalactite. Milk 3 years ago, so his starting point was much later than the city governor's daughter. After the city governor's daughter revealed a cultivation at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage, no one ascended the arena to get a beating anymore. Time slowly flowed by. The groom search competition will officially come to an end in half an hour. The azure-clothed old woman said indifferently. Looks like no one is able to defeat the city governor's daughter and get the girl. There's also that soul transformation fruit. Supposedly, one can consume it even if one isn't an inscription master. Once consumed, the soul will obtain a huge advancement, and would even be able to affect comprehension ability to a certain extent. The crowd discussed animatedly. Big brother Lingtian, are you still not going? The little gold mouse's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, then he stomped with his feet to leap up and descend onto the groom search competition's arena. For a time, the combination of one man and one mouse attracted the attention of everyone. Another person has gone up to seek a beating. It's even a young man that looks to be 22 at most. Isn't this young man that person we saw in the restaurant earlier? It seems to be so. That little gold mouse on his shoulder isn't simple, it's a formidable demon beast. That Chong clan young master, Chong Wei, had his arm crippled from a single swing of the tail by it. That harmless little gold mouse is actually a void-prying stage demon beast. In next to no time, along with the explosive revelations of the people who had seen Duan Lingtian in the restaurant earlier, everyone knew that the little gold mouse that stood on Duan Lingtian's shoulder was a demon beast. Demon beast. The azure-clothed old woman heard the discussions of the crowd, then she looked at Duan Lingtian and said indifferently. The rules of our city governor's estate's groom search competition is to disallow the usage of any other external sources of strength besides spirit weapons. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse brandished her claws and bared her fangs at the old woman when she heard the old woman's words. Then the little gold mouse turned her body around and shook her butt at the azure-clothed old woman. This caused the azure-clothed old woman to be stunned. The surrounding crowd of people were dumbstruck as well. This is really a demon beast. It has simply destroyed the lofty image of demon beasts in my heart. This little gold mouse doesn't look like a demon beast no matter how I look at it. It's instead like a pet. Meanwhile, the beautiful watery eyes of the city governor's daughter that had remained motionless all along looked at the little gold mouse by Duan Lingtian's side, and her willow-shaped brows slightly raised. What a cute little gold mouse. The city governor's daughter spoke with a gentle and moving voice that caused one to feel as if bathing in spring breeze. Don't worry, she won't attack. Duan Ling Tian nodded to the azure-clothed old woman, then looked at the city governor's daughter and smiled lightly. May I know young miss name? Want to know? Then defeat me first. The city governor's daughter looked at Duan Ling Tian and said slowly, her voice was airy, as if it reverberated out from a gorge. Duan Ling Tian was stunned, then he nodded and said, young miss. I wonder, can I not marry you if I defeat you? I only want the soul transformation fruit. Is that alright? When Duan Ling Tian said these words, he felt slightly awkward. After all, these words were slightly hurtful. But he had to say it, as the reason he'd ascended the groom search competition's arena wasn't the city governor's daughter, but the soul transformation fruit. The soul transformation fruit was too important and too difficult to come by for him. He wasn't willing to miss the opportunity. Along with Duan Ling Tian words entering the ears of everyone, the scene went deathly silent. After a short moment, the surrounding spectators were in a complete uproar. Fuck, I didn't hear wrongly, right? This kid actually said he only wants the soul transformation fruit and not the city governor's daughter. Is he mad? Although the soul transformation fruit is difficult to come by, but how is it better than the city governor's daughter? Marrying the city governor's daughter would mean that he would have the chance to soar into the sky. The crowd was in an uproar as they were all shocked by Duan Ling Tian's words. Of course, there were also some people that felt Duan Ling Tian was too arrogant and conceited. This kid looks to be around the age of 22, but he actually dares speak such arrogant words. Does he really think he can defeat the city governor's daughter? Exactly. If he's unable to defeat the city governor's daughter, then what he said now is completely useless. He's too arrogant. High above in the air, the red-robed middle-aged man couldn't help but be stunned and had a strange expression. Elder Kong, I slightly believe it now. Perhaps, he really is the man in Tian Wu's destiny. He only came for the soul transformation fruit. The temptation of the soul transformation fruit is too strong for an inscription master. Elder Kong nodded. His spiritual force is only a fraction away from stepping into the void-prying stage. It's still the first time that I've seen a little fellow at such a young age possess such a formidable spiritual force. Elder Kong seems to be extremely interested in him. The red-robed middle-aged man laughed. Elder Kong didn't reply, yet his eyes that flickered with bright lights were sufficient to reveal his thoughts. In the groom search competition's arena. Kid, aren't you ashamed for talking big? The azure-clothed old woman's face sank, and her fierce gaze swept towards Duan Ling Tian. If you're here to make trouble, then get down. Duan Ling Tian was slightly embarrassed. People can't even speak the truth in this age. If you want the soul transformation fruit, then it will depend on if you have the ability. The city governor's daughter let out a shout in a gentle voice. Chapter 426, Flower Rain. If you want the soul transformation fruit, then it will depend on if you have the ability. The city governor's daughter's shout seemed to contain slight rage mixed within. Even a gentle person would get enraged. How could the pampered daughter of the city governor not become enraged when she was looked down on by a man? Influenced by her extreme rage, her gentle and graceful figure flashed, seeming to transform into a fairy within a fire, like a flaming phoenix, as she directly flashed towards Duan Ling Tian. Her delicate jade-like hand unfolded into a palm, whistling out as she attacked out in anger, and her vast origin energy raged and skyrocketed as it approached Duan Ling Tian. This palm strike contained the strength of 800 ancient mammoths. This kid is in for a hard time. Right when most of the surrounding spectators had similar thoughts in their hearts, Duan Ling Tian made his move. He stood on the spot, unmoving like a mountain, and pushed out a palm that carried the might to split mountains to directly meet the city governor's daughter's palm strike head-on. In an instant, 711 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared in the sky above Duan Ling Tian, and they dashed out with an imposing aura that shot into the skies like a rainbow. 5th level nascent soul stage. A trace of surprise appeared within her watery eyes, as she obviously had never expected that Duan Ling Tian would be able to possess this cultivation at such an age. But as far as she was concerned, since Duan Ling Tian wanted to exchange blows with her with the strength of 711 ancient mammoths, then it was simply asking for trouble. Watch out! Duan Ling Tian naturally was able to guess the thoughts of the city governor's daughter when he saw the trace of disdain in her eyes, and he voiced out a warning right before their palms collided. Shameless boasting, the city governor's daughter shouted out in a tender voice. Her graceful figure flashed like a ball of flame that was sweeping out to envelope towards Duan Ling Tian, as if wanting to swallow Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed when he saw the city governor's daughter approaching menacingly. Immediately, the origin energy on the palm Duan Ling Tian slapped out started vibrating with a frequency that grew higher and higher. In next to no time, his quake energy had reached the limit. Finally, Duan Ling Tian and the city governor's daughter's palm collided with each other. An enormous bang sounded out. The collision of the terrifying origin energy caused the surrounding air to freeze, and then the airflow flew out, transforming into circle after circle of ripples that swept out. Not only that, dust and dirt suffused the air on the arena, and it practically enveloped Duan Ling Tian and the city governor's daughter completely, causing them to be vaguely visible. But even then, the surrounding crowd of spectators still watched the scene before them with concentration. As far as they were concerned, although the strength of the young man in the arena now wasn't bad and possessed a cultivation at the 5th level of the nascent soul stage, the city governor's daughter was a 6th level nascent soul stage martial artist, surpassing his cultivation by an entire level. As far as they were concerned, this collision of palms was without suspense, and the city governor's daughter would surely have the upper hand. But unfortunately, sometimes, imagination is tremendously different from reality, and the following scene caused them to be completely dumbstruck. Let go. They heard an explosive shout from the arena and the body of the city governor's daughter shook, then she actually swiftly retreated backwards. How could this be possible? The surrounding crowd of spectators looked at the scene before them with expressions of disbelief. Although the strength of the young man was strange as he possessed an extra 11 ancient mammoths worth of strength than an ordinary martial artist at the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. But even then, the strength contained within his palm strike was still the strength of 89 ancient mammoths lower than the city governor's daughter, right? How could he gain the upper hand? Are they acting? Many people couldn't help but think like this in their hearts. Presently, amongst the people present, besides Duan Ling Tian, it was probably only the city governor's daughter herself that was the most clear of what happened earlier. The city governor's daughter looked at Duan Ling Tian in disbelief, and hesitated for a moment before saying, "You used an inscription." Inscription. The words of the city governor's daughter entered into the ears of the surrounding spectators, and caused an uproar. Fuck. This kid actually used an inscription. No wonder he was able to defeat a stronger cultivation with a weaker cultivation and force the city governor's daughter to retreat in a head-on exchange, so it turns out that he used an inscription. Get down. Shameless scum like you have no qualifications to continue staying on the arena. Get down. For a time, Duan Ling Tian had become the target of all and aroused public wrath. HMPH. Right at this moment, a cold snort was like a thunderclap as it spread out from the arena and entered into the ears of everyone. For a time, the surroundings of the arena was completely deathly silent. She's ignorant, but could it be that all of you are ignorant as well? Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian glanced indifferently at the surrounding crowd of spectators with an expression of disdain. When did all of you see me using an inscription? Besides that, if I did use an inscription, it would naturally leave behind traces of inscription utilization. Earlier, did any one of you see or even sense a trace of an inscription being used? The surrounding crowd of spectators instantly fell silent. He didn't use an inscription. Right at this moment, the azure-clothed old woman at the side of the arena glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian as she spoke slowly. Instantly, the surrounding crowd of spectators didn't have anything further to say. Thank you, Senior. Senior, you have good eyesight, unlike some people. Duan Ling Tian nodded to the azure-clothed old woman, then looked at the city governor's daughter who wore a fiery red dress and seemed to be referring to something with his words. You. The city governor's daughter was angered to the point she stomped her feet, then she raised her hand and a crimson-red whip appeared. Flowing lights flashed around the whip, as if there were strands of burning flames blazing atop it. Along with the city governor's daughter flashing towards Duan Ling Tian once again, origin energy flashed on the whip in her hand. Above her, another 380 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the existing 800 ancient mammoth silhouettes. The whip tore through the sky, seeming to have transformed into a venomous serpent that fiercely bit at Duan Ling Tian. Grade 5 Spirit Weapon. Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted. Duan Ling Tian didn't dare hesitate as the origin energy in his entire body exploded out and quake energy emerged, and he seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind as he barely dodged that whip that approached like a venomous serpent that bit towards him. This whip contained the strength of 1,180 ancient mammoths. A grade 5 spirit whip that amplifies almost 48% of strength. What exactly is the background of this Phoenix Nest city's governor? At the same time that he dodged, Duan Ling Tian was greatly astounded in his heart. After all, even if it was within the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the number of grade 5 spirit weapons could be counted with the fingers on one's hands. Even if it was the 7-star sword sect that he was a part of, the sect that was known as the number 1 sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, only possessed a single grade 5 spirit sword that was passed down from generation to generation. Now, daughter of the Phoenix Nest City's governor had casually withdrawn a grade 5 spirit weapon, and it caused Duan Ling Tian to be speechless. Flower rain. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian heard a light shout, and it was the city governor's daughter that had pursued him in attack. Whip images that covered the sky flashed past the sky, seeming to have transformed into countless images of flowers that enveloped towards Duan Ling Tian like a rain. What a profound martial skill! Duan Ling Tian's eyes squinted. He was able to sense the whip images in the hands of the county governor's daughter had practically locked his position, and it caused him to have no place to dodge. These whip images that covered the sky seemed to have transformed into a heaven-encompassing net that enclosed him from top to bottom. Duan Ling Tian had encountered similar martial skills in the past, however, those martial skills had flaws to take advantage of, after all, whereas unless Duan Ling Tian was able to dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it, otherwise, it would be difficult for him to charge out of the enclosed area of the whip images that covered the sky from the martial skill that the city governor's daughter utilized now. The surroundings of the arena was completely silent, and the gazes of everyone stared fixedly at the scene before them as they were extremely afraid they would miss a detail. Since he was unable to dodge, Duan Ling Tian didn't dodge any longer, and the violet myrtle flexible sword appeared in his hand. Subsequently, origin energy violently arose on the violet myrtle flexible sword in his hand. In the sky, another 299 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the existing 711 ancient mammoth silhouettes. The violet myrtle flexible sword, a grade 6 spirit sword, due to it being refined by Duan Ling Tian himself, and he struck great luck during refinement, it was able to amplify his strength by 42%. At this moment, the strength of 1010 ancient mammoths was condensed on the violet myrtle flexible sword in Duan Ling Tian's hands. However, even then, Duan Ling Tian's strength was still quite inferior when compared to the city governor's daughter. Even with his quake energy, it was difficult for him to surmount such a huge gap. Your spirit sword isn't bad, but unfortunately, you're bound to lose today. The voice of the city governor's daughter contained a trace of chilliness. The whip in her hand flashed out, and the whip images that covered the sky followed the whip like a shadow, surrounding Duan Ling Tian and striking Duan Ling Tian's body like drops of rainwater. Are you that confident? Duan Ling Tian's face revealed a brilliant smile. Instantly, within the origin energy that raged atop the violet myrtle flexible sword in Duan Ling Tian's hands, a strand of strange aura had suddenly emerged. At the instant the strange aura emerged, the energy of heaven and earth above Duan Ling Tian roiled once more. That is, the surrounding crowd of spectators were dumbstruck. Wind force. The pupils of the azure-clothed old woman standing at the side of the arena couldn't help but constrict. Wind force. Even the red-clothed middle-aged man high above in the sky and the gray-clothed old man beside him were both slightly moved now. They were able to discern that it was genuine wind force, and not a wind force seed. This little fellow really frightens people to death. The gray-clothed old man couldn't help but sigh with emotion. In the sky, the energy of heaven and earth surged, and it once again gave Duan Ling Tian another 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Instantly, the strength of Duan Ling Tian's sword increased to the limit. The strength of 1,210 ancient mammoths, completely crushing the strength of 1,180 ancient mammoths possessed by the city governor's daughter. Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Ling Tian, who was within the whip images that covered the sky, had finally moved. His sword swung out like a bolt of lightning, stabbing towards a side of the whip images. Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force had already seen through the martial skill, flower rain, of the city governor's daughter, and he'd instantly found the true location of the whip and stabbed towards it. Duan Ling Tian instantly fused the high-grade profound rank martial skill, Dragon's finishing touch, that was at the perfection stage, into the sword strike. A light clang resounded out as the origin energies collided with each other. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have already seen the scene of the city governor's daughter forced to retreat once again. That is, however, instantly, Duan Ling Tian noticed that a strand of energy had suddenly surged out from the point the tip of his violet myrtle flexible sword struck. He clearly saw that in the sky above the city governor's daughter, another 120 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the existing 1,180 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Chapter 427, Feng Wu Dao. The 120 ancient mammoth silhouettes that had appeared suddenly changed into 80+ in the blink of an eye. Then they slowly increased 0.90 ancient mammoths, 0.100 ancient mammoths, ceaselessly fluctuating with a peak of 127 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Force seed. Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted, but when his gaze encountered the spirit whip in the hands of the city governor's daughter, he noticed instead that the origin energy flowing around the spirit whip seemed to have a strand of a strange fiery aura. Duan Ling Tian was extremely familiar with this aura. It was the aura of flames. Fire force. It's a fire force seed. Duan Ling Tian distinguished the ability that the city governor's daughter had utilized now. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian's face sank. He felt an enormous force pour into the spirit sword in his hand from the spirit whip. She was taking the initiative to attack and gain the advantage. Even when Duan Ling Tian used quake energy in time, he was only able to neutralize a portion of the energy. Following the direction of this energy, Duan Ling Tian stomped on the ground and flashed out like a gust of wind, then stood in the distance as he looked at the city governor's daughter from afar. If I knew she'd comprehended a fire force seed, I would have utilized quake energy at the beginning. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly, and he felt it was a slight pity. Duan Ling Tian originally thought that even if he didn't utilize quake energy, his strength was sufficient to crush this city governor's daughter. But the facts proved that he'd underestimated the city governor's daughter. The city governor's daughter was a genius in the martial Dao that had comprehended a fire force seed. In terms of natural talent, she wasn't inferior to him. In terms of comprehension ability, she was the best amongst all the younger generation he'd met. Even the demonic lotusblade sect saber young master from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was far inferior to her. If Duan Ling Tian had utilized his quake energy at the limit when he struck out with his sword, he'd already have crushed the city governor's daughter and obtained the final victory. Unfortunately, he didn't utilize it. Even when he utilized quake energy in time later on and neutralized a portion of the energy from the city governor's daughter, yet he was also unable to counter. Increasing the quake energy to the limit required a process. Earlier, there was utterly no time for Duan Ling Tian to gradually develop his quake energy to the limit. On the groom search competition arena, Duan Ling Tian and the city governor's daughter stood facing each other. Origin energy still raged and leapt about on the violet myrtle flexible sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand. Above him, 1,210 lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes accumulated force while waiting to be deployed. Origin energy similarly coiled around the spirit whip in the hands of the city governor's daughter. Whereas above her, the number of ancient mammoth silhouettes fluctuated extremely unstably between 1,260 plus to 1,307. Moreover, there was no indication that the fire force seed would die out. The fire force seed of this city governor's daughter is practically at the peak of what is able to be comprehended by a nascent soul stage martial artist. To a certain extent, she's already able to completely control the fire force seed, and it wouldn't occasionally die out like the saber young master's saber force seed. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart, and he felt heartfelt admiration towards the city governor's daughter before him. A 20-year-old girl possessing such ability was simple monstrous. Monstrous too. The point it struck terror in the hearts of others. When Duan Ling Tian stared at the city governor's daughter, she looked at him as well. Is it him? The city governor's daughter's pair of beautiful eyes emitted a trace of wonder, and besides that, it also concealed a trace of embarrassment that was similar to a young girl beginning to think about love. Of course, this was something that Duan Ling Tian didn't notice. When Duan Ling Tian and the city governor's daughter stood apart in confrontation, the surroundings of the arena went into an uproar. I really never expected that this young man was a freak. Yeah, I feel that his strength isn't much inferior to the city governor's daughter. But his strength seems to still be inferior to the city governor's daughter. So what if it's inferior? Could it be that you've forgotten that his strength was inferior to the city governor's daughter earlier, but he still forced her to retreat? For a time, numerous burning gazes descended onto Duan Ling Tian. Elder Kong, the strength of this little fellow seems to be slightly strange. Besides that, his origin energy seems to be able to produce some type of vibration with extremely high frequency, and the feeling it gives me is like. The red-clothed middle-aged man's firm face was covered in surprise. Demon beast, worm python. The gray-clothed old man continued the red-clothed man's words, and he had a serious expression. Exactly, it's precisely the worm python. He actually mastered the origin energy utilization method of the worm python to defeat a stronger opponent. It's truly shocking. The red-clothed middle-aged man sighed with emotion, and his words contained slight disbelief mixed within. Perhaps, if he knew that the third form of the cultivation technique that Duan Ling Tian cultivated, the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, was the worm python form, he wouldn't think like this. The young miss isn't a match for him. The gray-clothed old man shook his head, and a strand of bright light flashed within his muddy eyes. Even though there was an extremely great distance between them, he seemed as if he was able to clearly see the violet figure in the groom search competition arena. You aren't a match for me. On the arena, Duan Ling Tian looked at the city governor's daughter. HMPH. We'll only know if I'm a match for you or not after I try. The city governor's daughter shouted out in a tender voice. Her graceful and slender figure flashed out once again, seeming to have transformed into an enraged fire phoenix that wanted to burn Duan Ling Tian into ash. Duan Ling Tian was able to perceive the rage within the words of the city governor's daughter. Flower rain. The city governor's daughter swung the grade 5 spirit whip in her hand, and the flower rain appeared once again to envelop Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's face became grim, yet he stood on the spot, not moving like a mountain. Origin energy lightly started trembling with a frequency that grew high and higher atop the violet myrtle flexible sword in his hand. The whip images that covered the skies poured down, seeming to have transformed into swift droplets of rainwater that formed a heaven-encompassing net that wanted to bind Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian made his move. His sword swung out like a bolt of lightning, flashing straight towards the grade 5 spirit whip that was seen through and locked on by his spiritual force. The violet myrtle flexible sword drew an arc before swiftly stabbing out, and a piercing howl resounded out as it descended onto the spirit whip, breaking the martial skill of the city governor's daughter once again. Let go. Duan Ling Tian shook his hand as he shouted out explosively, wanted to make the city governor's daughter let go of the spirit whip in time. But he quickly noticed that the city governor's daughter actually had no intention of letting go. In the end, Duan Ling Tian twisted the violet myrtle flexible sword in his hand to disperse the origin energy of the city governor's daughter on the spirit whip. Then his other hand flashed out to grab a hold of her hand before seizing the spirit whip and tossing it aside. This woman is too headstrong. Duan Ling Tian sighed in his heart. In next to no time, he finally noticed softness in his hand, and only now did he realize that he was still holding the delicate hand of the city governor's daughter. Duan Ling Tian noticed that at this moment, the city governor's daughter wasn't furious as before. She glanced at him before lowering her head with a ladylike appearance. Compared to before, she was like a completely different person. Not good. This scene caused a bad premonition to arise in Duan Ling Tian's heart, and he hurriedly let go and took a few steps back. It was a good battle. Hee. Big brother Ling Tian, do you want to see how she looks? The little gold mouse's voice transmission entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears. If you want to see, then I'll go pull off her veil right now. Don't act recklessly. Duan Ling Tian glared at the little gold mouse as he stopped her. If the little gold mouse were to pull off her veil, then the city governor's daughter would say, "The first man who sees my face must be my husband." Then wouldn't he suffer this for no reason? This little brother has won. Little brother, congratulations on becoming the city governor's son-in-law. Congratulations, little brother. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the surging crowd around the arena were actually congratulating him, and it caused him to be speechless. Didn't I say before that I only came for the soul transformation fruit? Is there something wrong with the ears of these people? Right when Duan Ling Tian was intending to provide an explanation. Ha 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 ha. A hearty laugher sounded out from the horizon and became clearer and clearer. He saw a crimson-red figure descending from the sky and quickly arrived before him. This was a middle-aged man in a crimson-red robe with a dignified expression between his brows, and his eyes that were looking at Duan Ling Tian right now were emitting bright lights. Lord City Governor. A wave of respectful voice sounded out by Duan Ling Tian's ears. It was the surrounding crowd of people that were bowing to the red-robed middle-aged man, City Governor. The Phoenix Nest City's governor. Good. Very good. Kid, from today onwards, you're the son-in-law of Feng Wudao. The Phoenix Nest City's governor, Feng Wudao, looked at the Duan Ling Tian as he nodded in satisfaction, as if he was like an old man that was more interested the more he looked at his son-in-law. Congratulations, City Governor. The surrounding crowd of people all congratulated Feng Wudao. Thank you, everyone. Feng Wudao laughed and was in an excellent mood. City Governor Feng. Duan Ling Tian glanced at the young woman that stood by Feng Wudao's side with a lowered head and slightly shy expression, and he laughed bitterly. I think you've misunderstood. I ascended this arena today only for the sake of that soul transformation fruit, and not for your daughter. As soon as Duan Ling Tian's words sounded out, the joyous atmosphere in the scene stopped abruptly. Numerous gazes from all around the arena descended onto Duan Ling Tian. The crowd of people were all shocked by what Duan Lingtian said. Only now did some people recall that when the young man ascended the arena earlier, he did indeed say this, but no one took his words seriously at that time. What did you say? Feng Wudao's face became grim, and in almost an instant, a formidable imposing manner swept out from him to press onto Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's face went pale. The imposing manner of Feng Wudao descended onto him and pressed on him to the point his internal organs shook. In the end, Duan Lingtian was truly unable to endure it and his body shook. Pooh! He was forcefully made to spit out a mouthful of blood. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian struggled to raise his head and look at Feng Wudao in astonishment, and he had a fearful expression. The strength of this Feng Wudao is so strong. I'm not afraid of it in the slightest, even if it's the imposing manner of an ordinary void initiation stage expert. But his imposing manner is actually able to injure me. Waves of coldness abruptly arose within Duan Lingtian's heart. Chapter 428, Feng Tian Wu. Kid, do you think the groom search competition my city governor's estate held as a game? Or do you think no one wants my daughter? That you can choose to marry her at a whim? Feng Wudao glanced coldly at Duan Lingtian as he shouted in a deep voice. Presently, a trace of surprise that was difficult to notice flashed within Feng Wudao's eyes when he saw Duan Lingtian actually only spat out a mouthful of blood when enveloped by his imposing manner. Originally, as far as he was concerned, his imposing manner was sufficient to press a mere 5th-level nascent soul stage martial artist like Duan Lingtian flat on the ground. Where do you place the dignity of the city governor's estate by doing this? Where do you place the face of my daughter? The voice of Feng Wudao suddenly became stern. An even stronger imposing manner flashed out to sweep towards Duan Lingtian. Instantly, Duan Lingtian's ghastly pale expression became deathly pale, and he felt his entire body, placed within the center of a storm, on the verge of collapse. Duan Lingtian glanced at the young woman who stood by Feng Wudao's side with a pair of slightly red eyes, and smiled bitterly while he spat out another mouthful of blood. City Governor Feng, I told your daughter when I ascended the arena. I only came for the soul transformation fruit. You really don't like me. The city governor's daughter's eyes contained tears that were about to drop as she stared at Duan Lingtian, and her gentle and moving voice contained slight agitation mixed within. Duan Lingtian sighed. I haven't even seen your appearance, how can I say I like you or not? But, I did indeed come here for the soul transformation fruit this time, and have no other intentions. If I can't only take the soul transformation fruit, then I'm sorry for disturbing you. Farewell, I'm sorry. Duan Lingtian looked at the city governor's daughter and smiled apologetically, then turned around, intending to leave. Do you think you can come and go to my city governor's estate as you please? The instant Duan Lingtian turned around, he heard a voice seeming to condense into a sharp sword that fiercely pierced into his ears, shocking his eardrums to the point they trembled. A force that he was unable to rival instantly spread throughout his body. In the next moment, he felt his entire body become powerless and his consciousness gradually becoming blurred. The crowd of people before him gradually vanished before his eyes. Squeak squeak. Before he fainted, he heard the little gold mouse's enraged cry sound out by his ears, then he completely lost consciousness. When Duan Lingtian regained consciousness, he felt his entire body ache. So painful. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, and only now did he notice that he was lying on a luxurious bed within a spacious room. You've woken up. Right at this moment, the room's door was opened and a fiery red beautiful figure walked in, and she held a tray containing a bowl of fragrant meat. Porridge. Duan Lingtian's stomach growled without putting up a resistance the instant he smelled the fragrance of the porridge. Duan Lingtian looked at the red-clothed young woman who wore a veil, the city governor's daughter, and he shook his slightly dazed head as he asked. How did I get here? You were knocked out by my father, and you've been unconscious for 3 days and nights. My father's temper is like that, so don't take it to heart. The city governor's daughter placed the porridge at the side and helped Duan Lingtian up slightly before removing her veil. Then she held up the bowl of porridge and scooped a spoonful before putting it before her mouth and blowing. She passed the spoon to Duan Lingtian as she smiled lightly. It's been 3 days, you're surely hungry already, right? But, Duan Lingtian was currently dumbstruck. He was completely dumbstruck at the instant the city governor's daughter removed her veil. When the veil dropped down, appearing before Duan Lingtian's eyes was a dazzling beauty with an absolutely beautiful face, her black eyebrows like paintings, and her eyes like 2 drops of autumn water. Her fine nose, scarlet lips, white teeth, and naturally sweet features drew out a perfect face that was breathtakingly beautiful. She was just like a fairy that had fallen into the mortal realm. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt his heart completely calm down because of this young woman's appearance. "You, so beautiful," Duan Ling Tian muttered. The young woman's beauty was breathtaking. "You should drink your porridge." The young woman's beautiful face flushed red, as if blood could drop out from it, and she was gentle like water. Compared to the valiant young woman that fought Duan Ling Tian in the arena earlier, she was like a completely different person. Fiery in action, but like water when calm. This was the impression Duan Ling Tian had of the young woman in his heart. Duan Ling Tian allowed the young woman to feed him a mouthful of porridge, and he felt warmth arise in his body when the porridge entered his stomach. I still don't know your name," the young woman asked timidly. "I'm called Duan Ling Tian." Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled and looked at her. "What about you?" "Feng Tian Wu." The young woman smiled sweetly. "I'm truly sorry about what happened before. I was really not prepared." Duan Ling Tian had an apologetic expression when he recalled the other day. Feng Tianwu seemed to recall what happened that day when she heard this, then she faintly sighed. "You don't blame my father, he did it for me. Perhaps it's truly because your conditions really conform to the person in my destiny. So my father wasn't willing to let you leave like that. This person in your destiny." When Duan Ling Tian heard her, he was unable to make heads or tails from it. What destiny? Feng Tianwu continued to feed the porridge to Duan Ling Tian and slowly explained. "Actually, my father, Grandpa Kong, and Grandma Shu only came to this city a few years ago. At that time, this city wasn't called Phoenix Nest City yet." Duan Ling Tian was shocked as he never imagined that the city governor, Feng Wudao, was actually not someone from this city. After Feng Wudao arrived, he'd become the city governor in a short amount of years, and even obtained the respect of the residents of Phoenix Nest City. Such ability was shocking. "Then where are all of you from?" Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. "The Darken Dynasty," Feng Tianwu said slowly. "Darken Dynasty." Duan Ling Tian was shocked. But when he recalled Feng Tianwu's natural talent in the martial Dao and Feng Wudao's unfathomable strength, he came to an understanding. Perhaps, only someone from the Darken Dynasty was able to possess such terrifying natural talent and strength. "The destiny you spoke of earlier is?" Duan Ling Tian asked curiously when he recalled what Feng Tianwu said earlier. Feng Tianwu faintly sighed as she said slowly, "That is the destiny my great-grandmother divined for me. She was a powerful diviner and the person I respected the most. But for the sake of divining a way of survival for an ominous person like me, she wasted the last 20 years of her lifespan." As she finished speaking, Feng Tianwu's beautiful face was covered in tears. "Diviner?" Duan Ling Tian was completely puzzled when he heard this. Could it be that this diviner was similar to the fortune tellers of his previous life? But Duan Ling Tian had never believed these things in his previous life. "Don't be sad. Since your great-grandmother chose to do this, then it's sufficient to show she loved you very dearly. I presume that if she was aware in the afterlife, she wouldn't be willing to see you like this." Although Duan Ling Tian didn't believe in divining or destiny, Feng Tianwu's current appearance that was like a pear blossom bathing in rain still caused him to be unable to bear it, and he hurriedly consoled her. Under his consoling, Feng Tianwu finally recovered back to her previous self. "Do you think that the so-called destiny is extremely illusory and unreal?" Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Ling Tian's eyes and asked abruptly. Feng Tianwu's beautiful eyes were pure and flawless, like two beautiful gems that caused Duan Ling Tian's feelings to surge. Duan Ling Tian didn't deny when faced with this question of Feng Tianwu's, and he nodded. Feng Tianwu slowly said, "At the beginning, I was unwilling to believe it as well. Until that day in the groom search competition's arena when I myself acknowledged that my strength was inferior to you. Only at that moment did I believe that destiny my great-grandmother divined wasn't illusory and unreal." "What do you mean?" Duan Ling Tian looked at Feng Tianwu in interest. "Do you know why my father brought me to this city at the extreme south of Darkstone Empire?" Feng Tianwu answered her own question. "It's precisely because of the destiny my great-grandmother divined. According to my great-grandmother, I would encounter the man in my destiny when I was 20 years old at the southernmost city of the Darkstone Empire, Phoenix Nest City." As she spoke up to hear, a wisp of a blush appeared on Feng Tianwu's peerlessly beautiful face. "So, after my father became the governor of this city, he changed the name of the city to Phoenix Nest City. My great-grandmother said that the man in my destiny is from the south, and he would appear at a certain time during the year I turned 20. She asked my father to hold a groom search competition for me at that time, and use the soul transformation fruit she left behind as my dowry. Feng Tianwu continued, I just turned 20 this year. My father believed my great-grandmother's words, so he held a groom search competition during the time frame my great-grandmother spoke of, only for the sake of waiting for the appearance of the man in my destiny. The 10 days of the groom search competition was the time frame my great-grandmother divined that man would appear. According to what my great-grandmother said, that man's age doesn't exceed 25 and would defeat me during the groom search competition. Based on my strength, not to mention in the remote cities of the Darkstone Empire, even if it's in the entire Darken Dynasty, a young genius that is able to defeat me while being below 25 years of age is in existence like phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. During the first 9 days of the groom search competition, although many people had come, there wasn't a single person that could withstand a single move from me. When I saw the arrival of the 3rd day, a thought arose within my heart. Perhaps, it really was my great-grandmother who was mistaken. Only until you appeared and defeated me did I know that the destiny my great-grandmother wasted 20 years of her lifespan to divine wasn't fruitless. After she finished speaking, Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked, Are you from the south? Feng Tianwu's words caused Duan Ling Tian to be unable to regain his senses for a while. To him, everything Feng Tianwu said was too profound. Destiny. He didn't believe in this. Exactly, I'm from the south. But, perhaps all of this is only a coincidence. Duan Ling Tian said to Feng Tianwu. He was from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was indeed to the south of the Darkstone Empire. Coincidence. Feng Tianwu shook her head, then went silent for a moment before saying, Don't worry, if you're unwilling, then I won't force you. I didn't mean it that way. Presently, Duan Ling Tian didn't know what to say. Chapter 429, Fire Spirit Body. Although he said it was a coincidence, he was still extremely shocked in his heart. After all, if all this was true, then the great-grandmother of the young woman before him was truly inhuman, as she was even able to divine when he would arrive at Phoenix Nest City. The soul transformation fruit was still the most important. Earlier, Feng Tianwu had explained the origins of the soul transformation fruit in her words earlier. That was the dowry the old woman had left for Feng Tianwu. In other words, if he wanted the soul transformation fruit, then he must marry Feng Tianwu. If it was before, at the time he didn't have Kair and Li Fei by his side, he might have directly agreed and married Feng Tianwu. After all, Feng Tianwu's conditions weren't bad in any way. She possessed both a beautiful appearance that was like a flower and a shocking background. But now, with Kair and Li Fei, it was equal to having an extra responsibility. If he could, he didn't want to hurt the two girls. Moreover, what he felt for Feng Tianwu now was mostly admiration and not affection, nor was he struck by desire like when he met Li Fei that day. Perhaps, it was because he already had Kair and Li Fei that he would be like this. All in all, this type of feeling was extremely complicated. I didn't mean it in that way, I just feel it's slightly abrupt. Moreover, both of us have only just become acquainted and have no feelings between each other at all. Could it be that you're willing to be married to a person you don't know? Duan Ling Tian asked Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu's cherry lips slightly moved when she heard this. She seemed as if she wanted to say something yet didn't say it. Big brother Duan, I'm going out first, take care of your injuries properly. Feng Tianwu sighed faintly, then held the tray that had the empty bowl on it and left, leaving behind a beautiful back for Duan Ling Tian to see. She seems to have something that's difficult to voice out. Duan Ling Tian frowned, as he clearly saw the actions of Feng Tianwu earlier. A howl of the wind sounded out and the room's door was knocked open with a bang, then a gold light shot onto the edge of the bed by Duan Ling Tian's side. Big brother Ling Tian, you're finally awake. The little gold mouse looked at Duan Ling Tian and danced with joy, and as she communicated with Duan Ling Tian via voice transmission, it seemed to contain slight excitement mixed within. Little gold, what happened after I fell unconscious that day? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. Oh, you were knocked out by Feng Wudao that day. Ash heard the little gold mouse's voice transmission. Duan Ling Tian obtained a certain level of understanding of everything that happened that day. Feng Wudao didn't make it difficult for him and little gold in the end. He brought Duan Ling Tian and the little gold mouse to the city governor's estate, and he even gave Duan Ling Tian a great recovery pill. Big brother Ling Tian, big sister Tian Wu isn't bad. Do you want to marry her? The little gold mouse blinked her jade green eyes as she sized up Duan Ling Tian with interest. Duan Ling Tian glared at the little gold mouse. "You little fellow, you're just a stinking kid, don't meddle in the affairs of grown-ups." My injuries have almost recovered, accompany me on a walk outside." Right when Duan Ling Tian intended to change his clothes and leave the room with the little gold mouse, knock. Knock. The sound of the door being knocked sounded out. "It isn't locked." Along with Duan Ling Tian's reply, the unlocked door was opened, and an aged figure slowly walked in. Duan Ling Tian recognized this person with just a glance. It was precisely the azure-clothed old woman that stood at the side of the groom search competition arena that day, and the Grandma Shu that Feng Tianwu spoke of. A scene that caused disbelief in Duan Ling Tian appeared. Grandma Shu didn't say anything before walking over before his bed and directly kneeling on the ground. "Senior, what are you doing?" Duan Ling Tian has a shocked expression as he hurriedly got down off the bed, wanting to help Grandma Shu up. But unfortunately, Grandma Shu's cultivation was much stronger than his own, and as she knelt there, no matter how he pulled, he had no way of holding Grandma Shu up. "Senior." Duan Ling Tian laughed bitterly. "No matter what it is, stand up and speak of it." When he saw Grandma Shu making no reaction, Duan Ling Tian straightened his face. "If you still don't stand up, then I'll leave directly." Grandma Shu stood up when she heard this. "Young Master Ling Tian." Grandma Shu respectfully bowed to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian wasn't surprised that Grandma Shu knew his name. Presumably, Grandma Shu had already met with Feng Tianwu earlier. "Senior, if there's anything, then just speak frankly. Young Master Ling Tian, the young miss ought to have told you about the matter regarding her destiny, right?" Grandma Shu asked. "Then do you know that if her destined man doesn't become one with her, she won't be able to live past the age of 30? Grandma Shu sighed. "What?" Duan Ling Tian's face went grim. "Senior, what exactly is going on? I knew it. The young miss is so kind, and would have surely not told you this." Grandma Shu continued. "Young miss is innately born different from an ordinary person. She possesses the extremely rare fire spirit body." Fire spirit body. Duan Ling Tian was stunned when he heard Grandma Shu, and when he searched the memories of the rebirthed martial emperor and found out what innate fire spirit body meant, his face was filled with shock. The fire spirit body was an extremely overbearing innate spirit body, and it was extremely rare. In the history of Cloud Continent, not only had the fire spirit body appeared, but practically all the other spirit bodies like the water spirit body, lightning spirit body, and wind spirit body had appeared, but the possessors of these innate spirit bodies rarely survived past the age of 30. Only because once they were 30, the energy of the innate spirit body would completely explode out, and the possessor of the spirit body would be unable to endure the pressure and directly explode from the overflowing energy. The rebirthed martial emperor had experienced 2 lifetimes and had once encountered a possessor of a water spirit body. The possessor of the water spirit body had extraordinary natural talent before the age of 30, and relied on the water spirit body to comprehend 3rd level water concept once the possessor's cultivation stepped into the 7th level of the void prying stage. When the possessor of the water spirit body exerted all abilities, the strength displayed was even able to completely crush ordinary 1st level and 2nd level void initiation stage martial artist. However, at the age of 30, this possessor of the water spirit body was unable to endure the energy erupting out from within his body and exploded from the overflowing energy. That person was a good friend of the rebirthed martial emperor in his 1st lifetime, and the only spirit body possessor that the rebirthed martial emperor had encountered in his 2 lifetimes. It was precisely because of this good friend that the rebirthed martial emperor had once gained in-depth knowledge of the various spirit bodies through various ancient books. In the end, he obtained a conclusion. Practically all possessors of these miraculous innate spirit bodies are unable to live past the age of 30 because the energy of the innate spirit body would erupt when the possessor turned 30. Whereas if one wanted to solve this problem, then there were only 2 methods. The first, break through to the void transformation stage by the age of 30. According to the determination, if one's cultivation breaks through to the void transformation stage, then one can forcefully withstand the eruption of the spirit body's energy when one is 30. Otherwise, even if one is at the 9th level of the void interpretation stage, one would still die without a doubt. But unfortunately, it was extremely difficult to break through to the void transformation stage by the age of 30, and it was as good as impossible. The second, find a possessor of a spirit body of an opposite attribute, then become one with that person. In this way, the energy of the 2 spirit bodies will be able to be relieved through the union of yin and yang, and when the possessors are at the age of 30, the condition of the energy of the spirit body erupting wouldn't occur any longer. Like Feng Tianwu, she was a possessor of the fire spirit body. If she was able to find man with the water spirit body or ice spirit body and become husband and wife with him, then once they become one, they could stop the calamity before it even occurs. I never imagined that she's actually a possessor of the fire spirit body. Duan Ling Tian sighed and felt sympathy for Feng Tianwu. According to the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, to a certain extent, possessors of spirit bodies could be said to be existences that were given providence by the heavens, because their natural talent and comprehension ability were usually extremely high. Especially when comprehending force, they possessed an exceptional advantage. Just like Feng Tian, her cultivation was only at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage, but she'd already comprehended a fire force seed to the peak of comprehension. Once she broke through to the void prying stage, she would be able to directly comprehend elementary fire force. However, although the possessors of spirit bodies possessed natural talent and comprehension ability that caused jealousy and envy, they had to face a calamity of life and death at the age of 30. In the history of Cloud Continent, spirit body possessors rarely lived past the age of 30. Senior, since I don't possess the water spirit body nor the ice spirit body, then even if I marry Tian Wu and become one with her, I'm afraid I'm unable to get rid of her crisis. Duan Ling Tian looked at Grandma Shu and sighed. I don't know about the water spirit body or ice spirit body. All I know is the destiny that the Lord Oracle divined for the young miss, and you are the man in the young miss's destiny. So long as you become one with the young miss, you will naturally be able to get rid of the young miss's crisis. Grandma Shu shook her head, as she possessed blind confidence towards the Lord Oracle she spoke of. Isn't this just doing things recklessly? Firstly, he didn't have the ability to allow Feng Tianwu to possess a cultivation at the void transformation stage by the age of 30. Secondly, he didn't possess the water spirit body or the ice spirit body, and he was unable to relieve the energy of the fire spirit body within Feng Tianwu. So, as far as he was concerned, even if Feng Tianwu was married to him, he would be unable to help her. Grandma Shu, Duan Ling Tian hadn't finished speaking when the old woman had knelt down once again, causing him to be speechless. This Grandma Shu was a void-prying stage expert at any rate, yet knelt willfully before a mere nascent soul stage martial artist like him and had no bearing whatsoever. If Duan Ling Tian were to use a word to describe it, then it would probably only be shameless. But Duan Ling Tian knew clearly in his heart that the reason Grandma Shu was like this was precisely because she cared too much about Feng Tianwu. Duan Ling Tian sighed. Grandma Shu, please get up. Marriage is no trifling matter. Even if I'm willing to do this, I still have to seek the opinions of my family, right? In the end, under Duan Ling Tian's persuasion, Grandma Shu finally stood up. Young Mrs. Husband, the Lord City Governor asked you to head to the audience hall. A voice entered into the room and entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears. Young Mrs. Husband. Could this be considered as being forced to get married? That city governor Feng is looking for me. Could it be it's also because of the matter with Tian Wu? Duan Ling Tian's brows knit and he bid his farewell to Grandma Shu before bringing the little gold mouse along and walking out of the room. Under the lead of the servant, he headed to the audience hall. Chapter 430, Apology. City Governor's Estate, Audience Hall. Duan Ling Tian walked into the audience hall and with a glance, he saw the city governor, Feng Wudao, sitting at the host's seat at the center. Feng Tianwu wore her veil once again and stood by Feng Wudao's side. Although her appearance was concealed by the veil, her beautiful body was unobstructed, causing one's heart to palpitate. Besides Feng Wudao and his daughter, there were another 4 people in the audience hall. 2 beautifully dressed middle-aged men with extraordinary bearing, a young man with a severed arm, and a young woman. Squeak squeak. At the same time that Duan Ling Tian recognized the young man with a severed arm and the young woman, the little gold mouse that stood on his shoulder looked at the young man with a severed arm as well. Then she bared her fangs and brandished her claws at him, and her jade green eyes were filled with provocation. This young man with a severed arm was precisely the young man that wanted to buy little gold forcefully in the restaurant but failed, then wanted to attack him but had an arm crippled by little gold in the end instead. He seemed to be called Chong Wei. City Governor. Duan Ling Tian looked at Feng Wudao and lightly nodded in greeting. Feng Wudao nodded then looked at the 2 middle-aged men and said slowly, these 2 are the patriarchs of our Phoenix Nest City's Chong clan and Xian clan. They came to see you. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised and he looked at the Chong clan and Xian clan patriarch. the cultivations of the two weren't ordinary as they were both existences at the void-prying stage. Have you come to denounce my crimes? Duan Ling Tian looked at the two and smiled indifferently. I don't dare. The Chong clan patriarch shook his head hurriedly, then raised his hand to withdraw a luminous pearl the size of an adult's fist and passed it to Duan Ling Tian as he said humbly. Young master, my son was rude a few days ago. I hope that you don't harbor grievances for his past wrongs and don't fuss about it with my son. Duan Ling Tian's gaze descended onto the luminous peak in the Chong clan's patriarch's hand and he was slightly surprised. If such a huge luminous pearl were to be sold at an auction, it would at least be auctioned off for 10 million gold. To a certain extent, this type of luminous pearl could be considered to be a rare treasure. Don't mention it, Patriarch Chong, it was only a small matter and I've already forgotten it. Although he said this, the speed of Duan Ling Tian's hand wasn't slow in the slightest and he swiftly received the luminous peak in the Chong clan's patriarch's hand, then weighed it in his hand for a moment. Then I'll thank Patriarch Chong for this generous gift. As long as you like it. The Chong clan's patriarch forced out a smile, yet his heart was bleeding. This luminous pearl was something he'd bid 30 million gold to buy at an auction in the Darkstone Empire's imperial city. Now, it was given away just like this. But he knew clearly in his heart that he must gift it away. The person before him was the son-in-law of the Lord's city governor. As the patriarch of the Chong clan that had a legacy of hundreds of years, he'd seen the rise of the city governor, Feng Wudao, with his own two eyes. Feng Wudao had only come to their city a few years ago. He'd only just arrived at the city when he domineeringly defeated the governor of this city at that time, then entered the city governor's estate and became the new owner of this city, and had even changed the name of this city to Phoenix Nest City. No one knew how strong the city governor's strength was. They only knew that after the previous city governor was defeated by Feng Wudao and driven out of Phoenix Nest City, he was not resigned to his fate in his heart, and he'd found a formidable void initiation martial artist to deal with Feng Wudao. In the end, the outcome was that he and the void initiation stage expert he found had died. From that time onwards, no one within the Phoenix Nest City dared question Feng Wudao's strength. Young master, this is our Qian clan's apology. The Qian clan's patriarch withdrew a necklace made from a string of rainbow-colored gems and passed it to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was able to discern that the string of 7 gems of various colors were all purely natural gems and were of extraordinary value. In terms of worth, the 7 gems combined weren't inferior to the luminous pearl that the Chong clan's patriarch had given him. Thank you Patriarch Qian. Duan Ling Tian wasn't courteous in the slightest as he put it away, accepting both the Chong clan and Qian clan's apologies. Don't worry patriarchs, I was just playing with Brother Chong and young Miss Qian that day. It was only a small matter and I won't take it to heart, Duan Ling Tian said to the two patriarchs. It caused the corners of the Qian clan's patriarch's mouth to twitch. Chong Hui's expression was extremely unsightly. Playing. You were playing and you crippled one of my arms. Of course, he didn't dare say it out loud. He knew that since that young man before him was already the son-in-law of the Phoenix Nest City's governor, even if they fully expended the strength of the Qian clan and the Chong clan, they would still be unable to do anything to the young man. Just the city governor alone was enough to sweep through their entire Chong and Qian clans, so they could only endure this suffering. When they saw Duan Ling Tian didn't have any intention of pursuing the matter, the 4 people from the Chong and Qian clans heaved a sigh of relief. After they bid their farewells to the city governor, Feng Wudao, the 4 of them left directly. Duan Ling Tian, suddenly, Feng Wudao shouted out, causing Duan Ling Tian's mind to shake, and turned to look at Feng Wudao with a bitter smile on his face. He knew that what ought to come, will come. City Governor. Duan Ling Tian looked at Feng Wudao with a neither arrogant nor humble manner. Are you really unwilling to marry my daughter? As Feng Wudao spoke, a terrifying imposing manner swept out to envelop Duan Ling Tian. Right when Duan Ling Tian's face became grim and he intended to arouse the origin energy in his entire body to resist it, a gust of fragrant wind assaulted his nose, and a beautiful figure had blocked before him, obstructing Feng Wudao's imposing manner. Pooh! The graceful and delicate figure was forced to spit out a mouthful of blood and her body was on the verge of collapse. Wu! Feng Wudao's expression went pale as he hurriedly withdrew his imposing manner, then he transformed into a gust of wind that instantly arrived before Feng Tianwu and fed a medicinal pill to her. Feng Tianwu's face was ghastly pale and only recovered after a short while. And at the moment she'd just recovered, she said to Feng Wudao, Father, don't make things difficult for big brother Duan. Tian Wu. Duan Ling Tian's heart shook when he saw Feng Tianwu suffering an injury because of him. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and looked at Feng Wudao. City Governor, Grandma Shu had already told me about Tianwu. I have a certain level of understanding of the fire spirit body as well. But I'm not a possessor of a water spirit body or ice spirit body, and I'm afraid I'm unable to help Tianwu. Big brother Duan, you know everything. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face had only just recovered some color with great difficulty, and when she heard Duan Ling Tian she couldn't help but look over. Duan Ling Tian nodded and sighed. Tianwu, you should have told me earlier. If I really had a way to help you then I wouldn't stand idly by. Unconsciously, Feng Tianwu's beautiful face was tainted with a blush when she heard Duan Ling Tian. Kid, what you mean is that you're willing to marry Tianwu? Feng Wudao looked at Duan Ling Tian with a sparkling gaze. City Governor, I feel that what you're thinking in your heart isn't to marry Tianwu away, but it's instead to relieve the disaster of the fire spirit body, right? Duan Ling Tian didn't answer Feng Wudao and questioned him instead. Exactly. Feng Wudao nodded then said, but, according to the divination of my great-grandmother who's also the only oracle in the darkened dynasty that can spy through the secrets of the heavens, Tianwu's can only ward off the calamity that she must face at the age of 30 if she becomes one with the man in her destiny. City Governor, I know of this, Tianwu has told me before. But, according to my understanding of innate spirit bodies, Tianwu possesses the fire spirit body and there's only 2 ways to avoid the calamity when she's 30. Duan Ling Tian said slowly, the first way is to find a possessor of the water spirit body or ice spirit body to become one with Tianwu. The second way is to let Tianwu step into the void transformation stage before the age of 30, then she can use the strength of her void transformation stage cultivation to suppress the energy of the fire spirit body that would erupt when she's 30. Duan Ling Tian spoke in an orderly way and caused Feng Wudao to be unable to refrain from frowning. After a short while, Feng Wudao's frown eased up. What you said is logical. But, an innate spirit body is an extremely rare existence. In the history of the Darkened Dynasty, the appearance of the last possessor of an innate spirit body goes back 1,000 years ago. Wanting to find a water spirit body of ice spirit body possessor is by no means easy. Moreover, how do you know you don't possess a water spirit body or ice spirit body? According to my knowledge, many possessors of an innate spirit body only had their spirit body awoken when they were near 30 years of age. As Feng Wudao spoke up to hear, he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Perhaps you're a possessor of this type of concealed innate spirit body. Duan Ling Tian's face froze then he laughed bitterly. A possessor of an innate spirit body is extremely rare, how could it be such a coincidence? Coincidence, Feng Wudao said indifferently, then let me ask you. For the sake of Wu's destiny, I came to Phoenix Nest City in advance and prepared for a few years. Why would you just happen to appear at this time? Moreover, you're both from the south and came for the soul transformation fruit that my great-grandmother left as Wu's dowry. Don't you think that all this is too much of a coincidence? Feng Wudao asked. Duan Ling Tian was silent as he had nothing to say in reply. This was indeed a coincidence, a bizarre coincidence. Duan Ling Tian sighed. Alright, just take it as I'm a possessor of a water spirit body or ice spirit body whose spirit body hasn't awoken. But, City Governor, you're just so bluntly allowing me to marry Tianwu, don't you think it's too careless? You don't know anything about my background, family, or character. Aren't you afraid that Tianwu would suffer hardships from being with me? You dare, Feng Wudao abruptly shouted out explosively, and the shapeless waves of air swept out, causing the tables and chairs in the audience hall to shake as if there was an earthquake. Duan Ling Tian secretly broke into cold sweat. A strong strength equals to greatness, and even a casual shout was like an earthquake. Father, don't frighten big brother Duan. Feng Tianwu's beautiful brows slightly knit and she was slightly unhappy. Feng Wudao withdrew the aura on his body and sighed. They all say that daughters follow their husbands, it really is so. You aren't even married yet, but you're already protecting him. Father, what nonsense are you talking? Feng Tianwu's beautiful face flushed as if blood would drip out of it, and at the same time, she snuck a peek at Duan Ling Tian and lowered her head in embarrassment when she noticed Duan Ling Tian was looking at her. The relationship between Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu could be said to be a relationship from an exchange of blows. But now, he was able to discern that Feng Tianwu seemed to have sincere feelings for him. What was this about? He was unable to wrap his head around it. Could it be that my charm is so great? Duan Ling Tian pondered in all seriousness. Chapter 431. Soul Clean's Pool. It could be imagined that if Feng Wudao knew of Duan Ling Tian's current thoughts, he would surely swing out his palm and slap Duan Ling Tian flying. However, Feng Tianwu awakening her interest to Duan Ling Tian was true. Feng Tianwu was one who was favored by the heavens. As the possessor of a fire spirit body, her natural talent was unquestionable since a young age, and no one amongst her peers could surpass her. This also developed the proudness and aloofness in her heart. However, all this proudness and aloofness completely crumbled after Duan Ling Tian appeared and defeated her. Coupled with the fact that she firmly believed Duan Ling Tian was the man in her destiny, Duan Ling Tian's status in her eyes was greatly diffident. This was also the reason why Duan Ling Tian felt that the current Feng Tianwu was completely like a different person compared to before. Feng Tianwu's entire heart was already on him now. If she wasn't affectionate to him, then who would she be affectionate to? The matters of the heart had always been marvelous and difficult to be spoken of clearly. City Governor. Duan Ling Tian looked at Feng Wudao and said, "There's one more thing that I think I should tell you and Tianwu. I already have 2 fiancés." "What?" Feng Wudao's face went grim and said angrily, "Kid, not only do you have a fiancé, but you have 2. Tell me where they are, I'll go deal with them right away. How can the daughter of Feng Wudao, share the same husband with other women?" Feng Wudao's words caused Duan Ling Tian's face to sink. "City Governor Feng, there's some things that you can't speak carelessly about." HMPH. Feng Wudao snorted angrily and he still wanted to continue, but was interrupted by Feng Tianwu. "Father, if you still continue being like this, then I won't acknowledge you anymore in the future." Feng Tianwu panted with rage and it caused the veil on her face to sway with her breathing. Feng Wudao seemed to become dispirited when he heard Feng Tianwu. "Fine, father won't speak of it." He wasn't afraid of anything, but was most afraid of this precious daughter of his. "Kid, my daughter must be the principal wife when she marries you. As for the other 2 girls by your side, I'll take a step back and allow them to be your concubines." Feng Wudao's voice transmission entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian frowned and replied via voice transmission. "City Governor Feng, I'm sorry. My women aren't differentiated by principal and concubine. Moreover, I never agreed to marry Tianwu. Kid, what's bad about my daughter?" Feng Wudao's voice transmission contained slight rage mixed within, yet he didn't dare flare up. After all, Feng Tianwu was beside him. "Tianwu is very good. But I don't have that type of feeling towards her right now. Besides that, I'll try my best to help her. If I'm really a possessor of the water spirit body or ice spirit body, I can marry Tianwu and become one with her, and even slowly develop feelings with her." Duan Ling Tian replied via voice transmission. Feng Tianwu was undoubtedly one of the most outstanding women he'd met in this lifetime. In terms of appearance, she wasn't inferior to Keir and Li Fei. In terms of bearing, perhaps it was because of her extraordinary birth, it even surpassed Keir and Li Fei. "Ha." Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission had only just entered Feng Wudao's ears when Feng Wudao started laughing, and it caused both Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu to be muddled. After a long time, Feng Wudao stopped laughing and looked at Feng Tianwu. "Wu, father will listen to you and stop forcing him. Children can take care of themselves and have their own fortune. Father won't concern myself with what extent of a relationship you can achieve with him in the future. But father still wants to remind you that sometimes, you have to rely on yourself to pursue your own happiness. Once you miss it, you might regret it your whole life." "I know, father." Feng Tianwu's beautiful face flushed from what Feng Wudao said. Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief. "Looks like what I said moved Feng Wudao and made him give up any thoughts of forcing me to marry Tianwu." Duan Ling Tian. Feng Wudao looked at Duan Ling Tian and said indifferently, "Since you're not considered to be Wu's fiancé now, then I naturally can't give you her dowry, the soul transformation fruit. When you really do become my son-in-law, then I'll give the soul transformation fruit to you as Wu's dowry." Even though the spirit transformation fruit was valuable and its assistance to him was even extremely great, he wouldn't falsely agree to the marriage agreement with Feng Tianwu just for the sake of the soul transformation fruit. In this way, it would be too unfair to Feng Tianwu. "Looks like I've really changed greatly. I wonder if it's good or bad." Duan Ling Tian sighed to himself. If it was him during his previous life, he would absolutely have no resistance against a beauty of Feng Tianwu's level. Whereas during this current lifetime, he had an extra sense of responsibility. As far as he was concerned, if he were to blindly agree to a marriage with Feng Tianwu before he had any feelings for her, then not only would it be unfair to Feng Tianwu, it would similarly be unfair to Ke and Li Fei. Although I can't give you the soul transformation fruit, I know of a place that ought to be able to assist you in breaking through the shackles of your spiritual force and allow your spiritual force to step into the void-prying stage. Feng Wudao continued. Duan Ling Tian's face went grim. City governor, the formidable spiritual force from that day belongs to you. Duan Ling Tian recalled that when he wanted to use his spiritual force to investigate Feng Tianwu outside the groom search competition's arena that day, there was a formidable spiritual force that suppressed his spiritual force back. Fortunately, that formidable spiritual force bore no ill will and showed mercy, otherwise, his soul would surely be heavily injured. After all, spiritual force stemmed from the soul. Moreover, an injury of the soul and an injury of the body were two entirely different concepts. The latter's healing could be assisted with ordinary injury healing pills. The former instead required special injury healing pills that were of grade 3 or above in order to be able to assist with the healing of the soul. Now, when he heard Feng Wudao speak of the level of his soul, he thought the owner of that formidable spiritual force was Feng Wudao at the first possible moment. It wasn't mine. Feng Wudao shook his head with a smile. It was Elder Kong. As for the level of your spiritual force, it was Elder Kong who told me. Elder Kong, Big Brother Duan, it's the Grandpa Kong that I told you about. Grandpa Kong is extremely formidable, Feng Tianwu said with a light smile. Duan Ling Tian nodded and he didn't doubt what Feng Tianwu said. That day, that formidable spiritual force had suppressed his spiritual force to the point it didn't have any strength to resist. Based on Duan Ling Tian's preliminary estimations, the owner of that spiritual force, or in other words Elder Kong, was an existence that had at least stepped into the void initiation stage or even stronger than that. City Governor, you said earlier that there's a place that can assist my spiritual force to break through the last shackles of my soul and break through to the void-prying stage. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian recovered from his shock and recalled what Feng Wudao said earlier, and he had an expression of burning desire. Presently, he was unable to obtain the soul transformation fruit, so he naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity when he heard of another way to allow his spiritual force to break through. Father, are you talking about the soul cleanse pool? Feng Wudao hadn't spoken yet when Feng Tianwu had already asked. Exactly. The day the soul cleanse pool opens is in another 3 months. Feng Wudao nodded. Soul cleanse pool. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. I'll let Wu tell you the specifics later. According to Elder Kong, you're an inscription master like him. During the 3 months before the soul cleanse pool opens, go over to Elder Kong's place when you're free and let Elder Kong, who's a great inscription master, guide you in your art of inscriptions. It's sufficient for you to enjoy boundless benefits. After Feng Wudao finished speaking in a single breath, he waved his hand. Both of you can leave. Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu left shoulder to shoulder, and on the way, Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. Tianwu, what's that soul cleanse pool? The soul cleanse pool is a marvelous pool at the southern territory of Darkstone Empire. That place is enveloped by an inscription formation made from the combination of some inscriptions, and it opens every 3 years. Every time it opens, the soul cleanse pool would have accumulated a certain amount of spirit energy. Feng Tianwu slowly introduced. The spirit energy of the soul cleanse pool is able to improve the comprehension ability of a martial artist to a certain extent. According to what Grandpa Kong said, it's none other than tempering the soul. Tempering the soul. Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted and he revealed a surprised expression. Yes, tempering the soul. Feng Tianwu nodded and continued. However, the improvement of the soul provided by the soul cleanse pool is extremely limited. Even to the extent that if someone who has already gone in were to go in again, the effect would reduce progressively to almost not having any effect at all. This is something similar to consuming spirit fruits. The medicinal strength would greatly reduce when consuming the same spirit fruit. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart, then asked at the same time. Tianwu, once the so-called spirit energy within the soul cleanse pool is absorbed, it required a certain amount of time to accumulate and recover. Yes. Feng Tianwu nodded. Then, have you gone in before? Duan Ling Tian asked. I entered the soul cleanse pool once 3 years ago, Grandpa Kong said. My soul strengthened slightly. Grandpa Kong said that the soul cleanse pool is only able to improve the soul of martial artists below the void-prying stage, and martial artists above the void-prying stage would only be wasting time by going in. Feng Tianwu continued. Duan Ling Tian nodded. he possessed a certain level of understanding towards the thing called a soulcleanse pool. According to the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor, he once encountered a similar place during his second lifetime, but that place wasn't enveloped by a man-made inscription formation and was formed by nature. Later on, he dug all the way to the depths of the pool and actually found a spirit fruit that was able to strengthen the soul. Whereas the spirit energy contained within the water in the pool was actually the energy emitted from the spirit fruit, and it was similar to the wine fragrance of the Monkey King wine. Duan Ling Tian's mood surged. Looks like that soulcleanse pool might have some secrets, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Perhaps, a spirit fruit that can strengthen the soul is also contained in the depth of that soulcleanse pool. Just the spirit energy emitted by it is sufficient to assist others in improve the soul, then once it's consumed, its medicinal effect would surely be even more shocking. Duan Ling Tian's mood surged. According to the memories of the Rebirth Martial Emperor, the spirit fruit that the Rebirth Martial Emperor obtained during his second lifetime was far more valuable than the soul transformation fruit. If a spirit fruit like that is really concealed within the soulcleanse pool, then I'll make a killing. When he thought up to here, Duan Ling Tian felt a wave of excitement. Chapter 432, Who's Teaching Who? After Feng Tianwu finished introducing the soulcleanse pool, her gaze unnoticeably shot at Duan Ling Tian's hand, and her eyes flickered with a complicated sheen. If it was any ordinary person, they might not have noticed her minute movements. However, how strong was Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force, he'd noticed at the first possible moment. What, you like it? Duan Ling Tian held up the necklace made from rainbow-colored gems and the luminous pearl and passed it over to Feng Tianwu. For you. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face flushed red first, then she seemed to have recalled something and faintly sighed. Big brother Duan, you should keep it to give the two sister-in-laws. Duan Ling Tian was able to feel the sense of loss in Feng Tianwu's words. He shook his head as he smiled and forcefully pushed the necklace made from rainbow-colored gems into Feng Tianwu's hand, and when she was touched by him, she shook as if she was touched by lightning. This necklace is for you, I'll keep the luminous pearl for myself. You're not allowed to refuse it. As Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, his tone was filled with dominance. Duan Ling Tian knew clearly in his heart that regardless of if it was the luminous pearls of the necklace made from rainbow-colored gems, the Chong clan and Qian clan's patriarch had only given such apologies to him because they were afraid of enraging Feng Wudao. After all, in their eyes, he'd already become the son-in-law of Feng Wudao. It could be said that he'd obtained these two things as a benefit from being associated with Feng Wudao, and giving it to Feng Tianwu was logical. Thank you, big brother Duan. Feng Tianwu lowered her head and was slightly embarrassed. The necklace made from rainbow-colored gems were clenched tightly by her, as if she was extremely afraid she would lose it. In next to no time, Feng Tianwu brought Duan Ling Tian to a large independent courtyard. Grandpa Kong. Under Feng Tianwu's lead, Duan Ling Tian went to see the old man with her. The old man wore gray clothes, and he gave others an unfathomable feeling as he stood there. Duan Ling Tian understood that this old man ought to be the great inscription master that Feng Wudao spoke of, and is also the owner of the formidable spiritual force from a few days ago. Elder Kong. Duan Ling Tian lightly nodded to the old man. The old man nodded to Duan Ling Tian as well, then looked at Feng Tianwu with a pair of muddy eyes that emitted a sense of affection. Young miss, why have you come here to my place? Grandpa Kong, father asked you to properly guide elder brother Duan's skill in inscriptions. I won't disturb the two of you. Feng Tianwu smiled to the old man, then bid her farewells to Duan Ling Tian before turning and leaving. For a time, only Duan Ling Tian and the old man remained. Duan Ling Tian's eyes emitted a trace of gratitude. He was able to discern that Feng Tianwu wanted to help him, but unfortunately, he entirely didn't need anyone to guide him in the art of inscriptions. After all, at the same time that Duan Ling Tian had fused with the lifetime worth of memories of the Rebirth Martial Emperor, Duan Ling Tian had also mastered everything the Rebirth Martial Emperor had learned in the art of inscriptions during his lifetime. As far as he was concerned, in the entire Cloud Continent, there wasn't a single inscription master that possessed the qualifications to guide him in the art of inscriptions. Little fellow, the young miss is extremely good to you, you can't let her down. Otherwise, this old man absolutely won't forgive you. The gray-clothed old man's gaze were like torches and his words contained no lack of warning. Duan Ling Tian only smiled indifferently towards this. Since the eldest young master and young miss have spoken, then this old man will guide you in the art of inscriptions. How much you can learn will depend on your own ability. Let me ask you, how much do you understand about the art of inscriptions? The gray-clothed old man's words contained the style of an erudite person. How much do I understand about the art of inscriptions? Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled, then slowly spoke, one by one speaking of some of the elementary understandings of the art of inscriptions within the rebirth martial emperor's memories. The old man's expression had transformed. From the beginning stunned expression to an expression of disbelief, then finally to an expression of astonishment. You. In the end, the old man completely lost his composure, and even spoke with a slight lisp. The gaze the old man shot at Duan Ling Tian was completely different now. There wasn't any of the belittling gaze from before, and there was only reverence, because a great deal of the views Duan Ling Tian spoke of caused him to be suddenly enlightened, and many things that he was perplexed or bewildered about had now been readily solved. How should the materials be arranged for the various level of wind concept in the Windblade inscription? How do I make the Aurora inscription completely obstruct the field of vision of the enemy? How do I inscribe it successfully? How? Gradually, the old man who was supposed to be guiding Duan Ling Tian was now being guided by Duan Ling Tian. The old man knew not of exhaustion as he asked. All right, Elder Kong, we'll have another exchange when we're free. Duan Ling Tian answered a huge pile of questions for the old man, and he felt a wave of speechlessness. The old man's strength and spiritual force was strong, and this was something that he admitted, but Feng Wudao actually called the old man a great inscription master with that level of skill in the art of inscription. It was truly difficult for him to accept this. If even that is a great inscription master, then what was he? An inscription ancestor. When Duan Ling Tian left, the old man still hadn't recovered from his shock and still muttered to himself, occasionally frowning and occasionally easing up, as if he'd suddenly become enlightened towards something. Oh, big brother Ling Tian, that geezer has finally finished asking. On the way back, the little gold mouse's voice transmission sounded out by his ear. Early on when the old man started asking that pile of questions, the little gold mouse had already laid down on Duan Ling Tian's shoulder and fallen asleep. I don't care if he's finished or not, I didn't come here to be his teacher. Duan Ling Tian rolled his eyes and had an indifferent expression. Hee. That city governor Feng said to ask that geezer to guide big brother Ling Tian, but in the end, the old man's own ability is inferior to big brother Ling Tian. The little gold mouse's voice transmission was filled with complacency. As if the one who guided the old man in the art of inscriptions wasn't Duan Ling Tian, but her. Not long after Duan Ling Tian returned, Feng Tianwu brought along servants that held steaming hot food into the room. Tianwu, eat with me. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian invited Feng Tianwu to stay and eat with him. The two of them chatted as they ate. Big brother Duan, were your gains great at Grandpa Kong's place? Grandpa Kong is an extremely formidable great inscription master, and many people want to ask him to provide them with guidance, but have no chance. Feng Tianwu said slowly. Gains. Feng Tianwu's words caused the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth to twitch. What gains could he possibly have? Tianwu, you should ask Elder Kong about this. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled, then continued to eat and didn't say anything more. Feng Tianwu had a bewildered expression when she heard Duan Ling Tian, as she didn't know what Duan Ling Tian meant by this. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse cried out lightly when she heard the content of Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu's chat, and a smiling expression appeared in her jade-green eyes. At the same time that Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu were eating, Feng Wudao had arrived before a spacious and independent large courtyard. Elder Kong, eldest young master, please enter. Along with an aged voice sounding out from within the large courtyard, Feng Wudao walked in. In next to no time, Feng Wudao noticed the old man standing there with a dumbstruck expression while muttering some words, seeming to be recalling something. Elder Kong, I came here this time because I want to ask something of you. During this period of time, if Duan Ling Tian, who defeated Wu on the groom search competition's arena, were to ask you for guidance in the art of inscriptions, I hope you can be generous with your instructions. Feng Wudao spoke to the old man with a tone that contained slight respect mixed within. The old man had already been following by his side since he was young, and the relationship between the two was no different than a normal pair of father and son. Eldest young master, don't make fun of this old fellow. The old man returned to his senses, and his aged face was covered in a bitter smile. Feng Wudao was stunned, as it was the first time he'd seen the old man reveal such an expression. Elder Kong, why do you say this? The old man sighed deeply. As the saying goes, People of exceptional ability emerge in every generation, and the new replace the old. Today, this old man has completely understood the meaning of these words. Feng Wudao had a bewildered expression as he didn't know what the old man was talking about. The young miss brought that little fellow over a short while ago, and asked me to guide him in the art of inscriptions. At that time, I asked him to explain his own understanding of the art of inscriptions. As he spoke up to hear, the old man stopped for a moment and his eyes emitted slight astonishment. Who knew that in the end, it became he who was guiding me? I noticed that his understanding of the arts of inscriptions had practically attained the level of perfection. When he spoke up to hear, the old man's voice was slightly trembling. Perfection. Feng Wudao was stunned. Elder Kong, you aren't joking, right? Might it be that he was talking at random? Impossible. The old man shook his head and had a serious expression. Eldest young master, I don't dare compare my research in the art of inscriptions with the foreign lands. However, in the entire Darken dynasty and even the other few great dynasties, there are really few people that are able to compare with me in the art of inscriptions. Not only did that little fellow speak views and understandings that caused me to be shocked, he even answered my various questions on the art of inscriptions. He didn't even have to think before answering me when I asked him a great deal of questions that have perplexed me for many years. Moreover, his answers were just right and extremely perfect. As he spoke up to hear, the old man's origin energy poured into the spatial ring in his hand. Instantly, light shone in all direction. The dazzling white-colored strong light practically covered the entire heavens and earth. Even Feng Wudao couldn't help but narrow his eyes and say in astonishment. What a formidable aurora inscription! Even a 9th-level void initiation stage martial artist would surely be disturbed if caught off guard. Elder Kong, you've succeeded. Feng Wudao knew that the old man was researching the aurora inscription for many years. Yes, I've succeeded. The old man nodded, then laughed bitterly. Even I never imagined that the aurora inscription that had perplexed me for many years was easily inscribed under the guidance of that little fellow. Moreover, the effect has exceeded my expectations. Feng Wudao was stunned, completely stunned. It was Duan Ling Tian who guided the old man and allowed the old man to be able to inscribe the aurora inscription. He didn't dare believe that all this was true. Elder Kong, he's at most around the age of 22, how could this be possible? Feng Wudao was still unable to believe it. If I didn't see it with my own 2 eyes, heard it with my own 2 ears, and tried it with my own 2 hands, I wouldn't believe that all this is true either. As they say, the one that has achieved a higher level is the one in the lead. In the Tao of inscription, I sincerely admire that little fellow. The old man sighed, disregarding everything else but the art of inscription. He is sufficient to be my teacher. Feng Wudao was moved once again. Elder Kong actually held Duan Ling Tian in such high esteem. Chapter 433, Slow, Too Slow. No one was clearer of Elder Kong's ability. Elder Kong's strength might not be considered to be second to none in Darken Dynasty, but in terms of the art of inscriptions, if Elder Kong admitted to be number 2 in Darken Dynasty, then no one would dare admit to be number 1. Even if it was the few great dynasties that surrounded the Darken Dynasty, inscription masters that were able to compare with Elder Kong could be counted on one's fingers. There was practically no inscription master that surpassed Elder Kong in the art of inscriptions. Elder Kong actually said that a young man around the age of 22 was sufficient to be his teacher. Instantly, Feng Wudao's chest rose and fell like a bellow, and it was difficult to calm down even after a long time. Earlier on during the groom search competition that day, he was already shocked when Elder Kong said Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force was already at the breakthrough point between the nascent soul stage and void prying stage. Now, when he found out that Duan Ling Tian's attainments in the art of inscriptions, he was shocked to the point he was stunned. Duan Ling Tian, he's worthy of being the destined man that great-grandmother divined for Wu. The son-in-law of Feng Wudao, is extraordinary, as expected. Ha 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 ha. After his shock, Feng Wudao was wildly excited in his heart and a brilliant smile appeared on his face. At this moment, he seemed to have completely forgotten that Duan Ling Tian still hadn't agreed to be his son-in-law. Deep in the night, the sky was as black as pitch. Duan Ling Tian lay on the soft bed and thought of the events that occurred after he arrived at Phoenix Nest City. The talk of Feng Tian Wu's destiny caused him to have a strange feeling in his heart. It was as if after he'd arrived at Phoenix Nest City, he'd ascended the groom search competition's arena for the sake of the soul transformation fruit, and even defeated Feng Tian Wu. All this seemed as if it was pushed forward by a large shapeless hand, pushing him step by step into the vortex of destiny, this feeling causing him to feel extremely uncomfortable. Destiny? What fucking destiny? I, Duan Ling Tian, refuse to believe in this heresy. The destiny of I, Duan Ling Tian, is controlled by me, not by the heavens. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian tossed away this absurd thought, and a strand of cold light flashed within the darkness in his eyes. Unknowingly, he'd thought of Feng Tianwu, the kind-hearted young woman that was warm like fire. Fire spirit body, I hope I really am able to help her. Otherwise, such an extraordinary young woman like her dying halfway through her life is truly a pity. Duan Ling Tian sighed in his heart. Gradually, Duan Ling Tian fell asleep. His injuries hadn't completely recovered yet, so this sleep went all the way until noon the next day before he woke up. After he awoke, he felt his mind was refreshed. Not long after, just after Duan Ling Tian had worn his clothes, Feng Tianwu brought some servants along to place the food on the table. Big brother Duan, you're awake. Duan Ling Tian nodded, then sat before the table, intending to eat. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse's speed was the swiftest. She seized 2 pieces of meat slices and started taking big bites, eating with great relish. Big brother Duan, I never imagined that your attainments in the art of inscriptions were so advanced. Even Grandpa Kong was ashamed of his inferiority. To think that father and I even spoke of asking Grandpa Kong to guide you yesterday, yet in the end it became you who was guiding Grandpa Kong. Feng Tianwu's pair of beautiful eyes stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian as if she wanted to know exactly how many secrets were hidden in Duan Ling Tian. Now, she was finally able to understand the meaning of what Duan Ling Tian said yesterday. For a moment, she was filled with adoration towards Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian smiled lightly but didn't say anything and started to eat by himself. Big brother Duan, why do you have such advanced understanding of the art of inscriptions? Feng Tianwu blinked her beautiful eyes that were like autumn water. Her voice was gentle and filled with curiosity. Tianwu, it's your father and Elder Kong that asked you to come ask me, right? Duan Ling Tian glanced deeply at Feng Tianwu, and she was unable to stand up to it and nodded with a slightly embarrassed expression. Actually, I'm slightly curious myself as well. If it's inconvenient for big brother Duan to speak about, then take it as I never asked. It isn't inconvenient. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. My art of inscription was taught to me by my master. Big brother Duan's master, Feng Tianwu exclaimed in a low voice. I never imagined that there's actually such a formidable great inscription master hidden within the territory ruled by the Darken dynasty. In the past, I thought that there wouldn't be an inscription master stronger than Grandpa Kong within the Darken dynasty and the various empires and imperial kingdoms under its rule. Looks like I was looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. No. Duan Ling Tian shook his head once again. You aren't wrong. If it's only the surroundings of the Darken dynasty, then Elder Kong's attainments in the Tao of inscription can indeed be considered as at the top. Feng Tianwu was slightly puzzled. My master isn't someone from the Darken dynasty. I heard him say that he seems to be from the foreign lands. Duan Ling Tian said slowly. Foreign lands. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face was covered in an expression of disbelief. Big brother Duan, your master is actually a great inscription master from the foreign lands. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he nodded. Yes, no wonder big brother Duan's attainments in the Tao of inscriptions is so advanced. So it turns out that your master is from the mysterious, foreign lands. Feng Tianwu sighed with emotion. Foreign lands, a mere 2 words, yet it was sufficient to strike terror in one's heart and cause deep admiration. Experts were numerous like the clouds in the foreign lands, and erudite people were innumerable. Amongst them included various great inscription masters, high-grade alchemists, and high-grade weapons craftsmen. Big brother Duan, I'll be going first, recover well. Feng Tianwu bid her farewells to Duan Ling Tian before leaving hastily. Duan Ling Tian knew clearly in his heart that this girl was surely anxious to return and report to Feng Wudao and Elder Kong about the matter regarding his master. City governor's estate, the independent large courtyard that the city governor resided in. What? The red-clothed middle-aged man and the gray-clothed old man instantly left their seats and stared blankly at the young woman in fiery red clothes before them. Wu, is what you said true? The red-clothed middle-aged man was exactly the Phoenix Nest City's governor, Feng Wudao, and he revealed a shocked expression as if his daughter had just spoken of an extraordinary thing. Young miss, he really said that his master is from the foreign lands. The gray-clothed old man was visibly moved as he asked, Father, Grandpa Kong, Big Brother Duan told me all of this himself. If you don't believe it, then feel free to ask for yourselves. The red-clothed young girl, Feng Tianwu, said slightly helplessly. No wonder, no wonder. No wonder a little over a 20-year-old young man like him is able to possess such advanced attainments in the Tao of inscriptions. So it turned out that he has a great teacher behind him. The old man came to a sudden understanding, and the bewilderment in his heart was completely solved. Now, I believe even more that he's the man in Wu's destiny. I, Feng Wudao, want this son-in-law for sure. Feng Wudao's eyes squinted and he started laughing. This caused Feng Tianwu to flush in embarrassment. Father, what nonsense are you talking? What, Wu, could it be that you don't like him? I heard that you personally instructed the kitchen to make good food to send to him for these past 2 days. Feng Wudao looked at Feng Tianwu, and his eyes contained a slightly dubious meaning. Father, Feng Tianwu lightly stomped her beautiful legs, and she was angry to the point she turned away and walked off without even looking back. For a time, Feng Wudao and the old man by his side couldn't refrain from laughing. Soul Clean's pool, 3 months from now. Within the spacious room, Duan Ling Tian sat cross-legged on the floor, and he closed his eyes to start cultivating after consuming a nascent nurturing pill. Presently, Duan Ling Tian's cultivation had already stepped into the 5th level of the nascent soul stage, and what he had to do now was charge towards a higher level to possess a stronger strength. The 2-year agreement of his with Zither Young Master was in another 9 months. At that time, he would rush back to the 7-star sword sect and battle the Zither Young Master. Zither Young Master, Xianxia, was already a martial artist at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage over 1 year ago. As one of the 5 great young masters that were the most outstanding within the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, his current cultivation might already have stepped into the 8th level of the nascent soul stage. When the 2-year period was over, the Zither Young Master might have already become a 9th level nascent soul stage martial artist. 9th level nascent soul stage. Duan Ling Tian felt quite a strong pressure. Cultivate madly. For almost 3 months of time, besides cultivating, Duan Ling Tian would occasionally bring along the little gold mouse and leave the city governor's estate with Feng Tianwu, and they would stroll around all over Phoenix Nest City to relax. Besides that, during this period of time, he was disturbed by Elder Kong on many occasions, and every time Elder Kong looked for him, it would be to ask him questions related to inscriptions. Whereas Duan Ling Tian would answer and explain them one by one to Elder Kong. To him who'd fused with the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, Elder Kong's questions were only basic questions. The admiration Elder Kong felt towards Duan Ling Tian had practically reached the limit. Duan Ling Tian awoke from his cultivation, and he shook his head as he sighed. I'm still quite far away. Although his cultivation was close to the 6th level of nascent soul stage, it would at least take another 1 to 2 months for him to break through. Slow, too slow. Duan Ling Tian frowned and his expression was gloomy. The 2-year agreement between me and Zither Young Master is in another half a year. At that time, with the Zither Young Master's natural talent, his cultivation would at least be at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be slightly impatient in his heart. After all, the battle between him and Zither Young Master half a year from now was related to his honor as a man, and he had to be cautious. Unless I'm able to break through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage in half a year, otherwise, it will be difficult for me to have a chance at winning. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and was filled with yearning for the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. Once he broke through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage, then not only would his strength improve greatly, he would also be able to smoothly condense a grade 5 weapon flame at the same time, and become a grade 5 weapons craftsman. At that time, he would be able to refine a grade 5 spirit weapon. Although the Zither Young Master, Xianxia, similarly possessed a grade 5 spirit weapon, in terms of quality, it would be far inferior to the grade 5 spirit weapon Duan Ling Tian refined himself, coupled with his elementary wind force and quake energy. So long as Zither Young Master hasn't comprehended a force seed, or his comprehension of a force seed doesn't surpass Saber Young Master, then it would be nothing for me to defeat him as long as I break through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. A bright light shot out from Duan Ling Tian's eyes. But, Duan Ling Tian knew clearly that even if he was able to break through to the 6th level of the nascent soul stage within 2 months, it was very unlikely for him to break through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage before the date of the 2-year agreement arrived. After all, The 6th level of the nascent soul stage to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage was a divide that was extremely difficult to leap over. Chapter 434. The Deterrent Force of the Strong. On the back of an enormous flying beast that fly forward swiftly, Feng Wudao looked at Duan Ling Tian with a serious expression as he said, that Solkling's pool seemed to have been left behind by a formidable inscription master. That inscription master established a complicated inscription formation that opens every 3 years there, and only during that day are people able to enter and leave from there. So once you enter, you're at most able to stay a day before you have to come out. Otherwise, you might not be able to come out again. Inscription formation. He's heard Feng Wudao mention this before. Inscription formations weren't unfamiliar to him. After all, he was an existence that had fused with the lifetime worth of memories of the rebirth martial emperor, and had inherited the rebirth martial emperor's attainments in the Tao of inscriptions. An inscription formation was a formation formed from various different types of inscriptions, and it could only be placed when one's spiritual force had attained the void interpretation stage, because only a formidable spiritual force was able to control many inscriptions and combine them together to form a boundlessly marvelous formation. The Tao of inscriptions is boundlessly profound, especially the inscription formation is even more difficult to fathom. This was something that Duan Ling Tian knew deeply. Big brother Duan, if you've entered the Solkling's pool, then you must do your best to absorb the spirit energy within to temper your soul. Only in this way would you be able to temper your soul to the greatest extent within a day and come out before the inscription formation closes. Feng Tianwu stood at the side and reminded Duan Ling Tian. With brother Duan's attainments in the Tao of inscription, he might be able to break through the inscription formation on that Solkling's pool. The gray-clothed old man looked at Duan Ling Tian with a gaze filled with sincere admiration. If he's really able to break through that inscription formation, then it would mean that he would be able to absorb more of the spirit energy within the Solkling's pool and temper his soul a step further. This is a good thing. Feng Wudao's gaze lit up, and looked at Duan Ling Tian with slight anticipation. Duan Ling Tian was silent as he never expected that Feng Wudao and Elder Kong looked so highly upon him. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's group were heading towards the Solkling's pool. The Solkling's pool opened every 3 years, and many people would enter every time it opened. Because the spirit energy contained within the Solkling's pool was limited, so that amount of people that entered the Solkling's pool was always fixed at 30 people. Whereas these 30 spots were all controlled in the hands of the 30 cities in the surroundings of the Solkling's pool. The Phoenix Nest City possessed a spot. 3 years ago, the Phoenix Nest City's spot belonged to Feng Tianwu, and this time, it belonged to Duan Ling Tian instead. 2 days later, the flying beast beneath Duan Ling Tian's group slowed down its speed. This flying beast was a void-prying stage demon beast, and it broke through the clouds and mist as it plunged down. Duan Ling Tian's gaze never stopped looking forward from the beginning until the end. Along with the demon beast descending, a vast gorge appeared before his eyes. Within the gorge, a ball of thick mist and clouds were condensed together, and they emitted all kinds of mysteriousness that caused it to be difficult for one to see through what exactly was within. When the demon beast descended at the side of the white mist in the gorge, Duan Ling Tian noticed that there were already many people standing outside the white mist. Amongst these people were young men and women, middle-aged men and women, and old men and women. Duan Ling Tian's group had only just descended from the back of the demon beast when an azure-clothed middle-aged man moved over to greet them, and he looked at Feng Wudao as he greeted warmly. City Governor Feng, long time no see. Feng Wudao only smiled indifferently. Duan Ling Tian originally thought that the middle-aged man would become furious because of this, but unexpectedly, he seemed to no mind in the slightest, and only nodded before bringing along the young man by his side to stand nearby. From the beginning until the end, the young man's gaze never left Feng Tianwu, who wore a veil. Although Feng Tianwu was wearing a veil, her extraordinary and refined disposition was difficult to conceal. No matter where she went, she would be the absolute point of focus. City Governor Feng. In next to no time, many people came, and the people in the lead of each group would warmly greet Feng Wudao. Whereas Feng Wudao didn't even bother to look these people in the eye. Even then, not one of these people dared get angry from embarrassment. This caused Duan Ling Tian to be unable to help from feeling amazed. Tian Wu, these people are all the city governors of the other 29 cities. Duan Ling Tian asked Feng Tianwu via voice transmission. Yes, Feng Tianwu replied via voice transmission. Big brother Duan, you're surprised of their attitude when facing my father, right? Feng Tianwu continued saying via voice transmission when she saw Duan Ling Tian nod. They only found out that the Phoenix Nest City had changed city governors 3 years ago when my father brought me here. Then, they more or less looked down on my father and even wanted to deprive the Phoenix Nest City of its slot. After speaking up to here, Feng Tianwu stopped for a moment before continuing. Later on, my father only slightly revealed his imposing manner and it made those city governors submit completely and didn't dare look down on my father again. Duan Ling Tian was able to notice that when Feng Tianwu mentioned this matter, her beautiful face was slightly red as she was obviously slightly happy. After all, with his current spiritual force, he was more or less already able to sense the aura of a void initiation stage martial artist. All those people who'd taken the initiative to greet Feng Wudao earlier were practically all existences at the void initiation stage. And a few amongst them had even more extraordinary strength. But even then, Feng Wudao didn't even bother to look them in the eye, yet they were still polite before Feng Wudao. Duan Ling Tian knew clearly in his heart that this was the reverence towards the strong. I wonder when I'll be able to possess a strength like City Governor Feng, and possess a deterrent force like him. Duan Ling Tian sighed to himself. Haha, City Governor Feng, we haven't seen each other for 3 years, yet your demeanor remains the same as before. Suddenly, a sonorous voice entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears. Subsequently, he saw a blue-clothed middle-aged man descend from the back of an enormous flying beast, and behind the middle-aged man, a young man around the age of 26 or 27 followed. The young man's appearance was cold, yet when his gaze descended onto Feng Tianwu, it instead emitted traces of burning desire. Looks like even if Tianwu wears a veil, she's still extremely well received. Duan Ling Tian said to himself. Think about it, although Feng Tianwu wore a veil when outside, her disposition was natural and was sufficient to attract many lascivious men. Coupled with the existence of an expert like Feng Wudao behind Feng Tianwu. In this way, there were surely a great number of people that wanted to bow beneath her skirt. The blue-clothed middle-aged man didn't mind when Feng Wudao only glanced indifferently at him, and his gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian as he asked. City Governor Feng, I heard you obtained a son-in-law 3 months ago, could it be this person? What, City Governor Zhang, you have some advice for me? Feng Wudao asked indifferently. I don't dare give you advice, I'm just surprised at the age of City Governor's son-in-law. It's truly difficult to imagine that there's still such a young genius that's able to defeat your daughter, Miss Tianwu. As he finished speaking, the blue-clothed middle-aged man's gaze spun around Duan Ling Tian before descending onto Feng Tianwu. Tianwu, when I found out that City Governor Feng held a groom search competition for you, I wished for nothing more than to grow a pair of wings and fly to Phoenix Nest City. But unfortunately, I still couldn't make it in time. However, I never imagined that someone actually defeated you and beat me to the punch. The young man behind the blue-clothed middle-aged man moved his gaze from Feng Tianwu to Duan Ling Tian, and there was no lack of intention to provoke within it. Duan Ling Tian had a carefree expression and remained unmoved. However, Duan Ling Tian didn't feel the young man's current actions were worthy of notice, but it didn't mean that Feng Tianwu didn't as well. Before outsiders, Feng Tianwu wasn't so gentle like she ordinarily was when she was before Duan Ling Tian. She looked to the young man and said coldly and indifferently, you can call my full name, Feng Tianwu. Tianwu isn't something you can speak of. Besides that, not to mention you don't satisfy the requirements for my groom search competition that day, even if you did, do you honestly think you can defeat me? Feng Tianwu's sudden outburst caused Duan Ling Tian to be stunned. How similar was the scene before him and the scene when he met Feng Tianwu for the first time that day? Feng Tianwu at that time spoke with a tone filled with aggression and even directly attacked him. Later on, after he defeated Feng Tianwu, only then did her attitude towards him change. Especially after Feng Tianwu firmly believed that he was the man in her destiny, she was even extremely gentle to him, and compared to how she was currently, it was simply like two different people. The young man was angered to the point his face flushed red when he heard Feng Tianwu, yet he was afraid of Feng Wudao and didn't dare say anything. This scene caused Duan Ling Tian to be unable to refrain from laughing silently, but his laughter entered into the eyes of the young man, and for a time, he seemed to have become the venting point for the young man's rage. Kid, what are you laughing at? The young man looked at Duan Ling Tian and spoke in a low voice. What has what I'm laughing at got to do with you? Duan Ling Tian glanced indifferently at the young man. The young man was stirred by what Feng Tianwu said earlier yet was unable to speak a word after a long time. Now he'd instead showed off his strength before Duan Ling Tian. Did he really think that Duan Ling Tian was a soft persimmon? Kid, since you defeated the city governor's daughter, I presume your strength is extremely formidable. Then I'll challenge you to a battle. Do you dare? The young man roared, and the origin energy on his body raged and surged. Above him, 800 lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Duan Ling Tian frowned and his face sank slightly. This person still wanted to fight him. HMPH. If you want to fight Big Brother Duan, then first pass through me. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian heard a tender shout and a wave of fragrant wind assault his nose, then a figure that was like flames descended before him, protecting him behind herself. It was precisely Feng Tianwu. Squeak squeak. Meanwhile, the little gold mouse that lay asleep on Duan Ling Tian's shoulder was woken up by the racket, and she rubbed her eyes like a human before looking at the scene before her. Then a strand of cold light flashed within her jade-green eyes. Big Brother Duan, do you want me to kill him? The little gold mouse's voice transmission entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears and it was filled with ruthlessness. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. This little fellow just woke up and is already so ruthless. There's no need, I can deal with it. Duan Ling Tian replied via voice transmission. Chapter 435, Half an Hour. Bye, don't be rude. The blue-clothed middle-aged man that stood beside the young man, the person that was called City Governor Zhang by Feng Wudao, frowned as he shouted in a low voice, but the young man didn't pay any attention to him and instead looked at Duan Ling Tian as he ridiculed. Kid, if you have the balls then don't hide behind a woman. In my opinion, you surely used despicable and shameless methods to defeat Tian Wu. City Governor Feng, I'm sorry. My son. City Governor Zhang looked at Feng Wudao and had an apologetic expression. There's no harm done. Feng Wudao waved his hand and said indifferently, let the juniors solve their own problems. If one wants to become a great person, then one can't avoid experiencing some suffering on the path of growth. City Governor Zhang was stunned and a bad premonition arose within his heart. He looked at his son, wanting to stop him, but unfortunately, he was still too late. The conflict had already arisen and it was difficult to retrieve spilt water. Tian Wu. Duan Ling Tian stopped Feng Tian Wu who wanted to come forward on his behalf, and lightly smiled. Let me handle these small matters. It's only a clown, you don't have to get angry because of him. Feng Tian Wu lightly nodded, and when she looked back at Duan Ling Tian, she smiled like a flower. Big Brother Duan, then I'll watch you teach this clown a proper lesson. All right, Duan Ling Tian nodded. As for the young man, the son of City Governor Zhang Bai, his face had gone gloomy since long ago. Clown. This little kid that was slightly over 20 called him a clown. Bai. City Governor Zhang had just spoke when it abruptly stopped. He was able to discern that his son was truly angry, and with his understanding of his son, then once his son set his mind on something, it would be impossible to change. Although he was able to use his strong martial strength to stop the following scene from occurring, when he recalled what Feng Wudao said earlier, he dispelled any thoughts of making a move. Meanwhile, everyone within the gorge had surrounded them. It's City Governor Zhang's son, Zhang Bai. Supposedly, Zhang Bai's cultivation has already broken through to the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. That young man came together with City Governor Feng. I seem to have not seen him in the past. You don't know. 3 months ago, this young man defeated Miss Tian Wu during the groom search competition City Governor Feng held for Miss Tian Wu, and became the son-in-law of City Governor Feng. I heard this son-in-law of City Governor Feng is only a 5th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. It can't be, right? According to my knowledge, Miss Tian Wu seems to be a martial artist at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage that had comprehended a fire force seed. Moreover, she even possesses a grade 5 spirit weapon. How could she possibly lose at the hands of a 5th-level nascent soul stage martial artist? Allegedly, this young man used elementary wind force to defeat Miss Tian Wu. Elementary wind force, what a joke. That's genuine force that only a martial artist at the void-prying stage or above is able to comprehend. How could a 5th-level nascent soul stage martial artist like him comprehend it? The surrounding crowd quickly became bustling with excitement and the rumors relating to Duan Ling Tian started spreading out. But no one believed the rumor that Duan Ling Tian had comprehended elementary wind force. After all, only martial artists at the void-prying stage and above are able to comprehend genuine force, and this was an iron law in Cloud Continent. They'd never heard of anyone being able to break this iron law. People which possessed similar thoughts naturally included Zhang Bai. Kid, Let me properly experience your elementary wind force. Zhang Bai ridiculed, and a spirit sword appeared with a raise of his hand. Then origin energy coiled and raged as it suffused the space around the spirit sword. In an instant, another 300 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the existing 800 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Zhang Bai. Based on the strength of amplification, the spirit sword in Zhang Bai's hand was obviously a grade 6 spirit sword. The Darkstone Empire is worthy of being an existence that transcended the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. This son of a city governor from a mere remote city is actually able to casually take out a grade 6 spirit sword, truly shocking. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. After all, even if it was in a sect like the 7-star sword sect, grade 6 spirit swords were only controlled in the hands of the higher-ups. Besides him, practically no one amongst the younger generation disciples of the 7-star sword sect possessed a grade 6 spirit sword. Of course, Duan Ling Tian knew clearly in his heart that this wasn't sufficient to show that the 7-star sword sect was inferior to a mere city governor's estate in a remote city of the Darkstone Empire, and it was instead because the level of weapons refinement in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was inferior to the Darkstone Empire. The level of weapons refinement was decided by the amount of high-grade weapons craftsmen. The amount of high-grade weapons craftsmen in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was surely inferior to the Darkstone Empire. The word empire had already firmly surpassed the word imperial kingdom. The strength of 1,100 ancient mammoths. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a smile of disdain and indifference, as Zhang Bai posed no threat to him in the slightest. HMPH. Perhaps he discerned the disdain on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth. Zhang Bai's face sank and grunted coldly before flashing out. Zhang Bai moved out to attack, seeming to transform into a gust of wind, and everywhere he passed, dust and dirt flew in the air as he swept towards Duan Ling Tian. Kid, let me properly experience the genuine wind force you've comprehended. At the same time, a voice that was filled with mocking and ridicule sounded out. As you wish, Duan Ling Tian replied in an uninterested manner, and the origin energy beneath his legs rages as wind force emerged. Instantly, 900 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared in the sky above Duan Ling Tian. Whereas Duan Ling Tian seemed to have transformed into a gale as well, moving aside a step earlier before Zhang Bai reached him, avoiding the grade 6 spirit sword that was powered by Zhang Bai's strength of 1,100 ancient mammoths. Zhang Bai's grade 6 spirit sword's speed was swift because of the amplification of the sword itself, but it didn't mean that his own speed was swift. His own speed was only powered by the strength of 800 ancient mammoths. He couldn't catch up to Duan Ling Tian's speed no matter how hard he tried. So long as Duan Ling Tian didn't give him an opportunity to get close, it would be difficult for him to catch up to Duan Ling Tian. Wind force. It's really elementary wind force. The surrounding crowd had no lack of people with sharp eyesight, and they saw through the aura of wind force that was suffused within the origin energy on Duan Ling Tian's legs with a glance. That was genuine force, wind force, elementary wind force. It was comparably to the strength of 200 ancient mammoths. The expressions of most people changed to an expression of shock. This son-in-law of city governor Feng has actually broken the iron law of cloud continents since ancient times. Duan Ling Tian was like a ghost as he ceaselessly flashed around Zhang Bai, constantly keeping a length of distance from Zhang Bai, and causing the grade 6 spirit sword in Zhang Bai's hand to be unable to touch him. At this moment, Zhang Bai was incomparably aggrieved. The grade 6 spirit sword in his hand possessed a strong strength and swift speed, yet the speed under his feet was far inferior to Duan Ling Tian. Currently, it was as if Duan Ling Tian was playing tricks on him. Let me see how you dodge this. Suddenly, Zhang Bai, who was angry out of embarrassment, shouted out explosively. He'd accurately grasped the trajectory of Duan Ling Tian's movements, and the grade 6 spirit sword in his hand shook as it flew out from his hand, flying directly towards Duan Ling Tian. The grade 6 spirit sword seemed to have transformed into a sharp arrow that tightly locked itself onto Duan Ling Tian, and gave rise to a wave of ear-piercing howls in the wind as it moved. This sword strike was powered by the strength of 1,100 ancient mammoths, and its speed was swift to the extent it far surpassed Duan Ling Tian's speed. Quite intelligent in a small way, Duan Ling Tian stopped moving when facing this sword strike as he knew that continuing to dodge had no meaning now. With his current speed, it would be inferior to Zhang Bai's sword even if he utilized quake energy at the limit. After Duan Ling Tian stopped, a dark violet flexible sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. Suddenly Duan Ling Tian attacked. His sword swung out like a bolt of lightning, especially since that besides the raging origin energy within it, there was swift and fierce elementary wind force mixed within. In the sky, 1,200 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. The sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand was like a shadow that easily stopped the sword that Zhang Bai sent out. With a single sword strike, he'd smashed Zhang Bai's grade 6 spirit sword flying in an extremely efficient manner. Duan Ling Tian seized this opportunity to transform into a gale once again and charged straight towards Zhang Bai, whose face went pale. Show mercy. The face of Zhang Bai's father went pale, yet he didn't dare move to assist Zhang Bai, because he'd noticed that Feng Wudao had already locked onto him, and caused him to not dare make any rash movements. The violet myrtle flexible sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand flashed out, and when it arrived close to Zhang Bai, it suddenly twisted to slap out with the blade of the sword. The blade of the sword smashed onto Zhang Bai's body, slapping Zhang Bai flying to fiercely collide on the precipice at the side of the gorge, and for a time, shattered bits of rocks flew about and dust suffused the air. Whereas Zhang Bai brushed on the wall as he fiercely descended onto the ground, then repeatedly spat out a few mouthfuls of blood with an extremely ghastly pale expression. When he looked at Duan Ling Tian once again, his gaze was filled with terror. Duan Ling Tian put away his sword, then glanced indifferently at Zhang Bai before returning to Feng Tian Wu's side. No one noticed that at this moment, Feng Tian Wu's beautiful face beneath the veil had flushed rosy, as if she was even happier than if it was she herself who'd taught Zhang Bai his lesson. Congratulations City Governor Feng for obtaining such a superb son-in-law. Congratulations City Governor Feng. City Governor Feng has such great fortune to actually obtain such a son-in-law. Presently, the people from the other 28 cities were practically all gathered here, and the 28 city governors had all congratulated Feng Wudao, whereas Feng Wudao revealed a rare smile. Thank you, little brother, for showing mercy. After City Governor Zhang gave Zhang Bai a medicinal pill, he looked at Duan Ling Tian with an expression of gratitude. He knew clearly in his heart that even if Duan Ling Tian really killed his son earlier, he wouldn't dare take revenge and could only endure it. Feng Wudao was too strong. Even if he and the other 28 city governors were to join forces, they might not be able to be a match for Feng Wudao. Duan Ling Tian nodded lightly. There's still another half an hour before the Solkling's pool opens. It was unknown who said this. The gazes of most of the people within the gorge descended onto the ball of cloud and mist within the gorge. The cloud and wind were converged together and revealed a mysterious and unfathomable aura. The Solkling's pool is inside. Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force extended out and sensed the numerous energies of inscriptions contained within the clouds and mist in the first possible moment. Chapter 436, The Source of the Spirit Energy. 9 inscriptions. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised. Relying on his acute spiritual force, he was able to notice that there was actually an inscription formation within the clouds and mist before him, and it was an incomparably profound formation formed by a total of 9 inscriptions that complemented each other. The defensive strength of this inscription formation is sufficient to withstand the attack of a martial artist below the void. Transformation stage. 9 inscriptions join together to form a cycle that's able to absorb the energy of heaven and earth. So long as it wasn't destroyed by an expert at the void transformation stage in one go, then regardless of how great an extent of harm it receives, it would be able to automatically repair itself in a short amount of time. According to the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor, Duan Ling Tian was able to perceive that the inscription master that left this inscription formation behind was extremely outstanding. Combining 9 inscriptions to form a formidable inscription formation. This inscription master's spiritual forces level was at least at the void transformation stage or above. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. Big brother Duan, have you noticed anything? Feng Tian Wu, who'd always had her eye on Duan Ling Tian, noticed the changes in Duan Ling Tian's expression and she asked via voice transmission. Duan Ling Tian lightly nodded and told her of what he'd noticed. An inscription master whose spiritual force had attained the void transformation stage. Then wouldn't the person who left this inscription formation be a void transformation stage expert? Feng Tian Wu's beautiful face beneath the veil had a slightly shocked expression. The probability is over 90%. Duan Ling Tian replied via voice transmission. After all, not everyone was like him and could possess a spiritual force that exceeded his cultivation by a great deal. The reason his spiritual force was strong was because his soul was from Earth in his previous life, then it even collided with the formidable soul of the Rebirth Martial Emperor himself, and an unusual change had occurred in his soul because of this. An ordinary inscription master possessed a spiritual force that was equal to cultivation. Of course, there were also some comparatively outstanding inscription masters that possessed a spiritual force that was a level of 2 above their cultivation, but their spiritual force wouldn't be so exaggerated like Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tian Wu stood together as they looked at each other and sent voice transmissions back and forth. This scene seemed to be peaceful, but when it entered the eyes of an observant person, it completely became something else. Miss Tian Wu and this little brother are truly a perfect match, a pair made in heaven. A city governor couldn't refrain from sighing. As for Feng Tian Wu, the beautiful face beneath her veil flushed completely red. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was able to sense numerous gazes of jealousy and envy flashing over from all over to descend onto him. He paid no attention to this and never even thought of providing an explanation. Although there was nothing between him and Feng Tian Wu, if he were to explain at this moment, then even if the others believe him, it would cause Feng Wudao and Feng Tian Wu to lose face. Feng Tian Wu was a friend to him, and Feng Wudao was the father of Feng Tian Fu, so he was a senior to him. He naturally wouldn't cause Feng Tian Wu and Feng Wudao to be in a difficult position. If Wu is really able to get together with him, then it's Wu's fortune as well. Feng Wudao looked at Duan Ling Tian with an extremely complicated gaze. Now, the more he understood Duan Ling Tian, the more he wanted Duan Ling Tian to become his son-in-law. Half an hour quickly passed by. The Soul Cleanse pool is about to open. It was unknown who cried out. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian saw that the ball of cloud and mist in the gorge split open from the center, as if it was chopped open by an enormous axe. The cloud and mist split apart. What appeared before them was dusky-colored clouds and mist, and the scene within couldn't be seen clearly, but Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force instead had easily entered into it and touched the Soul Cleanse pool, and as he felt the so-called spirit energy suffused within the Soul Cleanse pool, his spiritual force felt a wave of comfort. Even though the inscription formation that enveloped the Soul Cleanse pool was opened, not a single person entered. The gazes of the 29 city governors had all descended onto Feng Wudao. Go in. Only when Feng Wudao looked at Duan Ling Tian did he come back to his senses, so it turned out that the governors of the various cities were waiting for him to enter. Of course, he knew clearly in his heart that the reason he enjoyed such treatment was because of Feng Wudao. Otherwise, the various city governors wouldn't even look at his straight in the eye. Duan Ling Tian nodded, then looked at the little gold mouse on his shoulder. Little gold, go to Tian Wu first, I'll be back very soon. Squeak squeak. Although she was slightly unwilling, the little gold mouse still obediently jumped onto Tian Wu's hand. Don't worry big brother Duan, I'll take good care of little gold. Tian Wu looked at Duan Ling Tian as she assured him. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as she nodded, then his body flashed out, transforming into a gust of wind that was the first to pass through the split-open inscription formation and enter within. After passing through the dusky mist, Duan Ling Tian felt the scene before his eyes suddenly brighten up. A spacious lake entered his eyes, and there seemed to be strands of a green glow leaping about on the surface of the lake. Soul Cleanse pool, Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. When he noticed the wave of movement coming from behind him, Duan Ling Tian knew that the other 29 young geniuses from the various cities were about to enter. And he didn't hesitate to fly out and leap into the Soul Cleanse pool with a plop, then dove under. Right at this moment, Duan Ling Tian was able to notice that his spiritual force that hadn't had any movement for a long time had suddenly started to become slightly restless. Looks like the spirit energy within this Soul Cleanse pool is indeed likely to assist my spiritual force to break through. Duan Ling Tian was slightly excited in his heart. Once his spiritual force broke through, the scope of inscriptions that he could inscribe would become even stronger, and he would be able to easily inscribe some high-grade inscriptions that he was unable to inscribe in the past. When he thought of the scene of him utilizing an inscription and causing a void-prying stage martial artist to turn into ash, Duan Ling Tian was slightly excited in his heart. I actually don't have to intentionally absorb the spirit energy of this Soul Cleanse pool. It completely fuses into my soul on its own and strengthens my spiritual force. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian had noticed this, and this caused him to be inexplicably pleasantly surprised. Since it's like this, then I'll properly find out what exactly this Soul Cleanse pool is. Duan Ling Tian's gaze abruptly lit up as he continued to dove downwards into the Soul Cleanse pool. He'd never forgotten his original intentions all along. According to the past experience of the rebirth martial emperor, there was surely a secret to why the Soul Cleanse pool would give birth to the spirit energy. Now, Duan Ling Tian intended to find this secret. After all, the rebirth martial emperor had encountered an existence similar to the Soul Cleanse pool once, and in the end, at the depths of that pool, the rebirth martial emperor had found a spirit fruit with effects that far surpassed a soul transformation fruit. That spirit fruit also allowed the level of the rebirth martial emperor's soul to surpass his cultivation by an entire 3 levels in one go, although it wasn't as abnormal as Duan Ling Tian's soul currently. It was still considered to be shocking. With Duan Ling Tian's current strength, holding his breath and diving was of no difficulty to him. After a short moment, he'd smoothly dived into the depths of the Soul Clean's pool. Right at this moment, a wave of sounds of things dropping into water sounded out in the Soul Clean's pool. It was the other young geniuses from the other 29 cities that had all dived into the Soul Clean's pool. Most of these young geniuses stayed at the spot they entered as they enjoyed the tempering and baptism of the soul. There were also a small portion of them that curiously dove deeper and started sizing up the surroundings, but what entered their eyes was a boundless expanse, causing them to return after diving in for a short amount of time. The unknown was the most terrifying. They weren't sure what was within the depths of the Soul Clean's pool, so they didn't dare take the risk. They were different than Duan Ling Tian, after all. Fortunately, I can utilize my spiritual force. Otherwise, I'd be entirely unable to find the way within this Soul Clean's pool. Duan Ling Tian, who'd continuously dove downwards, couldn't help but muse to himself. His spiritual force constantly maintained searched the scene ahead. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian noticed that he'd arrived at the bottom of the Soul Clean's pool. There's actually nothing. At the bottom of the Soul Clean's pool, an open expanse appeared before him, but there was only dense aquatic plants lurking all around. However, the density of the spirit energy here seems to be higher than outside. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart, and his spiritual force extended out once again. Ordinarily speaking, if the spirit energy within this Soul Clean's pool is really from some type of spirit fruit, then the spirit energy at the location of that spirit fruit ought to be even denser than here. Now, Duan Ling Tian was searching for the place in the depths of the Soul Clean's pool that possessed an even denser spirit energy. A quarter of an hour passed. Half an hour passed. 1 hour passed. Duan Ling Tian was extremely patient, walking slowly at the bottom of the Soul Clean's pool, and he searched the level of density of the spirit energy in the surroundings as he walked. Needless to say, this Soul Clean's pool was really extremely large. Duan Ling Tian moved about as he searched, and he spent 2 hours before walking through half the Soul Clean's pool. The density of the spirit energy here seems so be weaker than the beginning. Duan Ling Tian was shocked first, then came to an understanding. Right, beside me, there's another 29 people absorbing the spirit energy within the Soul Clean's pool to temper the soul, and consumption is extremely normal. But where exactly is the source of the spirit energy within the Soul Clean's pool? Duan Ling Tian continued to walk towards the other side of the Soul Clean's pool's bottom, and his spiritual force extended out to carefully search, not missing any trace in the slightest. Time quietly passed by. Another half an hour passed. I've found it. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian's body shook and excitement appeared on his face as the spiritual force he extended out had finally noticed the source of the spirit energy within the Soul Clean's pool. At the side of the bottom of the Soul Clean's pool, behind a large patch of dense aquatic plants. Luckily, Duan Ling Tian felt slightly lucky. After all, he'd searched all the way here, and no matter if it was his body or spiritual force, they were more or less slightly exhausted. When he first saw this patch of aquatic plants, he instinctively wanted to make his spiritual force briefly scan past it. In the end, he still patiently stretched out his spiritual force to carefully search. There's actually an underwater passageway beneath these aquatic plants. Duan Ling Tian lifted the patch of aquatic plants and noticed that there was actually a passageway that a person could go through, and as he stood here, Duan Ling Tian could notice that the speed his spiritual force was being tempered seemed to have increased a great deal. The source of the spirit energy in the Soul Clean's pool is right inside here. Without any hesitation, Duan Ling Tian entered the passageway and dove in. At the beginning, the passageway went downwards, but after a period of time, it changed to head upwards. Duan Ling Tian continued to swim upwards. Finally, Duan Ling Tian swam out of the passageway. I've finally reached the end. When Duan Ling Tian swam out of the passageway, he noticed that he'd appeared in a shallow shoal, and what he saw was a spacious abode. Chapter 437, Spiritual Force Attack. This was a completely sealed abode, and only the underwater passageway lead to and from this place. The furnishing within the abode were extremely simple, only a stone table, stone stool, and stone bed. Duan Ling Tian arrived before the stone table and blew a mouthful of air, and dust suffused the air. Looks like it has already been a long time since someone came here. When he recalled the objective he came here with, Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force extended out. In the end, he sensed a strand of dense spirit energy behind the stone bed. What exactly is it? Under the urging of his curiosity, Duan Ling Tian walked forward to take a look. After passing the stone bed, Duan Ling Tian saw a gap in the ground, and within the gap was a dark green plant growing tenaciously there. On the plant, a translucent and glittering dark green spirit fruit hung there. This is... Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted. His guess was really correct. The spirit energy within the Solkleen's pool was indeed similar to the encounter of the rebirth martial emperor all those years ago. It was also emitted from a spirit fruit and fused into the water. Presently, when Duan Ling Tian approached the spirit fruit, he noticed his soul shook. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian felt his mind go blank, and at this instant, it seemed as if something had split open within his soul. My spiritual force has changed. Right at this moment, Duan Ling Tian noticed to his delight that his spiritual force that had fallen into a bottleneck had actually broke through the shackles in one go, and smoothly broke through to the void-prying stage. He'd finally broken through. It's all thanks to this. Duan Ling Tian's burning gaze converged onto the spirit fruit, and at the same time, he started swiftly searching the memories of the rebirth martial emperor. He was unable to recognize what spirit fruit this was. Finally, within the lifetime worth of memories of the rebirth martial emperor, Duan Ling Tian obtained an answer. Nether soul fruit. Duan Ling Tian's heartbeat abruptly quickened. The nether soul fruit was similar to the soul transformation fruit. It was a type of spirit fruit that could improve the soul and improve the level of spiritual force. In terms of medicinal strength, it far surpassed the soul transformation fruit. I really never imagined that my luck is so good. Even though I didn't acquire the soul transformation fruit, I acquired an even better nether soul fruit. Duan Ling Tian's breathing became hurried. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian started to size up the nether soul fruit seriously. In next to no time, he noticed a problem. This nether soul fruit seems to have not ripened yet. Duan Ling Tian was stunned, and as he looked at the wisp of green on the surface of the nether soul fruit, a slight bitter smile unconsciously appeared on the corners of his mouth. However, it ought to be soon. Just this little bit of greenness. This nether soul fruit will completely ripen in 3 days at most. Duan Ling Tian's gaze abruptly lit up and he was slightly excited in his heart. 3 days. I won't go out first. Duan Ling Tian said to himself. As far as he was concerned, 3 days would pass in the blink of an eye. Feng Wudao's group of 3 and the little gold mouse knew of Duan Ling Tian's strength, and knew that there surely wouldn't be any danger to him after entering the Solkleen's pool. As for the inscription formation, he could use his spiritual force to open it. With a raise of his hand, Duan Ling Tian swept off the dust on the stone bed, then he sat cross-legged atop it and started cultivating. Duan Ling Tian completely immersed his heart and soul in cultivation, and he quickly entered into a state of cultivating. Duan Ling Tian noticed that after his soul transformed, his cultivating speed seemed to have improved slightly compared to before. Looks like even natural talent that is at the limit still needs to rely on a formidable soul to tap into it, to a certain extent. Duan Ling Tian gradually calmed his heart down and continued cultivating. Within the spacious gorge, behind the ball of cloud and mist that had split open, figures flew out one by one and they were all the young geniuses of the various cities that had entered the Solkleen's pool. In next to no time, the 29 people came out successively. Where's Big Brother Duan? Feng Tianwu's beautiful face beneath the veil went slightly pale, and her pretty eyes that were like autumn water contained slight worry mixed within. Don't worry, young miss. With Brother Duan's ability, he will absolutely be fine. The gray-clothed old man that stood at the side shook his head and smiled, and his words were filled with confidence to Duan Ling Tian. City Governor Feng, then we'll be taking our leave. The 29 city governors brought along the young geniuses by their sides and successively bid their farewells to Feng Wudao. Feng Wudao nodded indifferently, his gaze never leaving the ball of cloud and mist that had split apart, the entrance to the Solkleen's pool. He seemed to be waiting for something and entirely didn't look at the 29 city governors in the eye. The 29 city governors didn't dare be displeased, and they summoned their respectively flying demon beasts before flying off. For a time, only Feng Wudao's group of 3 and the little gold mouse remained within the spacious gorge. Why hasn't Brother Duan come out yet? The inscription formation atop the Solkleen's pool is about to close right now. The old man looked at the cloud and mist that started to converge together and he frowned. Squeak squeak. Right at this moment, the little gold mouse that had stayed on Feng Tianwu's hand all the time cried out, Then she transformed into a gold light that shot into the wind and clouds that hadn't fully closed, entering the soul cleanse pool. Little gold. Feng Tianwu's face went pale, and before Feng Wudao and the old man could even react, her figure had flashed out, seeming to transform into a ball of flame that fused into the clouds and mist. Wu, young miss. Feng Wudao and the old man went pale, and they didn't dare hesitate as they both flashed out to follow her. Meanwhile, the clouds and mist converged together and the entrance to the soul cleanse pool had completely closed, and it would only open again 3 years from now. Where's little gold? Little gold, little gold. Feng Tianwu wasn't unfamiliar with the soul cleanse pool as she'd come here 3 years ago. However, now when she entered the bank of the lake outside the soul cleanse pool, her beautiful face concealed beneath the veil was filled with a worried expression. Little gold, little gold. Feng Tianwu noticed that after the little gold mouse entered, she actually went missing. Feng Tianwu's gaze descended onto the soul cleanse pool. Could it be that little gold has entered the soul cleanse pool? I promised Big Brother Duan that I would take good care of little gold. Suddenly, seeming to have recalled something, Feng Tianwu's beautiful eyes squinted as she leapt into the soul cleanse pool. Meanwhile, Feng Wudao and the old man had entered as well. They just happened to see this scene, and they looked at each other and smiled bitterly. However, they weren't worried as the soul cleanse pool was just big and there wouldn't be any danger. Especially when the old man's formidable spiritual force extended out, he was easily capable of sensing Feng Tianwu's location and confirming Feng Tianwu's safety. Feng Wudao sized up the dusky clouds and mist in the surroundings of the soul cleanse pool, and he lightly frowned as he asked. Elder Kong, do you have a way to go out? No, I don't have the ability to break through this inscription formation. Elder Kong had a serious expression. An inscription formation was an existence that he hadn't encountered yet. This inscription formation can't be said to be difficult or easy. But it's the outcome of a void transformation stage expert after all, and it's far from something I'm able to see through. Perhaps Brother Duan has a way. Is your spiritual force able to find Duan Ling Tian's location? Feng Wudao asked. No, my spiritual force can only touch the upper half of the soul cleanse pool. There's no trace of Brother Duan or the little gold mouse. The young miss on the other hand is about to leave the scope of my spiritual force. Let's go down and take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man flew out and entered the soul cleanse pool. Within the abode, Duan Ling Tian quietly cultivated, and when he felt the time was about right, he opened his eyes. His face emitted a happy expression, and raised his hand intending to pluck the nether soul fruit. However, when his gaze glanced over, it caused Duan Ling Tian's face to go gloomy. He saw that the plant was still there, yet the nether soul fruit atop it had gone missing. Where's the nether soul fruit? Who plucked the nether soul fruit? Duan Ling Tian's expression was extremely unsightly. His gaze swiftly and fiercely swept past as he searched within the abode. He could be sure that there was surely someone that seized the nether soul fruit before him. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian noticed the culprit. At the other side of the stone bed, a fluffy gold-colored little mouse lay there in deep sleep. It could be seen that on the corners of the little gold mouse's mouth was a wisp of dark green liquid held there, and traces of profound spirit energy was suffused on the dark green liquid. Little gold, you actually ate my nether soul fruit. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's mood was complicated, and was difficult to be expressed with words. Once he consumed the nether soul fruit, it could allow his soul to advance a great deal of levels, and even become directly below the soul of an ordinary void initiation stage martial artist. But now, all this had transformed into a dream, whereas the culprit was exactly the infant jade-eyed heavenly mouse. This little fellow wouldn't be pretending to sleep, right? Didn't I ask you to obediently stay by Tian Wu's side? Why did you come in? Duan Ling Tian slightly helplessly grabbed up the little gold mouse yet noticed that the little gold mouse had indeed fell into an extremely deep state of slumber. Looks like she's digesting the nether soul fruit. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. If it was any other demon beast that are the nether soul fruit, Duan Ling Tian would surely kill it without hesitation, but the demon beast that ate the nether soul fruit was little gold instead, and Duan Ling Tian could only endure it. Never mind, I'll just take it as helping you, little fellow. In next to no time, felt at ease and didn't think about it any longer. Presumably, little gold had obtained quite a great deal of benefit from consuming the nether soul fruit. When little gold was strong, her assistance to him would be greater. Good moved in a cycle. It has been 3 days, I ought to go out. Duan Ling Tian brought along the little gold mouse as he dived down the underwater passageway and left the abode. This little gold was actually able to find the underwater passageway, she really has ability. As expected of the descendant of a jade-eyed heavenly mouse, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but sigh emotionally in his heart as he swam within the underwater passageway. According to the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor, besides their brute force, the jade-eyed heavenly mouse was also skilled in soul attacks, and knew some mysterious soul skills. Human martial artists could only touch the essence of the soul when the martial artist had become a martial emperor, and come into contact with the mysterious soul attacks. On Cloud Continent, soul attacks were ordinarily called spiritual force attacks. Many demon beasts with extraordinary natural talent were able to utilize their spiritual force to attack before becoming a demon emperor, and this included the jade-eyed heavenly mouse. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. Through the memories of the Rebirth Martial Emperor, he was able to deeply feel how terrifying spiritual force attacks were. A thought was sufficient to injure or even shatter another's soul. What an overbearing ability that was. Chapter 438, Strange Brand. I wonder if Little Gold is able to awaken the inheritance related to the mysterious soul skills after her soul strengthens from the consumption of the nether soul fruit. Through the memories of the Rebirth Martial Emperor, Duan Ling Tian found out that once the descendant of a jade-eyed heavenly mouse matured to a certain extent, it would receive the corresponding inheritance of the jade-eyed heavenly mouse family. Amongst it included the mysterious soul skill. A soul skill was a type of ability to launch an attack with the spiritual force, and it's impossible to guard against it. The soul skill of a demon beast is ordinarily executed through an inherited soul brand, and even if a human martial artist knew the method of utilizing the inherited soul skill of a demon beast, the human would be unable to execute it. After Duan Ling Tian found out about all this from the memories of the Rebirth Martial Emperor, he couldn't help but sigh. After all, a thought had emerged earlier that once the little gold mouse's memories related to the inherited soul skill was awoken, he would ask the little gold mouse to pass down the soul skill to him. In that way, he would be able to execute soul skills by relying on his spiritual force as well. But unfortunately, his imagination was fine, yet reality was brutal. As his thoughts spun, Duan Ling Tian left the underwater passageway and returned to the Soul Cleanse pool. Right when he started swimming upwards and arrived at the upper portion of the Soul Cleanse pool, he sensed an incomparably strong spiritual force sweep over. Elder Kong. Duan Ling Tian guessed who the owner of the strong spiritual force was at the first possible moment. When Duan Ling Tian leapt out of the Soul Cleanse pool, Feng Wudao, Feng Tianwu, and Elder Kong were already waiting there. Big Brother Duan. At this moment, Feng Tianwu had already removed the veil on her face and revealed her peerless appearance, but at this moment, she seemed to be slightly lost. I'm sorry, I didn't take good care of Little Gold. I don't know where Little Gold has gone. Duan Ling Tian was curious earlier as to why Feng Tianwu would reveal such an expression, and not when he heard what she said, he couldn't help but shake his head and smile. The little fellow is here. Duan Ling Tian stretched his hand out to grab the little gold mouse. Earlier, while he swam his way up, he'd fastened the little gold mouse that had fallen into a deep slumber on the belt behind him. Little Gold. Feng Tianwu saw the little gold mouse in her peerlessly beautiful appearance recovered its spirits. But when she saw the little gold mouse wasn't moving at all, she had a worried expression. Big Brother Duan, what's wrong with Little Gold? She's fine, she'd only sleeping. Duan Ling Tian slightly gnashed his teeth with hatred when he recalled the reason the little gold mouse had fallen asleep. City Governor, Elder Kong. Why are the two of you here? The inscription formation outside the Soul Cleanse pool closing up was within Duan Ling Tian's expectations. The appearance of the little gold mouse had already exceeded his expectations, and Feng Wudao's group of 3 being within the Soul Cleanse pool exceeded his expectations even more. It's because Wu saw the little gold mouse run in and followed it in. I and Elder Kong were worried for her, so we follow her in as well. You don't know anxious this little girl was when she noticed that she'd lost any trace of this little gold mouse. As Feng Wudao spoke, he glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian. Tian Wu. Duan Ling Tian looked at Feng Tianwu and his heart lightly trembled, and his face revealed a slight smile. I'm sorry for making you worry. Big Brother Duan, it's alright as long as you and Little Gold are fine. Feng Tianwu shook her head, and she revealed a smile that could overturn every living being. Right, Big Brother Duan, where did you and Little Gold go? My father, and Grandpa Kong searched the entire Soul Cleanse pool but didn't notice a trace of either of you. Feng Wudao and Elder Kong looked at Duan Ling Tian with tacit understanding as well. Duan Ling Tian slowly said, there's a concealed underwater passageway beneath the Solkleen's pool, and it leads to a fully sealed abode. I spent these 2 days within that abode. There seems to have been someone who once stayed within that abode, but it was covered in dust. According to my estimations, the owner of that abode is very likely the inscription master that placed the inscription formation over the Solkleen's pool. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, both Feng Wudao and Elder Kong were moved. Brother Duan, you said there's an underwater passageway beneath the Solkleen's pool that leads to the abode of the inscription master that left behind this inscription formation. Elder Kong looked at Duan Ling Tian with an excited expression. As an inscription master, he was naturally able to discern the profundity of the inscription formation that enveloped the Solkleen's pool. 9 inscriptions interconnected and complementing each other was something only an inscription master with a soul at the void transformation stage was able to set up, whereas now, the abode of that inscription master was right before his eyes. It's only my guess and it might not actually be him. Duan Ling Tian naturally was able to guess the reason Elder Kong was excited. You spent these 2 days within the abode and ought to have discovered something, right? Feng Wudao looked at Duan Ling Tian with a burning gaze. It can be considered like that. Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly, and it attracted the attention of Feng Wudao and Elder Kong. Duan Ling Tian glanced helplessly at the little gold mouse in his hand when faced with the stares of the 3 people, and said, slowly, 3 days ago, after I entered the Solkleen's pool, I went to search for the source of the spirit energy in the Solkleen's pool. In the end, I discovered the underwater passageway. Later on, I entered into the abode and discovered a nether soul fruit within it. Nether soul fruit. Feng Tianwu had no reaction to what Duan Ling Tian said, but Feng Wudao and Elder Kong's faces were instantly filled with shock. Especially Elder Kong. An inscription master at his level possessed a formidable soul, and even a soul transformation fruit had an extremely limited assistance to improving his soul. However, the nether soul fruit was a valuable spirit fruit that transcended the soul transformation fruit. Even if he consumed it, it would at least be able to improve his soul by 2 to 3 levels. You consumed the nether soul fruit. Elder Kong stared blankly at Duan Ling Tian, a bright light flashed within his muddy eyes, and his eyes were filled with envy. Subsequently, Feng Tianwu found out about the preciousness of the nether soul fruit from Feng Wudao, and she looked at Duan Ling Tian as she said with a light smile, "Congratulations, big brother Duan. I didn't consume the nether soul fruit." Duan Ling Tian shook his head, and at the same time, he couldn't help but glare at the little gold mouse that was in deep sleep in his hand. Feng Wudao's group of 3 looked at Duan Ling Tian with a puzzled expression. 3 days ago, I discovered the nether soul fruit. Duan Ling Tian sighed and spoke of the sequence of events. All this wasn't a secret. After they finished listening to Duan Ling Tian, the gazes of Feng Wudao's group of 3 simultaneously descended onto the little gold mouse in Duan Ling Tian's hand, and their gaze were filled with astonishment. A reckless waste of heaven's gifts. A reckless waste of heaven's gifts. Feng Wudao couldn't help but shake his head and sigh with emotion. If I knew earlier that this little fellow would steal your fortuitous encounters, I ought to have kept an eye on her since the beginning and not let her charge in. Big brother Duan, I'm sorry. It's I who didn't look after little gold properly and caused her to eat the spirit fruit you wanted to consume. Feng Tianwu had an apologetic expression, and she seemed delicate and touching with tears that were about to flow down. There's no harm. Duan Ling Tian smiled indifferently, then rubbed the little gold mouse in his hand. Little gold consuming the nether soul fruit can be considered to be a fortune of hers. Brother Duan is really magnanimous, it's truly admirable, Elder Kong couldn't but say, then his gaze lit up. Brother Duan, Elder Kong, if you're interested in the abode that seems to be left behind by the inscription master, then I'll take you over to have a look. Before Elder Kong could finish, Duan Ling Tian interrupted him, then placed the little gold mouse at the side before his body flashed, once again entering the Solkleen's pool. This time, not only Elder Kong followed, even Feng Wudao and Feng Tianwu followed as well. This underwater passageway is actually concealed beneath the aquatic plants. No wonder I didn't notice it at all. When I searched with my spiritual force earlier, I intentionally avoided these aquatic plants, but I never imagined that the thing I didn't care about the most actually concealed something. When he saw Duan Ling Tian pull open the aquatic plants and enter the underwater passageway, Elder Kong sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised. It was because he was careful that day, otherwise, he would have missed this underwater passageway like Elder Kong. Finally, under Duan Ling Tian's lead, Elder Kong, Feng Wudao, and Feng Tianwu arrived within the abode. At the beginning, Duan Ling Tian felt that Elder Kong was doing something useless, but unexpectedly. "Brother Duan, come and look quickly." Elder Kong's exclamation in surprise entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears, and at the same time, it alerted both Feng Wudao and Feng Tianwu. The three of them walked over. They saw the along with Elder Kong raising his hand to pat the walls on the side of the abode, and as the dust on the walls fell down, dense words appeared before their eyes. "This is experience in the art of inscriptions." Duan Ling Tian took a rough look and discerned what was recorded in the words on the wall, and it was the lifetime worth of experience left behind by an inscription master. Looks like it's exactly as Brother Duan guessed. This abode was left behind by the great inscription master that set up the inscription formation over the Solkleen's pool. This great inscription master was a void transformation stage expert. Elder Kong looked at the words on the wall and he seemed as if he'd lost his soul as he muttered. The words on the wall were all the lifetime worth of experience that the void transformation stage inscription master had left behind, and to an inscription master, it was a supreme treasure, but to Duan Ling Tian, it wasn't worth mentioning. The inscription experiences left behind by that inscription master is completely unable to compare with the inscription experiences left behind by the rebirth martial emperor. These inscription experiences might be useful to Elder Kong, but they're of no use to me. Duan Ling Tian only took a few glances at the inscription experiences on the wall before turning around from lack of interest, and he started examining the surroundings. Earlier, he really didn't notice those words on the wall. "There are more here." Feng Tianwu's voice sounded out, and only now did Duan Ling Tian notice that the wall on the other side was similarly fully inscribed with dense words. What's this?" Originally, Duan Ling Tian similarly didn't have the slightest interest towards the words on the wall on the other side, but Feng Tianwu's low exclaim still attracted his attention. Duan Ling Tian walked over. "Big brother Duan, look at this. Is this an inscription?" Feng Tianwu pointed at a part of the wall as she said to Duan Ling Tian. On the wall, besides the portion of dense words related to the experiences in the Tao of inscriptions, there was a strange brand behind a layer of light dust. This brand didn't seem as if it was inscribed onto the wall. A wisp of gold light seemed to be hidden behind the dust. It's slightly like an inscriptions, but seems not to be. Under his curiosity, Duan Ling Tian stretched out his hand, intending to wipe off the dust on the brand. Chapter 439, Soul Brand. Right when Duan Ling Tian stretched out his hand to wipe the dust on the stranger brand, when his palm touched the strange brand, something flashed before Duan Ling Tian's eyes. It was the strange brand that had completely manifested itself, and as suddenly exploded out with gold lights, like it instantly transformed into a scorching sun that was incomparably dazzling. Subsequently, this small scorching sun gradually dimmed out. Instantly, Duan Ling Tian felt an extremely strange energy sweep out from the wall and pour into his palm with a speed so swift that it caused him to be terrified. At the same time that Duan Ling Tian's expression went grim, that strand of extremely strange energy directly swept towards his soul. Shit. Duan Ling Tian experienced a wave of panic in his heart. The soul was the foundation of a person. If the soul was destroyed, then it would also mean the end of the person's life, and only a lifeless shell would remain. Without any hesitation, spiritual force swept out within Duan Ling Tian's soul, attempting to stop the extremely strange energy. However, this energy instead completely disregarded Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force, charging violently all the way as it swept towards Duan Ling Tian's soul, seeming as if it wouldn't stop until it destroyed Duan Ling Tian's soul. At the instant the extremely strange energy collided onto his soul, despair arose in Duan Ling Tian's heart. Am I going to die? In the next moment, his soul shook, causing Duan Ling Tian to feel a wave of dizziness. I didn't die. When Duan Ling Tian recovered his senses, he noticed that his consciousness was still intact, and his soul wasn't destroyed. Big brother Duan, what happened earlier? Why is that inscription gone? A wave of a pleasing and graceful voice entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears, pulling Duan Ling Tian back from his agitated state of mind. Duan Ling Tian looked once again at the wall before him, and he noticed that the gold-colored strange brand had vanished, as if it had never appeared in the first place. When he recalled the incident from before, Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. Tian Wu, you didn't see anything earlier? No. Feng Tian Wu shook her head. I saw big brother Duan wiping the dust off the gold-colored inscription, then the inscription vanished. Could it be that the inscriptions was painted on the wall, and big brother Duan wiped it off with the dust? Perhaps. At the same time that he nodded, Duan Ling Tian's mind surged. He didn't have the slightest clue what exactly that gold-colored strange brand was, and it was because of this that he realized that the brand wasn't simple. Tian Wu said she didn't see anything. In other words, the bright light that was like a scorching sun emitted by the strange brand earlier, only I was able to see that scene. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart, then he looked at Feng Wudao and Elder Kong who were at the other side. Feng Wudao and Elder Kong were obviously not alarmed by it. What exactly is that brand? Duan Ling Tian caught his breath, then fused his spiritual force into his soul and he started to search. In the end, he noticed that there seemed to be something within his soul. Although the current strength of his spiritual force was insufficient to replace his eyes, and he was unable to see what was in his soul, but his spiritual force still told him that his soul had become different from before. This feeling, Duan Ling Tian closed his eyes and used his spiritual force to sense the changes in his soul to the best of his spiritual force's ability. In the end, Duan Ling Tian obtained an answer. According to the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, a similar thing would only appear in the souls of those demon beasts that possessed extraordinary natural talent. This thing seemed to be slightly similar to the soul brand in the souls of those demon beasts. Soul brand. Some demon beasts with extraordinary natural talent were able to awaken their own soul brand before becoming a demon emperor, and awaken the inherited memories related to soul skill. These demons beasts relied on the soul brand to be able to utilize soul attack of, in other words, spiritual force attacks in advance. Whereas as a jade-eyed heavenly mouse, Little Gold was one of these demon beasts with extraordinary natural talent. But, according to the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, it was impossible for soul brands to appear in humans. Human martial artists were only able to achieve elementary mastery of the soul and control their spiritual force to battle an enemy once their cultivations broke through to the martial emperor stage. Moreover, it wasn't every human martial artist that was able to easily control spiritual force in combat, and more than 80% of human martial artists that were able to easily control spiritual force in combat were inscription masters. The other portion of people able to easily control their spiritual force in combat were existences that innately possessed souls that were stronger than ordinary human martial artists. Ordinary human martial emperors had to put in hard work that was much more than the two types of people before to control their spiritual force in combat. After all, their starting point was far inferior to the other two types of people. Moreover, even if they devoted themselves to study spiritual force attacks, it would be difficult for these type of human martial emperor to have any great accomplishments. The memories of the rebirth martial emperor flashed within Duan Ling Tian's mind. But, why would a thing similar to a soul brand appear within my soul? Duan Ling Tian was unable to wrap his head around it. Could it be that it's related to the strange brand that appeared on the wall earlier? Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but recall this. At the same time, for the sake of getting to the bottom of it, Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force coiled around the additional existence in his soul that seemed to be a soul brand. His spiritual force swept out, and pierced into it. In practically an instant, Duan Ling Tian felt his soul tremble, then an incomparably hollow voice sounded out within his mind. Fortunate one of the younger generation, when you hear these words of mine, you ought to have already acquired the soul brand I left behind. This unfamiliar voice caused Duan Ling Tian to be as if struck by lightning. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian vaguely guessed who the owner of the voice was. I'm an inscription master from the foreign lands, yet I sought different things than ordinary inscription masters. I devoted all the energy in my life to the study of soul brands. Those demon beasts didn't have to break through to become a demon emperor before being able to utilize spiritual force in combat through their soul brands, and it frequently caused our human martial artists to be unable to guard against it. My studies were because I wanted to allow human martial artists to be able to possess soul brands that belong to themselves. But unfortunately, the facts prove that I was too naive. I walked through more than half of Cloud Continent in my life, and when I arrived here, I was already old. So what if I was at the void transformation stage? After 100 years, I still have to transform into a pill for Earth in the end, and return to the heaven and the earth. Old people are always more long-winded, I hope you don't mind. In this lifetime of mine, although I didn't successfully research a soul brand to allow human martial artists to execute spiritual force attacks before breaking through to the martial emperor, I couldn't be considered to have had no results. I used the seed of the nether soul fruit as the catalyst, then relied on my attainments in the Tao of inscriptions in this lifetime, and I was finally able to leave behind a special soul brand. Or in other words, the soul brand you've acquired now. These words of mine were left behind within the soul brand using a void transmission inscription. When I left behind this soul brand, my lifespan was at its end and I'd decided to leave, to go find a calm and peaceful place to live the remainder of my life. Although this soul brand isn't able to allow you to execute spiritual force attacks that are able to destroy another's soul, according to my estimations, it ought to be able to help you utilize some special spiritual force abilities. As for how exactly, you'll have to rely on yourself to find out. Besides that, since you're able to fuse with the soul brand I left behind, I presume there's something special about your spiritual force, and you're almost surely an inscription master. I've left behind my lifetime worth of experience in the Tao of inscriptions on the walls of this abode, and I hope it's able to help you. The voice completely went out at this point, passing into silence. Duan Ling Tian returned to his sense, and his pupils constricted as shock emerged within his heart. This inscription master is truly amazing. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath. He who'd fused with the memories of the rebirth martial emperor deeply knew what the deeds of this inscription master meant. Even during the time of the rebirth martial emperor, although he was extremely interested towards the soul brand of those demon beasts with extraordinary natural talent, he'd completely given up after conducting research for a few years. Because, the rebirth martial emperor felt that continuing the research was only doing something of no use. Moreover, the rebirth martial emperor of that time completely didn't need a soul brand, so he didn't care about it much. As an expert at the martial emperor stage and a formidable inscription master, so long as he condensed his spiritual force and swept it out, then there wasn't a single martial emperor in Cloud Continent that was able to block his spiritual force attack without being injured. Compared to the rebirth martial emperor, this inscription master was much more persistent. He spent his entire lifetime and in the end, he'd researched a type of soul brand after all. The shock in Duan Ling Tian's heart gradually calmed down. After it calmed down, Duan Ling Tian's heart jerked. I nearly forgot something. According to the words left behind by that inscription master, he himself seems to not know what functions that soul brand that has fused into my soul now had, right? Then wouldn't I have become his lab rat? Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian realized that unknowingly, he seemed to have become the test subject of that inscription master. I hope that there's no problem with the soul brand left behind by that inscription master. Otherwise, I would really be played to death by him. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but laugh bitterly in his heart. According to the inscription master, the soul brand within my soul is unable to directly utilize my spiritual force to battle an enemy. Looks like I have to research it for some time to find out exactly what use this soul brand has. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. At the same time, he recalled another thing the inscription master mentioned earlier. According to that inscription master, the soul brand that has fused into my soul seems to be created from inscriptions combined with the seed of a nether soul fruit as the catalyst. A seed of a nether soul fruit. He really recklessly wasted God's gifts. Looks like the nether soul fruit that grew within this abode was very likely grown from the seed that was left here that time. Duan Ling Tian was suddenly enlightened about many things now, and he completely understood them. But unfortunately, the plant grown from a nether soul fruit seed is only able to develop a single nether soul fruit in its lifetime. Otherwise, I could consider moving this nether soul fruit plant to another place. Duan Ling Tian sighed to himself. Chapter 440, Breaking Out from the Formation. The changes in Duan Ling Tian's expression were completely noticed by Feng Tianwu, but she entirely didn't know exactly what had happened, and she could only silently stand there. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian completely returned to his senses. Only now did he notice that Elder Kong was still seriously inspecting the lifetime worth of experience in the Tao of inscriptions left behind by that inscription master. These experiences in inscriptions are completely useless to me. However, it could be considered to have helped Elder Kong. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. After he realized that Elder Kong would still require a period of time before being able to completely look through the experiences in the art of inscription on the walls, Duan Ling Tian directly sat cross-legged on the stone bed and completely immersed himself into cultivation after letting Feng Tianwu know he would be cultivating. The 2-year agreement with that zither young master was impending, and Duan Ling Tian didn't dare slack in the slightest. Duan Ling Tian's actions were noticed by Feng Wudao and he couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. A genius didn't completely rely on natural talent and fortune, and relied even more on the genius's own hard work. For example, if a peerless genius didn't have the mind to cultivate and only cared about enjoying himself, then the genius was bound to be unable to attain great achievements, and even greater natural talent was of no use. In next to no time, Feng Wudao and Feng Tianwu sat on the stone bed and closed their eyes to cultivate. The stone bed was extremely large, and it didn't seem crowded in the slightest with 3 people sitting cross-legged on it. Duan Ling Tian completely forgot the time when he was completely immersed in his cultivation. He only knew to ceaselessly improve the origin energy in his body, and ceaselessly improve his cultivation. He only heaved a sigh of relief and opened his eyes when his cultivation arrived at the breakthrough point between the 5th level of the nascent soul stage and the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. City Governor, Elder Kong, Tian Wu. Only now did Duan Ling Tian notice that the 3 of them were sitting at the stone table in the abode and were chatting in low voices. All of them revealed smiles on their faces when they noticed Duan Ling Tian had awoken. Especially Feng Tianwu, her pair of eyes that were like autumn water emitted traces of happiness that was difficult to notice. Big brother Duan, you've awoken. Feng Tianwu stood up and lightly smiled as she looked at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian nodded, and he couldn't help but ask when he noticed the wave of hunger that came from his stomach. How long did I cultivate this time? 1.5 months, said Feng Tianwu. 1.5 months. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised. In other words, there was only another 4.5 months of time remaining before the 2-year agreement with Zither Young Master. Elder Kong, you've finished looking through it. Duan Ling Tian glanced at the walls surrounding the abode, then looked at the gray-clothed old man. Yes, the old man nodded with a smile, and his face was glowing. Obviously, his gains were quite substantial. Brother Duan, are you not going to take a look? These experiences in the art of inscriptions are of no help to me. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. The old man came to a sudden understanding. If he had no knowledge of Duan Ling Tian's attainments in the Tao of inscriptions, he might have felt that the words Duan Ling Tian spoke were too arrogant. Looks like the attainments in the Tao of inscription of that master of Brother Duan's that is from the foreign land surpasses the owner of this abode, that great inscription master that had broken through to the void transformation stage. Now, only shock remained in his heart. Since it's like this, then let's leave, Feng Wudao said slowly. Duan Ling Tian, Elder Kong, and Feng Tianwu had no objections. In next to no time, their group of 4 had left the Soul Clean's pool. Little Gold hasn't awoken yet. Feng Tianwu carried up the little gold mouse in her arms, and she was slightly surprised when she noticed the little gold mouse was still sound asleep. After all, 1.5 months had passed by now. She'll probably still need to sleep for a period of time. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. He originally wanted to go break open the inscription formation, but when he noticed Elder Kong seemed to have the intention to do it, he withdrew his spiritual force that had stretched out and allowed Elder Kong to do it. But, after a long time, Elder Kong's sweat flowed down like the rain, yet he was still unable to break open the inscription formation. Elder Kong, are you still unable? Feng Wudao was slightly astonished. Didn't Elder Kong master all the lifetime worth of experiences in the Tao of inscriptions that was left behind by that inscription master? Why is he unable to even break open the inscription formation of that person? Elder Kong was slightly embarrassed when he heard this. I might have to practice for a while first. Allow me. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. His spiritual force swept out, and relying on the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, he was able to easily see through the core of this inscription formation. Although Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force was far inferior to Elder Kong, he'd found the core of the inscription formation and was able to easily break open the inscription formation. The dusky clouds and mist before him roiled, and the inscription formation opened once again. Duan Ling Tian's group of 4 flew out, and along with Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force extending out and entering the core once again, the inscription formation was closed up once more. Not only that, he even changed the configuration of the inscription formation that made it open once every 3 years. In the future, this Soul Clean's pool won't be open to the public anymore. Duan Ling Tian said to Feng Wudao and the others. The 3 of them nodded as they didn't feel that Duan Ling Tian's actions were going too far. After all, the nether soul fruit had been eaten by the little gold mouse, and the Soul Clean's pool wouldn't give birth to any more spirit energy in the future. Even if the opening configuration of the inscription formation wasn't changed by Duan Ling Tian, it was impossible for anyone to obtain any benefit from the Soul Clean's pool in the future. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian's group of 4 once again ascended the flying demon beast and returned to Phoenix Nest City. Phoenix Nest City was peaceful, and it was no different from when they left. This time, after returning to the city governor's estate for 3 days, Duan Ling Tian intended to bid his farewells and leave. Big brother Duan, you're leaving so soon. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face was filled with reluctance. All good things must come to an end. Moreover, I have some things to do. I'll surely come see you in the future. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he spoke. Feng Tianwu lightly nodded as she was able to perceive that Duan Ling Tian was resolute on leaving. Ling Tian, remember the words you've spoken. Feng Wudao looked at Duan Ling Tian and said via voice transmission. You can be at ease, city governor. I, Duan Ling Tian, always keep my promises, and I would absolutely not go back against my word. So long as I've really awoken a water spirit body or ice spirit body one day in the future, then I'll marry Tian Wu and save her life. Duan Ling Tian nodded to Feng Wudao as he spoke via voice transmission. At that time, I'll come to Phoenix Nest City again. There's no need. Feng Wudao's voice transmission entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears, and it caused him to be unable to help himself from being stunned. There's no need, city governor, what I mean is, you don't have to come to Phoenix Nest City in the future. After a period of time, we'll return to where we came from. In the future, if you want to find us, then go to the capital of the Darken Dynasty. You only have to inquire about the Feng clan when you arrive at the capital. Feng Wudao's voice transmission sounded out once again, and allowed Duan Ling Tian to come to a sudden understanding. Feng clan. Presumably, it was the clan that Feng Wudao and the others were from. He'd committed it to memory. Big brother Duan, you haven't told us where you're from. Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Ling Tian as she asked. What, you're afraid I'll go missing? Duan Ling Tian joked, causing the heavy atmosphere in the scene to ease up slightly. I'm from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that's south of Darkstone Empire. Presently, I've joined the leaders amongst the 5 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the 7-Star Sword Sect. If nothing unexpected happens, then I ought to be in the 7-Star Sword Sect for the next few years. 7-Star Sword Sect. Feng Tianwu nodded and silently committed it to memory. All right, I ought to leave. Elder Kong, farewell. Duan Ling Tian bid his farewells to Elder Kong before leaving the city governor's estate, after Duan Ling Tian left. All right, Wu, he's already left. Feng Wudao glanced at his daughter who still had her head raised as she looked into the distance, and he shook his head. He knew clearly in his heart that the heart of his daughter had already gone off with that kid, Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, you're really something. Since a young age, this daughter of mine possessed peerless natural talent and was extremely prideful, but you've actually captured her heart so quickly. Even though this made him feel displeased, he had to admit it. Feng Tianwu withdrew her gaze, and her beautiful face was filled with a sense of loss. The atmosphere became depressed once again, outside Phoenix Nest City. Go! A tall horse that seemed as if it was tainted with blood flashed out, and a violet-clothed young man sat on it. It was exactly Duan Ling Tian who'd just left Phoenix Nest City. I forgot little gold is still in deep slumber. I can only temporarily hurry on the journey with a Fergana horse. Duan Ling Tian had a bitter smile on his face. He only thought of this after he left the city governor's estate. Although he could ask for a flying beast from Feng Wudao if he returned to the city governor's estate now, he dispelled this thought in the end. Since he wasn't in a hurry for time, he wouldn't go trouble another. He didn't want to owe Feng Wudao a favor. Duan Ling Tian spurred his horse to swift gallop forward, heading all the way south. Pressing forward day and night and enduring the hardships of an arduous journey, he seemed as if he completely didn't have a destination. 4.5 months. I'll randomly go about during this period of time and temper myself. Duan Ling Tian decided in his heart. 7-Star Sword Sect, Dubi Peak. In a spacious palace that stood on the mountainside of Dubi Peak like a monster that lay dormant there. Big Brother Lei, Big Brother Lei, an urgent voice sounded out within the palace. A green-clothed youth around the age of 17 or 18 pushed open the door and entered. Pooh! The blue-clothed young man who sat on the bed in cultivation was alarmed by this, and the sudden stimulation made his lifeblood to circulate in the opposite direction, causing him to forcefully spit out a mouthful of blood. The blue-clothed young man opened his eyes, and a cold light that was difficult to notice flashed within before quickly being restrained, and he forced out a trace of a smile as he looked at the green-clothed youth that had entered. Little brother K, is there something that you're urgently looking for me for? He knew clearly in his heart that although this green-clothed youth before him was his cousin brother, he was far from being able to compare with the youth's status, even to the extent that it was all thanks to this cousin brother that he was able to cultivate here. After all, the palace he was in now was the cultivation location of one of the two great guardian elders of the Seven-Star Sword sect, Elder Ming. Elder Ming was the great-grandfather of his cousin brother's family. Big brother Lei, look at this. The green-clothed youth looked at the blue-clothed young man and casually withdrew a small booklet and flipped it to the middle before passing it over. These words. The blue-clothed young man looked over. At the middle page of the small booklet were extremely eye-piercing words. Chapter 441, 4 months later. Self-castration. The blue-clothed young man's pupils constricted and his face went ghastly pale. Subsequently, he seized the small booklet from the hands of the green-clothed youth. Self-castration. It actually requires self-castration. The second half of the muscle meridian rebirth scroll requires self-castration before being able to be cultivated. This blue-clothed young man was none other than Zhao Lei. The Zhao Lei that had left the ancient city of Everlast and rushed back to the Seven-Star Sword sect that day after they'd obtained the muscle meridian rebirth scroll. It was exactly because Zhao Lei brought back the muscle meridian rebirth scroll that he got the chance to cultivate within this palace, which was on the location of a Seven-Star Sword sect spirit point. He's already dispersed his cultivation 3 months ago and cultivated this muscle meridian rebirth scroll, and his cousin, Zhao Ke, had similarly dispersed his cultivation as well. Zhao Ke was the only son of the Megrez Peak Outer Court Elder, Zhao Lin. Big brother Lei, could it be that we really have to castrate ourselves? Zhao Ke asked slightly hesitantly. Obviously, although Zhao Ke wasn't old, he knew what self-castration meant. Self-castration. Self-castrations. Why would it require self-castration? Zhao Lei had a savage expression and cold lights shot out from his eyes. No wonder. I'm wondering why there was no effect akin to rebirth like cousin uncle said, after I cultivated the first half. So it turns out that it's because I didn't castrate myself. In this way, the reason that Duan Ling Tian could complete rebirth was because he'd already castrated himself. Self-castration in exchange for rebirth, in exchange for peerless and monstrous natural talent. But at the same time, it also meant cutting off any chance of descendants. Zhao Lei closed his eyes and his body lightly trembled. Presently, the road to become an expert was before his eyes. It all depended on how he chose. A slight difference in thought would be like the difference between the heaven and the earth. Suddenly, Zhao Lei opened his eyes, and his gaze emitted incomparable firmness. Little brother K, I've decided. I'll castrate myself. Only after castrating myself would I be able to possess the strength and natural talent like Duan Ling Tian. Zhao Lei looked at Zhao Ke and said resolutely. Big brother Lei, do we really have to castrate ourselves? Zhao Ke's legs started shivering and he had an expression of fear. Should we discuss this matter with my father? That won't do. Zhao Lei said resolutely, we can't let our fathers know of this. Otherwise, they wouldn't allow us to do it. After all, once we castrate ourselves, the Zhao clan will have no descendants. Zhao Ke went silent as it was indeed logical. Big brother Lei, I'm afraid. Zhao Ke's face became ghastly pale and his voice started trembling. What are you afraid of? Could it be that you don't want to possess a natural talent like Duan Ling Tian? You don't want to become outstanding and bring honor for your father? Zhao Lei looked at Zhao Ke as he asked. Zhao Ke's body trembled when he heard this, and a fierce light shot out from his eyes. I do. I want to kill all those people that opposed my father. Like that Mizar Peak's master, Zheng Fan. If it wasn't for him stopping my father that day, my father would have killed Duan Ling Tian long ago and seized the muscle meridian rebirth scroll. I know father hates him. So, I must become strong and kill that Zheng Fan to give vent to my father's anger. As he finished speaking, Zhao Ke's face flushed red and his eyes flickered with bloodthirsty killing intent. Exactly. We want to kill all the people that oppose us and our fathers. But, if we want to become strong, then the fastest way now is to cultivate the muscle meridian rebirth scroll. So long as we castrate ourselves, we'll achieve rebirth and possess a monstrous natural talent that is comparable to Duan Ling Tian. Bright lights shot out of Zhao Lei's eyes. At that time, the entire Seven-Star Sword sect would be ours. You'll be the sect leader and I'll be the guardian elder. All right, Zhao Ke fiercely nodded. Big brother Lei, we'll castrate ourselves for the sake of rebirth. Just like this, the only sons of the Seven-Star Sword sect's outer court elder Zhao Lin and external affairs elder Zhao Yu discussed the important matter of self-castration. Just for the sake of being able to achieve rebirth as said in the muscle meridian rebirth scroll. Duan Ling Tian naturally didn't know about all this. Presently, Duan Ling Tian was roaming about at the southern area of Darkstone Empire. A lone swordsman. One man, one sword, wandering about all over with an extremely imposing manner. Whereas the 2-year agreement with their young master grew closer and closer. 4 months later, within a quiet forest, Duan Lingtian leaned himself on a large tree. On his shoulder, a cute fluffy little gold mouse stood there as it looked left and right. "Big brother Lingtian, are you sure they will come?" The little gold mouse looked at Duan Lingtian and blinked her eyes as she spoke via voice transmission. "Don't worry little gold, they will come." Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Duan Lingtian had only just finished speaking when a wave of rapid sounds of horse hooves sounded out in the distance as they approached in a formidable array. Over 10 robust bandits seemed to transform in a gust of wind that swept towards Duan Lingtian and the little gold mouse. After a short moment, the 10+ bandits stopped their horses and looked at Duan Lingtian from afar. "Third brother, it is this kid. Fifth brother was killed by him." One of the 4 bandits in the lead looked at the people who stared at Duan Lingtian with a livid expression and asked in slight disbelief. "Exactly, it's him." The latter fiercely nodded and spoke with a voice that contained rage mixed within. A little youth around the age of 22 or 23 was able to kill fifth brother. Another bandit frowned and didn't dare believe his ears. "Fourth brother, don't underestimate him. This kid is a 6th level nascent soul stage martial artist." The bandit that spoke in rage earlier spoke out once again. 6th level nascent soul stage. Instantly, the other bandits beside him all became gloomy. Such a young man possessed a cultivation at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. They could imagine how monstrous this young man's natural talent was. 6th level nascent soul stage. The middle-aged man amongst the 4 bandits in the lead that hadn't spoke up till now, shot his slightly cold gaze at Duan Lingtian. "Your natural talent isn't bad. Unfortunately, you're going to die here today. Want to kill me? That will depend on if you have the ability." Duan Lingtian's body that leaned on the large tree slightly stood up as he shrugged, then said indifferently, "You ought to be their leader, right? 8th level nascent soul stage. Your strength isn't bad. Come at me yourself." His words seemed to not take the middle-aged man who was the leader of the bandits seriously. "Kid, if you want to fight my big brother, then defeat me first." Instantly, origin energy raged on the legs of the one that spoke earlier, the second in command of the bandits, and he left his horse to fly out, seeming to transform into a cannonball that shot fiercely towards Duan Lingtian. In the sky above this bandit, 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out in tow with an imposing manner that shot up into the sky like a rainbow. 7th level nascent soul stage. In a short moment, the bandit's second in command had arrived nearby Duan Lingtian. "Die!" the bandit shouted out explosively, and the saber in his hand transformed into a flowing light that carried along a shocking imposing manner as it flashed straight towards Duan Lingtian, as if it wanted to chop Duan Lingtian into 2. Instantly, another 280 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the existing 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes. This saber was obviously a grade 7 spirit saber that was able to amplify strength by 28%. Origin energy skyrocketed atop the bandit's second in command saber and it tore through the sky, carrying might that could split mountains. This slash contained the strength of 1,280 ancient mammoths. "You're overrating yourself." Duan Lingtian's gaze was cold and indifferent, and at the same time that he spoke these words indifferently, his hand shook and the violet myrtle flexible sword appeared out of thin air. His sword shot out like a bolt of lightning, like a swimming dragon that swept towards the bandit's saber slash that flashed towards him. Instantly, over 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes flashed above Duan Lingtian. An ear-piercing sound of iron weapons collided and the clear sound of a sword piercing through a throat sounded out at almost the exact same time. The body of the bandit's second in command that approached in full fury shook, and he even didn't have the time to let out a shrill cry before he and his saber fell down at almost the exact same time, devoid of any signs of life. "Second brother." The expression of the bandit leader became even gloomier and his eyes seemed like they were almost splitting. "Second brother." The bandits that were third in command and fourth in command were ghastly pale, and their eyes sprang wide open, not daring to believe that all this was true. "Since you've become bandits, then you should have expected a day like this would come." Duan Lingtian coldly swept the 3 bandits in the lead and the over 10 bandits that were trembling in fear behind them as he spoke indifferently. "I and my 5th brother didn't offend you. Why did you have to be a busybody and kill my 5th brother?" The bandit's third in command asked in anger. "A busybody?" It was fine when the third in command of the bandits didn't mention it, as the moment he did, killing intent that shot into the skeet arose instantly on Duan Lingtian, and his tone was icy and indifferent like ice. It's fine that all of you robbed a village, it was for none other than wealth. But what did all of you do? Plundering and pillaging, and not even letting the old, women, and children off. Don't all of you deserve death? Third brother, why talk nonsense with him? Everyone attack together and kill him. The leader of the bandits shouted out explosively, then spurred his horse out to charge towards Duan Lingtian. Bring it on. Duan Lingtian's gaze abruptly lit up, then he sent a voice transmission to the little gold mouse on his shoulder. Little gold, leave him to me. Deal with the others however you like. Squeak squeak. Quote, the little gold mouse seemed as if she was on stimulants when she heard Duan Lingtian, and she transformed into a gold light that flashed out. Meanwhile, the bandit leader had arrived near Duan Lingtian. The saber in his hand split the sky as it flashed out, carrying along a shocking imposing manner as it descended downwards to envelop towards Duan Lingtian, and origin energy coiled around it, causing it to seem as if it had transformed into a snow-white moon. 408 ancient mammoth silhouettes descended along with this saber and swept out. 8th level nascent soul stage and a grade 7 spirit saber. Duan Lingtian had no intention of dodging, and the violet myrtle flexible sword flashed out with the rays of his hand. An incomparably swift violet sword light flashed by, moving boldly to intercept the saber, and it carried along origin energy that vibrated intensely. Within the origin energy, the strange aura of wind was pulsing. Duan Lingtian had utilized all of the strength in his entire body, wind force, and quake energy in this sword strike. Although when relying on the strength of his 6th level nascent soul stage cultivation, the violet myrtle flexible sword, and the wind force, Duan Lingtian's strength was still inferior to the bandit leader by the strength of tens of ancient mammoths. But his quake energy at the limit was sufficient to make up for this little difference. Chapter 442, returning to the 7-star sword sect. His sword swept out, blasting away the saber in the bandit leader's hand, then entered into the chest of the bandit leader as if cutting through dry leaves. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian's terrifying quake energy swept out. Ah! The bandit leader emitted a shrill cry that tore through the sky, then it stopped abruptly and his entire body crashed onto the ground as if without bones, without a sign of life any longer. Big brother. The bandits that were 3rd and 4th in command were dealing with the little gold mouse and unintentionally looked over. Their eyes seemed as if they were splitting as they roared sorrowfully at the same time. Brothers, kill this damnable mouse and avenge the leader. The last 2 bandits that were in command shouted out explosively, and their eyes were completely red. The eyes of the remaining 10+ bandits went red. Little gold, stop playing around. Finish them, we should return to the 7-star sword sect already. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian's calm voice that contained traces of origin energy overwhelmed the voices of the other bandits. Stop playing around. The hearts of all the bandits jumped when they heard Duan Lingtian play. This gold-colored little mouse is playing with them. In the next moment, they found out the answer. The little gold mouse that fled about under their combined attacks had suddenly transformed into an incomparably swift gold light, and a tiny milky white sword light was carried at the front of the gold light. In the sky, 2,800 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. 2nd level void prying stage. The bandit's 3rd in command was ghastly pale as he shouted out in shock. This shout was bound to be the last time he spoke in this lifetime, because that incomparably swift gold light had already carried along the milky white sword light and pierced through his chest. Everywhere the gold light and the milky white sword light passed, all the bandits died without exception. In the blink of an eye, the waves of sorrowful cry in despair had stopped abruptly, and this area had completely returned to peace. Hee hee. Big brother Lingtian, I'm done. The little gold mouse held the pocket-sized spirit sword as she flashed out to descend onto Duan Lingtian's shoulder, and her voice transmission had no lack of an intention to take credit. You were too slow, I thought your speed would be faster than me. Duan Lingtian glared at the little gold mouse. HMPH. HMPH. I was only teasing them earlier. The little gold mouse's voice transmission was filled with the feeling of being not resigned. I didn't ask you to tease them. Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes at the little gold mouse, then said, quickly become big, let's return to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Although the little gold mouse was unwilling, she still obediently became large like a small hill and carried Duan Lingtian to rise into the sky before heading south. Little gold, I'll use all of my time on cultivating during this period of time. You're able to find the way back by yourself, right? Duan Lingtian had a doubtful expression as he gazed at the enlarged little gold mouse. Yes, The little gold mouse's voice transmission was filled with confidence. Okay. Duan Lingtian nodded, then sat cross-legged on the back of the little gold mouse, and his mind was completely immersed in cultivating. Presently, only half a month remained from the 2-year agreement with Zither Young Master. It was imminent. Duan Lingtian hoped that he would be able to smoothly break through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage within this half-month of time. But, the 6th level of the nascent soul stage and the 7th level of the nascent soul stage was a divide, and it was probably difficult for Duan Lingtian, who had just broken through to the 6th level of the nascent soul stage for over 3 months, to break through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage within half a month. Although Duan Lingtian knew this, he still had to try his best. No matter what the outcome was, he would still go all out. In this way, he would have no regrets. Duan Lingtian cultivated for 7 or 8 days before awakening, and he asked in wonder. Little Gold, where are we now? Big brother Lingtian, you're finally awake. I think I'm lost. The little gold mouse's voice transmission was slightly embarrassed. Duan Lingtian was completely speechless. Didn't you say you were able to find the way home? Duan Lingtian was completely helpless against the little gold mouse's lack of a sense of direction. You go find a city now, we'll go ask the way, Duan Lingtian said to the little gold mouse. Finally, after half a day, the man and mouse pair appeared in the sky above a city. After descending from the sky, Duan Lingtian brought along the little gold mouse that had shrunk to enter into the city and ask for directions, and he finally knew that his current location was at the northeast area of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. In the following period of time, Duan Lingtian didn't dare cultivate again. If the little gold mouse were to get lost again, then he would really be unable to make it in time. There's another 7 days to the 2-year agreement. Duan Lingtian sat on the little gold mouse's back and directed her, and bright lights flickered in his eyes as he looked ahead. Unfortunately, it's probably difficult for my cultivation to break through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage in a short period of time. Duan Lingtian sighed to himself. Finally, under the direction of Duan Lingtian, the little gold mouse traveled at full speed and eventually arrived at the 7-star sword sect 6 days later. 7-star sword sect, I'm back. Duan Lingtian's face revealed a slight smile as he gazed at the 7 sword peaks before him. Little Gold, go to Alcade Hall. After leaving the 7-star sword sect for over a year, Duan Lingtian was anxious to return home, and what he thought about the most in his heart was still Kair and Li Fei. His 2 fiancées had become a part of his life since long ago. And it was difficult to part with them. But when Duan Lingtian and the little gold mouse descended outside Alcade Peak, they instead noticed that Alcade Hall was completely empty, even to the extent that there was a layer of dust on the pavilion of Alcade Hall. Could it be that Kair and Peak Master Qin went on a long journey? Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Duan Lingtian left Alcade Hall with the little gold mouse and intended to go to Alcade Peak to look for Li Fei. When he passed Mizar Hall after leaving Alcade Hall. Junior brother Duan Lingtian. A familiar voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and Duan Lingtian turned around to notice a familiar figure. Senior brother Zheng Song. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he greeted the young man before him, as this young man was none other than the son of the Mizar Peak's master, Zheng Song, and one of few friends he had a good relationship with in the 7-star sword sect. Senior brother Zheng Song, congratulations. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force extended out, and he noticed that Zheng Song had already broken through to the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. No wonder junior brother Mo Yu said your eyes are like torches. Now it would seem that it really is so. You've only just returned and were able to discern that I've broken through with a single glance. However, it's all thanks to the profound nascent pill you gave me that day that I was able to break through. If I didn't have that profound nascent pill, then I'm afraid it would temporarily be difficult for me to break through. As Zheng Song finished speaking, he had a grateful expression. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, thank you. The profound nascent pill was precisely the extra prize that Duan Lingtian obtained for seizing the first in the martial competition of the 5 great sects. It was useless to him, Kair, and Li Fei, so he made use of the opportunity to gift it to Zheng Song. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, then asked. Right, senior brother Zheng Song, I went to Alcade Hall earlier and I noticed that Peak Master Qin seems to have gone out. Zheng Song frowned. I'm not too clear about this. I only heard that it seems that someone come to look for Peak Master Qin. Then Peak Master Qin brought along her personal disciple and the personal disciple of Elder Bai with her as she left. My father knows about this matter more clearly, go ask him yourself. Elder Bai's personal disciple, could it be little Fei? Duan Ling Tian's brows raised as he thought in his heart. Under Zheng Song's lead, Duan Ling Tian met Zheng Fan in the pavilion on Mizar Hall. Peak Master Zheng Fan, Duan Ling Tian, you've finally returned. Zheng Fan heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Duan Ling Tian. Peak Master Zheng Fan, you're... Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Duan Ling Tian, there's something you don't know. 9 months ago, my father carried out the sect leader's orders and headed to the ancient city of Everlast to protect your safety. But, when he arrived at the ancient city of Everlast, only then did he find out about the news of your departure from the 2 external affairs elders in the ancient river trading company's branch, said the nearby Zheng Song. Duan Ling Tian was surprised, and warmth arose in his heart. Thank you for your concern, Peak Master Zheng Fan. It's good that you've returned safely. Zheng Fan made tea as he nodded. Peak Master Zheng Fan, Peak Master Qin Shang has left. Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. Exactly, Peak Master Qin Shang and her personal disciple Ke and the personal disciple of Elder Bai, Li Fei, left 9 months ago. According to the sect leader, they'd gone to congratulate the sister of Peak Master Qin Shang on her birthday. Zheng Fan nodded and spoke slowly. 9 months ago, and they haven't returned yet. Duan Ling Tian was stunned as he never expected Ke and Li Fei had left so early. According to the sect leader, the place they're going is extremely far. To and fro would probably require spending over a year, said Zheng Fan. He was extremely at ease with Qin Shang by Ke and Li Fei's side. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian, Zheng Fan, and Zheng Song started chatting as they drank tea. Junior brother Duan Ling Tian, where did you go gain experience and temper yourself during this period of time? Zheng Song asked curiously. Darkstone Empire. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled. You actually went to Darkstone Empire? Zheng Fan was surprised. Until what stage has your cultivation broken through to? The 6th level of the nascent soul stage. Duan Ling Tian didn't conceal it and spoke of his true cultivation. 6th level of the nascent soul stage. As soon Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, Zheng Fan and Zheng Song's face that were covered in an expression of anticipation had instantly crumbled. Duan Ling Tian, your cultivation ought to be inferior to the zither young master, Zishang, right? The 2-year agreement between you and zither young master is on the day after tomorrow, and with his temper he would surely come. Zheng Fan frowned. Or else, why don't you not attend the fight tomorrow? Exactly, even if you don't attend the fight, no one would say anything. After all, the zither young master's age was much greater than yours. You just have to endure patiently for another year or 2. With your natural talent, you'd be able to easily crush him at that time, Zheng Song said in agreement. Peak Master Zheng Fan, senior brother Zheng Song. I know both of you mean well. But I've already decided on this matter. Duan Ling Tian smiled gratefully, and his gaze gradually became firm. Both of you were present that day when the zither young master set the 2-year agreement with me, and I personally agreed to this. Since I've agreed, then I won't go back on my word. Chapter 443, It's Fake. Zheng Fan and Zheng Song were both able to sense the resoluteness in Duan Ling Tian's tone and they didn't persuade him again. Everyone has their own aspirations. Since you've decided, then I won't say anything further. However, zither young master was at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage 2 years ago. Now that 2 years have passed, even if he was unable to break through to the half-step void stage, with his natural talent, I presume he's already broken through to the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Zheng Fan looked at Duan Ling Tian with a serious expression. So you must not carry out a life and death battle with him. It doesn't matter if you lose now, you can regain the victory in the future. Otherwise, once you're killed, then you'll be left with nothing. Exactly. Zheng Song looked at Duan Ling Tian as well. Junior brother Duan Ling Tian, if the zither young master wants to carry out a life and death battle with you day after tomorrow, then you must not agree. The concern of Zheng Fan and Zheng Song caused warmth to emerge in Duan Ling Tian's heart. Don't worry, I know what to do. Although he said this, a strand of cold light still flashed within Duan Ling Tian's eyes. If the zither young master persisted on carrying out a life and death battle with him, he wouldn't mind as well. He might be inferior to zither young master in terms of strength and speed, but zither young master could only dream of having an advantage in any other aspect. Duan Ling Tian chatted with Zheng Fan and Zheng Song for a while before bidding his farewells and leaving. Big brother Ling Tian, they really underestimate you. Duan Ling Tian's sleeve slightly moved and it was the little gold mouse that was up to mischief. At the same time, the seemingly immature voice of a young girl entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears via voice transmission. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled, then paid no attention to the little gold mouse as he headed towards Megrez Peak. I wonder if Zhao Lin cultivated the muscle meridian rebirth scroll. If he did cultivate it and castrated himself, I wonder what expression he would have when he sees me still alive. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart as he stepped onto the chain bridge that headed to Megrez Peak. The corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile. That time when he'd just arrived at the 7-star sword sect, Zhao Lin had used every possible method to make it difficult for him, and Zhao Lin racked his brains to seize the fictitious muscle meridian rebirth scroll that he casually fabricated. Because of this, there was a period of time that he was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. However, when Zhao Lin aroused killing intent towards him for the fictitious muscle meridian rebirth scroll, he was completely enraged. Especially on the chain bridge that day, Zhao Lin actually directly struck a killing blow towards him, and if it wasn't for the Megrez Peak's elder Lu Chu lending a hand, he'd already have been killed. Duan Ling Tian didn't have a good impression of Zhao Lin. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian had passed through the chain bridge and stepped onto Megrez Peak. Everywhere Duan Ling Tian passed, the Megrez Peak disciples all bowed respectfully. They didn't know about Duan Ling Tian leaving the 7-star sword sect, and they only thought that Duan Ling Tian was in closed-door cultivation lately. Duan Ling Tian. Suddenly, a shout of surprise that was filled with disbelief suddenly sounded out from the distance. Duan Ling Tian looked over. In the distance, a middle-aged man walked over slowly, and his expression was as if he'd seen a ghost when he saw Duan Ling Tian. Elder Zhao Lin. The middle-aged man was an old acquaintance of Duan Ling Tian, and when Duan Ling Tian saw his old acquaintance, he naturally would lightly smile and greet him. At the same time that Duan Ling Tian greeted Zhao Lin, he stretched out his spiritual force. Zhao Lin actually didn't disperse his cultivation. Duan Ling Tian slightly frowned. Could it be that he noticed the muscle meridian rebirth scroll was fake? Or perhaps the muscle meridian rebirth scroll was pocketed by Zhao Yu and his son. Zhao Yu was the external affairs elder of the 7-star sword sect in the ancient river trading company's branch in the ancient city of Everlast. The muscle meridian rebirth scroll that Duan Ling Tian casually fabricated had precisely entered into the hands of Zhao Yu. Duan Ling Tian, you actually didn't die. Duan Ling Tian's eardrums shook and a cold and harsh voice transmission entered into his ears. Elder Zhao Ling, what do you mean by this? Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhao Lin from a distance, and replied via voice transmission as he acted surprised. Duan Ling Tian, we're using voice transmission, and others are unable to hear it. Stop feigning ignorance. Could it be that the muscle meridian rebirth scroll my cousin brother acquired that day is fake? At the same time that Zhao Lin sent a voice transmission, his face seemed to become warped and savage. So what if it's fake? Didn't you not cultivate it yet? Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. You caused my son to disperse his cultivation. Zhao Lin's appearance was terrifying, and traces of coldness was mixed within his voice transmission. It could be imagined that if it wasn't for the concentrated gazes of the surrounding Megrez Peak disciples, he might have directly struck a killing blow towards Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was able to sense boundless rage from Zhao Lin's voice transmission. He was indifferent towards this. Zhao Lin, get it straight. It wasn't I who harmed your son, but you instead. If it wasn't for you coveting that fictitious muscle meridian rebirth scroll in my possession, do you think all this would have happened? Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhao Ling, and his voice transmission contained a sneer mixed within. Fictitious. Zhao Lin's pupils constricted, and his voice transmission was slightly anxious. What do you mean by this? What do I mean? Duan Ling Tian grunted, then said via voice transmission. There's no muscle meridian rebirth scroll in this world at all. That's just a cultivation method I casually fabricated to divert your attention that day. No, impossible. There was obviously a change akin to rebirth on you that time. Could it be that all of it was fake? It was all part of your scheme against me. Zhao Lin was on the verge of going berserk. Scheming against you? Duan Ling Tian sneered. Zhao Lin, you think too highly of yourself. I didn't know you that day, so where does this talk of scheming against you come from? As for the changes akin to rebirth, I have to say that you're extremely smart and guessed correctly right at the beginning. I consumed the 10,000-year stalactite milk to obtain rebirth. 10,000-year stalactite milk. Zhao Lin's figure trembled as if it was struck by lightning, and scarlet red appeared in his eyes as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you actually deceived me. Deceive, perhaps. Duan Lingtian shrugged and glanced indifferently at Zhao Lin. That day, I casually fabricate the muscle meridian rebirth scroll only because I wanted you to dispel your covetous thoughts. But unexpectedly, you were actually so mad for the muscle meridian rebirth scroll. First you asked 2 outer court disciples to make trouble for me, then you even controlled the outer court martial competition to become a life and death competition, and even asked she how to kill me. But unfortunately, all you schemes didn't succeed and were crushed by me. Duan Lingtian's voice transmission entered into Zhao Lin's ears. Zhao Lin's face was livid when he heard Duan Lingtian and his body started to tremble unrestrainedly. Duan Lingtian. Zhao Lin took a deep breath, and the tone of his voice transmission eased up slightly. So long as you hand over the 10,000-year stalactite milk, the score between you and me will be written off. Zhao Lin's words caused Duan Lingtian to be stunned. Zhao Lin was still thinking of the 10,000-year stalactite milk when it had come to this. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Zhao Lin, then said slowly via voice transmission, "Elder Zhao Lin, I think you'll likely be disappointed. The 10,000-year stalactite milk was completely consumed by me that day. Do you think I would believe you?" Zhao Lin's voice transmission was filled with ruthlessness. "Duan Lingtian, I'll give you one more chance. So long as you give me the 10,000-year stalactite milk, the score between us will be written off. Otherwise, even if your natural talent is extraordinary, you won't be able to live happily within the 7-star sword sect in the future. It isn't difficult if I want to make you die." As he finished speaking, Zhao Lin's tone fully displayed an intention to threaten. "Then I'll wait and see." Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Zhao Lin, and completely disregarded it before leaving with large strides. Zhao Lin's expression became savage again, and his eyes were filled with coldness as he gazed at Duan Lingtian's figure that disappeared into the distance. Zhao Lin took a deep breath and looked towards the numerous gazes that had swept over, and instantly snapped. "What are you looking at?" Instantly, the crowd of Megrez Peak disciples were scared to dispersion. "Shit. That muscle meridian rebirth scroll is fake. I can't allow my son to continue cultivating it." Zhao Lin's face went pale and he hurriedly stepped onto the chain bridge that headed towards Dubi Peak. In next to no time, Zhao Lin arrived at the palace that was near the peak of Dubi Peak. In next to no time, Zhao Lin saw his only son, Zhao Ke, in a spacious room. Presently, Zhao Ke was with Zhao Lei, seeming to be discussing something. Their brows were knit together as they looked at the small booklet between them. "Uncle." Zhao Ke and Zhao Lei looked at Zhao Lin and hurriedly greeted. Zhao Lin raised his hand to pick up the small booklet on the table, then origin energy bloomed out from his hand to directly destroy the small booklet. "Father, what's going on?" Zhao Ke was completely dumbstruck when he saw this scene. That was the muscle meridian rebirth scroll. "Uncle, what's going on?" Zhao Lei was stunned as well, and his face went pale. Without the muscle meridian rebirth scroll, it would also mean his future was completely in darkness without any light to speak of. After all, he'd already dispersed his cultivation and was without a means of retreat. Presently, although he'd started cultivating once again, he'd only cultivated to the 9th level of the core formation stage. "It's fake. This muscle meridian rebirth scroll is fake." Zhao Lin's expression was livid and his rage surged. Duan Lingtian didn't die, he didn't die at all. This muscle meridian rebirth scroll was fabricated by him as well, and there isn't such a cultivation method in the world at all. The only reason he was able to possess such formidable natural talent was because he'd consumed 10,000-year stalactite milk. "What?" Zhao Ke and Zhao Lei's faces went deathly pale when they heard Zhao Lin. "It's fake." Their bodies trembled, then looked at each other and saw the despair in each other's eyes. No. Zhao Ke's body started trembling, and his appearance was savage, not willing to believe that all this was true. "Ke, it's all right, you're still young so you'll quickly recover your cultivation." Zhao Lin consoled. "No, father, it's not because of this. Zhao Ke rubbed a certain place of his nether regions, and the empty feeling that he sensed caused him to close his eyes in despair. Chapter 444, 2-Year Agreement. "It's not because of this." "Then because of what?" Zhao Lin was startled, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. "Uncle, you must take revenge for me and cousin brother Ke. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian is so ruthless, so ruthless." Meanwhile, Zhao Lei recovered from his shock as well. His face was ghastly pale and even his voice was obviously trembling. "What exactly has happened?" Zhao Ke and Zhao Lei's behavior caused the bad premonition in Zhao Lin's heart to grow stronger. Uncle. Zhao Lei extended his hand to grab a hold of Zhao Lei's hand, then he brought Zhao Ling's hand to stretch towards his nether regions. Zhao Lin only felt emptiness in his hand, the most important part of a man on his nephew had vanished. Instantly, Zhao Lin's face went pale. Where's that thing of yours gone? Uncle. Zhao Lei cried out tragically, then said in resentment, there was a page at the center of the muscle meridian rebirth scroll that indicated some dazzling large words. It said that we would only be able to truly complete rebirth once we castrate ourselves. I and cousin brother. What? Zhao Lei hadn't even finished speaking when Zhao Lin's face became ghastly pale, and he stretched his hand towards his son's nether regions. But when he noticed his son's circumstances were similar to Zhao Lei, his eyes went incomparably scarlet red and practically popped out. Pooh. In the next moment, Zhao Lin's figure shook and he was forcefully angered to the point he spat out a mouthful of blood. Duan Ling Tian. I, Zhao Lin, resolve to kill you or die trying. Zhao Lin's voice was filled with bloodthirsty icy coldness and hatred. No, this isn't real. Zhao Ke ceaselessly shook his head as if he'd gone mad. No, it isn't real. It isn't true. Zhao Lin returned to his senses when he heard his son's voice, then looked at Zhao Lei as he said with a deep voice. Why didn't you two tell me when you saw those words in the muscle meridian rebirth scroll? Zhao Lei's body shook and the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter expression. I and cousin brother K were afraid that if we told uncle, then you wouldn't allow us to continue cultivating the muscle meridian rebirth scroll. But who knew that the muscle meridian rebirth scroll was actually fake? It was actually fabricated by Duan Ling Tian. As he finished speaking, Zhao Lei's eyes emitted dense hatred and killed intent. It was Duan Ling Tian who had destroyed them. You all are so silly. Zhao Lei's face was ghastly pale, and he felt a wave of heartache when he glanced at Zhao Ke who'd lost his wits. Father. Finally, Zhao Ke came back to his senses and looked at Zhao Ling. Father, I want Duan Ling Tian dead. I want him dead. Zhao Ke's voice revealed extremely icy coldness, and he wished for nothing more than to break Duan Ling Tian's bones and scatter his ashes. Ke, don't worry, father will absolutely not allow that Duan Ling Tian to live happily. So long as I can find the opportunity, father will surely break his bones and scatter his ashes to vent the hatred in your heart. Zhao Ling gnashed his teeth, hating Duan Ling Tian to the limit. Duan Ling Tian caused his family line to be cut off. This enmity was comparable to the blood feud of killing one's parents. Find the opportunity. Zhao Ke shook his head ceaselessly. No, father, I don't want to wait. I don't want to wait. Let's tell great-grandfather. Let's tell great-grandfather. Great-grandfather is the guardian elder of the seven-star sword sect, and killing an inner court disciple to him is as easy as flipping his palm. At this moment, Zhao Ke had almost lost his reason. That won't do. Zhao Lin shook his head and restrained Zhao Ke. Why? Zhao Ke had an unwilling expression. Father, could it be that you don't want to help me take revenge? Ke, be a bit more clear-headed. Zhao Lin said in a love voice, it was as who was in the wrong in this matter. If we tell your great-grandfather, he would surely kill Duan Ling Tian to take revenge for you. But, in this way, your great-grandfather will become the target of public criticism. Even though your great-grandfather is the guardian elder of the seven-star sword sect, he isn't the only one. In terms of strength, the other guardian elder, Elder Zan, has a strength that surpasses your great-grandfather, and he's impartial. If your great-grandfather kills Duan Ling Tian because of the matter that we are in the wrong of, Elder Zan would surely not stand idly by. There's also the sect leader. The sect leader's strength isn't inferior to your great-grandfather. At that time, even if your great-grandfather is the guardian elder of the seven-star sword sect, it would still be difficult for him to flee from punishment. Your great-grandfather is the hope of our Zhao clan. Once the matter of him using his position to get private revenge is known by all, he would have no place in the seven-star sword sect. At that time, our Zhao clan would be finished, do you understand? As he finished speaking, Zhao Lin's voice was incomparably cold and indifferent. However, don't worry, I'll seek revenge from Duan Ling Tian for this matter sooner or later. Once Duan Ling Tian dares to leave the seven-star sword sect, I'll tell your great-grandfather of this matter and ask him to kill Duan Ling Tian. So long as it's done secretly and we don't allow anyone to find out, then Duan Ling Tian would have died for nothing. Now, temporarily don't let your great-grandfather know of this matter. Otherwise, With his temper, he would surely directly kill Duan Lingtian. Zhao Lin's words were filled with apprehension. Zhao Kei's expression eased up and he took a deep breath. Father, I'm sorry, it was I who was too rash. But when I recall how in the future, I can't. I feel hatred. Why did I have to believe the muscle meridian rebirth scrolls saying that only by self-castration could rebirth be achieved? Why did I believe it? When he finished speaking, Zhao Kei was agitated once again. Zhao Lei stood at the side with a pair of tightly clenched fists and teeth that were bit together tightly, and his eyes emitted bloodthirsty hatred. Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian. At this moment, no matter if it was Zhao Lei, Zhao Kei, or Zhao Lin, they had all seemed to have forgotten that they'd brought this all onto themselves. If it wasn't for them wanting to seize the fictitious muscle meridian rebirth scroll that was in Duan Lingtian's possession, if it wasn't for them having killing intent towards Duan Lingtian, would Duan Lingtian do this? Duan Lingtian's disposition had always been one of not offending unless being offended, and if one offended him, he would surely counterattack tenfold, hundredfold, and even thousandfold. At the side of the peak of Megrez Peak, in the stalactite cave, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on the stone platform and closed his eyes in cultivation, and his entire mind was completely immersed in his cultivation. Presently, he'd completely withdrawn any thoughts in his heart once he found out that Kei and Li Fei weren't in the Seven-Star Sword sect, and he completely concentrated himself in cultivating. When Duan Lingtian cultivated, strands of strange aura pulsated on the surface of his body, and if carefully listened to, one would even be able to hear a wave of light howls of the wind. If a void-prying stage martial artist was here, the martial artist would surely be able to discern with a single glance that this was the aura of elementary wind force. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse hung upside down from the 10,000-year stalactite, and started nibble on the 10,000-year stalactite in boredom. After a short while, she found it interesting and scurried around the stalactite cave. A clear sound resounded out, as a drop of milk had dripped down from the 10,000-year stalactite. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse looked at the drop of 10,000-year stalactite milk that had descended into the pool, and her eyes shone brightly as she looked around the surroundings in vigilance. Or to be more precise, she glanced at Duan Lingtian in vigilance. When she noticed Duan Lingtian didn't show any sign of awakening, the little gold mouse transformed into a gold light that flashed out, instantly swallowing the drop of 10,000-year stalactite milk. After swallowing the 10,000-year stalactite milk, the little gold mouse lay on the floor and dozed off in satisfaction. For an entire 2 days, Duan Lingtian was completely immersed within his cultivation, as if he'd tossed every in the outside world to the back of his head. In his body the origin energy ceaselessly flowed according the mental cultivation method of the windworm form, as if he forever knew nothing of exhaustion. His origin energy flashed past and fiercely charged towards the last bottleneck, but unfortunately, the bottleneck was only blasted to the point it trembled, yet there was no signs of it loosening. Looks like, wanting to break through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage before the 2-year agreement with that zither young master is indeed slightly unrealistic. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed within. Big brother Lingtian, you finally awaken. Duan Lingtian had only just awoken when the little gold mouse's voice entered into his ears, then subsequently, his shoulder sank as the little gold mouse had jumped onto his shoulder. When is it? Duan Lingtian asked the little gold mouse. Today is the 3rd day since you returned. The little gold mouse blinked her jade-green eyes as she slowly spoke via voice transmission. The 3rd day? Then isn't today the date of the 2-year agreement with that zither young master? Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted, and with a raise of his hand, he'd grabbed the little gold mouse and stuffed her into his sleeve. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian's figure flashed, seeming to transform into a gust of wind that left the peak of Megrez Peak in a short moment, then went all the way down the mountain. It's soon to be noon. Duan Lingtian frowned as he gazed at the position of the scorching sun in next to no time. Duan Lingtian had arrived nearby the trade hall on Megrez Peak. The surroundings of the trade hall was empty without a single person. They ought to have gone to the peak of Dubi Peak. Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart that today was the 2-year agreement with him and the zither young master, Zishang, and the outer court disciples on Megrez Peak would have surely gone to watch the battle. Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted after he stepped onto the chain bridge and flashed out for a short moment. In the distance, there was a familiar figure dashing towards him. Mo Yu. Duan Lingtian stopped his footsteps and he was slightly surprised as he looked at the approaching person. What are you doing here? Senior brother Duan Lingtian. Mo Yu stopped and respectfully bowed to Duan Lingtian, then said, Master asked me to come look for you. Zither young master, Xianxia, has already been waiting for you for a long time. Let's go. Duan Lingtian nodded, then called out to Mo Yu before leaving the chain bridge and heading towards the peak of Dubi Peak. At the peak of Dubi Peak, the platform outside the Dubi Peak Trade Hall was incredibly spacious, but today, dense amounts of people surged in it, causing the entire spacious platform to seem exceptionally cramped. Presently, no matter if it was outer court disciples or inner court disciples, the crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples were all gathered around the life and death arena. Tens of figures floated in the air surrounding the life and death arena, and they were all the higher-ups of the 7-star sword sect. With the sect leader, Lingu Jinhong, in the lead, all the peak masters of the other 6 peaks besides Alcade Peak were gathered here. For example, the Mizar Peak's master, Zheng Fan, and the Fekta Peak's master, Kei Zhen, were shockingly present. Besides the peak masters of the 6 peaks, there were also the outer court elders of the 7 great outer court sword peaks and some Dubi Peak inner court elders. For example, the Megrez Peak outer court elders, Lu Chu and Zhao Lin, and the Alcade Peak's outer court elder, Elder Bai, had all come. Chapter 445, Zither Young Master's Strength. In the life and death arena, a proud and aloof figure stood there as if having transformed into a statue. Gradually, some of the 7-star sword sect disciples surrounding the life and death arena were slightly impatient. Where's Duan Lingtian? Why hasn't he come? Supposedly, 2 years ago, it was he who personally agreed to the 2-year agreement. He wouldn't be cowardly to the point he doesn't dare come. Right, it's possible. 2 years ago, Zither Young Master was a 7th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. With Zither Young Master's natural talent, I wouldn't be surprised even if he has broken through to the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian, who was only at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage 1 year ago, would probably be unable to compare with Zither Young Master after a mere year. Yeah, perhaps he's able to surpass Zither Young Master after a few more years, but now they're indeed far apart. These 7-star sword sect disciples didn't look favorably upon Duan Lingtian. Of course, there were many 7-star sword sect disciples that were blindly confident of Duan Lingtian. HMPH. Senior brother Duan Lingtian will surely come. Exactly. Not only will senior brother Duan Lingtian come, he will even create a miracle and defeat Zither Young Master, Xianxia, and become famous in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Zither Young Master must become the stepping stone of senior brother Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Duan Lingtian is a creator of miracles, I believe in him. These 7-star sword sect were mostly outer court disciples of Megrez Peak. They'd seen Duan Lingtian's rise with their own 2 eyes. As far as they were concerned, Duan Lingtian was the legend of Megrez Peak, the legend of the 7-star sword sect, the legend they admired in their hearts. HMPH. Suddenly, the proud and aloof young man on the life and death arena snorted coldly. Duan Lingtian, the number 1 genius of the 7-star sword sect. Does he not dare come? Sect leader Lingu, looks like that genius disciple of your 7-star sword sect had an unearned reputation. As he finished speaking, the proud and aloof young man's gaze descended onto the person in the lead of the group of 7-star sword sect higher-ups floating in the sky, Lingu Jinhong. The sect leader of the 7-star sword sect. Zither Young Master, calm down. Lingu Jinhong smiled lightly with a carefree expression on his face. I understand the way Duan Lingtian conducts himself. Since he's agreed to the 2-year agreement you set, he would naturally not go back on his word. The proud and aloof young man, one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Xianxia, said indifferently, I hope so. Duan Lingtian has arrived. It's really senior brother Duan Lingtian. Like I said, how could senior brother Duan Lingtian possibly be afraid of Zither Young Master? A wave of clamor arose on the peak of Dubi Peak. The surging crowd quickly opened up a path that headed towards the life and death arena. At the end of the road, 2 young men walked over shoulder to shoulder. It was exactly Duan Lingtian and Mo Yu. It's really bustling. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh with emotion when he saw practically all the 7-star sword sect disciples were gathered here. These 7-star sword sect disciples had undoubtedly gathered here because they wanted to see who was stronger in the 2-year agreement between him and Zither Young Master. All the 7-star sword sect disciples revealed expressions of reverence wherever Duan Lingtian passed. I haven't seen senior brother Duan Lingtian for an entire year, his disposition seems to have changed again. Yeah, senior brother Duan Lingtian has become even more mature, and his strength is surely stronger. Many seven-star sword sect disciples whispered in discussion. The person by senior brother Duan Ling Tian's side seems to be the personal disciple the sect leader just took a year ago. Exactly, he's the new personal disciple the sect leader took after the sect leader's previous personal disciple, Huangji, betrayed the sect. HMPH. Huangji is really an ungrateful bastard. The sect leader spent huge amounts of resources of the seven-star sword sect to foster him into a genius, but in the end, all he got in return was betrayal. The gazes of many seven-star sword sect disciples descended onto Mo Yu, and within the discussions, many people were filled with righteous rage. They extremely hated Huangji who'd betrayed the seven-star sword sect. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian and Mo Yu had arrived near the life and death arena. Duan Ling Tian saw many familiar figures around the life and death arena. He Dong and Zuo Qing, who had become inner court disciples with him, the son of the Mizar Peak's master, Zheng Song, and He Chun that he'd gotten acquainted with on Megrez Peak. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled and nodded towards these familiar people. After they returned a light smile, Duan Ling Tian stomped his feet on the ground and easily leapt up to the life and death arena. For a time, the gazes of everyone converged onto the two figures in the life and death arena. Duan Ling Tian, the peerless genius of their seven-star sword sect who defeated the Saber Young Master at a young age and seized the honor of first in the martial competition of the 5 great sects. Zither Young Master, the genius martial artist of the younger generation that was ranked 3rd amongst the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and was already at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage 2 years ago. The battle between the two was undoubtedly a grand occasion that was difficult to come by. All of them anticipated it extremely. Zither Young Master Zi Shang's eyes went cold when he saw Duan Ling Tian ascend to the life and death arena, and he said in a cold voice, "Duan Ling Tian, you've finally come. I thought you wouldn't dare." But Duan Ling Tian seemed to have utterly not heard him and had completely disregarded him. Sect leader, peak masters, elders. Duan Ling Tian looked at Lingu Jin Hong and the others that stood in the sky and lightly smiled as he greeted. Besides Zhao Lin, Lingu Jin Hong and the other higher-ups of the seven-star sword sect all lightly smiled and nodded to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian. Zhao Lin stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian, and his emitted frightful killing intent that seemed ready to swallow Duan Ling Tian. Although Zhao Lin's killing intent was concealed extremely well, to the extent Lingu Jin Hong and the other higher-ups didn't notice it, Duan Ling Tian was able to clearly sense it. The killing intent this Zhao Lin has for me seems to have increased. He said his son had dispersed his cultivation for the sake of cultivating the muscle meridian rebirth scroll I fabricated. Could it be that his son saw the dazzling words I casually added and castrated himself? Duan Ling Tian glanced at Zhao Lin and his gaze became slightly strange. Duan Ling Tian. Zither Young Master's rage shot into the sky from being disregarded by Duan Ling Tian, and with a raise of his hand, a zither appeared out of thin air, and it was exactly the spirit zither he carried with him. The spirit zither in Zither Young Master's hand was a grade 5 spirit weapon, a grade 5 spirit zither. Zither Young Master, don't get flustered. Right when origin energy bloomed on Zither Young Master's fingers and he intended to stroke the zither to attack, Lingu Jin Hong spoke. Today, I hope that you can know when to stop when battling Duan Ling Tian today, and not affect the good relationship between each other. Zither Young Master, what do you think? HMPH. Zither Young Master looked at Duan Ling Tian with a slightly cold gaze. Sect leader Lingu, you're wrong. If it's a battle that I have to hold back and can't fight unrestrainedly, then what's the point of the 2-year agreement between me and Duan Ling Tian? Or perhaps, Duan Ling Tian is afraid of death and wants sect leader Lingu to interfere in the 2-year agreement between us. Zither Young Master's words labeled Duan Ling Tian as afraid of death. Lingu Jin Hong frowned. Most of the remaining 7-star sword sect higher-ups couldn't refrain from frowning as well. Duan Ling Tian's natural talent was extraordinary, and he was the future hope of the 7-star sword sect. If possible, they wouldn't allow Duan Ling Tian to take the risk. Right when Lingu Jin Hong intended to speak. Zither Young Master, since you want to fight without restraint, then we'll fight without restraint. Why should I, Duan Ling Tian, be afraid? Duan Ling Tian spoke resolutely. His imposing manner was awe-inspiring as he stood there, and he seemed to have transformed into a fearless war god. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, besides Zhao Lin who had an expression of taking pleasure in Duan Ling Tian's misfortune, all the higher-ups of the 7-star sword sect had expressions that went grim. Duan Ling Tian, Don't be rash. You're only at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. It's absolutely impossible for you to be a match for Zither Young Master now. Where there is life, there is hope. Duan Ling Tian, it's alright to lose today, you'll sooner or later be able to wash away the shame from today after a few years. Numerous urgent voice transmissions entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears. Some of these voice transmissions came from the 7-star sword sect higher-ups, and some even came from the 7-star sword sect disciples, and it caused Duan Ling Tian's heart to feel warm. Sect. This was his sect, his, Duan Ling Tian's, sect. For the first time, an incomparably strong sense of belonging to the 7-star sword sect arose in Duan Ling Tian's heart. Ha ha, good, Zither Young Master, Zi Shang, laughed loudly when he saw Duan Ling Tian actually agreed. Duan Ling Tian, I heard you defeated the demonic Lotusblade sect Saber Young Master 1 year ago. Truthfully speaking, when I heard this news, I was extremely surprised, truly extremely surprised. It had been 1 year since I saw you for the first time that day, and you'd actually broken through to the 4th level of the nascent soul stage. I have to admit, your natural talent is extremely strong. But unfortunately, now that another year has passed, your cultivation has probably not even stepped into the 7th level of the nascent soul stage, right? As he finished speaking, Zither Young Master's eyes emitted a sense of complacency. Am I correct? Duan Ling Tian refused to show weakness and said indifferently, so what if I haven't stepped into the 7th level of the nascent soul stage? He hasn't stepped into the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. Many 7-star sword sect higher-ups and 7-star sword sect disciples broke out in cold sweat for Duan Ling Tian, and many people ever prayed that Zither Young Master was still like 2 years ago, only at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. But was this possible? You're arrogant, truly extremely arrogant. Zither Young Master swung his sleeve as he laughed loudly, and his laughter was filled with ridicule. But unfortunately, you still don't have the qualifications to be arrogant before me. Today, I'll allow you to experience my improvement in these 2 years. I believe it will be a pleasant surprise to you. Along with Zither Young Master's unbridled words, the gazes of everyone descended onto Zither Young Master. The origin energy on Zither Young Master's body roared, and the energy of heaven and earth shook up and down above him before gradually condensing into numerous ancient mammoth silhouettes. 1, 000. Ancient mammoths. 1, 100 ancient mammoths. 1, 200 ancient mammoths. It was still increasing. 1, 300 ancient mammoths. 1, 500 ancient mammoths. Zither Young Master didn't utilize the amplification of the grade 5 spirit Zither in his hand, and had only relied the pure energy within his body to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to condense 1,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Half-step void stage. My god, after 2 years, this Zither Young Master actually broke through to the half-step void stage. The crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples were all dumbstruck, and the expressions of the 7-star sword sect higher-ups were all gloomy. Chapter 446, Threats. Half-step void stage and only a step away from the void prying stage. As expected of the figure that is ranked 3rd amongst the 5 great young masters, this Zither Young Master's natural talent is actually so terrifying. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian hasn't even stepped into the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. Yet this Zither Young Master has already broken through to the half-step void stage. He's halfway into the void prying stage. The two of them are utterly not on the same level. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian is probably in danger. At this moment, the confidence of the disciples that were filled with confidence towards Duan Ling Tian had now shattered. Could a martial artist that hasn't even stepped into the 7th level of the nascent soul stage be able to defeat a half-step void stage expert? They didn't dare believe it was possible, as this was something that was practically impossible to happen. The half-step void stage was too strong. Even if Duan Ling Tian was a 6th level nascent soul stage martial artist, his strength would only be comparable to the strength of 800 ancient mammoth silhouettes when not utilizing a spirit weapon. Whereas as a half-step void stage expert, even if he doesn't utilize a spirit weapon, Zither Young Master currently possessed the strength of 1,500 ancient mammoths. The two of them were utterly not on the same level. Most importantly, Zither Young Master possessed a grade give spirit Zither. At this moment, not only did these thoughts arise in the hearts of the group of 7-star sword sect disciples, even the higher-ups of the 7-star sword sect had similar thoughts. Half-step void stage. Zither Young Master actually broke through to the half-step void stage. The Mizar Peaks Master, Zheng Fan, revealed an expression of fear. Most of the 7-star sword sect higher-ups including Lingu Jinhong had slightly unsightly expressions. Although Duan Lingtian had repeatedly created miracles in the past, when Duan Lingtian created those miracles, the opponents that he defeated and even killed didn't have quite as large a gap in cultivation from him. At this moment, the strength of Zither Young Master was instead almost double that of Duan Lingtian. There was no way to compare the two, and it was practically impossible for a miracle to appear. Sect Leader Elder Bai looked at Lingu Jinhong with a worried expression. Duan Lingtian was the man of the disciple she doted on the most, and she had the responsibility to protect Duan Lingtian's safety. Lingu Jinhong nodded, then took a step forward and stood in the sky as he looked down at the two people on the life and death arena, and he said resolutely, "Zither Young Master, I'll represent Duan Lingtian to admit defeat to you for the battle today." As soon as Lingu Jinhong said this, the crowd of people that were worried of Duan Lingtian, like Zheng Song, Mo Yu, Zuo Qing, He Dong, and the others all heaved a sigh of relief, but there was always people whose expression became extremely unsightly. Damn it, Zhao Lin revealed a savage expression, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. Duan Lingtian, at the side of the life and death arena, the face of the personal disciple of the Merrick Peak's master, Hu Shui Feng's, sank. The sect leader actually took the initiative to represent Duan Lingtian and admit defeat for the sake of protecting Duan Lingtian. Since he'd incurred enmity with Duan Lingtian during the outer court martial competition, Hu Shui Feng had hated Duan Lingtian to the limit. Although his master asked him to forget all past grievances with Duan Lingtian, he only agreed in words, yet the hatred in his heart to Duan Lingtian only increased. Today, he felt a wave of happiness when he saw Duan Lingtian was about to die in the hands of Zither Young Master. Now, when he saw the sect leader standing out for Duan Lingtian, his chest was filled with the flames of envy and hatred then seemed as if it would explode out at any moment. Admit defeat. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Lingu Jinhong. He never expected that the sect leader would suddenly make this decision, but with a quick thought, he came to an understanding. Exactly, with Zither Young Master's half-step void stage cultivation, no one would look favorably upon him. Even if it was half a year ago, and if he knew that Zither Young Master's cultivation would actually break through to the half-step void stage when the 2-year agreement arrived, he would probably feel despair as well. Not to mention he hadn't broken through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage now. Even if he had broken through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage, in terms of both strength and in speed, he would still be far from being a match for Zither Young Master who had broken through to the half-step void stage. Ha 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 ha. Zither Young Master laughed loudly when he heard Lingu Jinhong. Sect leader Lingu, allowing Duan Lingtian to admit defeat is only a small matter to me. But, you must agree to one thing. What? Lingu Jinhong's brows raised as he asked in a deep voice. I want to marry Peak Master Qin Zhang's personal disciple. If you're willing to be the witness for our marriage, then I can accept Duan Lingtian's admission of defeat, and not make it difficult for him anymore. Zither Young Master stared fixedly at Lingu Jinhong as he spoke word for word. Lingu Jinhong's face went gloomy. That's out of the question. Change it to a different request. Lingu Jinhong was extremely clear of the relationship between Duan Lingtian and that disciple of Peak Master Qin Zhang. I only have this request. If sect leader Lingu is unwilling, then I can only carry out a life and death battle with Duan Lingtian. Sect leader Lingu, although I'm at the 7-star sword sect today, I'm confident that for the sake of the 7-star sword sect, you ought to not act rashly. Zither Young Master spoke indifferently, and as he finished speaking, there was no lack of an intention to threaten. My master has heard of the 2-year agreement that I've come to fulfill in the 7-star sword sect. If anyone in the 7-star sword sect dares stop the 2-year agreement between me and Duan Lingtian, then I presume he wouldn't be happy. Lingu Jinhong's face became even more grim when he heard Zither Young Master. Amongst the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the background of Zither Young Master was the more fearsome. Although the clan behind Zither Young Master could be considered to be a great clan in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, there was still some distance compared to the 7-star sword sect. The 7-star sword sect wasn't afraid of the clan behind Zither Young Master. However, the 7-star sword sect had to be afraid of the mysterious master behind Zither Young Master, supposedly, the master of. Zither Young Master was a recluse expert of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and his strength wasn't inferior to the top experts of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. According to rumor, even the expert of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family that was called the number one person in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was reverent and respectful when facing Zither Young Master's master. Zither Young Master, is there really no way to discuss it? Lingu Jin Hong took a deep breath and asked again. Zither Young Master Simple didn't pay any more attention to Lingu Jin Hong, his mocking gaze descending onto Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, we were originally not people of the same level. Only I, Zither Young Master, Zi Shang, am worthy of care. You are bound to become a ghost under my zither. Zither Young Master looked at Duan Ling Tian with a gaze as if he was looking at a dead person. The sect leader seemed to be extremely afraid of the master behind Zither Young Master. 2 years ago, when Zither Young Master arrived here, he'd once said to Peak Master Qin Shang that he was willing to ask his master to gift a grade 5 spirit sword as the betrothal gift. Presumably, even if his master isn't a grade 5 weapons craftsman, then he's an expert that possesses an extremely good relationship with a grade 5 weapons craftsman. No matter if he's a grade 5 weapons craftsman or an expert with an extremely good relationship with a grade 5 weapons craftsman, I'm afraid he isn't someone our 7-star sword sect can easily offend. There are a few grade 5 alchemists within the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. But there are no grade 5 weapons craftsmen. Extreme fear towards Zither Young Master's background was contained within the words of the surrounding crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples. Zither Young Master's master is sufficient to deter all the higher-ups of our 7-star sword sect and make them not dare interfere in this battle. Duan Ling Tian is probably going to suffer misfortune this time. Unfortunately, a peerless genius in the martial Dao like senior brother Duan Ling Tian had appeared in our 7-star sword sect with great difficulty, but today he's probably going to lose his life here. Many 7-star sword sect disciples looked at Duan Ling Tian with expressions of pity. Most of the 7-star sword sect higher-ups had unsightly expressions, only the corners of Zhao Lin's mouth curled into a smile. Duan Ling Tian, looks like you're bound to die here today. It saved me some trouble as well. Junior brother Duan Ling Tian, Zheng Song, Zuo Qing, Mo Yu, and all the other people acquainted with Duan Ling Tian had hearts that burned with anxiety, yet were powerless to help. Moreover, not to mention the mysterious master behind Zither Young Master, even Zither Young Master himself wasn't someone they were able to go against. Everyone knew that Duan Ling Tian was unable to avoid this battle with Zither Young Master. Duan Ling Tian, Lingu Jin Hong looked at Duan Ling Tian and a sheathed sword appeared with the raise of his hand. This sword is my 7-star sword sect guarding spirit sword, it's a grade give spirit sword. You, Lingu Jin Hong hadn't finished speaking when Duan Ling Tian interrupted him. Thank you for your good intentions, sect leader. But, I have no use for this grade 5 spirit sword. I have no use for it. Duan Ling Tian used a short string of words to refuse Lingu Jin Hong's actions of lending the sword to him. This actions gave rise to another mighty uproar. That is a grade 5 spirit sword. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian refused it just like that. Perhaps, as far as senior brother Duan Ling Tian is concerned, even if he possesses a grade 5 spirit sword, he would have any chance of winning. If it's me, if I'm able to utilize a grade 5 spirit sword before I die, then it could be considered to have not spent my life in vain. At this moment, no one felt that Duan Ling Tian had any chance of winning. After all, the difference between Duan Ling Tian and Zither Young Master was too great. Lingu Jin Hong sighed and put away the spirit sword in his hand, and his eyes flickered with traces of unwillingness. He didn't dare gamble with the 7-star sword sect. If he really offended that mysterious master of Zither Young Master, then it would very likely be complete annihilation for the 7-star sword sect. Within the 7-star sword sect, the strongest people were the 3 great 6th level void initiation stage martial artists that included him and Elder Peng. So long as a 7th level void initiation stage martial artist comprehended a concept that wasn't weak, then he was sufficient to sweep through the entire 7-star sword sect. There was only one existence that was at the 7th level of the void initiation stage or above in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. It was the person of the imperial family that was called the number 1 person in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Whereas Zither Young Master's master was able to make that person treat him respectfully, so his strength was surely no inferior to that person. As the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, even if he was unwilling, he still had to know how to make a choice sometimes. He wasn't a single person. He represented the entire 7-star sword sect. Duan Ling Tian, it's my 7-star sword sect that has let you down. Lingu Jinhong's voice transmission entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears in a timely manner. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised, then glanced at Lingu Jinhong and smiled, yet he didn't say anything further. He'd vaguely guessed the considerations in Lingu Jinhong's heart, so he didn't blame Lingu Jinhong. Chapter 447, Soul Skill, Thousand Illusion. Moreover, even if Lingu Jinhong really wanted to interfere in this battle, then not to mention Zither young master wouldn't agree to it, even he wouldn't agree. Duan Ling Tian, looks like you've already given up. Don't worry, I'll take good care of Kair after you're dead. Zither young master looked at Duan Ling Tian and revealed a complacent smile. Dead, Duan Ling Tian wasn't afraid in the slightest when facing Zither young master, and he said indifferently, Zither young master, talking big now seems to be slightly too hasty, right? Who will die is still uncertain. As he spoke, Duan Ling Tian's eyes squinted. Two dim lights that were difficult to notice and seemed like nether flames were jumping about deep within Duan Ling Tian's eyes, and they emitted strands of a strong aura of the soul. This was the reason that Duan Ling Tian wasn't afraid in the slightest when facing Zither young master who had stepped into the half-step void stage. He wasn't afraid of Zither young master. Duan Ling Tian's words caused the crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples that had fallen into deathly silence to be greatly shocked in their hearts. What does senior brother Duan Ling Tian mean by this? Could it be that he is confident in dealing with Zither young master? It's impossible. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian had admitted himself that he hasn't broken through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. Moreover, even if he'd broken through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage, it would still be impossible for him to be a match for Zither young master who was at the half-step void stage. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian wouldn't have gone mad, right? Many 7-star sword sect disciples were dumbstruck. Only the dim eyes of the 7-star sword sect's leader, Lingu Jinhong, and Mizar Peak's master, Zheng Fan, lit up with a bright light. They were naturally able to discern that Duan Ling Tian wasn't mad. Sect leader, could it be that this little fellow really has a way to defeat Zither young master? Zheng Fan was shocked in his heart and he couldn't refrain from communicating with Lingu Jinhong via voice transmission, as if only when he obtained the confirmation from Lingu Jinhong would he be at ease. Earlier, he was extremely aggrieved in his heart when he saw Duan Ling Tian was in deadly danger as he couldn't do anything. The misgivings of the sect leader was similarly his misgivings. I don't know. Logically speaking, it isn't too possible. But Duan Ling Tian has always been creating miracles. Perhaps he can give us a pleasant surprise this time. Lingu Jinhong shook his head, as his gaze that was filled with anticipation descended onto Duan Ling Tian who was in the life and death arena. Zheng Fan nodded and looked at Duan Ling Tian in anticipation. Shameless boasting. Zither young master's face sank when he heard Duan Ling Tian, then abruptly shouted out explosively. Then let me see how a kid that hasn't even stepped into the 7th level of the nascent soul stage kills me. As soon as he finished speaking, Zither young master flashed out. Origin energy raged atop the fingers on his right hand, then he abruptly pressed his hand onto the spirit zither he held in his left hand. Instantly, origin energy skyrocketed atop the spirit zither. Above Zither young master, another 726 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared by the side of the existing 1,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes. This was the amplified strength of the grade 5 spirit zither. In that instant Zither young master flicked his finger, wanting to prod the zither string to attack Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's eyes squinted, and a dim light abruptly lit up deep within his eyes, seeming like two balls of nether flames that were ready to shoot out at any time, and it rose out explosively. 1,000 illusions. When Duan Ling Tian commanded in his heart, the soul brand deep within Duan Ling Tian's soul had moved. A steady flow of spiritual force fused into the soul brand, then followed along the dim lights in Duan Ling Tian's eyes to pour out and sweep towards Zither young master, or precisely speaking, sweeping towards that half of the life and death arena that Zither young master was standing on. At this moment, in the world in the eyes of Zither young master, Duan Ling Tian stood there unmoving. Along with him prodding the zither string and the zither string that seems like a sharp arrow shot out, and it fiercely pierced through Duan Ling Tian's throat as if piercing through rotten wood. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian crashed onto the ground and was completely without any sign of life. Ha 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 ha. Zither young master started laughing as he looked at Duan Ling Tian's corpse in contempt, and his voice was filled with arrogance. Duan Ling Tian, I've told you since long ago, you and I are utterly not on the same level. You weren't even able to block a strike of mine. Now that you're dead, Kair is the woman of I, Zither young master, from now on. Ha 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 ha. Whereas currently, the surroundings of the life and death arena were deathly silent. Including all the 7-star sword sect higher-ups and all the disciples, they were completely dumbstruck as they gazed at Zither young master who stood on the life and death arena and was laughing arrogantly as he spoke to himself. Isn't Duan Ling Tian standing there all fine? Why would this Zither young master say Duan Ling Tian is dead? Ha 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 ha. In the life and death arena, Zither young master's laughter still continued, and he seemed as if he was completely mad. Whereas Duan Ling Tian stood at a side of the life and death arena with a calm expression as he gazed at Zither young master who ceaselessly laughed loudly on the other side of the life and death arena, and a wisp of disdain appeared on the corners of his mouth. So what if you're at the half-step void stage? You're not at the void prying stage in the end. Even if you were at the first level of the void prying stage, when faced with the 1,000 illusions I executed with the soul brand and relying on my first level void prying stage spiritual force, so long as you're not an inscription master, then you'll be unable to defend against it as well. At this moment, amongst the people present, it was probably only Duan Ling Tian that knew what had happened. Duan Ling Tian had executed the soul skill he'd mastered not long ago. This soul skill was comprehended through the soul brand he'd obtained that day within the abode beneath the soul cleanse pool, and it was a type of auxiliary interference type soul skill. This type of soul skill could only use spiritual force to build an illusion space at will, but was unable to be used to attack directly. Duan Ling Tian had given this soul skill a name: 1,000 Illusion. Presently, Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force was comparable to the spiritual force of an ordinary first-level void-prying stage martial artist, and once he executed the soul skill, 1,000 Illusion, no martial artist below the void-prying stage was able to withstand it. So long as a first-level void-prying stage martial artist wasn't an inscription master, then the martial artist would similarly be unable to withstand it. If it was a first-level void-prying stage inscription master, then the martial artist would instead be able to break open Duan Ling Tian's 1,000 illusion with his spiritual force and not be disturbed by it. Whereas even if they weren't inscription masters, Duan Ling Tian's 1,000 illusions would be completely unable to affect martial artists at the second-level void-prying stage and above, only because the spiritual force of a second-level void-prying stage martial artist was far stronger than Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force. It was difficult for Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force to affect a stronger spiritual force. Although 1,000 Illusion isn't an attack-type soul skill, yet it's sufficient to cause someone who possesses a spiritual force that's inferior to me to be lost within the illusion space I built by relying on the soul brand, and become a piece of meat on my chopping block, completely at my mercy. Duan Ling Tian took a large stride forward and arrived behind Zither young master in the blink of an eye. Whereas Zither young master seemed as if he didn't notice in the slightest, and still stood there ceaselessly laughing out loudly, this scene caused the surrounding spectators to feel a chill run down their spines. What happened earlier? The voices of many 7-star sword sect disciples contained slight trembling within. I don't know. That Zither young master missed at the beginning when he attacked Duan Ling Tian. At that time, he was like a blind person, and the zither string he plucked out flashed towards the other side that was completely empty. Subsequently, he suddenly started laughing, and even spoke to himself saying that senior brother Duan Ling Tian was already dead. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian is obviously still fine and standing there. Why would Zither young master say senior brother Duan Ling Tian is dead? Could it be that he's lost his mind? It's impossible, right? I've never heard that Zither young master has such an illness. The crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples whispered in discussion, and they felt their hairs stand on end. The feeling Zither young master gave them now was too strange. Damn it, what's going on? Why is it like this? Zhao Lin's expression was incomparably unsightly, as he originally thought that Duan Ling Tian would die in the hands of Zither young master, but who knew that such a bizarre incident would suddenly occur, that Zither young master had actually lost his mind. Zither young master. Zither young master. When he saw Duan Ling Tian approaching Zither young master, yet Zither young master hadn't reacted, Zhao Lin was anxious and hurriedly sent a voice transmission to warn Zither young master, wanting to rouse Zither young master. He wanted to use Zither young master to kill Duan Ling Tian, but his voice transmission was like a rock sinking into the ocean, and it was entirely of no use. Zither young master still stood there laughing arrogantly. The remaining 7-star sword sect higher-ups were completely dumbstruck as well, as the scene before them had exceeded their scope of understanding. Looks like senior brother Duan Ling Tian's luck isn't bad. This zither young master actually had an attack of his illness at the critical moment. Mo Yu's face revealed a smile and he thought that zither young master was sick in the first place. This Duan Ling Tian is actually so lucky. Hu Shui Feng's face slightly sank, and coldness arose within his eyes. On the life and death arena, Duan Ling Tian stood behind zither young master, and the violet myrtle flexible sword appeared out of thin air and was about to descend it onto the side of zither young master's neck in a moment. As long as he slightly exerted force, zither young master would die for sure. Duan Ling Tian, don't be rash. Right when Duan Ling Tian's gaze went slightly cold and he intended to swing his sword and kill zither young master who had fallen into the illusion space he built with his spiritual force and soul brand, the anxious voice transmission of the 7-star sword sect leader, Lingu Jin Hong, entered into his ears. Earlier, this zither young master, Zi Shang, didn't show mercy to him in the slightest, and even talked nonsense many times, disrespecting his fiancée, K'er. As far as he was concerned, zither young master was already a dead man. Duan Ling Tian, the background of this zither young master isn't simple. That master of his is an expert that's at least at the 7th level of the void initiation stage. If you kill him, you'll surely enrage that expert. At that time, not only you, even our 7-star sword sect would probably be unable to escape calamity. Lingu Jin Hong's voice transmission was filled with fear. Although Duan Ling Tian realized that zither young master's master wasn't simple since long ago, Duan Ling Tian never expected that he wasn't simple to this extent, an existence at the 7th level of the void initiation stage or above. Even the 7-star sword sect might not have such an existence, right? Now, Duan Ling Tian finally understood why Lingu Jin Hong would be so afraid of the master of zither young master. HMPH. Duan Ling Tian's gaze went slightly cold and the violet myrtle flexible sword in his hand trembled, then he slapped zither young master's back with the body of the blade, fiercely slapping zither young master flying. Zither young master was blasted out of the illusion space built by the soul skill, 1000 illusions, and fell heavily outside the life and death arena. Ah! Zither young master let out a shrill cry and he finally became clear-headed. Chapter 448, Demonic Technique. Lingu Jin Hong heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. Earlier, he was really afraid that Duan Ling Tian would kill zither young master. Fortunately, Duan Ling Tian didn't strike a killing blow against zither young master in the end. Otherwise, he could imagine that their 7-star sword sect would surely be in utter chaos. What's going on? Zither young master struggled to stand up, and his face was gloomy when he felt the injuries on his body. He consumed a medicinal pill right away to recover some of his injuries. Then when he noticed the numerous strange gazes from the surroundings and saw Duan Ling Tian who stood on the life and death arena without the slightest injury, his face went pale. No, impossible. How could this be possible? You were undoubtedly killed by me, how can you possibly be alive? Zither young master saw Duan Ling Tian and it was as if he'd seen a ghost as he cried out loudly in shock. Duan Ling Tian looked at zither young master with a gaze that contained no feelings. If it wasn't for being worried that the 7-star sword sect would be implicated because of him, he would have killed zither young master with a single slash earlier. As for his own safety, he wasn't worried, as worse come to worse, he could just leave. At that time, not to mention zither young master's master was an existence that was above the 7th level of the void initiation stage. Even if he was at the void interpretation stage or void transformation stage, he still might not be able to find Duan Ling Tian. Zither young master's current hysterical appearance entered into the eyes of the 7-star sword sect higher-ups and disciples, and caused them to be unable to refrain from shaking their heads and sighing with emotion. Looks like zither young master is really sick. He still thinks that Duan Ling Tian was killed by him now. I never imagined that this kind of sickness that caused one to lose their mind really existed. I only heard of it in the past but have never seen it. Today, I can be considered to have gained knowledge. Unfortunately, the dignified zither young master, one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom actually has a strange sickness like this. The 7-star sword sect disciples whispered in discussion. Although their voices were soft, but it still entered into the ears of zither young master, and caused his face to go gloomy. Lost my mind. These 7-star sword sect disciples said I lost my mind. Zither young master took a deep breath and slightly sobered up, then he started to clear up his thoughts. I undoubtedly killed Duan Ling Tian earlier. But now, Duan Ling Tian is actually standing there all fine and well, and he actually didn't die. What's going on? Traces of coldness suddenly arose within zither young master's heart. Could it be that I've really lost my mind? Duan Ling Tian. Zither young master looked at Duan Ling Tian with a slightly cold gaze, then he once again flashed up the life and death arena to stand in confrontation with Duan Ling Tian. You've already lost. You would have already become a corpse earlier if I didn't show mercy. Duan Ling Tian glanced indifferently at Zither young master, and his tone was incomparably calm. Bullshit. Zither young master shouted coldly, his hand shook to once again descend onto the grade 5 spirit zither as he desired to pluck one of the zither strings on it to launch an attack at Duan Ling Tian once again. Idiot. Duan Ling Tian's pupils squinted, and the dim light appeared once again in the depths of his eyes, and they were like two balls of strange flames that were burning. Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force fused into the soul brand before directly executing the soul skill exclusive to the soul brand. Instantly, the area Zither young master was located in had once again fallen into the illusion space that Duan Ling Tian had built. Under the gazes of everyone present, along with Duan Ling Tian's figure flashing out, Zither young master instead seemed as if he didn't see Duan Ling Tian's movements, and he plucked the zither string to flash straight towards the place Duan Ling Tian was at earlier. Subsequently, besides Duan Ling Tian, the pupils of everyone else present had constricted. What did we just see? HMPH. Duan Ling Tian, this time I'll make you die completely, and there'll be no possibility for you to survive anymore. At this moment, within the field of vision of everyone, Zither young master was speaking to the air, and the spirit zither strings in his hand was ceaseless plucked out to seem to transform into numerous sharp arrows that flashed out swiftly and fiercely blasting onto the spot Duan Ling Tian stood at earlier. Swish. Swish, 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 swish. The zither strings flashed out, causing piercing howls to continuously sound out in the air. The place Duan Ling Tian stood at earlier was completely in ruins, as it was completely destroyed by Zither young master and it was filled with holes and cracks. Ha 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 ha. Finally, Zither young master stopped attacked and started laughing loudly once more with a laughter that was filled with boundless arrogance. Duan Ling Tian, I've already shattered your corpse to pieces. Let me see how you come back to life this time. Zither young master looked complacently at the ground that he'd ruined with a savage expression on his face, as if he'd seen Duan Ling Tian's mangled body that had been torn into pieces, whereas in the world in Zither young master's eyes, it was indeed so. This Zither young master has truly gone mad. Looks like so long as this Zither young master attacks, he will be struck by illness. His sickness that causes him to lose his mind is truly bizarre. Now, I feel he's slightly pitiable. He obviously has a strength that far surpasses senior brother Duan Ling Tian, but because of this sickness of his, he's bound to be a piece of meat on senior brother Duan Ling Tian's chopping block. The crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples could help but sigh with emotion. Most people present, including most of the 7-star sword sect higher-ups, all had similar thoughts at this moment. Only the 7-star sword sect's leader, Lingu Jinhong, and at the Mizar Peak's master, Zheng Fan, looked at each other with tacit understanding, and they both saw astonishment in each other's eyes. Sect leader, could all this be Duan Ling Tian's doing? Zheng Fan's voice transmission entered into Lingu Jinhong's ears, and his voice was filled with terror. It's possible. Lingu Jinhong's voice transmission was filled with seriousness. But, I don't know what ability has Duan Ling Tian executed. I, Lingu Jinhong, have never seen or heard of such an ability in my entire lifetime. I suddenly have the feeling as if I'm a frog at the bottom of a well. To Lingu Jinhong and Zheng Fan, no matter was it a soul attack of a spiritual force attack, it was too far away from them and they had no way of knowing about it. After all, human martial artists were ordinarily only able to come into contact with spiritual force attacks after they broke through to the martial emperor stage. As for soul skills, that was an inherited secret skill that was possessed by some extremely rare demon beasts. Even if it was the foreign lands where experts were numerous like the clouds, there were extremely few demon beasts that knew how to execute the mysterious soul skills before breaking through to become a demon emperor. Whereas Duan Ling Tian's luck was good and obtained a soul brand that the inscription master exhausted all his energy in his lifetime to research and create. This soul brand was extremely hard to come by. Even the rebirth martial emperors didn't successfully research and create a soul brand during his time. But for the sake of a soul brand, that inscription master had made himself live a dull life, and although he'd succeeded in the end, yet he was already at the end of his life and his days were numbered. In the end, all this benefited Duan Ling Tian. Throughout Cloud Continent, I'm afraid there isn't a second person that can reproduce what that senior had done. In other words, I'm afraid I'm the one and only person amongst human martial artists that is able to utilize soul skills via a soul brand before breaking through to the martial emperor stage. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart, and his feelings surged. According to the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, he'd gone through 2 lifetimes but had never once encountered a human martial artist that was able to execute attacks with spiritual force and interfere with the martial artist's opponent before breaking through to the martial emperor stage. Although the soul brand left behind by that senior was unable to execute attack-type soul skills, his auxiliary interference-type soul skills was sufficient to allow Duan Ling Tian to be in an undefeatable position when facing martial artists with spiritual force that was weaker than his. Just like the zither young master, Xianxia. Xianxia's spiritual force was equal to his cultivation and was also at the half-step void stage. A spiritual force at the half-step void stage was far inferior to Duan Ling Tian's current spiritual force. Moreover, Xianxia wasn't an inscription master. Even if he broke through to the first level of the void prying stage and his spiritual force increased in tow, it would still be impossible for him to be a match for Duan Ling Tian. So long as Duan Ling Tian utilized the soul skill, Thousand Illusions, unless his spiritual force was able to attain the second level of the void prying stage, otherwise a martial artist that wasn't an inscription master like Xianxia would be unable to escape from being thrown into disarray by the illusion space. Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Ling Tian arrived behind zither young master once again, and the violet myrtle flexible sword in his hand flashed out before the body of blade once again descended onto zither young master's body, slapping him flying. Bang! Zither young master flew out like an arrow leaving the bow, once again falling outside the life and death arena in a sorry state. Zither young master became clear-headed once again, and when he saw the scene before him, it was as if he'd seen a ghost. No. Impossible. Duan Ling Tian, you've used a demonic technique. You've surely used a demonic technique. I undoubtedly tore you into pieces. How could you still be alive? How could you possibly still be alive? At this moment, the gaze zither young master shot at Duan Ling Tian had a sense of fear within. Fear had subconsciously arisen within him. In next to no time, zither young master's eyes squinted and he suppressed the fear in his heart before looking at Duan Ling Tian with a gaze that contained an extra sense of bloodthirsty coldness. I was actually afraid earlier. I was afraid before this kid who hadn't even stepped into the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. No, why would I be fearful before a kid that still smells of milk? I want him dead. I want him dead. After zither young master realized he was really fearful, he felt boundless humiliation assault him, and it caused it to be unbearable for him. As one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, one of the top martial artists in the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he had his own pride and he didn't permit himself to be afraid in front of anyone. But now, although he was unwilling to admit it, he was indeed afraid. Afraid before a kid whose strength was far inferior to him. As far as he was concerned, such a humiliation could only be completely washed away by the death of this kid. Duan Ling Tian noticed the killing intent in zither young master's eyes. What? You still want to continue? Duan Ling Tian looked at zither young master and his face sank as he said in a cold voice, I've already shown mercy to you twice. If you're still thick-headed, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Zither young master's heart shook, and his eyes emitted boundless malice. Duan Ling Tian, I'll surely find a way to destroy your demonic technique, I surely will. The day I'm able to destroy your demonic technique is the day you die. I, Xianxia, will surely kill you with my own 2 hands. Zither young master roared angrily, and his eyes were filled with boundless killing intent. Demonic technique. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a wisp of disdain when he heard zither young master's howls. Chapter 449, Arriving Domineeringly. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian's eyes emitted killing intent. He sensed the hatred zither young master had towards him. That was hatred that wished for nothing more than to burn his bones and scatter his ashes. Within the hatred was killing intent that shot towards the skies and was waiting for a chance to swallow him. In other words, in the eyes of zither young master now, it was already a matter that wouldn't end until one of them died. In the future, only one of them could live. Kill me. Duan Ling Tian looked at zither young master and said indifferently. Zither young master, if you want to kill me, then feel free to come up again and fight me. As Duan Ling Tian spoke, the killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. He'd already decided that if zither young master really dared to ascend the life and death arena again, then he wouldn't hesitate to kill zither young master and avoid any future troubles. At that time, At most he would announce leaving the 7-star sword sect and completely drawing the line between himself and the 7-star sword sect. In this way, even if the formidable master behind Zither Young Master was infuriated, it ought to not come to the extent of implicating the 7-star sword sect. After all, it was he who would have killed Zither Young Master. Zither Young Master was naturally able to clearly sense Duan Ling Tian's killing intent, and when he recalled the bizarre thing that occurred 2 successive times, he eventually took a deep breath and suppressed the flame of rage in his heart. Duan Ling Tian, I'll surely find a way to defeat your demonic technique. Zither Young Master coldly swept Duan Ling Tian with his gaze, then he blew a whistle under the gazes of everyone present. Instantly, a black shadow flashed down from the clouds and mist in the horizon, seeming to have transformed into a black light that shot close to Zither Young Master. It was the demon beast mount of Zither Young Masters, the Dark Rock. Sect leader Lingu, farewell. Zither Young Master leapt up the Dark Rock, then swept Lingu Jin Hong with a burning gaze before looking at Duan Ling Tian with eyes that emitted killing intent that caused a chill to run down one's spine. Let's go, Zither Young Master explosively shouted out abruptly, as he was deeply afraid that if he stayed a moment longer he would be unable to refrain from attacking Duan Ling Tian. Although he wished for nothing more than to kill Duan Ling Tian, he didn't lose his sanity. He wouldn't act rashly before he had a method to defeat Duan Ling Tian's demonic technique. Otherwise, he would only be courting death. The Dark Rock fiercely flapped its wings that covered the sky, then carried Zither Young Master to fly out and disappeared in the blink of an eye into the distant horizon. A wave of booing arose on the peak of Dubi Peak all around the life and death arena when they saw Zither Young Master fleeing. That Zither Young Master is truly laughable. He actually has a sickness that causes him to lose his mind, but he actually falsely accused senior brother Duan Ling Tian. What demonic technique? Does he really think we are 3-year-old children? Perhaps, he thinks that doing this will allow him to preserve his face. Tisk tisk, the third amongst the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the Zither Young Master, is nothing great. Truly disappointing. A dignified half-step void stage expert actually was unable to defeat senior brother Duan Ling Tian, who hasn't even stepped into the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. The way I see it, Zither Young Master is a joke. Their words were filled with disdain towards Zither Young Master and admiration towards Duan Ling Tian. Besides Zhao Lin, everyone from the sect leader, Lingu Jin Hong, to the 7-star sword sect higher-ups all revealed smiled on their faces. To them, Duan Ling Tian was the future hope of the 7-star sword sect, and now that he was fine, it was a thing worthy to be happy about. Duan Ling Tian, I never expected your luck is so good. You actually escaped from this calamity. Zhao Lin's expression was gloomy, and the depths of his eyes were suffused with killing intent as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, the worry within the hearts of Zheng Song, Zuo Qing, Mo Yu and all the 7-star sword sect disciples who had good relationships with Duan Ling Tian had vanished and a smile appeared on their faces. HMPH. Hu Shui Feng's gaze was icy cold, and his face was gloomy. That Zither Young Master is really useless, having an attack from an old illness at the critical moment. Otherwise, Duan Ling Tian would have died long ago. Duan Ling Tian took a stride forward in the life and death arena and intended to leave the life and death arena. Right at this moment, his face was grim and he abruptly raised his head. At practically the same instant, all the 7-star sword sect higher-ups raised their heads to look up into the sky. The clouds and mist surged in the sky above. An incomparably swift azure-colored flowing light was like a meteor as it flew downwards, and its destination was aimed straight towards the life and death arena. Duan Ling Tian's face went grim and hurriedly flashed out to leave the life and death arena. Duan Ling Tian heard a terrifying sound of air exploding resounding out in the air behind him, and when he turned around once again, he noticed that an enormous figure had appeared in the air above the life and death arena. This was a flying demon beast that was covered in azure-colored feathers and had an extremely hideous appearance, and it was flapping its wings to stand in the sky. 5th level Void Initiation Stage Demon Beast. Presently, Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force had increased to the void prying stage, and he was able to discover the cultivation of this demon beast by casually extending his spiritual force out. This demon beast. It seems to be slightly familiar. Duan Ling Tian sized up the demon beast before him that was like a vulture, and he had the feeling as if he'd see it somewhere. Lu Yuan, why did you bring this traitor with you to my 7-star sword sect? Right at this moment, Lingu Jin Hong's voice sounded out by Duan Ling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian raised his head, and only now did he notice that there were two people standing on the back of this vulture demon beast. He knew both of these people. One of them was the Origin Convergence sect's leader he'd met in the demonic Lotus Blade sect 1 year ago, Lu Yuan. The other person was someone that Duan Ling Tian was even more familiar of. It was exactly the traitor, Huang Ji. The former 7-star sword sect inner court disciple and the sect leader, Lingu Jin Hong's former personal disciples. Jadefeather Vulture. Duan Ling Tian recalled that this demon beast was precisely the sect guardian demon beast of the Origin Convergence sect. What did Lu Yuan bring Huang Ji for? To make a show of strength? Duan Ling Tian frowned, as he was truly unable to understand why Lu Yuan would bring Huang Ji, who was a traitor of the 7-star sword sect, to the 7-star sword sect. It's Huang Ji, the traitor, Huang Ji. Meanwhile, many people recognized Huang Ji and they all let loose a torrent of abuse. I was wondering who it was, so it turns out to be this ungrateful bastard. He actually still has the face to come to our 7-star sword sect. HMPH. The sect leader fostered him into a genius, yet he betrayed the sect leader and betrayed the 7-star sword sect. He's truly disgraceful. He deserves death. Most of the 7-star sword sect disciples on the peak of Dubi Peak were filled with righteous indignation, and their words were filled with rage. Huang Ji stood on the Jadefeather Vulture and his expression was gloomy. Go on and curse. Curse to your heart's content. All of you might not have the chance to curse in a moment. Huang Ji glanced coldly at the 7-star sword sect disciples of the peak of Dubi Peak, and his eyes emitted slight anger from embarrassment and disdain. Sect leader Lingu, I hope that you're well. The Origin Convergence sect's leader, Lu Yuan, nodded with a smile to Lingu Jin Hong. Then he paid no further attention to Lingu Jin Hong and shot his burning gaze onto a person who was outside the life and death arena. Duan Ling Tian frowned when he noticed Lu Yuan's gaze. What that does Lu Yuan want to do? Duan Ling Tian's heart jerked and a bad premonition faintly arose in his heart. Duan Ling Tian, when we met for the first time 1 year ago, you used a cultivation at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage to defeat the demonic Lotus Blade sect's saber young master, Long Yun, and I was already rather shocked. But I never imagined that even the zither young master, Zi Shang, was actually helpless against you today. Lu Yuan looked at Duan Ling Tian and said slowly. It was only luck, Duan Ling Tian replied indifferently. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian was secretly shocked in his heart. Earlier, his spiritual force had touched Lu Yuan and he noticed that Lu Yuan's cultivation was actually not inferior to Lingu Jin Hong, and he was also in existence at the 6th level of the Void Initiation stage. Right at this moment, another 2 enormous figures that were like small hills whistled in the air as they descended from high in the sky, descending to stand in the sky above Dubi Peak and formed a triangular formation with the Origin Convergence sect's Jadefeather Vulture. Snow Moon sect's leader, Duan Ling Tian's gaze descended onto one of the enormous demon beasts. This was a white crane and it was precisely the Snow Moon sect's sect guarding demon beast, Cloudsoar Crane, and Duan Ling Tian had seen it once a year ago, whereas the Snow Moon sect's leader stood with graceful bearing on the back of the Cloudsoar Crane. This Cloudsoar Crane is at the 4th level of the Void Initiation stage. The Snow Moon sect's leader is at the 5th level of the Void Initiation stage. Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force told him the exact cultivation of the man and beast before him. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian's gaze moved to descend onto the other enormous demon beast. This was a large bird that was completely crimson red and had an extremely strange appearance. As it lightly flapped its wings, it gave rise to a gust of hot winds that were like 2 balls of flames that were jumping about ceaselessly. Demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader. Before long, Duan Ling Tian's gaze descended onto the robust middle-aged man that stood on the back of the crimson red large bird. Wasn't that the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader, sect leader Long? This demon beast with completely crimson red feather is actually similar to the Origin Convergence sect's Jadefeather Vulture and is a demon beast at the 5th level of the Void Initiation stage. Besides that, the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader is actually in existence at the 6th level of the Void Initiation stage. Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force swept out and his mind was incomparably turbulent after a short moment. It probably isn't for anything good that the 3 great sect leaders have arrived at the 7-star sword sect. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and the feeling of danger in his heart increased. It wasn't just Duan Ling Tian who felt danger, all the 7-star sword sect higher-ups had gone grim as well. May I know why all 3 of you have come to my 7-star sword sect this time? Lingu Jin Hong looked at the 3 sect leaders on the 3 demon beasts, and he had a serious expression as he asked with a low voice. the three sect leaders had come here in unison, and something unusual was going on. Sect leader Lingu, the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader, looked at Lingu Jinhong and laughed heartily. I've come to the 7-star sword sect with sect leader Lu and sect leader Shui this time for only one thing. That is to combine our sects. Combine the sects. As soon as the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader finished speaking, everyone from the 7-star sword sect that was on the peak of Dubi Peak had puzzled expressions. Combine the sects. Duan Ling Tian's heart jerked. I was right. The three great sects' arrival was really filled with bad intentions. Sect leader Long, please express it clearly. Lingu Jinhong frowned and said in a low voice. From today onwards, my demonic Lotus Blade sect will combine with the Origin Convergence sect and Snow Moon sect. We'll be uniformly called the Azure Forest Tri-sect. Today, so long as your 7-star sword sect combines with our 3 sects, then our 4 sects will be uniformly called the Azure Forest Quad sect. The demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader spoke slowly. Chapter 450, Elder Zan and Elder Ming, combine with our sect. Everyone from the 7-star sword sect that was atop the peak of Dubi Peak had finally wrapped their heads around the matter when the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader finished speaking. So it turned out that this was what the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader meant. Combine the sects. Lingu Jinhong frowned. Sect leaders, may I know why all of you suddenly want to combine your sects? And may I know until what extent will this combining be? The Origin Convergence sect's leader took over. Sect leader Lingu, the so-called combination of sects is to completely combine all of our great sects. Once the 7-star sword sect combines with our 3 great sects, our 4 sects will share all cultivation resources, including cultivation methods, medicinal pills, spirit weapons, etc. Amongst these includes the sect guarding martial skills. Moreover, from today onwards, the 7-star sword sect, demonic Lotus Blade sect, Origin Convergence sect, and Snow Moon sect will cease to exist. Our 4 sects won't be divided by sects any longer and be uniformly called the Azure Forest Quad sect. Share everything, including the sect guarding martial skills. The 7-star sword sect will cease to exist. Lu Yuan's words caused Lingu Jinhong's face to become bleak. Sect leader Lu Yuan, I'm afraid this won't do. The 7-star sword sect was passed down from the founding ancestor of my 7-star sword sect, and its meaning is extraordinary. If I were to combine the 7-star sword sect with all of you, how would I answer to all the ancestors of my 7-star sword sect? So, my 7-star sword sect has no objection if your 3 sects want to combine with each other. But, it's absolutely impossible that my 7-star sword sect will agree to combine sects with all of you. Absolutely impossible. Lingu Jinhong's tone was resolute and decisive. Right, don't combine sects. Why should we combine sects? Our 7-star sword sect is the number 1 sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the one and only. Exactly. That day, I came here because of the reputation of the 7-star sword sect as the number 1 sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. If the 7-star sword sect were to combine with the other sects, then what's the point of me joining the 7-star sword sect? The crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples discussed animatedly and were all unwilling to combine sects. Sect leaders, all of you have seen it. My 7-star sword sect isn't suitable to combine sects. Lingu Jinhong looked at the 3 great sects with a calm gaze as he spoke slowly. Duan Ling Tian noticed that when Lingu Jinhong made his decision, the 3 sect leaders looked at each other and seemed to not be surprised. However, his acute spiritual force noticed that killing intent that faintly arose from the bodies of the 3 great sect leaders at the first possible moment. Not good. Duan Ling Tian's face went grim and he hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Lingu Jinhong. Sect leader, I'm afraid these 3 sect leaders have come with bad intentions. Lingu Jinhong didn't even have the chance to react yet. 3 incomparably swift howls in the wind abruptly tore through the sky. An enormous grand rock was in the lead. Its wings that could cover the sky were spread open as it arrived at the peak of Dubi Peak in the blink of an eye before flying in circles, and its originally muddy eyes emitted a frightful sheen as it stared fixedly at the sect-guarding demon beasts of the 3 great sects. Elder Peng. Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the enormous grand rock, and at the same time, his spiritual force flashed out. At the first possible moment, he's examined Elder Peng's cultivation, 6th level of the Void Initiation stage. Elder Peng's strength was even stronger than the 3 sect-guarding demon beasts of the 3 great sects. Little fellow, your spiritual force has improved again. Even I was nearly unable to notice you. Right at this moment, an aged voice sounded in by Duan Ling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian was able to discern that this was the voice of Elder Peng. Elder Peng, I never expected I was still noticed by you. Duan Ling Tian was shocked in his heart. After all, he wasn't noticed when he used his spiritual force to examine the cultivations of the various sect leaders and their sect guardian demon beasts. At this moment, he was instead noticed by Elder Peng, and it was sufficient to display that Elder Peng wasn't simple. My soul is innately stronger than ordinary demon beasts as there's a trace of the Goldwing Grand Rock's bloodline in my body. Elder Peng's voice transmission continued to enter into Duan Ling Tian's ears. Goldwing Grand Rock. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but search the memories of the rebirth martial emperor when he heard Elder Peng. In next to no time, he found records related to the Goldwing Grand Rock in the memories of rebirth martial emperor. The Goldwing Grand Rock was a formidable demon beast that possessed a natural talent that wasn't inferior to the jade-eyed heavenly mouse, and once they matured, they were able to become demon emperors that possessed strength that shook the heavens and the earth. I really never imagined that Elder Peng would actually possess the bloodline of a Goldwing Grand Rock. Even if it's only a trace, it's sufficient to allow Elder Peng to far surpass ordinary demon beasts. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Little Gold, do you know of the Goldwing Grand Rock? Duan Ling Tian curiously asked the little gold mouse beneath his sleeve via voice transmission. Goldwing Grand Rock. The little gold mouse's voice transmission entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears. There seems to be records of this type of demon beast within the inherited memories of Awoken. The Goldwing Grand Rock ought to be a descendant of a saint beast like as jade-eyed heavenly mice. It's adept in speed. In terms of speed, there are extremely few demon beasts that are able to compare with the Goldwing Grand Rock family. Another descendant of saint beasts. Duan Ling Tian was shocked in his heart. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian's gaze descended the other two people that had appeared at practically the same instant that Elder Peng appeared. These were two old men. One of the old men wore azure clothed, and his body emitted strands of profound aura of the wind as he stood in the sky. It's wind. Wind concept. Duan Ling Tian was shocked inwardly. Subsequently, his gaze descended onto the other old man. This old man wore gray clothes, and as he stood there, his entire body seemed to have transformed into a sharp sword, and in the area of the sky he stood on, the airflow in the sky flew about as if they were afraid of the sword chi that he emitted. What a terrifying sword concept! Duan Ling Tian's eyes squinted. The spiritual force he stretched out had noticed in the first possible moment that the strength of this gray-clothed old man surpassed the azure-clothed old man. More importantly, these two old men were both experts at the 6th level of the Void Initiation stage. Martial Uncle Zan, Martial Uncle Ming. Elder Zan, Elder Ming. Lingu Jin Hong and all the 7-star sword sect higher-ups respectfully bowed to the two old men. Guardian Elders. Many 7-star sword sect disciples respectfully bowed to the two old men. They are the two great guardian elders of the 7-star sword sect. Elder Zan and Elder Ming. Duan Ling Tian was able to guess the identity of the two old men. Since you've come, then why conceal yourselves? Right at this moment, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the gray-clothed old man suddenly looked up into the sky and spoke indifferently. At the same time, origin energy skyrocketed on his body, and it actually transformed into an enormous sword that enveloped his entire body. Subsequently, a terrifying sword concept coiled around the enormous sword condensed from origin energy, and it emitted a terrifying aura. Suddenly, the enormous sword charged into the sky, piercing into the cloud and mist high above in the sky, as if it had transformed into a broom that swept away the clouds and mist in the sky. Accompanied by an enormous bang, 6 figures cut through the horizon as they descended down. 3 of them seemed to be in a sorry state. These were 6 old men that were now divided into 3 groups that each descended by the side of the 3 sect leaders to stand shoulder to shoulder with them. They were obviously experts of the 3 great sects. 3 people at the 6th level of the Void Initiation stage, another 3 more at the 5th level of the Void Initiation stage. After relying on his acute spiritual force to detect the cultivations of the 6 people, Duan Ling Tian's face was ominous. Including the 3 sect leaders and the 3 sect guardian demon beasts, the total experts on the side of the 3 great sects including demon beasts were 5 at the 6th level of the Void Initiation stage, 6 at the 5th level of the Void Initiation stage, and 1 at the 4th level of the Void Initiation stage. Whereas on the side of the 7-star sword sect, there were only 4 at the 6th level of the Void Initiation stage, 1 at the 5th level of the Void Initiation stage, 3 at the 4th level of the Void Initiation stage, 2 at the 2nd level of the Void Initiation stage, and 1 at the 1st level of the Void Initiation stage. The difference was too great. Elder Zan, You worthy of being the matchless sword cultivating genius of the 7-star sword sect, you've actually comprehended the 7th level sword concept. Admirable. A robust old man in red clothes stood by the side of the demonic Lotusblade sect's leader, and his sharp eyes contained seriousness mixed within as he looked at the gray-clothed old man in the distance. Old man who, I never expected that an old goat like you would come here personally. Looks like all of you plan to take down my 7-star sword sect today. The gray-clothed old man was precisely the 7-star sword sect's Elder Zahn, and he spoke indifferently. His tone fully revealed his killing intent and sword chi that shot into the sky. Elder Zahn, you're mistaken. The blue-clothed old man that stood on the cloud-soar crane by the Snow Moon sect's leader's side looked at Elder Zahn, then he said slowly, so long as the 7-star sword sect is willing to combine with our 3 great sects today and unite into the Azure Forest Quad sect, all of us old ones will apologize to Elder Zahn and bid our farewells before leaving. Exactly. The old man that stood by the Origin Convergence sect's leader on the Jadefeather Vulture nodded as well. These 3 old fellows at the 6th level of the Void Initiation stage ought to be the strongest guardian elders of the 3 great sects. Looks like they came prepared today. Moreover, none of them have any good intentions. Duan Ling Tian's gaze flickered and he was extremely afraid. The strongest experts of the 3 great sects were now gathered together, gathered on the 7-star sword sect's Dubi Peak. If it was the experts of any one of the sects, the 7-star sword sect wouldn't be afraid. Even if it was the experts of 2 sects arriving together, the 7-star sword sect might not be unable to fight them. But now, the experts of 3 sects had arrived, and to the 7-star sword sect, it was undoubtedly a calamity. Impossible. Elder Zahn's reply was extremely simple and direct. The experts of the 3 great sects weren't surprised by Elder Zahn's reply, and they had a carefree expression. The 3 great sects probably had the intention of annihilating the 7-star sword sect. As for the combining of the 4 great sects, they probably already expected that it was impossible for the 7-star sword sect to agree long ago. Duan Ling Tian's thoughts spun when he saw this scene. How could the 7-star sword sect, the number 1 sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, stoop and combine with the other sects? A man would rather die than be humiliated. The 7-star sword sect didn't permit its honor to be violated. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian. Suddenly, Mo Yu arrived by Duan Ling Tian's side and he had a worried expression. What exactly do the people from the 3 great sects want to do? Duan Ling Tian shook his head. They came with bad intentions. At the peak of Dubi Peak, the atmosphere had suddenly become incomparably strange, and the confrontation between the experts of the 3 great sects and the 7-star sword sect would be triggered at any moment. Chapter 451. Betrayal. Practically all the 7-star sword sect disciples were gathered on the peak of Dubi Peak, and a stream of people flowed here, yet at this moment, it was instead terrifyingly silent, only a wave of heavy breathing that rhythmically rose up and down without end. To the 7-star sword sect disciples that were present, besides the 7-star sword sect traitor, Huangji, beside the Origin Convergence sect's leader, the remaining people amongst the members of the 3 great sects that had arrived at the peak of Dubi Peak were people that were far from their reach. Not only was it far from their reach, but they were similarly far from the reach of most of the 7-star sword sect higher-ups that were present. Besides Huangji, all the members of the 3 great sects were existences at the Void Initiation stage. Even the weakest of them all, the demon beast Cloudsoar Crane, was in existence at the 4th level of the Void Initiation stage. Sect leader Lingu, Elder Zahn said, it's impossible. Do you think so too? The Origin Convergence sect's leader, Lu Yuan, stared at Lingu Jin Hong with a burning gaze, and a wisp of an evil smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. As soon as Lu Yuan finished speaking, the gazes of everyone present, including Duan Ling Tian, had shot onto Lingu Jin Hong. If the 7-star sword sect lives, then I, Lingu Jin Hong, am alive. If the 7-star sword sect is gone, then I, Lingu Jin Hong, am dead even if I'm alive. Lingu Jin Hong's expressed his stand with a single sentence. If the 7-star sword sect were to compromise for its safety and combine itself with the 3 great sects to form the Azure Forest Quad sect, then even though they would be alive, it was like death. Even though we'll be alive, it's like death. Lingu Jin Hong's words was like a fuse, completely lighting ablaze the atmosphere at the scene. Most of the 7-star sword sect disciples present flushed red with agitation as they shouted loudly, and their imposing manner was like a rainbow that shot through the sky. Numerous shapeless waves of sound rose and fell, spreading throughout the entire 7 great sword peaks of the 7-star sword sect, reverberating without end. These 7-star sword sect disciples obviously agreed with Lingu Jinhong's words. Of course, there were many 7-star sword sect disciples who had extremely pale expressions, and their bodies unconsciously started trembling. They perceived the danger that was about to arrive. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. These 7-star sword sect disciples were incomparably terrified in their hearts. Besides Zhao Lin's, whose face had sank slightly and possessed a complicated gaze, the remaining 7-star sword sect higher-ups all had firm and fearless expressions, possessing the stance of vowing to live and die with the sect. Ha 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 ha. Lu Yuan suddenly burst out into laughter. His laughter swept throughout the surroundings and suppressed the voices of the crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples. Sect leader Lingu, could it be that you really want to waste your life and the lives of everyone in the 7-star sword sect for the sake of the name, 7-star sword sect? Do you want to make the 7-star sword sect follow in the footsteps of the mountain split sect? As soon as Lu Yuan said this, all the members of the 7-star sword sect were sour. Mountain split sect. All of you have annihilated the mountain split sect. Zhao Lin's pupils constricted as he asked in astonishment. Exactly. The mountain split sect ceased to exist not long before this. Besides some mountain split sect disciples that were willing to join our Azure Forest Tri-sect, the mountain split sect's leader, Guardian Elder, Sect Guardian Demon Beast, and the various higher-ups of the mountain split sect are all dead. The demonic Lotusblade sect's leader took over the conversation and spoke with a clear voice. Swish. Swoosh, swish, swoosh. Instantly, no matter if it was the 7-star sword sect higher-ups or the 7-star sword sect disciples, they all paled. The mountain split sect, one of the 5 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, had been annihilated just like this. Mountain split sect. Sect leader Tang. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. 1 year ago, during the martial competition of the 5 great sects, Duan Ling Tian had successively defeated 2 mountain split sect disciples and caused the mountain split sect to lose face greatly. However, not only did the mountain split sect's leader not get enraged, he instead sincerely invited Duan Ling Tian to the mountain split sect to be a guest. Duan Ling Tian had a rather good impression of sect leader Tang. But now, when he heard the mountain split sect that was led by sect leader Tang had actually been annihilated just like this, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. How formidable was the mountain split sect that was one of the 5 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Yet it had actually vanished now. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian's expression gradually became serious. Although the strength of the 7-star sword sect far surpassed the mountain split sect, now that the top experts of the 3 great sects had arrived, even the 7-star sword sect had the heart but lacked the strength. No matter if it was in numbers or strength, the top experts of the 3 great sects possessed extremely shocking ability and they far surpassed the 7-star sword sect. Little Gold, perhaps we're going to be buried with the sect here today. Duan Ling Tian touched his sleeve lightly as he spoke to the little gold mouse via voice transmission. Big brother Ling Tian, we'll surely be able to survive. The little gold mouse consoled via voice transmission. Survive? Duan Ling Tian only shook his head and smiled when he heard the little gold mouse's naive words, and he didn't reply. He didn't have any hopes towards this. Probably no one within the crowd of 7-star sword sect members would be able to flee for their lives under the eyes of the experts from the 3 great sects. It seemed like an earthquake at the peak of Dubi Peak as innumerable sounds of heavy footsteps approached. It's the members of the demonic Lotusblade sect, and the members of the Origin Convergence sect. Members of the Snow Moon sect have come as well. Along with the rising and falling of surprised exclamations sounding out from the 7-star sword sect disciples, the surroundings of the peak of Dubi Peak was covered in the members from the 3 sects. Almost all these people were inner court disciples of the 3 great sects, and there were many elders of the sects. Obviously, the 3 great sects had come prepared for the sake of annihilating the entire 7-star sword sect today. Then it would allow the Azure Forest Tri-sect from the combination of their 3 sects to stand solely in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. At that time, even the imperial family of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom would probably have to be afraid of the deterrent force of the Azure Forest Tri-sect. I'm willing to turn over to the Azure Forest Tri-sect. I'm willing to turn over to the Azure Forest Tri-sect. Don't kill me, don't kill me. A 7-star sword sect disciple looked at the elders and disciples of the 3 great sects that had surrounding him and spoke out in panic. 7-star sword sect disciples that are willing to join our Azure Forest Tri-sect can go to the back of the disciples of our Azure Forest Tri-sect by yourselves. Don't think of fleeing, otherwise, you'll surely die. The demonic Lotusblade sect's leader's voice was clear. and it completely crushed the mental line of defense in the hearts of the numerous 7-star sword sect disciples. I'm willing to turn. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Instantly, many 7-star sword sect disciples flowed towards the Azure Forest Tri-sect disciples. These 7-star sword sect were mostly outer court disciples that had no sense of belonging to the 7-star sword sect. You deserve death for betraying the sect. Many 7-star sword sect inner court disciples' gazes went icy cold, and they directly killed the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples that wanted to betray the 7-star sword sect. For a time, the ground on the peak of Dubi Peak was tainted with blood. Many of the 7-star sword sect disciples that wanted to betray the sect and turn to the Azure Forest Tri-sect saw this scene, and their faces blanched, not daring to make a rash move again. Sect leader Lingu, could it be that your 7-star sword sect is so dictatorial and is not willing to allow the disciples in your sect to find a better sect and find another means of survival? The Snow Moon sect's leader looked at Lingu Jinhong and asked. Never mind, never mind. Lingu Jinhong sighed, and his entire body seemed to be completely powerless. Disciples that are willing to live and die with the sect, hear my orders. Everyone has their own aspirations. You're not allowed to kill your former disciples of the sect. Former disciples of the sect. These words undoubtedly contain too much of helplessness and sorrow mixed within. As soon as Lingu Jinhong finished speaking, the 7-star sword sect disciples instantly surged out desperately. In next to no time, more than half had left. The remaining people were more than 100+ people, and they were mostly inner court disciples. Monkeys scatter when the tree falls, perhaps it speaks of a situation like the one now. Duan Ling Tian sighed in his heart, and he didn't have the slightest hatred towards these disciples that chose to leave the 7-star sword sect. It was just like Lingu Jinhong had said, everyone had their own aspirations. Moreover, these 7-star sword sect disciples couldn't compare to the personal disciples of the peak masters and elders. They didn't receive too much favor when they were in the 7-star sword sect. They relied even more on themselves. The 7-star sword sect only gave them the honor of an identity, and their sense of belonging to the 7-star sword sect was limited. I didn't misjudge in the end. Many 7-star sword sect higher-ups looked at the figures of their personal disciples within the group of 7-star sword sect disciples that remained, and their faces revealed a gratified smile. Master, disciple can only repay the kindness you have shown disciple in the next life. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded out. A white-clothed young man who'd come close to the edge of the peak of Dubi Peak since long ago had flashed out, seeming to transform into a sharp arrow that flashed to the back of the Azure Forest Tri-sect disciples before vanishing within the crowd. Hu Shui Feng. Duan Ling Tian recognized that this inner court disciple that betrayed the 7-star sword sect was precisely the personal disciple of the Merrick Peak's master, Hu Shui Feng. That day, during the outer court martial competition, Duan Ling Tian had once heard that Hu Shui Feng was the disciple the peak master of Merrick Peak doted on the most, and had even found a grade 7 spirit sword that provided a 30% amplification for him. It could be said that the Merrick Peak's master had fostered Hu Shui Feng into a genius without holding back in the slightest. But now, Hu Shui Feng had instead become the first amongst the personal disciples of the 7-star sword sect higher-ups to betray the sect. Unfilial disciple. An explosive shout suddenly sounded out by Duan Ling Tian's ears. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian saw that the face of a middle-aged man amongst the higher-ups of the 7-star sword sect that similarly wore white clothes flushed red. Then the origin energy on his body skyrocketed, and he was enraged to the limit. I'll kill you. Instantly, the Merrick Peak's master moved, seeming to transform into a sharp sword that flashed out directly. In the sky, an ancient horned dragon silhouettes and 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out in tow. Master, spare me. Hu Shui Feng hid behind the disciples of the Azure Forest Tri-sect. When he saw his master flash over, his face went ghastly pale, and he was terrified and uneasy. In next to no time, he heaved a sigh of relief, because a 9th-level void-prying stage elder had walked out from the Azure Forest Tri-sect's forces and stopped the Merrick Peak's master. Master, don't worry, I'll surely spread and flourish the ability you passed down to me. Go in peace, disciple will remember your kindness for my entire lifetime. Hu Shui Feng took a deep breath and suppressed the fear in his heart before speaking to the Merrick Peak's master. You unfilial disciple. The Merrick Peak's master was enraged to the point his vital energy and blood roiled, and his face that was already flushed red was angered to the point he forcefully spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 452, Duan Ling Tian's Conditions. This Hu Shui-feng is simple and ungrateful bastard like Huang Ji. The groups of 7-star sword sect disciples that chose to live and die with the sect looked at the distant Hu Shui-feng and couldn't refrain from cursing. Hu Shui-feng. Duan Ling Tian looked at Hu Shui-feng and killing intent flashed within his eyes. The other 7-star sword sect disciples had never received any favor from the 7-star sword sect, so choosing to leave the 7-star sword sect could be said as following their own aspirations, and he didn't feel it was wrong. But this Hu Shui-feng was fostered by the Peak Master of Merrick Peak, and the favor he'd received from the 7-star sword sect was innumerable. A person like this betraying the 7-star sword sect caused Duan Ling Tian to feel extreme despise, right when everyone thought the experts of the 3 great sects would attack. Duan Ling Tian, the Origin Convergence sect's leader, Lu Yuan, shot his gaze at Duan Ling Tian. Throughout the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, no one can compare to your natural talent. Even to the extent that your natural talent can be said to be unprecedented. Why choose to live and die with the 7-star sword sect? Why not join our Azure Forest Tri-sect? With your natural talent, it isn't impossible for you to become the one and only sect leader of the Azure Forest Tri-sect. Lu Yuan threw out an olive branch at Duan Ling Tian. Master. Lu Yuan's words caused Huang Ji's expression to go gloomy and he said hurriedly, Master, Duan Ling Tian can't be allowed to live. He'll surely become a great calamity if he's allowed to live, and he'll bring a disaster to our Azure Forest Tri-sect. Shut up. How could Lu Yuan not know Huang Ji's thoughts? And he directly snapped and interrupted Huang Ji. This caused Huang Ji's face to flush red and become incomparably unsightly. Duan Ling Tian. Huang Ji stared at Duan Ling Tian with hatred, as he originally thought he would be able to make a show of force and see Duan Ling Tian get killed. But who knew that his master actually wanted to recruit Duan Ling Tian into the Azure Forest Tri-sect? Once Duan Ling Tian entered the Azure Forest Tri-sect, he could imagine that it would be similar to when he was in the 7-star sword sect, and he would be completely surpassed by Duan Ling Tian without any chance of standing up. He wasn't resigned to this fate, but even though he was unwilling now, he had no other choice. Obviously, his worth was far inferior than Duan Ling Tian in the eyes of his master. Duan Ling Tian, you're a peerless genius, and your accomplishments in the future are immeasurable. We believe you're an intelligent person and know how you ought to choose. So long as you leave the 7-star sword sect and join our Azure Forest Tri-sect, we'll surely use the best cultivation resources to foster you. The Snow Moon sect's leader looked at Duan Ling Tian as she tried to recruit Duan Ling Tian. Exactly. So long as you join our Azure Forest Tri-sect, you'll have everything you want. With your monstrous and peerless natural talent, you'll surely become the #1 person in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom in the future, said the demonic Lotusblade sect's leader. They'd seen Duan Ling Tian's natural talent before. 1 year ago, he'd comprehended elementary wind force at the age of 22 and defeated the sword young master, Long Yun. Today, he even made the zither young master, Zi Shang, retreat in defeat. Presently, Duan Ling Tian was only 23 years old, but he'd already crushed 2 of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. If he were to be given another 1 or 2 years of time, even that person at the top of the 5 great young masters probably might not be his match. The 3 great sect leaders threw an olive branch to Duan Ling Tian at the same moment. Within the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, perhaps only Duan Ling Tian was able to acquire such treatment. For a time, the gazes of everyone present descended onto Duan Ling Tian. Everyone knew clearly that so long as Duan Ling Tian was able to survive, he would surely become a great figure in the future. Duan Ling Tian stood that and remained unmoved towards the recruitment of the 3 great sect leaders, and he had a carefree expression as if he didn't hear them, remaining unmoved even if Mount Tai were to collapse before him. Duan Ling Tian. Finally, Lingu Jinhong spoke with a calm tone. It's exactly like the 3 of them have said, with your natural talent, your accomplishments in the future are immeasurable. I won't blame you if you choose to join their sect. Exactly, Duan Ling Tian, we won't blame you. Zheng Fan, Kei Zhen, and Elder Bai spoke out as well. Duan Ling Tian's body unnoticeably shook when he heard the 3 of them, and a trace of warmth arose within his heart. I wonder how senior brother Duan Ling Tian will choose. Many 7-star sword sect disciples couldn't help but be slightly perturbed. In their heart, they hoped that Duan Ling Tian could survive, yet they also hoped that Duan Ling Tian would choose to live and die with the 7-star sword sect. Shapelessly, Duan Ling Tian had become the spirit of the 7-star sword sect. If Duan Ling Tian chose betrayal, they would undoubtedly be extremely disappointed. I can join your Azure Forest Tri-sect. Duan Ling Tian looked at the three sect leader and spoke slowly. But, all of you have to agree to a condition of mine. Duan Ling Tian's words caused many 7-star sword sect disciples to sigh. Of course, there were also some 7-star sword sect disciples that heaved a sigh of relief. All the 7-star sword sect disciples like Zheng Song, Zuo Qing, Mo Yu, He Dong, and the other disciples that had a good relationship were all happy that Duan Ling Tian was able to survive. What condition? The demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader asked. The gazes of everyone present shot onto Duan Ling Tian. They were curious. I can join the Azure Forest Tri-sect. That's a combination of your three great sects. But your Azure Forest Tri-sect must guarantee to withdraw from the 7-star sword sect, and guarantee not to invade the 7-star sword sect again in the future. Duan Ling Tian's eyes squinted as he spoke word for word. Duan Ling Tian's condition was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. No one had expected that Duan Ling Tian would speak of such a condition. In the beginning, when Duan Ling Tian said that he could join the Azure Forest Tri-sect, although some of the 7-star sword sect higher-ups and disciples didn't say anything, they still felt slightly uncomfortable in their heart. Now, when Duan Ling Tian spoke of his condition, the dislike in their hearts completely vanished. It could be said that if Duan Ling Tian didn't speak of this condition, then he was betraying the 7-star sword sect for his own benefit. But now, when Duan Ling Tian spoke of his condition, the nature of it was completely different. It became to endure humiliation to carry a heavy load. It caused them to feel deep veneration. Impossible. The three great sect leaders shook their heads at the same time and refused Duan Ling Tian's condition. Duan Ling Tian, we want to recruit you to our Azure Forest Tri-sect undoubtedly because we look highly upon your natural talent. However, although we look highly upon you, it doesn't mean that we can make such a large concession. The 7-star sword sect must be annihilated today. The demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader looked at Duan Ling Tian with a trace of coldness in his eyes. You can choose to change it to another condition, or you can choose to live and die with the 7-star sword sect. The sect leaders of the Origin Convergence sect and Snow Moon sect nodded as well. Change it to another condition. Duan Ling Tian frowned and seemed to be in a slightly difficult position. At the same time, numerous voice transmissions entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears, and they were all advising him not to choose to live and die with the 7-star sword sect. These voice transmissions came from the 7-star sword sect higher-ups, excluding Zhao Lin, and the group of 7-star sword sect disciples. Obviously, the condition Duan Ling Tian spoke of earlier had caused most of the members of the 7-star sword sect to be filled with admiration towards Duan Ling Tian, and none of them wished for Duan Ling Tian to destroy his great future for them. Duan Ling Tian ought to have a better future. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's heart lightly trembled. He could feel that these voice transmissions came from the heart and they all really sincerely meant well. But the more it was like this, the heavier Duan Ling Tian's feelings were. Could he just walk away under such circumstances? Was he that type of person? Fortunately, Ke and Litter Fei have left with Peak Master Qin Shang. Otherwise, I'm afraid it would be difficult for them to flee from this calamity. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian recalled Ke and Li Fei, and he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Duan Ling Tian, our patience is limited, have you finished deliberating? The demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader frowned and spoke slightly impatiently. Then I'll change it to another condition. Duan Ling Tian raised his head to look at Lu Yuan, then he subsequently moved his gaze onto Huangji who was behind him. My condition is, I want Huangji and Hu Shuifeng to die. So long as they're dead, I can agree to join the Azure Forest Tri-sect. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, the scene went deathly silent, as if a dropped pin could be heard. Huangji and Hu Shuifeng had become the center of attention. Their faces were pale. Master, don't believe him, don't believe him. Huangji noticed Lu Yuan turning around to look at him, and his face went ghastly pale as he spoke with haste. Right, don't believe him, don't believe him. Hu Shuifeng noticed that the gazes the disciples and elders of the Azure Forest Tri-sect around him shot at him seemed to have changed, and he was terrified to the point he trembled and was in extreme panic. So long as they're dead, you're really willing to join our Azure Forest Tri-sect? Lu Yuan looked at Duan Ling Tian as if he wanted to confirm it. Yes, Duan Ling Tian nodded. His gaze carried ridicule as he looked at Huangji who had a ghastly pale expression and said indifferently, Huangji, at this moment, do you feel it to be ironic? That day, you betrayed the sect and joined the Origin Convergence sect for no other reason than because I'd taken your limelight. Today, even if you've become the personal disciple of sect leader Lu, you still will die with a single word from me. Before me, you're bound to be a loser forever. Your life is bound to be lived under my shadow. Duan Ling Tian struck the heart with every word. Huang Ji was angered to the point his face flushed red, and when he saw Lu Yuan look at him with eyes that emitted killing intent, he was completely flustered. Master, no, don't, no. Huang Ji's voice stopped abruptly. Because Lu Chu had easily shattered Huang Ji's skull with a wave of his hand, killing him. Hu Shui Feng's face went ghastly pale when he saw this scene. At this moment, only this thought remained in his head. But when Hu Shui Feng turned around, he didn't even have the chance to utilize his movement technique when he noticed he'd already been surrounded by the elders of the Azure Forest Tri-Sect. Kill him. Along with the order from the demonic Lotusblade sect's leader, a few Azure Forest Tri-Sect elders attacked, and they killed Hu Shui Feng before he could even react. Everyone from the Seven-Star Sword sect revealed a smile when Huang Ji and Hu Shui Feng died. In next to no time, the gazes of everyone descended onto Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, we've already completed your conditions. From today onwards, you, Duan Ling Tian, are a disciple of our Azure Forest Tri-Sect. Welcome. The Snow Moon sect's leader emitted a pleasant and elegant smile. Chapter 453, The Slaughter Begins. Welcome. The demonic Lotusblade sect's leader and the Origin Convergence sect's leader looked at Duan Ling Tian and gave a warm smile. At this moment, even the gazes of the older generation experts of the three sects had descended onto Duan Ling Tian. They'd heard of Duan Ling Tian since long ago. They knew that he was a peerless genius in the martial Dao of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and his monstrous natural talent in the martial Dao could be called unprecedented in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Alas, senior brother Duan Ling Tian is going to leave in the end. Many Seven-Star Sword sect disciples couldn't help but sigh. Although the outcome was like this, they didn't blame Duan Ling Tian in the slightest, and even felt gratitude towards Duan Ling Tian. After all, Duan Ling Tian had dealt with two traitors for the Seven-Star Sword sect before leaving. He'd completed something that they wanted to do, yet were unable to do. Besides Zhao Lin, who possessed an unsightly expression, the other higher-ups of the Seven-Star Sword sect looked at Duan Ling Tian with gazes filled with gratification. Duan Ling Tian, if you see Fei, remember to tell her. Don't think of taking revenge for me until her strength is able to shake the Azure Forest Tri-Sect. Of course, it's best if she never thinks of taking revenge for me. As her master, I hope she can have a peaceful life, without any worries. Elder Bai's voice transmission entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears, and it was like she was leaving her final words. Elder Bai, I'm afraid I'm unable to pass these words to little Fei. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a wisp of a bitter smile as he replied via voice transmission. What do you mean by this? Elder Bai couldn't help but be stunned when she heard Duan Ling Tian. In next to no time, she obtained the answer. Duan Ling Tian stood at the side of the life and death arena and looked at the sect leaders of the three great sects, then he smiled lightly. Sect leaders, I appreciate the kindness of all of you. But I've once received a great kindness from the sect leader, received a great kindness from the Seven-Star Sword sect. I'm afraid I'm unable to leave with all of you. Duan Ling Tian's words possessed the resolution of living and dying with the sect. The stand Duan Ling Tian declared caused all the people present to be dumbstruck. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian. Many Seven-Star Sword sect disciples were stunned. All the Seven-Star Sword sect higher-ups were dumbstruck as well. What? Want to go back on your word? The faces of the sect leaders of the three great sects sank, and the flames of rage in their eyes ceaselessly raged, and it was difficult to restrain. Despicable. You've gone back on your word. Meanwhile, the elders and disciples that surrounded Dubi Peak had all burst out with insults. Sect leaders, I'm truly sorry. Actually, I was only joking earlier. But I never expected that you would actually be willing to abandon two disciples for the sake of me. I'm truly overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. Duan Ling Tian rubbed his nose and smiled slightly embarrassedly. Duan Ling Tian's words entered into the ears of the people from the three great sects, and it completely lit the flames of their rage ablaze. Duan Ling Tian, since you're unwilling to join our Azure Forest Tri-Sect, then go to hell. Lu Yuan was the first to be unable to endure. The origin energy on his body shot into the sky as he flew off the Jadefeather vulture, and he seemed to have transformed into a hawk as he plunged towards Duan Ling Tian. After all, for the sake of recruiting Duan Ling Tian, he'd killed the most extraordinary personal disciple under him. This caused him to feel aggrieved and enraged. Why did he believe the words of this little sly fox, Duan Ling Tian? Sounds of air exploding rose and fell everywhere Lu Yuan passed. In the sky, 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes dashed out in tow with imposing might that shot through the skies like a rainbow. Lu Yuan, who was enraged to the limit, slapped his palm out. His origin energy condensed into an enormous palm print that carried along the strength of 8 ancient horned dragons as it howled out to crash towards Duan Ling Tian, and at the same instant that Lu Yuan attacked, Lingu Jin Hong moved as well. With a raise of his hand, origin energy instantly condensed into a sharp sword in Lingu Jin Hong's hand, and the sharp sword that was completely condensed into form from spirit energy flashed out, seeming to have transformed into a sharp arrow that was even swifter than the palm print Lu Yuan had condensed and slapped out. In the sky above Lingu Jin Hong, 14 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. As a 6th level void initiation stage martial artist, Lingu Jin Hong's cultivation strength was comparable to the strength of 8 ancient horned dragon. The extra strength of 6 ancient horned dragons was precisely from the 6th level sword concept of Lingu Jin Hong. Duan Ling Tian's face went ghastly pale when Lu Yuan's palm print whistled towards him. He exerted all his strength to execute his swiftest speed, yet it was still difficult for him to avoid Lu Yuan's palm print that was whistling towards him in the end. It was as if these palm prints had eyes and they followed him like a shadow. Mother, little Fei. The almost suffocating feeling of almost stepping into the netherworld caused Duan Ling Tian to feel extremely unwell. At this moment, the figures of the 3 women that were most important to him in this lifetime couldn't help but appear within his mind. Squeak squeak. Right at this moment, the little gold mouse's sharp cry sounded out. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian noticed that his hand was latched onto by something, and only when his sleeve moved did he realize it was the little gold mouse's tails that had coiled around him and pulled him to flash towards the distance. The speed was so quick that it was far from something the speed he produced could compare to. It was at this moment that Duan Ling Tian heard a clear cry of the sword approach, and it pierced his eardrums to the point they shook. It was the sword light Lingu Jin Hong condensed from his origin energy that had arrived, and it crushed Lu Yuan's palm print. Sect leader Lingu, I really never expected that you've actually comprehended a 6th level sword concept. In terms of strength, you're probably only below Elder Zan in the 7-star sword sect. Lu Yuan looked at Lingu Jin Hong as a spear appeared out of thin air within his hand. The tip of the spear was suffused with origin energy and it emitted an aura that seemed as if it could penetrate anything. Spear concept. Unlike Lingu Jin Hong, who used the sword, Lu Yuan used the spear. Very few martial artists on Cloud Continent used the spear, but those who dared use it were all experts that possessed extremely great confidence towards themselves. The speak in Lu Yuan's hand shook and the origin energy that coiled around the spear seemed to have transformed into flames that leapt about in the air, seeming able to burn everything into nothingness. At the same time, 16 ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form above Lu Yuan. Around these 16 ancient horned dragons, another 8,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes were like stars that surrounded the moon as they surrounded all around the ancient horned dragons, as if they were submitting to 16 emperors. Lu Yuan, the sect leader of the Origin Convergence sect, was a 6th level void initiation stage expert who possessed a grade 5 spirit spear and 5th level spear concept. Grade 5 spirit weapons. It's the Origin Convergence sect guarding spirit weapon, Blazizia. I've heard of this Blazizia that's long been in the possession of sect leader Lu. Supposedly, this Blazizia is the one and only grade 5 spirit weapon of the Origin Convergence sect, a grade 5 spirit spear. Some of the elders and disciples of the demonic Lotusblade sect and Snow Moon sect couldn't help but sigh with emotion. In next to no time, the gazes of everyone descended onto Lingu Jin Hong that was in confrontation with Lu Yuan. Lingu Jin Hong stood there and his robe fluttered about without being blown on by the wind. A sword swiftly appeared within his hand. It was a sword with flowing lights revolving around it. Along with his origin energy pouring into it and his 6th level sword concept suffusing onto it. In the sky, 17 lifelike ancient horned dragons condensed into form. All around the 17 ancient horned dragon silhouettes, another 8,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes had appeared similarly to coil around them. Sect leader. The 7-star sword sect disciples present looked up at Lingu Jin Hong and they revealed burning gazes. This was the sect leader of their 7-star sword sect. His strength had obviously surpassed the Origin Convergence sect's leader, Lu Yuan. Sect leader Lingu, I have to admit, I'm not a match for you one-on-one. But unfortunately, it isn't a battle between the two of us today, and it's instead a battle between our Azure Forest Tri-sect and your 7-star sword sect. Lu Yuan had a calm expression. and at the same time, he raised his other hand. Disciples of the Azure Forest Tri-sect, listen to my command. Suddenly, Lu Yuan pressed his hand down. Slaughter them all. At this moment, Lu Yuan seemed to have transformed into the judge that controlled life and death. Slaughter them all. Instantly, the disciples of the Azure Forest Tri-sect were like swarming bees that swept towards the group of 7-star sword sect disciples that chose to live and die with the sect. The 7-star sword sect disciples would naturally not sit still and wait for death, and they all rose up in resistance. At almost the exact same instant, the experts of the 3 great sects who were high up in the sky attacked as well. These were all experts that stood at the peak of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Origin energy roared with every move they made, and concepts suffused the sky. At the peak of Dubi Peak, the true slaughter had unfolded. A wave of battle cries sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and at the same time, he's entered into the fray. Along with the violet myrtle flexible sword in his hand appearing in his hand, it seemed to have transformed into a venomous serpent, and numerous disciples of the Azure Forest Tri-sect died at his hands successively. A dim light flickered within Duan Lingtian's eyes, and his spiritual force executed the illusion space via the soul brand. With him at the center and spanning out an area of 10 meters, so long as it was an Azure Forest Tri-sect disciple that possessed a spiritual force that was inferior him, they would all be lost within the illusion space and become goats awaiting for slaughter. Kill Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian is capable of demonic techniques. In next to no time, there were Azure Forest Tri-sect elders that had noticed the soul skill that Duan Lingtian utilized. Of course, they didn't know what Duan Lingtian utilized was a soul skill, and only thought it was a demonic technique. Numerous elders of the Azure Forest Tri-sect flashed towards Duan Lingtian as if they'd already discussed it. These Azure Forest Tri-sect elders all had spiritual forces that surpassed Duan Lingtian's current spiritual force, and the soul skill, Thousand Illusion, that Duan Lingtian utilized was completely useless towards them. In the blink of an eye, these Azure Forest Tri-sect elders had already come close to Duan Lingtian. Am I going to die in the end? A bitter smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth when he saw this scene. Not to mention him, even the little gold mouse was inferior to these Azure Forest Tri-sect elders. Most of them were existences at the 4th level of the void-prying stage or above. Although his spiritual force had advanced to the void-prying stage and it was sufficient to inscribe inscriptions that could annihilate void-prying stage martial artists, the materials required by these inscriptions were extremely rare and couldn't be bought with money. They were materials that could be encountered by luck but couldn't be sought after. A dazzling sword light flashed before Duan Lingtian's eye, and it was like a life-saving straw that swiveled past. With just a single sword strike, half of the Azure Forest Tri-sect elders that flashed towards Duan Lingtian were killed. The remaining elders retreated in a hurry, then they looked at the middle-aged man that stood in the sky with an expression of terror. Chapter 454, Heroism and Sadness. Peak Master Zheng Fan. A smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he saw the middle-aged man. Subsequently, when his gaze shot at other places, it became icy cold and again. Numerous 7-star sword sect disciples had died at the hands of the disciples and elders of the Azure Forest Tri-sect, and in a short moment, blood had already flown into a river atop Dubi Peak. Kill. A 7-star sword sect outer court. Disciples that seemed to be around the age of 20 was directly killed as he roared. Duan Lingtian's heart shook when he saw this scene. Such a young life had come to its end just like this. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt that life was so fragile. If it was in the earth of his past, this 7-star sword sect outer court disciple might only be a carefree university student, and would live peacefully every day, but now, he hadn't even had the chance to enjoy life when he'd already lost it. Ah! Duan Lingtian was enraged, his eyes were tainted completely scarlet red, and every time the violet myrtle flexible sword in his hand swung out, it would take away the life of an Azure Forest Tri-sect disciple. He didn't know how many Azure Forest Tri-sect disciples had died at his hand, and was unable to count how many 7-star sword sect disciples had fallen the ground. He only knew to kill, kill, kill. Every time he faced danger, the 2 peak masters, Zheng Fan and Ke Dong, would lend a hand and save him from peril. Otherwise, perhaps he would have died at the hands of the group of Azure Forest Tri-sect elders since long ago. The origin energy in his body was ceaselessly consumed, yet Duan Lingtian seemed as if he didn't feel it at all, and the violet myrtle flexible sword in his hand flashed, seeming as if it wanted to completely use the last strand of strength within his body. On the other side, Zheng Song, Mo Yu, Zuo Qing, and the others that had a good relationship with Duan Lingtian were all fighting with all their might, and their eyes had gone red from the slaughter. For the sake of the sect, they were willing to bleed to the last drop. Unknowingly, Duan Ling Tian felt exhausted, and he bent over, supporting himself by propping his hands on his legs as he breathed heavily. His gaze shot high above into the sky. There, the battle of the experts was being carried out. The sect leader, Lingu Jinhong, and Elder Zan fought 2 against 3, battling 3 6th-level Void Initiation stage experts, and for a time, a victor was difficult to decide on. The 2 of them relied on their sword concepts that suppressed their opponents, and they seemed to be able to sustain it for some time. On the other side, Elder Ming moved about with the wind, and his 5th-level wind concept raged as he fought the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader. The strength, spirit weapon, and concept of the 2 were comparably, and for a time, their battle was at a draw. On the other side, the 7-star sword sect guardian revered elder, the demon beast Elder Peng, fought against the last 6th-level Void Initiation stage expert from the 3 great sects and the Origin Convergence sect guarding demon beast, the Jadefeather Vulture. Originally, with Elder Peng's strength, he wasn't inferior to that 6th-level Void Initiation stage expert, but because of the interference of the Jadefeather Vulture, it caused Elder Peng to gradually become disadvantaged. The other people and beasts both fought like a raging fire. I'm utterly unable to interfere in this type of a battle. A wisp of a bitter smile appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth when he saw the fierce battle before him. Any one of these experts were able to crush him to death with a flip of their palms. Existences at the Void Initiation stage are too terrifying. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt himself to be so weak and inferior. If he was a Void Interpretation stage expert, no, even if he was only an expert at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above, it would be sufficient to change the course of events and allow the 7-star sword sect to be spared from this calamity. In the battle amongst experts, the 7-star sword sect gradually fell into a disadvantage. In terms of strength and numbers, the experts of the Azure Forest Tri-sect firmly suppressed the 7-star sword sect. An outcome like this wasn't surprising. Kill. Duan Ling Tian rested sufficiently under the protection of Peak Master Zheng Fan and Peak Master Ke Zhen, then he continued to carry out a slaughter. Gradually, Duan Ling Tian killed to the point he was slightly numbed. At an unknown time, a clear voice transmission entered into his ears. It belonged to the sect leader, Lingu Jinhong. Duan Ling Tian, after 3 breaths of time, Elder Peng will take you away, get ready. Leave. Duan Ling Tian was stunned first, then he guessed Lingu Jinhong's intentions. Lingu Jinhong wanted to send him off, but would he be able to leave? Perhaps he'd guessed Duan Ling Tian's current thoughts, and Lingu Jinhong added in a hurry. So long as you survive, our 7-star sword sect will have hope. I believe that you'll surely be able to take revenge for us, and be able to make the 7-star sword sect stand at the peak of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom once again. Lingu Jinhong's voice transmission that contained both heroism and sadness was filled with confidence to Duan Ling Tian. Sect leader. Duan Ling Tian's heart shook. 3 breaths of time passed in the blink of an eye. Right at the instant, a terrifying sword howl tore apart the sky, and it carried along an unparalleled might as it swept through the world. It was the strongest in the 7-star sword sect, Elder Ming, who had gone into a rampage, and he went against 3 6th-level Void Initiation stage experts by himself, causing Lingu Jinhong to be free. Lingu Jinhong tore through the sky, seeming to transform into a sharp sword as his figure flashed, and he directly flashed towards the Grand Rock. The Grand Rock was in combat with a man and a beast, and there were some injuries on his body. Elder Peng, I'll leave it to you. The Grade 5 Spirit Sword in Lingu Jinhong's hand held as he helped the Grand Rock to suppress the Grand Rock's opponent, and the 6th-level Void Initiation expert was blasted away by Lingu Jinhong. The Jadefeather Vulture was in an extremely sorry state as well. In terms of strength, Lingu Jinhong was far inferior to the Grand Rock. But in terms of attack, he far surpassed the Grand Rock. After all, he'd already comprehended the 6th level of the sword concept. Whereas even though the Grand Rock was a 6th-level Void Initiation stage demon beast, he'd only comprehended 5th-level wind concept. Sword concept only affected offense but didn't affect speed. Wind concept instead affected both offense and speed. The Grand Rock nodded, his eyes emitted a wisp of a dreary expression, and then his eyes that flickered with a bright light flashed towards Duan Ling Tian's location. Shriek. Right at this moment, the Jadefeather Vulture seemed to have realized the Grand Rock wanted to leave, and it let out a sharp cry before transforming into a green-colored flowing light that shot towards the Grand Rock. Killing intent shot out from the depths of the Grand Rock's eyes. Without the suppression of that 6th level void initiation stage expert, the Grand Rock directly moved to greet the Jadefeather Vulture. In the blink of an eye, the Grand Rock stood towering in the air, whereas the Jadefeather Vulture's neck was twisted by the Grand Rock before crashing onto the life and death arena on Dubi Peak and giving rise to a cloud of dust and dirt. The Jadefeather Vulture had become the first void initiation stage expert to be killed. Elder Qing, the Origin Convergence sect's leader, Lu Yuan, saw this scene, and his face was gloomy as he exclaimed in sorrow. The status of the Jadefeather Vulture in the Origin Convergence sect was similar to the status of the Grand Rock in the 7-Star Sword sect. Even he, the sect leader, would have to respectfully address the Jadefeather Vulture as Elder Qing when they met. In the next moment, Lu Yuan recovered from his shock, and he saw the Grand Rock of the 7-Star Sword sect actually abandoned Lingu Jinhong and plunged downwards. His gaze followed to move downwards. In next to no time, a familiar figure appeared within his field of vision. Duan Ling Tian. Instantly, Lu Yuan's face went gloomy as he finally knew what the Grand Rock intended, and he also knew why the 7-Star Sword sect's Elder Zan would suddenly go on a rampage and desperately suppress the 3 6th level void initiation stage experts that included him, so it turned out that all of this was planned. Stop that Grand Rock, it wants to take Duan Ling Tian to safety. Lu Yuan abruptly shouted out explosively, his voice traversed out to spread throughout the entire peak of Dubi Peak. Instantly, all the experts of the 3 great sects wanted to leave their opponents and flash to Duan Ling Tian's location to stop the Grand Rock. At this moment, their hearts burned with anxiety. It was fine if any other 7-Star Sword sect disciple were to flee, and they wouldn't care. But Duan Ling Tian, this monstrous existence that had risen in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom like a comet, was someone that they wouldn't permit to flee no matter what. They could imagine that with Duan Ling Tian's natural talent, once he grew in the future, sweeping through their Azure Forest Tri-Sect would be nothing difficult. Don't think of leaving. All the 7-Star Sword sect experts were notified by Lingu Jinhong via voice transmission earlier, and they all went completely berserk, exploding out with all the strength in their bodies to stop the experts of the 3 great sect. A 7-Star Sword sect elder was directly killed because he tried to obstruct an expert from the 3 great sects, whereas now, the elders and disciples of the Azure Forest Tri-Sect all surged towards Duan Ling Tian with imposing oars that shot into the sky like a rainbow, as if they wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian before the Grand Rock took Duan Ling Tian away. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian, I'll assist you. A hurried voice sounded out, and it was the nearby Mo Yu who'd flashed over, and he killed an Azure Forest Tri-Sect disciple that wanted to attack Duan Ling Tian from behind. Mo Yu stood by Duan Ling Tian's eyes, and his eyes had gone red from the slaughter. Relying on his extraordinary natural talent, Mo Yu had already broken through to the first level of the nascent soul stage now, and his strength was outstanding. Stop them, open a path for senior brother Duan Ling Tian. The group of 7-Star Sword sect disciples seemed as if they were on steroids, and they fought desperately against the disciples of the 3 great sects. They shed all their hot blood just for the sake of helping Duan Ling Tian to pave a road to survival. Today, anyone amongst them could die, but only Duan Ling Tian couldn't. Duan Ling Tian was their hope, the hope of the 7-Star Sword sect. Whereas their actions came with extremely great consequences. Numerous 7-Star Sword sect disciples painted the ground red, their fresh blood flowing out to taint the shoes of Duan Ling Tian's feet red. No. Duan Ling Tian's eyes almost split apart as he watched the scene before him. Most of these 7-Star Sword sect disciples didn't have any relationship with him, but today, for the sake of allowing him to leave, they'd instead fought desperately with their lives on the line to stop the members of the Azure Forest Tri-Sect. Duan Ling Tian, live well. Meng Chu, the personal disciple of the Merrick Peak's master, Kei Zhen, charged into the crowd and killed a few Azure Forest Tri-Sect disciples before being killed by an elder of the Azure Forest Tri-Sect. Meng Chu, Duan Ling Tian's face went gloomy and his eyes emitted boundless bloodthirst. Chu, great work. After Kei Zhen killed an Azure Forest Tri-Sect elder with a palm strike, he just happened to see this scene, and at the same time that tears flowed from his aged eyes, he had a gratified expression. His disciple didn't lose face for him, and the fostering he'd given for many years wasn't in vain. Junior brother Duan Ling Tian, don't let down junior sister. A delicate shout entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears, causing his face to go ghastly pale. Senior sister Zuo Qing, don't. Zuo Qing's beautiful figure was like the wind, and after she killed a few Azure Forest Tri-Sect disciples, a group of Azure Forest Tri-Sect disciples swarmed at her. causing her to be exposed before saber lights and sword images that covered the sky before perishing beneath them. No, no, Duan Ling Tian's eyes were crimson red, and he was sad to the extreme. The violet myrtle flexible sword in his hand flashed out to carry away the life of an Azure Forest Tri-sect disciple. Chapter 455, Hope. Little fellow, let's go. A wave of violent wind assaulted him. The wings of the grand rock that were like clouds that covered the sky crashed down to sweep away all the Azure Forest Tri-sect members around Duan Ling Tian. The terrifying force swept out, causing many people to be directly knocked out. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian felt his body become light as he was heaved up by the grand rock. Mo Yu. At the same time that the grand rock rose into the sky, Duan Ling Tian's hand shot out like a bolt of lightning to grab onto the nearby Mo Yu, then pulled him up onto the grand rock's back with him. Escort Duan Ling Tian, the Mizar Peak's master, Zheng Fan, and the Merik Peak's master, Ke Zhen, looked at each other, then they flashed out to descend onto the grand rock at the same time. They forced back all the Azure Forest Tri-sect elders that pounced towards them. Right at this moment, a figure that was like a bolt of lightning flashed over from afar and descended firmly onto the back of the grand rock. Duan Ling Tian's face was gloomy when he saw this person. Zhao Lin. The person that had appeared on the back of the grand rock now was none other than the Megrez Peak Outer Court elder, Zhao Lin, who had irreconcilable enmity with Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, you destroyed my son's life. I'll send you to hell. Zhao Lin revealed an insane expression, then swung his hand out. Terrifying origin energy roared as it swept towards Duan Ling Tian with an imposing aura that shot to the sky like a rainbow. Above him, 4,200 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Zhao Lin had obviously broken through to the third level of the nascent soul stage. Moreover, he'd executed elementary force. Duan Ling Tian's face was white. His soul skill, Thousand Illusions, was completely useless against Zhao Lin. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse flashed out from beneath Duan Ling Tian's sleeve, then she transformed into an incomparably swift gold light that directly moved to intercept Zhao Lin, and the sound of thunder tore open the sky. In the sky, 4,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. At present, the little gold mouse had already broken through to the third level of the void-prying stage, and her half-step advanced lightning force moved out with her. An enormous bang resounded out as the terrifying origin energy collided with each other. The airflow in the sky flew out, transforming into circle after circle of ripples that undulated and swept out. A terrifying strong wind swept towards the surroundings. In the collision between Zhao Lin and the little gold mouse slightly took the advantage. Zhao Lin never expected that Duan Ling Tian actually had an expert protecting him. Zhao Lin's face was dark as he noticed the little gold mouse that stood on Duan Ling Tian's shoulder with a single glance, and his gaze became slightly cold. Little mouse, you're courting death. As soon as he finished speaking, a spirit sword appeared in Zhao Li's hand. With the raise of his arm, he intended to attack again. It's you who's courting death. Right at this moment, an extremely terrifying force swept out to crash onto Zhao Lin and blasted him flying. Zhao Lin was utterly incapable of going against this force, and his vital signs became weak as he flew out like an arrow that had left the bow. Obviously, it was impossible for him to survive this. Lin. Right at this moment, an explosive shout sounded out from high in the sky. After Elder Ming noticed Zhao Lin was heavily injured and close to death, his 5th level wind concept combined with his origin energy to sweep out, and temporarily forced his opponents to retreat before flying out to catch Zhao Lin. Zheng Fan, why did you kill my grandson? Elder Ming's gaze was incomparably cold as he stared at Zheng Fan, who rose into the air with the grand rock. Earlier, it was exactly Zheng Fan who blasted Zhao Lin flying. He attacked without holding back in the slightest, shattering Zhao Lin's internal organs and causing him to have no way of surviving. Elder Ming, everyone from our 7-star sword sect is fighting desperately now just for the sake of sending Duan Ling Tian off. Whereas your grandson actually attacked Duan Ling Tian with a killing blow just for the sake of his own selfish interests. Don't you think he deserves death? Zheng Fan's gaze was incomparably frosty as he answered with a deep shout. Lin, is it really like this? Elder Ming's face was gloomy as he gazed at Zhao Lin in his arms, and he had an expression of being disappointed. Elder Peng's wings that were like clouds that covered the entire sky swept out, giving rise to a gust of violent winds as his enormous figure flashed out, and it caused Duan Ling Tian to feel as if he was riding on the clouds and mist. The piercingly cold strong winds that assaulted his face almost tore him to pieces, and Mo Yu who stood by his side had an extremely unsightly expression as well. Now, for the sake of carrying them to safety, Elder Peng didn't intentionally slow down his speed, instead flying at full speed. Duan Ling Tian, Mo Yu, live well. The future of the 7-star sword sect is carried by both of you. Zheng Fan and K. Zheng nodded to Duan Ling Tian and Mo Yu, then they flew off the Grand Rock and pounced towards the elders of the Azure Forest Tri-sect, launching a bloody slaughter. They were resolved to live and die with the 7-star sword sect. No, Duan Ling Tian's expression was livid when he saw Zheng Fan and K. Zhen's figures were drowned within the crowd of Azure Forest Tri-sect members, and his expression was extremely unsightly. Not good. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have noticed something, and he shuddered as he looked towards the distance. There was a figure swiftly flashed towards them from there, and the person's speed was so swift it caused his face to become gloomier. Behind the Grand Rock, the demonic Lotusblade sect's leader who was unrestrained after Elder Ming withdrew had flashed out with eyes that emitted gushing killing intent, and he followed closely behind the Grand Rock. Duan Ling Tian, you're dead. The demonic Lotusblade sect's leader's voice seemed like the voice of an asura from hell, and it was incomparably gloomy. He'd followed the Grand Rock purely for the sake of killing Duan Ling Tian. He could imagine that if Duan Ling Tian didn't die today, then not to mention he personally couldn't rest easy. Even the Azure Forest Tri-sect would surely be unable to be at peace in the future. Unfortunately, the Grand Rock's speed was too swift. Even as he flashed out with full force, the Grand Rock still gradually pulled open the distance between them. Damn it! The expression of the demonic Lotusblade sect's leader was extremely unsightly, yet he still desperately gave chase, only giving up when the figure of the Grand Rock disappeared before his eyes. We actually allowed Duan Ling Tian to flee. Damn Lingu Jin Hong. Damn 7-star sword sect. The demonic Lotusblade sect's leader suddenly turned around and returned to the 7-star sword sect. Grandfather. Duan Ling Tian caused our Zhao clan's family line to be cut off. K's family jewels were crippled by him. Grandfather, avenge K, avenge me. Zhao Lin lay in Elder Ming's embrace and struggled to speak. In the end, he didn't finish speaking when he breathed his last breath. Lin. Elder Ming roared towards the sky with a voice that was filled with misery. I, Zhao Ming, dedicated my entire life to the 7-star sword sect. But in the end, my grandson was killed by members of the 7-star sword sect, my great-grandson was crippled by the hope of the 7-star sword sect. Laughable, ha 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 ha. As he laughed loudly, Elder Ming flew out and arrived at the side of the gray-clothed old man, Elder Zan, in the blink of an eye. Presently, Elder Zan was going against 3 6th level Void Initiation stage experts and was gradually falling into a disadvantaged position, and he heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the arrival of Elder Ming. But in the next moment, his expression became pale. Only because Elder Ming's attacks wasn't towards his opponents, but was instead towards him. Elder Ming's palm strike that contained his 5th level wind concept smashed onto Elder Zan, directly heavily injuring Elder Zan who wasn't on guard against him in the slightest. Zhao Ming, have you gone mad? Elder Zan's face was deathly pale, his signs of life were weakening, and his expression was extremely unsightly. He never imagined that Zhao Lin would attack him. All the 3 Azure Forest Tri-sect experts including Lu Yuan who were in combat with Elder Zan earlier were shocked by Zhao Ming's actions. After a short moment, they finally reacted. Haha, Elder Ming, so long as you help us eliminate the 7-star sword sect today, then our Azure Forest Tri-sect is willing to receive you as a guardian elder. Lu Yuan laughed loudly as the scene before him caused him to be extremely pleasantly surprised. Subsequently, Lu Yuan and the others attacked once again. They cooperated with Zhao Ming and only spent a few breaths of time to kill Elder Zan. Elder Zan, the #1 expert of the 7-star sword sect, dead. He died at the hands of 4 6th level Void Initiation stage experts. Zhao Ming joining forces with Lu Yuan and the others to kill Elder Zan caused Lingu Jin Hong's eyes to almost split apart. Are you worthy of the fostering of the sect ancestors? Are you worthy of the fostering of the sect? Sect. Zhao Lin laughed in ridicule. What sect? My great-grandson was crippled by a member of the 7-star sword sect, my son was killed by a member of the 7-star sword sect. Since the 7-star sword sect is heartless to me, then I'll be disloyal to the 7-star sword sect. Lingu Jin Hong, die. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Ming seemed to transform into a gust of wind that blew away the clouds and mist on the horizon, then swept towards Lingu Jin Hong. The other experts flashed towards Lingu Jin Hong as well. Sect leader, Everyone from the seven-star sword sect exclaimed in sorrow and despair. Ha 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 ha, I, Lingu Jin Hong, will go first, and await the arrival of all of you in the road to hell. All of you prepare well to greet the flames of Duan Ling Tian's rage in the future. Ha 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 ha. The instant before he was killed, Lingu Jin Hong laughed loudly and wantonly, and he wasn't afraid in the slightest. All that remained in him was sorrow, heroism, and his confidence in Duan Ling Tian. Along with Lingu Jin Hong being killed, the fierce battle continued, yet the outcome was already decided. The seven-star sword sect was annihilated. At a place extremely far from the seven-star sword sect, within a vast desolate desert, an enormous figure that was incomparably swift plunged downwards to descend onto the boundless ground. This was a grand rock, and it possessed eyes that were like lightning and extremely fierce. You two little fellows take care of yourselves. I'll leave the future of the seven-star sword sect to the both of you. The grand rock unfolded his wings and pulled the two people on his back to the ground. These people that were pulled down were precisely Duan Ling Tian and Mo Yu, who'd escaped from the seven-star sword sect. On Duan Ling Tian's shoulder, the little gold mouse lay there dispirited. Elder Peng, you. Duan Ling Tian seemed to have perceived something when he heard the grand rock's voice transmission, and his face went even more pale. Right when he intended to persuade the grand rock to stay, the grand rock's wings unfolded like clouds that could blot out the sky, and he soared into the sky. At the same time, a voice transmission clearly entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears. My life was given to me by the seven-star sword sect. It's impossible for me to not get involved and watch idly by at the time of crisis of the seven-star sword sect. Little fellow, with your natural talent, your future is immeasurable. You are the hope of the seven-star sword sect. Elder Peng had left, bringing along his resolute will, his will to live and die with the seven-star sword sect. Elder Peng. Duan Ling Tian's heart trembled for no reason when he saw the grand rock charge into the clouds and vanish before his eyes. Meanwhile, numerous figures that had given up their lives fearlessly for him involuntarily flashed within his mind, and it caused his eyes to once again turn dark red. They'd all died so that he could live. An inexplicably large burden had unknowingly pressed onto his shoulders. It was like an enormous mountain pressing down onto him, causing him to be unable to catch his breath. Chapter 456, Returning to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. On the vast ground, two young men with similar ages stood there, and a gloomy atmosphere arose involuntarily. The two of them didn't speak in tacit understanding. Master, Master. One of the young men knelt on the ground and looked in the direction of the seven-star sword sect as tears flowed down like the rain. A man does not easily shed tears, only when his heart hasn't been deeply hurt. On the other side, Duan Ling Tian stood there and took a deep breath as unprecedented firmness arose within his eyes, and he vowed to himself as he gazed at the direction of the seven-star sword sect. Sect leader, don't worry. So long as I, Duan Ling Tian, am alive, I'll surely wipe out the Azure Forest Tri-sect. Besides that, I'll do my best to help Mo Yu rebuild the seven-star sword sect. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian closed his eyes, and numerous familiar figures appeared within his mind. These were all the people he had a good relationship with in the seven-star sword sect, and now they were probably all dead. I, Duan Ling Tian, vow with the 99 heavenly tribulation, that I'll surely avenge all of you. If I go against this vow, then I'll be executed by the heavens and the earth. Duan Ling Tian suddenly raised his head and pinched open his index finger, then a drop of fresh blood tore through the sky and fused into the horizon. 9 ear-piercing thunderclaps sounded out and witnessed the vow that Duan Ling Tian established. Mo Yu knelt there, not moving even under the sounds of thunder, and his eyes were crimson red as if they were tainted with a layer of fresh blood. Although he'd only taken Lingu Jin Hong as his master for a year, during this year, Lingu Jin Hong had fostered him wholeheartedly, and it caused him to feel heartfelt gratitude, even to the extent that he seemed to have already taken Lingu Jin Hong to be his father in his heart. Now, it was very likely that his father had been killed, whereas he didn't have the ability to take revenge for his father. Ah! Mo Yu roared loudly into the sky. His roar was filled with extreme hatred, as if he wanted to destroy the boundless sky. Duan Ling Tian walked over to Mo Yu's side, then lightly patted Mo Yu's shoulder. Restrain your grief. We'll take revenge for this enmity, sooner or later. What you have to do now is cultivate properly. In the future, the seven-star sword sect will be relying on you to be rebuilt. Mo Yu's body trembled, then he nodded earnestly. Yes, senior brother Duan Ling Tian. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse on Duan Ling Tian's shoulder cried out twice. The slaughter on the top of Dubi Peak in the 7-star sword sect earlier had scared her to a certain extent. Although the little gold mouse's current strength wasn't bad, compared to those existences that were at the void initiation stage, she was still quite inferior. Big brother Ling Tian, where are we going now? The little gold mouse's voice transmission entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears. Those people are too bad, they actually caused us to be homeless. HMPH. HMPH. Once my strength surpasses them, I'll surely make them pay and make them become homeless as well. Making them homeless. That's being too easy on them. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and his eyes emitted dense killing intent as he spoke word for word. I want them to turn into ashes. Turn into ashes. Duan Ling Tian's words contained extreme hatred mixed within, and it caused the little gold mouse and Mo Yu to be unable to refrain from shuddering. Little gold, enlarge yourself and take me and Mo Yu out of this place, Duan Ling Tian said to the little gold mouse. Squeak squeak. Little gold nodded lightly. Then her tiny body trembled before instantly transforming into the size of a small hill. After she broke through to the 3rd level of the void prying stage, the little gold mouse's body had expanded once again and she was slightly larger than before. In the past, she was around 3 meters tall, now, she was already almost 4 meters tall. After her body enlarged, the little gold mouse's back seemed exceptionally spacious, and it was more than enough to accommodate Duan Ling Tian and Mo Yu. Along with the passage of time, Mo Yu's tears were restrained and he buried his sorrow deep within his heart. He knew clearly in his heart that it was exactly like senior brother Duan Ling Tian had said. What he had to do now was to work hard and cultivate, and avenge his master and rebuild the 7-star sword sect in the future. Master, don't worry, I'll surely rebuild the sect with senior brother Duan Ling Tian, Mo Yu silently promised in his heart. Mo Yu took a deep breath as he gazed at the enormous gold mouse beneath him, and he suppressed the shock in his heart. As far as he was concerned, anything shocking that occurred on Duan Ling Tian was not worth being surprised over. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian himself was sufficiently shocking already. Big brother Ling Tian, where are we going? The little gold mouse asked Duan Ling Tian via voice transmission. Little gold, head south. I want to return to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Duan Ling Tian looked towards the south as he spoke. The Crimson Sky Kingdom was his roots since he came to this world. The people that were of great importance to him were there. The little gold mouse's figure turned and transformed into a gold bolt of lightning that flashed towards the south. Clouds and mist split open wherever she passed, and it was extremely alike to a road in the skies. Duan Ling Tian sat on the back of the little gold mouse with a calm expression as he gazed at the boundless space in the distance, and it was unknown as to what he was thinking. As for Mo Yu, he silently sat cross-legged on the little gold mouse's back and cultivated, and he was completely immersed into his cultivation. After the 7-star sword sect encountered a tragic calamity, as the personal disciple of the 7-star sword sect's leader, Lingu Jinhong, Mo Yu similarly carried the heavy responsibility of rebuilding the sect like Duan Ling Tian. When Duan Ling Tian left the Crimson Sky Kingdom that day and traveled by Fergana horse to head to the 7-star sword sect, it had taken quite a long time. Now, with the little gold mouse, who was a 3rd-level void-prying stage demon beast, traveling at full speed, it was only a few days before they entered into the territory of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Over there, Duan Ling Tian pointed towards the distance, guiding the little gold mouse. That was precisely the location of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. Mom, I'm home. Duan Ling Tian had an unsmiling face for these past few days, yet now emitted a rare light smile. It has been a few years, I wonder how Mom is now. Duan Ling Tian was anxious to return home as soon as possible. After spending another day of time, Duan Ling Tian finally arrived outside the imperial city of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. For the sake of not causing panic, Duan Ling Tian asked the little gold mouse to descend in a remote place outside the imperial city, then he told Mo Yu to leap off with him. The little gold mouse shrunk and descended onto Duan Ling Tian's shoulder, sized up the nearby city with interest. Big brother Ling Tian, this is the imperial city of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian, this place is. Mo Yu had a curious expression as he looked at the city before him. He'd been cultivating on the little gold mouse's back all throughout these past few days, and he completely didn't know where the little gold mouse was flying towards. But he could be sure of one thing, the place the little gold mouse went was surely the place senior brother Duan Ling Tian wanted to go to. This can be considered to be my home. Duan Ling Tian smiled, as the Crimson Sky Kingdom was his home to him. Home. Mo Yu's pupils constricted and said with a surprised expression, Senior Brother Duan Ling Tian, I once heard someone mention that you're from a subordinate kingdom under the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Could it be that it's this place? Exactly. Duan Ling Tian nodded, then brought along Mo Yu to head towards the Imperial City as he said, this place is my home. This is the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial City, and my home is within it. Home. To Duan Ling Tian, his home was where his mother was. The only sense of belonging he had towards his home was his mother. Only with his mother would he have a home. To him, his mother was the most important person in this world. Mo Yu nodded and curiously sized up the Imperial City before him. This place is the home of Senior Brother Duan Ling Tian. I wonder exactly what sort of place this is. It was actually able to produce a peerless genius like Senior Brother Duan Ling Tian. Mo Yu's heart was filled with curiosity and yearning. Duan Ling Tian's natural talent was extraordinary beyond all doubt. After all, even at the moment the Seven-Star Sword sect was about to be annihilated, the three great sect leaders actually didn't hesitate to kill two disciples with natural talent that was not bad for the sake of roping Duan Ling Tian in. How extraordinary Duan Ling Tian was in the eyes of the three great sect leaders could be known from this. Duan Ling Tian walked into the Imperial City, and his face emitted a wisp of a smile as he felt the atmosphere of the outer city. A few years had passed, yet there wasn't too great of a change in the outer city. Senior Brother Duan Ling Tian, your Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial City has a city within the city. Mo Yu asked in slight surprise as he looked at the tightly shut inner city gate when they arrived at the moat outside the inner city. Yes, that's the inner city of my Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial City. The inner court hasn't opened yet at this time. Let's go find a restaurant to have a meal first, and once we're done, the inner city ought to be opened by then. At that time, we'll enter the inner city. Duan Ling Tian brought Mo Yu along to walk into a restaurant in the outer city, then saw at a place by the window that was able to look at the inner city's gate. Duan Ling Tian picked a few dishes, and they arrived in no time. Under Duan Ling Tian's invitation, Mo Yu picked up his bowl and chopsticks, and started eating with large gulps. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse wasn't courteous in the slightest and completely cleaned a large pile of fried meat in next to no time. At the same time that he ate, Duan Ling Tian kept his eyes and ears open, listening to the discussions of all the customers in the restaurant. I heard the Sun Ascent Kingdom's ambassador has come with ill intentions. On the surface it's a visit between friendly kingdoms, but in truth they instead want to suppress the prestige of our Crimson Sky Kingdom. I heard as well. Supposedly, the Sun Ascent Kingdom's ambassador brought along 3 of the most outstanding people in the younger generation of the Sun Ascent Kingdom. The strongest amongst them has even stepped into the first level of the nascent soul stage. The Divine Might Marquis Estate's Junior Marquis, Ni Fen, is at the top amongst the younger generation of our Crimson Sky Kingdom. But the Junior Marquis's cultivation seems to have only broken through to the 9th level of the Origin Core stage a while back. I'm afraid he isn't a match for the young genius of the Sun Ascent Kingdom. HMPH. It's said that the strongest young genius of the Sun Ascent Kingdom is much older than the Junior Marquis. Even if he defeats the Junior Marquis, that's a victory relying on age, not ability. Unfortunately, besides the Junior Marquis, there's almost no figure in the younger generation of our Crimson Sky Kingdom to represent our Crimson Sky Kingdom. There's the Shao clans Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan. Besides that, the Imperial family, Duan clan, and Su clan also possess a few people with good natural talent. But unfortunately, their ages are too young and their strength is insufficient to suppress the 3 young geniuses of the Sun Ascent Kingdom. A few customers that sat at a table nearby Duan Ling Tian discussed ceaselessly, Sun Ascent Kingdom. Duan Ling Tian's brows lifted up when he heard their discussions. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.